去年的失利对我们来说是不可接受的。这座城市承载着我们过去的荣耀。这一次我们团结一心，粉碎所有对手。
Então, eu tenho para mim que tudo acontece quando tem que acontecer. E se eu acredito que quando for para eu ser campeão, Deus me fará campeão.
There's something to say.
This year we've strengthened our roster. And we're looking to come back stronger than ever before. So you need to prepare yourselves.
有人说格局已定，我们将用表现打破格局。预选赛、决赛的实力会激发我们的斗志。我想在 CFS 的舞台上证明我们可以走得更远。这片战场我们等待了很久，这一次我们卷土重来。
Smoke rises, vision blurs, victory remains undecided. Only those forged through countless battles can clearly see through the flames.
Trong vòng loại trong nước, chúng tôi đã thể hiện rất xuất sắc và chúng tôi muốn thể hiện điều đó một lần nữa.
Một khi chúng tôi đã đồng lòng, chúng tôi sẽ trở thành những con đại bàng sải cánh giữa trời không với lối chơi tự do phóng khoáng, không ngại đối thủ nào. Và mặt tâm lý bọn tôi sẽ giành chiến thắng.
Nós somos os campeões do Brasil, estamos bastante preparados para jogar esse Mundial e cada vitória que a gente tiver vai nos tornar mais fortes para ser campeão.
Siguro bata lang kami sa edad pero nag-mature kami as a team. Kasi 1 year na din kami nagko-compete sa international eh. Gusto na namin tapusin yung paghahari ng Chinese at Brazil teams.
A new generation rises, determined to prove themselves to the world. But for a new name to ascend, the old order must fall.
Tingin ko kami ang tactical dito. Sa lahat na nandito kami yung pinaka-tactical. Siyempre gusto namin mag-champion, nothing less.
Đội chúng tôi là một đội bền bỉ và có tinh thần đoàn kết cao. Nên việc ai là con mồi, ai là thợ săn, các bạn cùng đón xem.
واحنا مش مهتمين ان احنا بنلعب مين بسبب خبرتنا طول السنين اللي فاتت وان شاء الله نكسب البطولة ديت وايا كان هنلاعب مين.
Eu acredito que a gente traz muita garra para o time, muita vontade. E isso eu acho que é o que faz o time crescer. A gente junta a vontade com a experiência e o nosso time acaba evoluindo cada vez mais.
EP is a strong opponent, but last year they were also like the 3rd seed. Our team has extensive experience, and this time we will go even further. We have nothing to lose and we will replicate their story from last year.
They think like this, it's okay for them to live in delusion. When they play against us, they will find out.
The clouds part, and the throne reveals itself. Dominance is not a momentary ascent. It is becoming the mountain that others must climb.
人们都在讨论兴王当立，却忘了是谁定义了王朝。我们不是来争夺王座的，我们是来收复领土的。让其他队放马过来吧。我们的目标肯定是冠军，已经建立了过2次王朝吧。我希望我们未来还能继续拿下更多的冠军，再建立下一次王朝。
在上一届比赛中，我们证明了自己。你们的终点是我的起点。这一次，我将成为那座不可逾越的高山。
Warriors gather, each chasing the summit.
now. He's gonna go out swinging. Good for one. Good for two. Chow's gonna find the triple kill. Ice Cube is the last one alive. VR shredding. Sunny is just gonna spray and pray. The USB not gonna be answered. Next round is gonna be able to wrap the series up in a 2-0. By himself against 4, gets 1, gets 2, gets 4 snipers on the side of Rock, so he does get easy, gonna spot Snake around the corner, does. Oh, horse spotted. Ooh, KSA bringing the heat. Is spotted. KSA is thirsty for kill, and Evo's Arc is going to close the series out in a 2-0. Least expected the underdogs coming to this matchup, but they will seal the deal. Experience under pressure for a debut that sets the tone for Group D.
To miss a shot. Oh, and he's hit that one, but it's not the killing blow that he needs. Good clean shot though in onto Alucard, and all of a sudden.
Nice, doesn't matter. It's not.
What's up, bro? Just have so much confidence heading into it. JV. Oh, and Juan is so sharp.
10-3, Na'Vi close the map and the series, and they do it with ease. Inner circle eliminated.
Not really quite quick. It's probably the worst news.
Oh, the light of Stallions!
Hey! By number 1, quick scope.
1, 2, 3, 4. Good!
Oh, baby! No! It's unreasonable. He's got another one. This is just really more on port. This is disgusting. 24-11.
Go. Oh my god, they're gonna get he's in trouble, he's dead.
By YDSS on the cross, takes the fight. BaiSha will do what's expected, and they will dispatch of Swamp Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFire fans around the world, welcome back to Chengdu, and welcome to the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, the final stage of group play. Over the past 2 days, the picture is becoming more clear. We've watched one team already punch their ticket into the playoffs. We've watched others be fully knocked out. However, for those still remaining, their tournament life is very much so on the line. We've witnessed elation as Evo's Arc ended up securing a 2-0 series count in Group C, going directly to playoffs. However, there's still 3 spots remaining and more heartbreak is still to come. And speaking of heartbreak, we witnessed that yesterday. Swamp Gaming, Team Falcons, XROCK Esports, Virtus.pro, and Inner Circle, their chances at playoffs are officially done. We begin today with a match with the 2 knocked out teams. However, they're playing for their pride. They're playing for their identity, and respect is still very much on the line. After our first match today, the pressure becomes an all-time high. The teams that are remaining, every series will count. If they want to go into the playoffs, they've got to get serious. This is the moment to shine. 3 groups, 3 decisive matches, only 3 available spots left in the playoffs. Day 1 set the tone. Day 2 shifted the momentum. And today, the stakes reached the highest points where the playoff dreams are either reached or destroyed. Welcome into Day 3, the last group stage of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. And only those who survive are bold enough to dare to dominate. Day 3 opens with the final match of Group C. And for both teams, this is the closing chapter of their run. They fought through the group stage, challenged every matchup, and carried their regional expectations onto the stage. Now, this match becomes about finishing strong. Rock Esports! And across from them, a team that pushed their opponents and remained competitive throughout the group. A final opportunity to leave their mark before the stage moves forward. Virtus.pro! Pride or momentum? A final statement before Group C closes. Group C Match 3 begins now.
Hello and welcome back to the caster desk. Thank you so much, Reflections, for that awesome intro of the 2 teams we have playing in our first match of the day. ROCK Esports up against Virtus.pro. Now these 2 teams, they're out. They can't make it into the playoffs. So we are just going to have a fun match, a little best of 3 between the 2 of them. I'm still Valdez with Neo Kai and Elfish Guy. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, we're not beating around the bush today. That's what I can tell you. We're straight into it. So, yeah, look, I mean, what can you really say about this matchup? Obviously, looking forward to seeing maybe at least what ROCK can deliver for us. Obviously, being a little bit West League biased, we're going to hope to see them finish the tournament strong. But like you say, not really too much positive to say for this matchup, unfortunately.
It's an exhibition, ultimately, right? And that's what it really can come down to. It's just, I mean, maybe a bit of an opportunity just to have a little bit of fun, because the previous games haven't been so much.
Yeah, and speaking of fun, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay, and pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. And thanks to our official sponsor, our partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for gamers or competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Lovely stuff, mate. Can't complain with that one at all. Thanks for getting through those.
Yeah.
And now we can talk about, I guess, the matter at hand, which is what to expect out of this game. And let's be honest.
What can you expect?
Yeah, I don't really know. When both of you are eliminated, you actually get one or two ways. Either it's like it's a pride thing of like, I really want to make sure that we go out with some sort of a positive, or you go the other way where it's like, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to have some fun here, right? We're just going to mess around. Calling's very loose, and we'll see. But all 4 of these games today generally have the making to all of them actually be quite long. You know, we're looking at kind of this first one, just nothing to lose, but at the same time can be quite scrappy. That EP Nav game, that's a qual game as well. Winner of that, of course, makes it through to the next stage. BaiSha Stallions, same thing there, and both of them are looking actually pretty good. BaiSha maybe not as strong as we want them, and Stallions looking quite strong, so maybe an opportunity. And final game of the day, XROCK Liquid, I mean, that again, a brutally long one. We know Liquid had to play very, very slow crossfires. That one could be an absolute marathon. honestly, this probably could be the longest day of the entire tournament.
I would say so, because from going forward from here, we've got 2 best of 5s per day for the rest of the tournament, or even 1 best of 5 as we get into those final couple of days. But yeah, 3 BO3s, 4 BO3s today that could really go the distance, 3 of which are also qualification games as well. So yeah, some big matches to talk about. We'll see how they obviously play out. I think it's going to be a long day for you, Mr. Valdez, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll be here all day, as will Reflections at least. And yeah, we had some unexpected twists from day 2, especially Rock collapsing far earlier than expected. Biggest surprise on day 2 for sure was them falling in the best of 3 to EVOS ARC. And once that happened, they were just kind of out. So EVOS go from last place in predictions to securing the first playoff spot in the entire tournament. Vietnam suffered a major setback by losing both VP and Falcons. So those are former top 4 teams in grand finals in the past years, but not able to do it this time.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily would have had the Vietnamese teams predicted over EVOS personally. I think you know, we've sort of talked about it on the desk a little bit over the last couple of days. It really felt like the Vietnamese region in general has had a little bit of a fall off because Falcons have dropped pretty dramatically. I never really felt like any of the other teams from the Vietnamese region quite were able to ride on the coattails maybe of Falcons in previous years. And now that Falcons have slowed down, it's kind of like, all right, well, we're back to Vietnam probably not being quite as competitive as we would have hoped. And we've certainly seen this massive uprising from the Philippines over, I would say, the last sort of 12 to even maybe 18 months where they've really started to look pretty good. And it's not just one team, it's even 2 now. It's like Stallions and EVOS. It was previously just Stallions that we were like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of okay. But now EVOS having made it out of this group, be interested to see what they're going to be able to do when they do get into those playoffs. But yeah, I mean, just thinking about it from Vietnam's perspective, I mean, they're really hoping for Twisted Minds to do well in those playoffs as well. In this match in particular, again, like we've said, it doesn't necessarily matter in terms of qualification through the playoffs, but maybe you can restore a little bit of pride. But even then, if you're VP and you get the win here over ROCK and you say, yeah, we've got ourselves a win, it's like, well, you got to win against the West League team. You know, and the West League's never really been considered top tier competition when it comes to these international tournaments, so it's not really too much to take home there for VP.
I'd agree. I mean, there's maybe an argument to be made that, you know, a team that would generally be considered maybe the lowest in that of Swamp, right, just coming from North America, of course, kind of is just, everyone kind of agree, kind of the weakest region just in terms of the amount of teams they've got. But Swamp on Paul, I'm putting them, you know, 3 for 3 against the Vietnamese teams right now. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, a bit of an interesting time, of course. Let's see, it's heading towards day 3. Only one of these games, the first one, carries no playoff impact. Every other one is a qualification game, so he'll be moving forward. And that's you know, the major things of just kind of getting further in towards a tournament like this, the biggest tournament of the year. But even just kind of, I guess, the other things that come with it, prize pool, I mean, it just doubles getting in towards the playoffs, just booking your spot in towards that first round. So that in itself is huge, and especially for teams that come from regions where that, you know, dollar can go a hell of a lot longer. Yeah, especially for the teams that got that first seed and directly went to playoffs. They are just sitting back, relaxing. They've been here for a while already, enjoying some, I mean, I'm sure they're practicing, but a little bit of time off, a little bit of relaxation time, just watch the games and stuff like that. And also, you doubled your prize pool already, your prize money, so you're feeling pretty good. The Chinese dominance still holds. Sure. We have seen that, you know, BaiSha did win yesterday. I don't know if we can call that dominance because they did lose to Swamp Gaming in that second map. Yeah. But, you know, their teams do look strong across the board as a region still, outside of that one big hiccup from the side of BaiSha.
I mean, let's just wait and see, obviously. We'll have to consider that. I think the last game of today is going to be the really interesting one. I definitely look at EP as probably a team that will get comfortably over Na'Vi, but when we get into XROCK and Team Liquid, I mean, we had a lot of positive things to say about Team Liquid, and XROCK is still like a little bit more of an X factor when it comes to these international tournaments. We're not too sure necessarily what to make of them. So I think just in terms of that quote-unquote Chinese dominance, well, that may be the case for the first 2 days. It might not necessarily be the case here after day 3. But enough about the tournament in general. We can move into the conversation around our first matchup of the day. And like we've said, there's not a huge amount necessarily to break down here. ROCK versus VP. I mean, the numbers kind of say it all here for ROCK. It has been a really, really rough tournament for them. I'd say this has probably been their worst outing as a roster at an international tournament in about 18 months. You know, they top 4 Summer Champs last year. They top 4'd EWC this year. They top 4'd at CFS. Sorry, not top 4. They top 8'd at CFS last year. So they made it into the playoffs of each of the international tournaments that we've seen them play out in the last 3 events. And now this one, it's obviously not going to happen for them. And they'll be very disappointed in that game that they played against EVOS. But, you know, hopefully they come back bigger and better next year, and hopefully in this match as well, just to show us that they've still kind of got something left in the tank, because I think they would be very disappointed with how this has gone, and the fact that it's just kind of been gone like that. It's done. Easy. Boom.
And let's be frank, Blob was in the water when we look back towards just the regional, right? You know, this is a side that have quite consistently been able to kind of beat Gaming Gladiators, and you could see something was right when they were actually starting to struggle and starting to look a little bit weaker, I think, on a more of a domestic scale. It'd been for the last kind of, I say 18 months prior to the loss to Gaming Gladiators, it's always been right, okay, we always know that ROCK are going to be the better team here. Then it's maybe like, are Gaming Gladiators going to compete within a circle, or any of these other teams below them, like, you know, a team like an Entropy or like a Ping Pong Power, they're going to be able to compete and kind of nab a spot away. But it never really felt like a doubt at the top, and now it really is a doubt. Every single time we're going forward now, and this will be the whole narrative into 2026, is like, we actually don't know what to expect coming through from ROCK at that top level. But the same thing is, we don't know what to expect from VP and maybe just the entire region of Vietnam, right? Because they've gone from being the champions only 18 months ago to now in a spot where this is a side where everybody struggles to really put up competitive performances on an international scope. So it's a tough time, and VP, they've also just really not been able to kind of put up the level that we want out of them.
You can see the numbers here a bit better for the side of Virtus.pro. I do think they had a better showing up against EVOS ARC, but still took the loss, so that is why EVOS did make it onto the playoffs. And, you know, the Philippines region, definitely one that we're going to talk about a bit more, especially once we get on to some of the other matches with Stallions playing later today. Definitely looking stronger, so maybe these two teams, you know, just kind of running into a bit of a brick wall and not able to burst through it with how strong EVOS was. But either way, same thing for Virtus.pro, where it's like, you know, you go into the grand finals, they don't necessarily have that same feeling with ROCK where you were saying like, oh, they're the favorites, they should win, but still they got very close in the grand finals and one map away from just getting that seed. And the fact that they don't, and now that they're out, it's got to feel pretty rough for them, as over the last 12 or so years we have had a lot of matches played. M9 just hit his 50th, and you can see the amount of kills that he has in the blue right next to that number.
Yeah, mental. It's just been such a consistent presence. But even kind of some of the others, you know, like ADRF of an RV, right? A guy who's also just been around for a hell of a long time. It's even, you know, a few of those kind of vets of their respective regions, people like Shady, kind of in and around that top 10. So, you know, an interesting kind of look at kind of where things are in terms of that ranking. But N9 is the reason why he's just the GOAT.
Yeah, most certainly. Looking at the results for these two teams throughout the last year or so, I mean, I think in particular the one that I'm looking at there is the EWC result, where ROCK was able to pick themselves a couple of wins up, but VP went out with a nothing, and that would be where you'd kind of say, oh yeah, you know, coming into this, we expect ROCK to probably be the favorite. I think if this was a matchup which we would have played on day one, maybe prior to the fact that EVOS would have qualified or has now qualified through the playoffs, we'd really be looking at this and saying, yeah, I think ROCK's in a really good position to actually make it through this group. You know, that would have been my prediction. I think I would have actually said I think ROCK is probably the favorite for this group. And, you know, you sort of see that reflected by the power ranking there. The power ranks 10th in the world. Well, that'll be taking a bit of a tumble after not being able to make it out of their group here at CFS. Humeo and Horus as the key players. We always start talking about Humeo, don't we? He's such an explosive player. I think, you know, you look at him in maybe the same kind of capacity as what you would describe someone like a Famous for Swamp. You know, he feels like he's like the best player in a weaker team. We sort of even looked at him as potentially being one of those guys that might get the promotion into Falcons when they were really on that run, but he obviously never made it into that roster, has maybe fallen off a little bit in the same capacity as probably, I would say, the rest of the Vietnamese region just in general. It does feel like all across the board, like all these high firepower individuals from Vietnam just aren't quite hitting that level. Maybe today that will be something that Humeo can sort of deliver, but we'll have to wait and see. A bit of a smattering across the board in terms of the predictions here, so I think that would angle us towards a close game.
You guys are on the opposite side of AI, who did go for 2-1. We do have a lot of 2-1 predictions for ROCK from the Chinese side, from the Brazilian side as well. You guys both went for 2-0, as did Penguin on the Arabic broadcast. But then everybody else on that side, on the right side of this graph, did go for VP pretty interestingly. I mean, the two Vietnamese casters does make sense. But also, Philippines saying a heavy win for the side of VP. Expecting them to take it down.
Yeah, not sure really what to make of this one. Again, like I feel you could probably make an argument either way. Really, it's just such a question mark when you look at the two teams and say, well, they can't make it out of this group. So, you know, what are you fighting for? It becomes an intrinsic motivator or motivation for the teams, and it's a question of which of these two teams is more motivated coming into this game, or even are either of them motivated coming into this game. Because if neither of them are too motivated, they both know that they can't make it out. They just come out here, they play a bit of CrossFire, they don't, you know, prep overnight last night. They don't come in with their top strats. They're not coming in warmed up. They're not feeling good. You could get a really messy game, and that will bring some kind of awkward, weird results, right? And so we have to kind of just, I think, wait and see until we get into the server what both teams are kind of looking like. And I really wouldn't be surprised to see this one go 2-1 ROCK, 2-0 ROCK, 2-1 VP, 2-0 VP. Like, I feel like anything's on the table at this point. I really don't think that this one is a super cut and dry conversation at this point.
I mean, the way I look at this one as well is like, I went for my ROCK 2-0 prediction, mostly off the back of kind of bias of the West League in a way, but I've generally throughout this tournament been leaning super heavily with my predictions into kind of current form more than anything, right? Current form over kind of historical data in a sense. And actually, if we're going current form, VP would be the favorites in a sense. They've, kind of Brendan, as you put it, they looked a little sharper in the game in which ROCK really struggled in. So, for me, that's the kind of the one big thing. And kind of touching on Jordan's point about motivations, I do worry ROCK just do not look very motivated. I've gone past the kind of the green room a couple of times, just kind of seeing what the vibe's like, and they're normally quite ecstatic guys as a whole, quite energetic, and it just seems like they know the spot that they're in. Even kind of the small things of when they were setting up and when the introductions were coming through, they're just leaning back in their chairs. They don't really kind of like, it feels like kind of care all too much, and I guess there isn't really any kind of big benefits of a win here as a whole, so I don't know whether they'll feel all too motivated.
Well, the unfortunate reality of the strong 18 months that they have had is that now the expectation is higher, right? Again, previously, just qualifying to a CFS event for a West League team was kind of a win, but now that you've been a playoffs contender 3 tournaments in a row at these international events, it's kind of like, well, bare minimum, we need to make it out to the playoffs, and beyond that, we probably want to be looking for a top 4 at CFS. I think that would have been the goal for ROCK at least, and unfortunately, the fact that gets basically taken away from them in one game, that could be a massive demotivator for them. So I can empathize with that situation that they find themselves in, but it is what it is,
Yeah, I do know one guy who might be happy with the situation. That's probably Flex from Gaming Gladiators. Probably pretty happy with the way that things went. But, it's rough, right? The format, you come in, you lose one best of 3. It's like, well, you didn't have a great day. That's it. You got to win on the day. Otherwise, you're not making it onto the playoffs, because we do heavily weight the playoffs with this format. We have like a round 1, and it's double elimination, and we got all these brackets and stuff. So definitely a lot of playoff games and knockout games there that will be fun. But yeah, I'm sure the guys over at Gaming Gladiators are watching and saying, yeah, we are the best team from West. You should fear us. Enough with the trash talk. We're going to take the helm now on the side of West. And I really hope they do, because after seeing ROCK fall so easily, you can look at Gaming Gladiators and be like, hey, are you guys that much better than ROCK? I would love to see it, but there's some really good teams in this tournament, so it's not going to be easy.
I think it's safe to say that at the top of the West, it's actually up for the taking now. It is a really interesting time for us, so we'll have to see how that one pans out in 2026.
We will have to see, but guys, we have the band pick of the maps of Match 1 starting right now.
We do indeed, and again, this one could be a real curveball for us now, so let's have a look and see what we're going to get out of these picks and bans. Whether, now might be not a bad time for these two teams just to try something a little bit different. Again, noting that this is not a match that's going to influence whether or not they go forward in the tournament. Do you want to try something? Do you want to float something? Practice on something a little bit different? We do get the Eagle Eye ban straight away there from VP. Not a bad one. Again, it's in the wheelhouse for ROCK. It's probably not their go-to necessarily, but definitely one that you want to be taking away against a team like ROCK. Black Widow will be ROCK's option of choice. They didn't have a great time on that the other day against EVOS. So no surprises to see that one taken away for ROCK straight away.
I do wonder, really, as a whole, like for a veto process, what in any way is kind of like the prep looking like for this sort of game? Because again, these guys are elite level competitors. They are some of the best in the world, don't get me wrong, and you always want to have this mindset of, right, they're going to come into every game wanting to win no matter what. But if we're being frank, in a situation like this where you are guaranteed no matter the result to already be eliminated, are you inherently going to have that? Is that going to seep into your subconscious? We'll have to see. We're going to go for the Ankara pick. I don't mind this at all for the VP side, but ROCK don't mind this map themselves. It's a map in which they've been playing a decent amount domestically, so definitely worth keeping an eye on that one. That one could actually end up being quite puggy in itself. For ROCK, New Mexico. Now, we do not see that picked a lot by ROCK.
No.
At all. But, funnily enough, it is a map that VP picked.
I do remember.
Part of me thinks if this is flipped, because it would make way more sense if it was flipped. Because ROCK, like Ankara, VP play it, but not loads. But then ROCK don't really play New Mexico, but VP actually do play it domestically.
Well, I mean, I think we did see ROCK pick up New Mexico a couple of times in the regular season of CFWL. I recall, especially very early on in the piece when New Mexico first got sort of added to the pool in favor, obviously, of Mexico. There was a week there where ROCK were playing, I think it was against TBI, and they didn't look too great on it. I think they're still sort of trying to, or at that time they were trying to integrate it into their map pool. So again, this could be one of those situations where it's just like, look, let's see what we can do on the stage here in a match that doesn't necessarily hugely matter for us. Get a bit of international match practice on New Mexico. But yeah, I mean, looking at this map pool, Port being a decider is definitely comfortable territory for both of these teams. It's a map that has been around the block quite a lot.
New Mexico is a wild one. That is definitely kind of an interesting one for me. I do really wonder what that will come out looking like. I mean, it's not a map that we actually get to see really played internationally very often. You know, if you really want to watch a lot of New Mexico reps, you generally go and watch kind of the Brazilian scene. That's played a fair decent amount over there, but yeah, an international one without a Brazilian team present as well. Kind of interesting.
I believe that's the only time that ROCK are going to play New Mexico internationally this year. They didn't play it at EWC. So you might be onto something here there with that conversation.
Yeah, I've just seen VP play it, and it's like, okay, that would make sense if they were picking it. And then it would make sense if ROCK were picking Ankara.
Well, VP also didn't play it back at EWC.
It's true. But it's really hard to play because everyone bans it, basically.
Yeah. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Maybe it's a pocket strat here from ROCK that nobody's going to expect.
You know, maybe it is just like, we got nothing to lose, let's just try something a little bit new, right? Let's just go for a little bit of a wild card. We don't get to play it internationally when it counts, and it's also quite rare that you get a game that ultimately doesn't count. So maybe just a bit of a chance for them to have some fun of it. But looking towards this ROCK side as a whole, I think it's just about gaining a little bit of dignity on the tail end, right? You know, it's been a poor tournament from them. They've really not looked to the level that we want out from ROCK, especially for a side that have aspirations, and maybe not even just aspirations, maybe even the argument of expectations to be making playoffs every single tournament that they enter. So the fact that we're in a spot now where they're insta-eliminated first best of 3, it's not what you want out for this side, and it is a position now where we want to see them just regain a little bit of something toward the tail end of this tournament, right? Just, you know, getting a best under your belt and saying, okay, it wasn't all doom and gloom.
Yeah,
it's something to fall back on, but
it's got to be a weird conversation there in the huddle at the moment, because you know this is basically your last game of the year, right? And traditionally you would be going into any game sort of thinking, okay, if we win this, we go deeper in the tournament. So that's what the conversation is going to be about. But this has got to be, well, guys, you know, this is the end of 2025 for us, one way or the other, whether it's a win or a loss. So I guess let's try and end on a high. Let's end on a win internationally and come back stronger for next year.
I also think as well with ROCK, I think especially because of how the last 18 months have looked like for this side, where it's been, you know, obviously, as we spoke about, playoffs quite consistently. This is a side that are actually internationally become a really well-respected and well-renowned team. You know, top 10 in the rankings, in the ELO system and all the rest. I think for ROCK, you probably look at it a little bit, you know, this is now in a position where they've quite consistently come into tournaments with a target on their back a little bit. And with a target on your back comes actually quite a lot of pressure. And I think you see that with ROCK. They come to tournaments and they do look, you know, when we cast our minds back to first time we worked together internationally, Summer Champs in Vietnam, right, when ROCK actually made a really good run there, they kind of came into every game and even to the tournament itself, it really felt quite light-hearted, quite kind of bubbly in a sense, you know, excited to be there more than anything, and whatever we bring to the table is great. But now it's a case of, right, it's like, okay, we've got pressure to perform and we have to perform because we've got expectations. So I think, you know, for this game, for me, I kind of hope that ROCK just lean a little bit back into this kind of like, let's just play for vibes, right? Let's just play to the CrossFire that we know we can, where we aren't putting massive amounts of pressure on ourselves, and we can just kind of go back to doing the main thing that even got us to this stage in our careers, just enjoying the game.
Yeah, hopefully when the pressure's off, we get to see the best of these two teams rather than the worst. That still remains to be seen, though, as both teams getting themselves ready on the stage. You can see that 750 Hz monitor there from Ant Gamer. Ooh, very nice. I believe it says it's a world first. I think that might not be incorrect. I've never seen a 750 Hz monitor myself.
I didn't know there was more than 600. So yeah, it's pretty impressive. Shout out once again, you know, they're more than welcome to send me one my way. It would be a big upgrade of our 200 Hz one.
Yeah, that's true.
Looks like this game's about to get underway though. Let's get the show on the road as Ankara to kickstart here for a game that means nothing, but it's all for pride. Let's get the show on the road.
All right, well, what have we got as far as expectations? Not very many as we head into this match between ROCK and VP. Maybe they can be shattered, what little expectations we do have. It's Tom that's going to get aggressive into mid to start the proceedings for Virtus.pro. Humeo at the vent. Oh, he's just going to be deleted. A bit of an isolated duel there for Horus, and he's very happy to take that and run with it and say, well, we'll play this round out 4v5. Perfect start for ROCK. VP throwing caution to the wind, and ROCK dealing with that comfortably.
Yeah, VP have actually just gone very aggressive to start off this game. They've just, just two individual kind of fly into fights for JRK and Humeo. And just a little bit easy, really, for ROCK. They didn't really have to move their way out of spawn all too far. The fights come to them. It's the perfect way to start on the side. And now all you really have to do is shell up and start moving your way forward. They're going to head towards Hotel. Only Tom here on the back side of it. And it should be easy to overwhelm him. At the very most, getting away with potentially maybe a couple of kills if he does well. But it should be easy to trade. Get this C4 down, get a postmark set up with numbers advantage.
Tom looks like he wants to get into the fight. You know, he's been very mobile so far, but hasn't really spotted anybody out yet. So he's off on his way to mid again. B side left relatively open. ROCK are going to exploit that by just walking their way in. So this will be an easy plant, probably a relatively straightforward round for ROCK, you'd think, in the 5-on-3 post plant. I'm interested to see what Totson gets up to there in mid. He's just kind of trying to cut off the rotations, but he does want to be in a position to have an impact in this round if things go a little wrong, and he's still quite far away. A good job of wasting Nevis and Tom's time. Oh, and doing more than that, apparently, with that kill on the Tom, so that'll pretty much seal the deal. LDX on the long flank, but it's come through way too late. Snake's going to go down, but easy kill for Snare, and yeah, some kills are coming through here for VP, but that was always going to be around for ROCK, and a bit of an anti-climax of a win there for ROCK, because they just make it look so easy.
Yeah, just a few kind of consolation kills, really, for VP. That's all it really is in that round. It's just way, way too simple. And credit where it's due that, you know, again, it's kind of one of these situations of you can only fight what's in front of you. Exactly what we get. So, ROCK for the first. And it all really fell apart, actually, quite immediately for VP. It was just two incredibly isolated early fights, which sort of felt unnecessary, if we're being frank. That gave ROCK such a man advantage that it was near impossible to fumble. 5v3, difficult to let those slip if you just stick together.
Patience going to be a virtue here for Virtus.pro. ROCK are one of those teams that tends to play a little slower. So if VP fall into that trap in the same way that they did in the first round, they'll be giving up opening picks. But this time, playing a little bit more passively back in their sights. And so ROCK are going to be made to work for this one. JRK is on the off angle, but Horus has been doing well on the entry so far. He's found a second for himself. That is an easy, clean start to another round here for ROCK. Maybe, you know, this is the ROCK that we would have hoped to have seen in the match against EVOS. They just didn't deliver, and unfortunately it's going to come too little too late for it to really matter, but they're looking in good form today.
Yeah, it's true. This is looking like a playoff ROCK from the past. A lot sharper. clean plays as well. Humeo going to get a freebie on towards Snare. He was so tunnel visioned in towards that mid position, but should make a difference, and he chunks a grenade, a bit of a spam through as well. It's Slayer who sees him off. But that round really feels like it's one off the back of Totson. Does very, very well just to give them so much space in towards the site. And another instance of kind of the it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're flying towards the fights quite immediately. Timeout. Does this say tack or attack?
It's attack timeout for Virtus.pro.
Wow, that's very early.
That is really early. I mean, what can you even say at this point? Don't get entry fragged by Horus.
Hey guys, can you
not die?
Did you not warm up?
Yeah. Like, this is not.
Yeah.
I don't think this is necessarily anything that the coach can fix. I think this is just VP are not in the server
just
yet.
Not hit the shots.
They've got to wake up. I mean, maybe that's what you have to say. Like, guys, we are still playing a stage game. Lock in a little bit. Looks like there's one team in the server right now, and it is not the one that took their inspiration from the traffic cones.
It's just like one of those as well, where it's like, you get one time out a map. Like, you've got to really use this thing. It is such a finite resource. You've got to use it to kind of the best of your abilities if you are a coach, and kind of saying, right, like, systematically, I'm understanding how they're doing this, and we've got to break this down by doing this. But you have no idea about what ROCK are actually going to throw at you. They've just ran 2 default rounds with very minimal amounts of anything kind of brought to the table. So we can't really, like you said, there's nothing really to be said. Like, you can't be just, all you can say is, right, guys, can we, like, trade each other a little bit, please? Or, like, can we actually just win our aim duels?
I mean, you say trade, but, like, a lot of these duels that Horus is winning on the entry is like a straight 1v1. Yeah, they're isolated. There's no one there to trade, and I think that's part of the problem potentially as well for VP. Like, you got, in that first round, Humeo just sort of floating around in the vent on his own, and it's like, well, there's nobody A main, there's no one A con, like, no flash for Humeo, nothing like that. Playing this individualistic style, whereas ROCK are, at the moment, kind of just wolf packing their way around the server and getting a lot of value out of that. Horus, again, looking for those entries.
That's a lot of early map control, by the way. Just having Hotel within the first 30 seconds is actually pretty mental. I think JRK, there's actually a world in which he doesn't expect this. Yes, he's jiggle peeking for it, but he could get caught on timing, absolutely. You're expecting fights, the first initial bits of contact around that kind of minute mark. That's what a lot of teams do, especially teams like ROCK. He's good for the first and the second as well. Stay quick on the trade, but 2 kills on that spot is not bad.
That was very good, actually. But again, another isolated fight for VP. This time, obviously, JRK
does well,
he's able to make a bit of an individual impact, but realistically speaking, that should be worst case scenario, 1-for-1 for ROCK. So, macro-wise, I still think that ROCK have got themselves in a solid position. It's just that they haven't executed on it in that round. Snare is creeping his way through the vent. Humeo's spotted that out, but ROCK are going to be able to scale into the side here if they push Humeo off. Rotation is coming through from Nevis. ROCK will actually cancel.
Yeah. Feels kind of wild to cancel with Snare all the way up in close vent. Yeah, I guess just back to B we go. Tommy in his direction, yet to get on the scoreboard just yet. Don't have loads of time, though. They really can't afford to make any errors in terms of how they scale up in towards this site. Bridge to Hotel seems to be the play. Just wonder whether they split here or do you sit together to 3. I think you've got to stick together, play for the numbers, and they come 25 seconds, not leaving themselves a lot of time here. Tom on the angle could go huge, but a big missed shot. And that gives an opportunity for ROCK now as well. Sub 20 seconds on this clock and sitting up close. Humeo's come to join as well, but Nevis just tucks his head in, gets one. Hang on a second, Humeo's got it behind, and Humeo's going to shut it down. Highlighting this guy for a reason, and mechanically so crisp.
Yeah, I'm surprised it gets even that close, though, now. Like, the fact that VP get the opening exchange that they did, ROCK bringing it down to a 1v1, still indicates a couple of problems here for VP. But they get themselves their first round on the board, so it's better than nothing. It's a start. Do need to see a little bit more out of Tom, don't we? 0-3 to start things off. LDX is going to try and get a bit aggressive. It's a forward hold on A this time for VP, and ROCK have walked right into it. Horus and Snake will trade reasonably effectively, but the numbers are just a little bit too much to deal with, and so ROCK are left in transition over toward B. Snake and Slayer will look to salvage.
Slayer making a move. I mean, it really does feel like it's sort of off the back of him in this round. He's the only one with the HP. Snake's got to call a decent round here, but I think a lot of it's got to come just, can Slayer hit the shots? And in all fairness, if you're going to back anybody, you probably would back him.
Yeah, he's a fragger.
Him and Snare are the two guys you look towards in the numbers department, generally speaking. Of course, Horus recently has looked pretty sharpish, but...
Yeah. But I mean, roles-wise, Horus is the sort of point man, you know, so inherently he's going to have some more less than favorable fights, whereas Slayer's in the position where he's set up to kind of finish these rounds. And
yeah, he's middle of the pack and he's hero rolls on the defense.
Yeah,
so.
He's doing it as well. He's picked up that important kill into GR spawn. He's taken a lot of space. They've got the plant down now. It's back into a 2-on-2. Just tucks himself in the corner here. Maybe see if he can play off the contact of Snake, who is getting some of that information. And Slayer bites his time nicely. Headshot onto Humeo. JRK, all of his time is being wasted. Slayer has popped off in that round. And Rock will take the dub as a result, 3-1. Nice 2-on-3 there for Rock, and yeah, I'm concerned about VP, I have to say.
Yeah, that's why we highlight as well Slayer time and time again. He's just somebody who can take over. When the side started making a really, really big run in terms of internationally and looking really solid with the playoffs and all the rest, obviously the guy who took like all the headlines was Snare on at that point the Orm, but consistently Slayer was putting up incredible numbers. Domestically, he's been doing it for a good couple of years now. That's a little bit of it. Late round, he can step up in a big way. Horus. He looked like he was tempted to fly around that corner, but he is on his own. That would be a very bold move, and it feels unnecessary, but he's going to get a bit of support now, so he actually could be facilitated into fight if he wants.
Tom, with his first real opportunity, is going to do a great job. Both Snare and Horus going down. Not the kind of fight that you really want to be taking with a rifle there, as Horus trying to find that trade. So that's not worked out for him. And it looks like this round might just fall apart for Rock unless Thompson can find a way to unlock things.
Right, to be fair, he's isolated some fights, but yeah, this will be pretty monstrous. We have seen an ace. Mikasa one, of course, just last night. Hang on. Oh, the flash couldn't have been timed better. If he wasn't blind there might have been a little bit of life in that round for him. Not a bad effort in the 1v5. Getting 3, but it's not enough. 5 to win, and it will be another round put on the board by VP there. I mean, still keeping this competitive, but that one just felt a little bit too easy for Rock. They just kind of, well, folded over.
Well, sometimes what happens when you lose a couple of opening picks to the snipers, it's just how it is. Try their hand at the A site here, Rock. And Horus on the entry again is going to be good for 2 this time.
Brilliant work.
Just wanders his way in.
Humeo's got to do better there. JOK going to try and get in the backlines. I don't really think you can do all too much. Of course, you give it a look in, but Snare going to find one. Slayer just playing with his food a little bit as he baits him in towards the TRG. Nice work to close down, and a lovely response from Rock. Just make it look a little effortless. That's all you really want to see from this side. Keep things ticking over, keep things looking clean and comfortable. And it is a bit better. 4-2, 2-round buffer. Get one more as well, guarantee a lead heading in towards that second half. And for Rock, you can talk about some serious positives. Tom, head ripped off his shoulders. Snare going to get a second before he hits the deck, but Slayer quick on the trades. And numbers are getting put in place by Rock. It's VP left down to 1. The big man of Humeo going to do it all in a 1 versus 4, but surely too tall a task. Snake will close, and that is a clinic of a round by Rock.
Yeah, looking better and better, aren't they, as they go through this half.
Finally warming up properly in this tournament.
The only moments where VP have really looked competitive have been just an individual pop-off. Humeo, obviously, the 2v1, and Tom picking up the couple of kills at the start of the round. So alarm bells ringing here for VP on their map pick of Vankara. Rock are essentially getting to do whatever they want. Snare's all the way down mid. So a lot of space being taken.
Snare. he can round this corner. His body's here to be found, but it's just going to find Nevis. The answer is no. He gets tagged down low, and Nevis tries to hunt him on the way out, but not going to catch him. It's confirmed damage at the very least, but he's on towards the sniper. So if any person was going to be low, it's probably the best person to have the least amount of HP. They're angling for a B here. There's 3 players to meet them, so this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath if they do commit towards this move now. Minute 30 to work with. They're going to get out. It's JRK on the corner. Does he get cleared? Not effectively. Gets 2 before he falls. That's not a bad effort. There's a flank brewing here as well, and Tom not cleared properly. Snare quick on the trade, but still low from that earlier engagement. Puts us into a janky 2 versus 2. Oh! Nevis just jumped down and completely not cleared Snare. He's been gifted one for free, and now the round odds flip back in ROCK's favor.
Yeah, LDX coming in from behind might be a little bit of a surprise. Looks like Slayer's going to try and keep an eye on that, and he does a good job of it. Another kill going the way of ROCK, and another round, of course, as well. It just goes from bad to worse for VP. They are looking thoroughly uninspired right now on the stage. 6-2. It's not even as if this has been a lights-out performance necessarily from ROCK. I think it's just been a totally flat VP.
It doesn't feel like a 6-2 though, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that this game's going to be ticking over, but a 6-2 is quite a dominant scoreline. This doesn't feel like that, but much better from Tom. Bit of proactivity in the early round, going to get net 2 early ones, and he might actually get a third here, dropping down, pistol pulled out. He can't quite finish his dinner on towards Horus, but the trade is there fast by Humio. Oh, nice shot by Snake. Really nice shot at range. Looks for more. LDX is round that corner. C4 also dropped as well. But at the very least, C4 is recoverable. The big thing now for VP is just that question mark of where's his second player? It's the sniper too, so they've just got to be a little bit careful of it. Doesn't always pick it up, Slayer, but he has some nice moments with it.
You're getting that C4 is going to be the first big test here for ROCK. But once again, maybe Slayer will be the difference maker in the late round. They've already won A2v3, Snake and Slayer. Could do so again. Not a bad angle to come from here for Slayer either, by the way, because if he does work in through GR Spawn, he takes that solo fight against JRK.
I think he's going to be the one that actually picks up the bomb.
Pick up the bomb and go B.
It'd be a great move. Obviously, we know with the benefit of hindsight, but it would be such a smart move to make.
Ooh, Snake's got it.
Now it's a foot race towards B. It's actually a foot race in which ROCK should win. Just whether they can clear JRK on this close corner, really.
JRK spotted them at the very least, so that's information. ROCK, by the looks of things, going to be given a bomb plan here, and Slayer opens the account. Oh, the second. He's having a real nice time on the stage now. 24 seconds on the clock. Drops down. Expecting Nevis to come through from mid.
They know where he is now. They've seen the bullets.
Well, Swing's going to come through. Oh, and Slayer misses that shot. That'll maybe give a chance to Nevis, but Snake shuts it down before it gets going. A dominant first half from ROCK, 7-2. Again, like I said, I don't know if it's so much ROCK playing well. I mean, I think, you know, you definitely say Slayer's doing a pretty good job, but just VP just don't look like they're in the server at the moment.
No, agreed. It looks like a completely non-existent performance. I was worried about the motivations of ROCK more than anything. You know, aside who, of course, have, I think, had their problems and their struggles at this tournament, and it can be quite dejecting in a way, but, you know, I was worried about them. They actually look pretty sharp, pretty clean, a lot more like what I want to see out from them. Granted, still not to the level that they should be playing at in the sense of, you know, we always see them to be a playoff team. But VP are folding like a wet flannel right now.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Did you get that one of those, folding like a wet flannel?
Not really. We don't, I guess, we'd say like,
well, you could say
wet paper
like
bag.
Something is a bit of a wet flannel, which means it's weak.
Yeah, we'd say a wet paper bag, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been pretty outrageous, really, from VP. Now it's just a case of ROCK looking to close this out comfortably in the second half. Not being given much by VP to start this one off. Slow and steady.
Yeah, I guess with Rock, they don't need to make too much of an audacious move, to be honest. They can kind of shell up at least for the first round and just wait to see what VP have as an initial default. It's a triple stack towards A, though, so at least initially, if they do commit towards this A pop, which they've taken long for, it could be huge. Slayer dips his head in, looks for information, deals some damage, receives some himself, but he gets out. Oh.
Crossfire setup. It's going to work out. Snake watching Humeo. Horus having dropped is still going to give VP an avenue of attack back on in. I mean, the issue is if they do go B here, Snare's in such a strong position in Hotel. He is locked in. They know exactly where VP are coming from. So Snare should be good for at least one here, and he is. He gets the info that VP are headed towards that B bomb site. Again, Rock not over-rotating off of A just yet, but they're going to have to start to get a bit of a wriggle on. Never catches Snare in mid. Snake now in an awkward spot. He's got multiple angles to worry about in GR spawn. I think Rock just a little bit lazy on the rotation there. Slayer will, again, try to be the one to salvage this alongside Totson, who's generally one of the better performers for Rock in these international events as well. So it's not a round that's over by any stretch of the imagination, though. Totson now into the 2v1, not going to be able to get it done. So round on the board there for VP. Keeping it alive for now.
Yeah, just a little bit of a fumble there as well. It actually felt pretty good for the most part for Rock, but kind of 80% of that round. They let it slip. Of course, this is the clutch once again. Seriously nicely done by the two of them, Snake and Slayer. But not the round you wanted to start off with. Rock, off the back of losing that one, are looking to get proactive. This is such a bold move by Snake. It does feel unnecessary, but if anyone was just going to fall, it being your IGL, it's information to be called around.
Yeah, and it's prompted a big push over toward the B side of the map for Rock, which is surprising considering they weren't too eager to over-rotate in that last round. This round they're sort of just gamble stacking B. Slayer is going to go forward and look to find himself something. He's definitely going to run into a couple of players. Oh, and there's a lot of options. The kills do come through. Horus found a couple. Totson in there just to try to salvage. He needs to get out or stay for another. Brings it down to the 1v1 here for Snare, who is the unknown member of Rock. VP don't have any idea where Snare is.
He's not moving either as well. LDX is tucked, expecting there to be some sort of flank, but right now Snare's not really budging from that position in towards mid. So, a minute to work with, and Snare is still in spawn. If anything, Snare's just going to play reactionary to the plant here. But LDX is playing so patient. Snare just doesn't need to make really too much of a move. Oh my god, that timing is so close.
It's not in a bad spot though, Snare, if he's not just chooses the right line, and he does, but the shots come through for LDX. VP win another important clutch.
He got done so unlucky there, Snare, with the timing. If he had held for quite literally a quarter of a second more, he would have spotted the shoulder, jumping up onto bridge. Fine margins.
Yeah, but some of the wind out of the sails of Rock now. This was looking like it was going to be an easy win on Ankara. Now, might have to just lock in, work a little bit harder to finish off this opening map. Still very much theirs to lose. Got Slayer having a look in the vents. Smoke off on A main. Bunch of nades coming through. VP showing they are on their way to A, but that is clean entries across the board. And even though there's a pretty quick rotate in there from Snare, he's unable to have any effect. VP are going to claim themselves another round here. That gap is closing pretty quickly.
I love the tempo in this round, I really do. Horus gets one. There's nothing more than a consolation, though. He's hoping for a bit of something behind. He's going to dive through, but he'll fall eventually. To Tom. That's a really good round from VP. Again, it is just a real tempo shifter. And one in which catches Rock off guard. And this is showing a few of those weaknesses of Rock that we've seen so far in this tournament.
Yeah, at what point do we get a timeout here from Rock? to have a
Maybe
conversation.
at 6-7.
Yeah, possibly. When it starts to get a little bit too close for comfort. Not there yet. And more reserved approach this time around for VP. Standard setup as well for Rock. Just the 2-1-2. So really not trying to rock the boat too much.
You're just waiting here. I wonder if he expects there to be some level of a push. Well, making his presence known. Spam through the box, nothing to be found. VP are really playing with the kind of tempo of this game. That previous round, they were in the fight in the first kind of 15 seconds. This one, biding their time to see what Rock try and bring to the table. Looks like they're going to be spotted there, so he's going to dip away. It's a smart call from him, and a reposition that actually could be overlooked.
Snake on the off angle, not going to be able to land his shots, but he does have the backup of a couple of members here. Horus wanted to continue around that corner to try and take the rest of the fight, but VP get out in the end. This is awkward for Snare as well. Yeah, just going to pick the wrong timing. He's got multiple lines that he has to watch, and he's shot in the side by LDX. So another hole in the defense here. Rock are starting to be exploited. This GR side is falling to bits. And from what was a very unenthusiastic looking VP, all of a sudden, the scoreline is 6-7. And we have to wonder what's happened to Rock.
We do have to wonder. Timeout to be taken. I also kind of, now in this spot as well for Rock, I mean, I do wonder what Stray's actually even going to come. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, but what do you actually focus in on here? Because this defense is looking just so weak. There's so many gaps in it, is the big problem. And I think, you know, we've seen this quite a few times. It's something that we spoke about quite a few times of actually with teams in this tournament that have underperformed or have not booked their spot to play off. Actually, one of the kind of the quite key consistent things that has come up is actually about the lack of proactivity, right? Where they're just sitting on towards sites and expecting things to go well for them or expecting trades to kind of go their way. I do want to see a little bit more of information plays from Rock. I mean, I actually like the one a little bit earlier when Snake went for a bit of a rogue push through a smoke. It's like, at the very least, he's pushed through, he knows what the setup's looking like, and they gambled towards the site. They just lost the fight, but the initial call was actually right. And it is the kind of the right way to approach it. At the moment, momentum is absolutely all on the side of VP, which is damning, because, again, this is not their map pick.
I don't know how this has gone all so wrong for Rock. A couple of clutches at the start of this half, and momentum has just shifted dramatically. This is where things have to turn back on their head. Stray with some, hopefully, wise words for the team. This was the round where I really started to get a little bit worried, you know. It was a bit telegraphed from VP, that hit on the A site. A lot of util getting tossed in, but Rock not able to hit their shots. Now we're back in to live, and it's a change in the setup for Rock. They've sort of invested in a little bit more of a B defense and expecting something quicker from VP over there. It's not going to happen, so now back to a little bit more of a default setup.
Horus. Pixel spotted, he tries to spam through the wood, but he'll get the fight second time of asking. So finally, for the first time in a while, actually an opener coming through, but a quick trade to Snare, just couldn't get out of there.
Okay, interesting walk through the smoke there. It's going to work out. Humeo, though, has the C4, and he is alone, so if Totson wins this duel, round's going to be done. It's that was a weird round from VP, I have to say. They were just walking in one by one all over the map. And clearly it's not worked out. So that's a good way to give an 8th over to Rock, just to rebuild a bit of that confidence.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a strange round there for sure. But Rock will take those. Unorthodox, but all that matters are getting closer and closer to that finish line. 2 ahead, 2 away. Slayer. Secondary sniper. He was initially holding, but smoke front main will push him back on towards the site. Snare is going to aggro. This is bold, and he's going to get a lot of early info to work with here. And he also has support, which makes this very dicey. Snare and Snake can be here. It's there to open things up.
Yeah, I like it for Rock. Just changing things up a little bit, trying to disrupt VP. Tom watching for the exit, but they're not aware of Snake's position.
Yeah, no idea.
So still having that player forward is going to be potentially a little bit problematic. Sure, he needs to be doing better. He needs to get that trade there onto LDX. Now the jig is up, and Rock are in a really, really rough spot for this round. Horus just caught off guard, but Snake absolutely needed to be trading that.
Yeah, for sure. He still can. If he can get LDX unscathed, that'll be huge. Totson, freebie, made a move, gets his. Snake will also finally finish off LDX too. So now numbers taken back in favor of Rock. All on the shoulders of Tom and JRK. Tom started a bit slower, but he's looked a lot better in towards this second half. Oh, turn around. He looked at him, but then kind of did it at the same time. So now they're stuck in hotel because they know there's a player behind them and they're a known quantity.
Still going to be happy to give them the B side here by the looks of things, Rock. They'll be playing for the retake. Very, very passive positions from Slayer and Snake in particular. And even Totson now just kind of a bit concerned about something happening over towards A, but the util is getting tossed at B. Tom's on the move. So the layers of this round starting to come together for VP as he gets the freebie onto Totson, brings it back into the 2v2. Snake just wins his duel. And so Tom will change as a result his decision of where to go. Time is a huge problem for him. He's got 10 seconds. He might just be able to, but Snake has wrapped all the way around behind, and yeah, surely not possible to plant here. This is bold from Snake to get in onto the side, but it is going to be a round winner because Tom's got no idea where he is, and that is going to be the round. Rock will take 9, and they'll take map point.
Yeah, he just never had time to clear the angles, pick up the C4, and then dip back on towards the site to plant. Losing to the clock when you're the one who's setting the time of it, that's the worst kind of round to lose for this VP side. So now, map point on your opponent's map pick for Rock. It started really well in towards this map. Super clean first half. Fumbled the bag a little bit in the second, but now back in a somewhat clean position. It's just about ticking this final box and seeing it over the line. LDX spammed down and dropped through the smoke. Nice work by Snake to open things up. It's all a ruse, though. They want to head towards A, but it's a nice opening find.
Resmoke to A main. So VP will not be allowed entry in there for the moment. They'll send Nevis on a bit of an exploratory mission into mid before committing to anything. And that's going to give the opportunity for Slayer to make another aggressive move into the vent. He has been so good on this map. Another kill for him. Snake, ooh, gets the better of Nevis, who just missed him through the smoke there. This is a very awkward round for VP. Snare now also looking to get aggressive. Rock, you can tell they really want to finish this round off, and they want to do it with pace. They're going to charge their way at Humeo, which is a bit scary, but it's done in the end. 10-6. Rock get map 1 over the line. Right, well, a pretty solid win to start things off for Rock in this series against Virtus.pro. 10-6 there on Ankara. As you can see, pretty good impact across the board from all of those players. Snare 73 ADR being the lowest, but that's not particularly shabby at all. Virtus.pro, it really felt like just kind of struggled to get it going until they got into that second half where they were on the BL side, but even then, some of those rounds didn't really fill me with a whole lot of confidence, and ultimately, ROCK walks away with the victory, led from the front by Snake, of course. And they'll be happy to pick the dub up, but still more work to do to close this series out.
For sure, but you know, your opponent's map pick, and a map in which is generally quite puggy, and I think it is, I always kind of feel like Ankara is one of those maps that is kind of the great litmus test. It's like a really good understanding of not only how mechanically strong are you, but actually in terms of your fundamentals, in terms of teamwork. I think that's a very good map to expose a lot of that, and there was a lot of it kind of exposing that happens in VP, especially that first half. It was next to nothing really on offer. It was so flat, so uninspiring, so little really that could be brought to the table. So credit where it's due for this ROCK side. Granted, there was a couple of hiccups in the second half, and I think for them, the big kind of takeaway from that is we want to make things cleaner, but that's still a really decent position that you put yourself in now. And I think, you know, like you kind of talking about with that scoreboard there, everybody had their impact. I mean, we were heading towards the second half that between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard was 2 kills. That's a really good sign. It is what we like to call in the industry a holistic victory. Everybody having their moments, everybody stepping up to the plate. There's no weaknesses. There's no kind of star fragging power that is necessary to carry you through games. That was really, really effectively done. And the same can't be said towards VP. So an interesting map number 2 coming up now, because I really, again, don't know what to expect for them.
Yeah, look, again, we've sort of highlighted New Mexico as a bit of an interesting one for ROCK. It's certainly not a map that we necessarily in the past have really correlated with ROCK, so interesting to see them pull it out here. Maybe it was a map that they were putting a bit of effort into in the lead up to this event, you know, had it as a pocket pick, obviously.
For later down the line.
Don't really get to use it, you know, so may as well pull it out now and see what they can do. Good enough of a win there on Ankara, but yeah, it sort of sets you up for at least in my opinion, sort of you assume that we should have a 2-0 now for ROCK. They're moving into their own map pick. They're looking good. VP's looking flat. We're going into a bit more of these like questionable maps. You know, was this expected for VP? Would they have been prepped for this map? I don't know. But yeah, I think at this point, you know, we obviously predicted for the 2-0 in favor of ROCK, and that's feeling like it's on its way.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with that prediction right now, I think. I think, you know, the way things have been looking, you know, you look at this ROCK side, and there is definitely still these kind of like question marks about, you know, getting back to the level that they were at one point, where this is a side that were, you know, a top 10 team, right, and guaranteed playoffs. I still don't think we're at that level, but it's a lot cleaner. It's a lot better from them. I think, you know, we're starting to see a little bit more of the light in the eyes of this side. And I think the big thing for them, again, it's like a pride thing, right? Let's see off this tournament on a high note. Sure, we can't make it to the playoffs. This best of 3 ultimately is pointless, right? If we're being frank, it does not make a difference. It's not going to change who gets out of this group, right? But let's go on a high note for pride. This is your final game of the year of 2025. And it's been a bit of an up and down, a bit of a turbulent year for ROCK. We've had high highs in some senses, especially even just 12 months ago, right? With this side, we're really starting to kind of push a lot of the top teams in the world. Then you enter with EWC, and again, you know, I feel like even they themselves believe they should have gone a little further there at EWC, and they maybe shouldn't have fumbled that series. And then now heading into a tournament, target on your back, pressure on you, and you weren't able to really convert it, you know, out the gate. And don't get me wrong, it is a brutal format, right? You know, 1 best of 3 loss and you are out, like no room for error. That's very harsh as a whole, but ultimately that's what you actually need to be the best, right? And this is a ROCK side that, you know, especially within the last sort of 12 months, maybe not so much 18 months ago, but the last 12 months, have actually had aspirations of being considered like a top 5, top 6 team in the world. That's kind of like where the aim was at, right? And they were kind of getting close, but now they're in a bit of a weird spot. So again, yeah, you know, see the series off, do it in a somewhat clean fashion as a 2-0, and then, you know, you spend the next, what, 3 to 4 months before the West League starts again of like really cleaning this up. First and foremost, you shouldn't be dropping towards Gaming Gladiators. I mean, that's where they've really got to kind of like hunker down, right? You've got to look towards Stray as a coach and saying, right, this was scrappy, a little sloppy, maybe even as well, let's be frank, maybe they took it a little bit too easy as well. Because sometimes we were covering the West League and thinking, like, these guys are coasted a little bit, and they can afford to do so, but your domestic practice is where you need to iron out all the issues in your side before you then head internationally. And it kind of felt at times in the West League that it wasn't the case.
I do have to say, you know, it's obviously a little bit more of a positive sign for ROCK coming in and at least looking like they're going to be competitive in this series. You know, they're not just completely
checked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I was worried they were. You know, even when we saw them when they got introduced, it was like, you know, they're leaning back and they're kind of like, you know, just sort of like, hey, you know, we're here, whatever. Where, you know, on the flip side, you know, VP look locked in, but it feels the other way in the server. VP very much not a side that are looking locked in at the moment. So I don't know really what to expect for VP coming forward. I felt the calling was really flat for them as well. So it's a tough predicament where we're at. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling super confident about this Virtus.pro side, but I can see them now just setting up over to my left, getting behind. But this is going to be a bit of a tough one for me. I feel like if they don't get at least 2 out of the first 3 rounds, I think we might all be in the beginning of the end.
I agree. I mean, it's a big question mark, obviously, how this map is going to start for VP. That'll tell us a lot as to what their level's going to look like. And I mean, I guess, again, the same thing obviously has to be said for Rock. I really don't know what to make of them on this map.
Yeah, I'm worried. I am actually really quite concerned as well. And even just looking at the kind of the walkout when VP came out just behind us just then, I kind of kept an eye on it. It's like heads down. They look a little forlorn. It's not a good sign, right? This is where you kind of start to get checked out. Where we saw towards the end for Rock, they were pretty hyped, right? I think it feels nice to a bit of a sigh of relief. Like finally, we've done something at this tournament, right? And now let's again see it off on a high note. Let's go out on a positive. Let's go into a position where we can set ourselves up for this Christmas break. And actually, first and foremost, I think take a little bit of a break. They play a lot of CrossFire throughout the season, a lot of traveling in these tournaments. And hey, don't get me wrong, having come from the UK and they're coming from Egypt, like it's a pretty mean flight out towards China. It's a good, in total, I think to get to Chengdu about 24 hours for me in total with layovers and whatnot. And it's probably about the same for them, maybe a little bit less. So, it's a long thing to kind of get out here, get yourself prepped, and then of course have to fly home as well. So rest up, but then it's about locking back in towards the next year and actually using this best of 3 as kind of that motivation, right? Right, we lost one and that cost us our playoff spot, but we got the one that matters to follow it, the only other one that we could get, right? So at least we can take that away from it and move in towards 2026.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what, Nao, obviously taking a little bit of time to get back underway with the next map here.
Rock not even out yet.
It would be good if we could take a break. I need to take a little bit of a run here, so I'm not sure if that's going to be possible on the production side, but I'll throw this one to a quick break, and we'll be back with map 2 in just a sec.
Behind me, so I'm going to solo man this for a little bit. You get just a bit of a Naokai one-man desking action here. We're waiting for Rock and VP to get the show on the road. Rock taking a hot minute to actually get out onto the stage, so we wait for now. But it's a position where, again, like we were saying, for this VP side, I don't really know what to expect for them. I think they already feel probably like a little bit checked out. I think it was a bit of a dejection at the tail end of that map. They really didn't look or feel all too good, if we're being frank. And they're in a position now where I don't really know what the look is for them. We're looking at a VP team who have actually not offered up really a lot all year long, right? We're talking about where EWC was underwhelming, didn't get a single win there, completely lost all the way through, didn't get a map as well. And then to follow that, we're then talking about where at this grand finals, it actually could be the same thing, right? They could go into kind of 2 back-to-back international tournaments without getting a single map under their belt. It's not really a good spot to be in for Virtus.pro, and they're in a bit of a weird predicament, I think, just domestically anyway, where it's for this side, it's they're struggling to actually really even compete with some of those top teams around them. I say top teams in a loose mind. Got Twisted Minds who, of course, have kind of claimed that top spot domestically. I think that's maybe even a little bit loose. But then you got Falcons who at one point, 18 months ago, they're the #1 team in the world. Summer Championships on domestic soil, looking very, very solid. And then since then, I've looked incredibly weak. And that's prime opportunity to start claiming a bit of a stake here. And it's just not something they've really been able to do, right? So an interesting predicament, I think, for VP, where it's like we're actually getting to a point of being kind of uncompetitive domestically, and then also very uncompetitive internationally. But there's star names here. We're talking about Humio, who is probably one of the biggest considerations when Falcons are at the top of who's actually going to come in and take a spot there, and who potentially could be in a position to claim a bit of a stake of a spot in, arguably at the time, the top team in Vietnam, and also on top of that as well, one of the top teams in the world. It's not really a spot to be in, but it looks like this game is about to get underway into our second map in hopefully just a moment. It's New Mexico coming up next. I don't know what to expect out of this one, to be honest. It's not a map that either of these sides really play all too often, so it could be a little bit rogue and a little bit wonderful. For Rock, very few times do we get to rep this map, really, in the West League. For VP, they've got a little bit more reps under their belt, but even still, it's a rogue one. And internationally, neither of these sides have actually had a chance to play it at all in the last 18 months. The last 3 major tournaments, neither of these sides have played this map on stage. So, really, it could be quite rogue. And the only thing I can really expect here, in a loose term, is that for this Virtus.pro team, for this Rock team, may I say, who've picked in towards this map, that this was actually a pocket pick for them for maybe potentially even the playoffs later down the line, and they weren't given that luxury. We're going to go underway in towards map 2. Underway. It is map number 2 here. It is New Mexico. I don't really know what to expect out of this one. It's a rogue pick, don't get me wrong. The only thing we kind of spoke about this a little bit in the test. I think this is a pocket pick for ROCK for later in the tournament, maybe trying to catch some of the big names off guard. But of course, with their loss to kickstart the day, I feel like, put them in a spot where it's like, well, we may as well use it. We've done all this prep for it, so why not?
Yeah, let's find out and see what things look like here as VP get underway on this GR side. Straight out into that B bomb site is ROCK attempting to make their way forward, and Tom easily dealt with by Snare. It's already not a bad start there for ROCK. Could have gone a little bit better, obviously, if Slayer would clean up that alley fight, but at the end of the day, you're getting the plant down, you're getting in there 4-on-4, and you've still got Totson just sort of floating around middle here, causing a real issue, buying a lot of time. VP not feeling too good about things at the moment. Flash over the top, they're going to start to set themselves for this retake. But it's a good post plant for ROCK, who are feeling pretty happy about the proceedings thus far. Snare with the opportunity and capitalizing on it. Easy does it. ROCK with a good start.
Yeah, I really do wonder actually where for ROCK, if this is one of these kind of slightly sad occasions where it's like we've done so much work to really bring New Mexico in towards the pool. We've not played domestically at all. We've done all this prep and all these scrims and all the rest. And then because you can't go towards the playoffs, it is like, oh, we may as well use it here. And we'll get a good look in. If this map ends up being really clean for them, it will be, it'll be sick to see, but also kind of in a way, kind of unfortunate. What could that have done actually against some of the best teams in the world? Because it never really gets first wave banned. Most teams just sort of agree to second wave ban it. Would this be one of those occasions where it's against the likes of kind of a BaiSha or an All Gamers or an EP, later down the line, of we had this as a bit of a pocket pick? We didn't cover ROCK in their first game, so I'm actually wondering whether New Mexico was actually banned out in the first wave, and if it was, then that's unfortunate, because actually maybe could have given them a bit of a leg up in that series.
Yep. Another opening kill here for ROCK. VP don't really seem like they're too confident about making aggressive moves on this map, so just taking things slow in terms of the initial setup. It's not really helping them all that much. ROCK are happy to play this game. They've done it before. They do it all the time back home in CFWL.
Ominous noise, that, isn't it? When you're hovering towards the water.
Door opening.
Yeah. This is the only issue with New Mexico. The map in itself has some kind of cool gimmicks about it. Oh, that was nearly very ugly by Snare. Nevis has a chance for 2, but only going to get 1 before he's quickly traded. They're just sticking together as a pack. LDX, one of his own, quick trade that'll come back in, keeping the numbers in favor of ROCK. And yeah, there's not really a lot that Tom can do here, to be perfectly honest. Nice shot, though, as he reacts on towards Slayer, puts himself into a 1 versus 2, and Snare is 1 foot in the grave, but C4 down.
Tom was pretty good on the first map, I have to give him that, but circumstances like this, not so much. It was normally the opening kills that would go his way. A missed shot onto Totson is unfortunate. That was his angle back into this round, and unfortunately now Snare on the off angle is probably going to be a little bit too much for Tom, even if he does get the better of Totson here, who's trying to buy as much time as possible. And there we go, easy does it.
Good thing just to close off rounds like that. Put yourself in a spot as well, where I think you can just continue chipping away build yourself up into a nice lead. Especially in this first half as well, you really need to for ROCK. I think you actually need to be guaranteeing, at the very least, sort of 5 rounds. Put real pressure on. Doesn't start well though. JRK gets proactive and gets a kill.
This is the first time VP have found the opening kill. ODX actually going to capitalize on that huge spray down. All right, that one didn't work out for ROCK. We'll put that one back in the strat book and maybe keep it there for a while.
I think, again, I like this from VP. You know, for them, you know, we saw that first kind of map, and it was just, again, super uninspiring that first half. I do just want to see them back themselves in the fights. Like, they have aimers. Like, they have these guys who are mechanically super sharp. You look at people like Humeo, for example, I think is a fantastic kind of guy who individually can get going. Tom, that second half was really, really clean in itself. And I just want to see these guys just have a bit of confidence, right? You're already at a point where you've got nothing to lose. That was the case before the series even began. So, test yourself. And a round like that, the one prior, is a bit better. It's like, you know, I'm actually going to get into a fight here and prove that I've got a little bit of something about me.
A different approach here from ROCK. A little bit more of a probe toward middle, but still kind of taking it slow. That B site is so open right now. It surprises me that ROCK haven't gone there again. It worked so well in the opening round. JRK dealt with on the entry by Horos, who is traded back down, but he was low HP, so not a massive loss there necessarily for ROCK. Starting to sort of put some holes in the defense. Happy with that. ODX. Oh, just catches Snare off guard, but he's not able to find that kill, and Snare punishes him for that continued aggression. I say on an individual level as well, it kind of feels like ROCK have just got VP's number a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like as well they're in a thing where I don't even really feel like ROCK are doing anything too audacious in terms of what they're bringing to the table, kind of the call in the strat wise at the moment, because they don't really have to. They are given this opportunity to really kind of coast at like 75%. Look at the numbers. Still, of course, you know, not unwinnable for VP. Snare is all but dead, basically, and Slayer's not exactly super healthy.
This is the approach that worked so well for ROCK in the opening round. Now they've got a player advantage. Not a lot of time to work with. Humeo could be a big difference maker here with 10 seconds left on the clock. There's some spam coming through. C4 needs to be planted. VP don't look like they're going to be able to deny it. The smoke up is causing enough of a ruckus, but it will allow them to get close in for the retake. Already Tom pushing so far forward in that alley position, and Snake was not prepared for it. Snare's low, but he's hitting everything at the moment. Nevis down. He's aware that Tom is somewhere out on the site. Defuse is being ticked. Snare's not quite cancelled it, but in the end, yeah, the plant was a little bit too safe, and so Snare couldn't really do anything from his perch.
Yeah, like we said, that was a round that is kind of fundamentally winnable just because especially of the HP, the damage that had been dealt initially already to that ROCK side. So for VP, lots to be taken there for sure. This game gets tied all square. They're going to pop flash in, it looks like. Core's going to send them around that corner. I think maybe potentially off contact, but this could be a bit of a bloodbath in towards water. Tom's here. He sees the water moving. He knows. But that's a fine angle he's got to hit there.
I think Snare's aware of what he's doing there as well. You know, he's kind of trying to play with Tom, bait the shot out, then get himself set up on the line. It's not going to...
Have to be careful of that box now as well, because for all they know, he's stuck behind it.
Yeah, very safe approach again for ROCK. Here comes the push, the aggression from Tom, and Humeo is going to walk right into the setup of Snare. That's what he was waiting for. Claims another advantage for ROCK.
Tom on the smoke. He's got smoke to his left, smoke in front. You don't really need to move from here. When you can play up towards forklift, it's such a strong angle just to isolate fights from. You can kind of keep dancing around it. Nevis, you've got to do better there, though. couple of fights. I felt that they were free for the taking, but they won't. And now they can really start wrapping through in towards this B site. LDX goes for the swing. That's bold as well. He has no one there for support. And a 2 versus 5 that feels next to impossible to lose now. Tom going to move. He can be caught in the back, but he does well to get one as the reaction time on towards Slayer. A 2 versus 3. Hasn't that C4's down, but still, this is a difficult retake.
Yeah, it is. Maybe not even really in position to go for that retake just yet either. You can see Tom's still got a big rotate to make. Snare, again, solid shot into JRK, and Tom's now been spotted out as well. He's got multiple players looking at him. It's a firing squad. It's a good round for ROCK. And ROCK typically do very well when Snare is performing. They're putting together some nice rounds here on the BL side of New Mexico. Their map pick. 109 ADR, 9 and 2 Snare.
Yeah, not a bad
on
start.
a masterclass.
We just need consistency out from him as well. If you can get that across the map, you put yourself in a really decent spot. And of course, you know, to try and limit as well the impact of Tom. Tom started really warming up towards the second half. He started to really find his form. And if he is going to continue to be quite difficult to deal with, then yeah, you need to have somebody on the flip side who can keep him at bay, and that's what we're getting out from Snare. So it puts a lot of pressure on Tom to perform now in towards this map. If Snare's starting to be lights out, he's got to counter him. So Star Smoke going to come over in towards front mid to replenish that one. It's a pretty standard setup of how you play New Mexico in all fairness. You keep smoking that front side. Aim for the close cubby. No one's there though.
They're going to be given mid for free, which has typically been the case. You're not really seeing VP play this mid hold all that much. I mean, it's a much more complex map than Mexico, where you really did just have to hold mid as the GR side and continually re-smoke it. There's a lot more going on now, so it's causing a bit more havoc for VP. Humair's on his way back over to B, but already ROCK are in. Just not in cleanly, and you've got multiple members. It's a big crossfire on the site right now. It's somewhat being dealt with by ROCK, but eventually they seem to be brought to heel.
Snare, Tom, kills a piece. Slayer, so unbelievably low. He might even try and pick up a sniper if he can, to be honest. This round feels like a lot of it's lying on the shoulders of Totson.
Yep, needs this duel.
Do well, and he can't. So we're all on now. This of Slayer, he's so low. He just cannot afford to put a foot wrong. Avoids the flash, but he walks straight to his demise. Unfortunately, that was basically make or break off that Totson swing. If he wins that fight, I think they win the round, because they've got such a detailed kind of post bomb there where they're so split across the map.
Another retake on that B site for VP. That's starting to become a bit more of a recurring trend. In the 2-on-2s, they seem to be relatively comfortable, but the rest of the rounds are causing a few problems. 3 on BL side, though, for ROCK is not too bad just yet. Of course, they'll be looking for some more, especially with the performance of Snare so far. Here is a bit more of a forward holdout from VP. Looking for some mid-control. But ROCK don't seem to be too interested in that, and they make the right call, head towards the B-bomb site here. If they just walk their way in, they are going to get that site for free. I may have spoken too soon, as VP on their rotate are now going to have 3 or 4 members here to defend. So this will get a little bit more difficult for ROCK. JRK in a cheeky position here as well. I don't think this goes well for ROCK at all. Tom's got himself 3 out of nowhere.
As you do. A clinic, a shutdown there by VP. This is a really interesting kind of New Mexico so far. VP in towards the lead, but it really has felt so scrappy. Neither side looking super comfortable on it. And again, maybe begs the question of the pick in itself. Why have we actually gone in towards this map for ROCK? If this was a pocket pick that was meant to be saved for later in towards the tournament, it doesn't feel like it right now.
Well, you got to remember that this was traditionally a very GR-sided map. Not sure how that necessarily plays internationally, and with New Mexico. But yeah, it's not a super convincing scoreline so far for Rock. Totson, lucky to be alive.
How's he got out?
Get out of there. Only just. LDX set up here to watch the sewer push, and again, Snare provides another entry for Rock. And with the amount of openers that they've had, you'd think they would have converted on a few more of these rounds. This is another opportunity to do so, to grab themselves a fourth.
Yeah, smoke over. Horus, he's holding, shoulder spotted, but that's all enough to find Nevis. Jericho going to get one back on towards Totson. Important kill to find. This is a little messy. It's very much in this back and forth. And it's down to 2 for VP. I'm not going to really count them out just yet, though. VP have been able to recover rounds quite well. You know, you just brought it up. A lot of the opening kills have been going the way of Rock, and they're still not winning the rounds.
Well, surely this one, a 4v2, can't be winnable for VP. That might be the nail in the coffin for Rock if they would lose this round. Certainly going to be a big confidence builder for VP, but Tom, 10-3, still in the play. Could be the one that we now turn our eyes to, because JRK is down. A 1v4 for Tom. If anyone's going to do it on VP, it will be him, but rushed at by multiple members. It's too much to handle. So 4-4 will be the score. We will proceed into the final round of the half.
If Rock can get a 5th here, I think they can be still quite happy with this. Big thing is that for VP, they've still remained quite competitive. I wasn't really too sure what to expect, but like I said, this is a map in which has been played domestically for them. Rock, really not as much. It's so rare that you see this map brought in towards the west. Neither of these sides playing internationally either, so they haven't got the true reps. You're all well and good getting your scrims and your pracs, but officials is where you can really bunker down and learn. JLK, and put around that corner. Double nade going in towards the backside of those bricks, but he'd already made the move to get out of there. Now he can reclaim that space, in all fairness. Might have single-handedly kept them at bay here. They don't really seem too confident to fight him.
Three players set up here for Rock. I think they're going to take this fight. Oh, they're going to wait for JRK. Maybe he's going to swing into both of them. Somehow gets away with that. That is poor from Rock. Just missing their shots. This would be a 5th for VP. Good start to the round, that's for sure. Horus a dead man, as he's not aware that JRK is still hanging around. Slayer and Totson trying to do what they can in this round to be the difference makers, but just too much work elsewhere on the map from VP so far. Still a bit of time in the round though, 55 seconds, and looks like Slayer's kind of slipped the net. He's in behind Humeo. Oh, the aim duel's not quite going to go cleanly enough, and Humeo will hold on for now.
I don't really know how you win this one, to be honest. Totson 1v3. He does some decent moments for this side, but he's not really been lights out in this tournament. He's somebody who felt like he kind of generally levels up a little bit on LAN, but I just haven't felt it as much in this tournament. But yeah, that's been the kind of the case for Rock as a whole at the half. A slim and a slight lead for VP, but actually one they'd be pretty happy with, in all fairness. It's kind of surprising to even sort of see them there, right? It didn't start super well, but they recovered quite well. They now got a bit of breathing room before heading in towards that second. It's all doom and gloom for Rock just yet, but there's definitely got to be a little bit of worry as we head in towards this second half. The win prediction slightly in favor of VP at 52% to the 48 of Rock. Let's see how right they are. At least for now, I can kind of understand it.
Horus looking to work his way down into sewer. He's got Snare there with him. So far, no real aggressive move from Rock, but they're on their way forward now to try and take that map control. LDX has backed away. Horus has spotted him. It's a lot of map control here for Rock, and oh, looks like Horus wants to stick around for this fight. So it's a nice territory for Rock to hold on to at the moment.
Okay. Snap. Hold him from forklift. It's such a strong angle. You say posted here. Especially if you're not smoked off this angle too, you can get away with so much. So he's just waiting. He spotted the gun barrel earlier of Humeo, but he's now dipped away. Going straight towards the shotgun. Uh-oh, this could be messy. This could be very messy. He's jumping on top of his head. He Goomba stomps him, but JRK walks away with the kill. That was a bit of a wild one. They get pressured by the pistol. JRK gets a second. Uh-oh. It's now Rock over facing, over fighting, and all falling to make matters worse. Missed shot by Snare will seal the deal as VP extend the lead to 2. Uh-oh, now this starts to get very dicey indeed.
Yeah, raises some question marks around the pick for Rock, that's for sure. I mean, it's especially concerning you're down 6-4 with Snare being 13 and 6.
Yeah.
Right? Where's Snake? Where's Slayer? Those two were kind of the standouts on map 1, but really struggling here on map 2. It's a very different style from Rock being played here on the GR side as well to what we saw from VP. They're a little bit more of a forward-holding team. Early days, obviously, in this half, but Rock don't have a lot of time to waste. Better from Totson.
Yeah, much better.
He's going to look for some more here as well. He's got the backup at the very least. That's fine. You can continue to take that fight if Horus is there to trade.
He tags him twice. He's actually unfortunate not to get away with a third there. I like it. The aggressiveness from Rock, right? It's kind of just let's actually get ourselves in towards the fight stage. Yeah, okay, going to drop down. Recovering the C4 is difficult. A couple of bodies here already, and they can just keep replenishing utility and Snake's up close with the shotgun. Why not?
Yeah, C4 is probably the objective at the moment the VP are thinking the most about. They have got it. I'm kind of surprised in a way that Rock actually let them have that so easily.
True. It feels quite easy to hold as well. You could have held that at range.
Mm.
Well, what to do? Snare. Posted at range. Should be fine. What a bad time to unscope for him. That's rough, and it'll cost Horus his life. And Senna needs to be careful himself. Pop shot taken, missed, and now at a 2 versus 3. They're going to get a plant out of this.
Yeah, Slayer's going to take a risk. I mean, it's worked out, but that's really scary. If Slayer goes down there, we're back to a 2-on-2 for the retake. He's still swinging for this fight. Trying to waste a bit of JRK's time to allow that transition to come through for those remaining 2 members of Rock. They are set up well to defend the B site. He goes A through the back alleys. It could be problematic for Rock, but it won't be the case. And so it's another one there for Rock.
I think for Rock as well, it's still quite scrappy. It's not exactly one of those rounds where, yes, it's great they won it, but it's just not one of those where you look back and say, like, that's replicable. That's normally how you like to fathom ways to really scale up in towards games. It's about kind of being able to rinse and repeat, replicate rounds and saying, right, we won this because we did this and we did this consistently and followed it up. But don't really get that in that round. It's very scrappy, very much based down to the individuals winning their 50-50s. So we'll see. Still, 1-round game. They can tie it up. Pressure put back on towards the shoulders of VP. And again, holding up close. They love this shotgun here. And to be honest, I can kind of understand it. It's next to impossible to clear off the angle properly.
Oh, Snare with another opener into Suwa. And an important man to take down with Tom being the one to drop. This is starting to turn around a little bit for Rock. Horus grabs himself one as well. We are slowly but surely starting to see this GR side come together for Rock. We've also gone for the double sniper setup this time around. Slayer's keen to have a crack with it. Hasn't really been having too much of an impact with the rifle, so I can understand that adaptation on Rock's behalf. VP looking a little bit lost in this round. They've lost 2 players and they're not too sure what to do, so just going to send Nevis forward, see if he can work anything.
Yeah, the issue is really for VP is they just have absolutely no understanding about what Rock are actually doing in terms of setup. They don't have loads of time either. 45 seconds, guys. Got to make a move. feel like somebody's just got to make a call here, right? Let's just hit this site. Let's hit it as a 3. They're hoping for an overextension, but let's be frank, guys. When would ROCK ever give you a free fight like this? Slayer. At range with that TRG. Snare would have done as well when he might just get a fight in a second. He misses the shot. Second time of asking, same result. Ooh, he does get one in the end, but you don't expect a little bit to be a little bit cleaner out from Snare. Thankfully, Slayer there for one of his own as well. Down goes Nevis, and it's all on the shoulders of JRK. No C4, no time, no chance in hell. You can take your consolation kills. They won't make a damn difference. ROCK tied this game up 6 apiece as we head towards a timeout.
Yeah. Virtus.pro timeout. So they're going to try and find something that can propel this through to a map 3 in the next minute and a half. That's the conversation that they're going to be having. Trying to find a way to dig deep on this BL side. But from this position, 6-6 scoreline, ROCK on GR side, it is their map pick. I have to say, it is ROCK's map to lose.
It is, big time. I think it's ROCK's map to lose just in the sense of that they picked into this. Like, it's just not a map that they've repped internationally, right? So they've inherently taken that risk. Let's see, there's a lot being said here by Stray.
Yeah.
He looked quiet.
Animated.
Yeah, animated, emotive. Yeah, so I do wonder actually what he was saying, to be fair, because kind of an interesting spot where you look towards this side now, and it's a couple of rounds in a row, things feel okay. I mean, these last 2 rounds are actually quite comfortable, and it was kind of come back to a point I brought up earlier, where it's like the thing I always bring up when you're starting to streak is, are these rounds replicable? Those 2 are easy fights. VP just looking quite flat. He just wants to make sure. You'd love to close this in 2 just to really give yourself kind of that big confidence before.
Well, time's up. Let's see what is going to be made of it here for VP in particular. I think if they could maybe find a way to reactivate Tom. He was great in that first half. He was 10-3, but in the second half, he's really slowed down. And, I mean, Snare certainly has not. 17-7, he's found another opening kill. Todson will be traded back. We are still in the 4-on-4. But VP have really got to find a way to stop these opening kills from coming through. They're going to do that by just playing with pace. And they're straight into the A site. They do overrun Snake. Snare can't do too much about it through this angle. And yeah, ends up giving up his life to Nevis with a little bit of a risk, but he wanted to take it. Round is well and truly done and dusted. That's a good one for VP. Nice timeout. It has worked out.
Yeah, it's a great round. It's a really quite sloppy one, to be honest, from ROCK. Just a lot of mistakes there. The calling felt very loose, very flat. Even, arguably very unnecessary to a degree. VP take back the lead. Felt like we would have came in towards this map and made light work of it and put ourselves in that position of a 2-0, but ROCK are still having these struggles.
Oh, push comes to shove. ROCK need to find a way to lock in here. Again, kind of persisting with this forward hold style. Horus set up in middle. CrossFire established with him and Todson. Snare has lost a duel to Tom. It had to happen eventually. They've gone straight past Horus. They don't know that he's there. Spam coming through now. The dust settles. 4-on-4 again. VP will slow it down. But they will have an isolated fight on Horus here. He needs some assistance and he needs it pretty quick. Snake's going to smoke off. That will help. Todson's now there to try to capitalize in on this engagement as well. He's doing well in this round. Horus cleaning one more up. Slayer overwhelmed. Behind Horus is LDX, but he turns around, gets the info just in time, holds on to the round for the moment. 3-on-2 with Tom low. This is a ROCK favored round. Unless Snake gives up that advantage, I'd much rather see him do this. Get back into the A site. He's 2-8. Don't need to be taking any risks right now when you're up a player.
Opton's a stake with a pistol as well. Tom is so low, though. I can kind of understand it. Also confirmed damage on towards Tom, too. He's gone back out again. Here it is. The shotgun back into play on the stairs. That's how Snake's playing around with it. And it's Nevis down to 1 versus 3. It's still not an impossible 1 versus 3, but he's already tagged. He's so low, and whether it was the gun or the HE, he was dead to right regardless. Totson sees it off, and ROCK finding another round, and it's better.
Yeah, but it's only an equalizing round. You
Exactly.
know, it's still not enough to really say they're in a strong position to close this map out. The rounds that ROCK are winning on this map, I'm really appreciating. They look good, you know, but there's some rounds where VP just kind of like throw caution to the wind and run them down, and that works out perfectly. Maybe not the case this time around. ROCK are winning every duel that they're getting. And that is a confidence builder for ROCK. Perfect time to get a round like that. 8-7 in the blink of an eye. 2 on the trot for ROCK, and pressure is back on VP.
And the worst possible thing as well is that for VP, they've lost a bit of control of the game, of the momentum, so they're right, let's call a quick round to fly into the fight. And what actually happened is you've called a quick round, you tried to fly towards the fight, and you've been massacred. That makes your confidence actually slip even further. ROCK in a great spot, an opener for Slayer, but a quick trade and actually a double down. Uh-oh. Numbers taken by VP here. Horus needs to be very careful indeed as he holds behind this smoke. It's Nevis on the other side. He actually really needs to win this fight, and cleanly Horus. He's around the corner. He doesn't clear it properly. Nevis going to get the kill. He does take a tag, but gets it nonetheless. Snake answers back, but he can't make it 2. And down goes Totson again. A response from VP. ROCK just can't find the consistency in rounds required.
Yeah. Well, shoes on the other foot once again. 8-8. Man, and you just see that scoreline from Snake, 4 and 9, and think if he was just delivering a little bit more, this might have been a clean one for ROCK. Now they have to dig deep and find a way to work their way through. They're going to change it up significantly. They've gone for the sewer push. It might be the scissors paper rock that works out for VP because they've gone quick toward A, and if Snare falls here, it is danger territory. Somehow he's still alive. I don't know how they haven't cleared him out. Well, have they just forgotten Snare exists? 2 on 1. Somehow ROCK get through this with an advantage. That is absolutely criminal. C4 retrieved here by Nevis. They don't know where he's gone, but Slayer spots him out. 9 for ROCK, and they have series point, but that did not look clean at all. I don't know what that was.
How did they just forget about him? Slayer just stays tucked in the corner. It's such a weird round. But credit where it's due. And you can win what's in front of you. Map and series point ROCK now, and VP, last chance for Ross. You stay alive in the map and the series in this tournament. I mean, they're already dead in the tournament, as are ROCK, but you at least like to go out with a high or something under your belt, but you don't want it actually to be now an entire year with 0 maps won internationally. That's actually what is on the brink here, the story for VP.
Well, they could join Inner Circle.
Damn.
It's not a club that you want to be in.
Yeah, no, it's an exclusive club. It's not a good exclusive club.
At least there's some company, you know.
Yeah. Some friends in that sad place.
Yeah, tag timeout for ROCK. It's an interesting time for one.
It really is, because momentum actually feels kind of good.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't know what there is really to talk about in the sense of, like, for ROCK, it's like, if you're straight, I kind of feel like you're saying, like, let's just keep this up. Like, we actually, in the second half, we've actually looked a lot better, and it feels like we've got a decent read on them. Let's actually just keep this ticking over for us. For the most part, anyway. So, I think maybe just ironing out a few things, or maybe a bit of an understanding of what VP are throwing at them. We'll see how this pans out. One thing that's been going quite well for ROCK has been the opening kills in these rounds, but able to kind of chain a few multis together. So, we're on the way. We're going aggro here as well. There's an opening kill once again, this time at the hands of Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of play we saw ROCK go for in the last round. It didn't really get exposed because the fast push from VP back towards A, so they've just decided we're going to go for it again, and it's worked out.
This could be curtains.
Could be.
Even just one more kill, if you can get towards a 5 versus 3. VP are in serious trouble.
Yeah, what a crazy fall from grace for VP, the core of this roster.
It's true.
A top 4 team 2 years ago in Chengdu. Humeo on that lineup, back with Ice Cube. Snake Down, he's been really having a rough map, but
C4.
He's being dragged, kicking and screaming through by the rest of the lads. It's a good one, as you mentioned, from Slayer. That C4 will need to be retrieved, and he is more than happy to post himself on that line and just continue to hold. Almost eventually going to pick it up. Back into the 3-on-3 now as Totson will fall, and Rock just, I mean, they're continuing to aggress, and they have just been picked apart by Nevis. That is not good at all.
Why?
Seems like we might be heading into OT now. Horus cannot do enough. 9-9, and VP hold on.
I just don't get why. Like, why have we actually gone for a fight there? It doesn't actually make that much sense. It's so unnecessary. The time is already starting to become a bit of your ally. And on top of it, too, you're in a numbers advantage. It doesn't feel like there is a need to move there. If there's any execute that comes through, you've actually still got a really decent chance. Wild move. So unnecessary and such a momentum killer more than anything.
Yeah, just too eager to close the map out, I think, there, Rock. Now they'll move back over onto the BL side, where I reckon they would feel like they could probably get a little bit more done than what they did.
Yeah. What's the move?
It's a good question. Looks like 8. So, 4-man walk-up alley. JRK waiting to receive it. He does a lot of damage to Totson, but will be run down by Horus. Rock have been getting a lot of value with these kinds of plays, where they just send sort of 3 or 4 players on one part of the map and isolate a duel. Snare continues to impress. 22 and 12.
Yeah. This is the Snare that we know and love. We actually, the Snare that we haven't really seen this tournament. Nevis. He's just looking for information. There's not really a lot to get, but the time is ticking. 50 seconds. Got to make a move. C4 is far from committed either, but it does look like they're leaning towards 4 players in this direction and a 5th of Slayer looking to join them in just a second.
Yeah, he's trying to do a bit of chip damage there with the util in toward the A site, clear out the close box's position. They're just actually going to move into Ali. He'll be able to take a fight against Totson isolated, and this is a problematic position for Rock. They just disregard him, go straight past him. It's not a bad spot to play for the retake, but with a 3-on-4, the disadvantage for VP is going to make for a difficult one. Off angle for Snare. Catches Tom. So now down to just the 2 rifles, Humeo and Nevis. Trying to get it done here. You imagine it'll be a little bit too much to ask. Nevis, he got himself into that decent post-plant spot, but just didn't really get any value out of it, unfortunately. So another round on the board there for Rock. They would have loved that in the previous round to close this one out 10-8, but going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way here in the OT.
Yeah.
That's a better way to start.
Take a look at this baffling decision. Is that probably the way to put it from Rock? I just don't know why you make the move when they did, but now they're making a move here. They're walking straight in towards, well, Trade Central, but Trade's, I want to say, benefiting that of Rock, but only briefly.
If they go B quick, they've actually got a really nice quick plant, but it just doesn't seem like that's ever really the play style for Rock or in general CrossFire teams. You know, they will actually end up picking the pace up. It seems like they've got the read.
Yeah.
But again, could have done it a little bit quicker, you know, could have just accelerated straight in. This has given a bit more time for VP to send LDX on that expedition into BL Spawn. So he's a little further on the rotate already. Time's not going to tick away too much. Oh, interesting angle here for Slayer. Doesn't want to commit to it. Hasn't actually spotted LDX there, by the way. These 2 1v1s need to be won by Rock, and there's gone one either way. But Slayer is low, and Humeo will hit the headshot on the way through. So VP hold on to another round.
That's not a bad effort. That's a little bit more than Humeo we know and love. This game's so back and forth on New Mexico. But it still remains the case as well of the overarching question, I think, a little bit of, in a way, like, why have we actually picked into this still? for Rock. It's not a map that looks like it is like one of those super clean pocket picks. VP, credit to them, they're still just keeping a grasp on Rock. I mean, it feels like they're playing catch-up more than anything, but again, another opening kill that comes through. Tom going to respond with one. Looks for a second as well. He might just get a bit of damage dealt, not the kills.
It's good spacing, though, from Rock. They've got to trade effectively. 2 for 1. Could have obviously been cleaner had Slayer hit his shot. It would have been 2 for 0, but you'll take it. Now it's just about putting the rest of the puzzle together here. And if Rock can walk away with a 2-1 lead out of the first half of OT here, then that will be an improvement from what we saw in regulation where they were down 4 on 5. So I think they'll take that and they'll feel confident about closing it out on the GR side. But never say never here at this point for VP, who have really been quite stoic in this map, trying to hang in there.
They're just holding 2 different angles, and the issue with that is always you can be dragged out of position. Oh, he should have really got the kill. Look how much damage has been dealt to Rocket. They've got a 2 versus 4, made that a 1 versus 4, but it's still not completely impossible in the sense of how low they were, but it's seen off in the end. Rock respond, and they do it well.
Swap at the halftime here. GR side was more favorable for Rock, so they're in a good position to close it out. Do wonder, though, how easy it will be if Snare slows down.
It's true.
So far, not showing any signs of that. He's up to 24 and 14.
Well, like, if he wasn't present in this game, I don't actually see them winning this map.
We'd be in map 3
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. It's been a lot more holistic from VP. Nevis, any damage on towards him. 1 round buffer for Rock. Tap through. Slayer needs to be careful, but he'll just tuck his head away.
It's a good fall from Snake as well, recognizing the danger that is headed in his direction. He's going to be able to play this one back with his teammates. Does have that auto shotty in hand, I think. Yeah, he does. Trying to play up close and personal, and LDX falls right into the trap.
He's done it all game. They've got to learn.
Yeah. Can't be taking that fight. Snare again delivering up to 25 kills for the map now. And this is looking better and better for Rock as they just dispatch of the offensive coming through from VP. A very individualistic kind of round from VP, wasn't it? You know, got one guy peeking on his own, then another guy peeking on his own, and then a third guy peeking on his own. And that's not going to work against Rock. So this should be 12 on the board, and again, another chance at the series point for Rock.
Humet looks a little checked out here, doesn't he? He looks a little tilted. Normally a guy who's quite smiley in his approach and whatnot, but it's just obviously not gone to plan for the team. And for him individually, he's actually not looked at the level that we're used to. Tom going to force all on the shoulders of this man. Doesn't really get given the luxury of the plant either. Does have the C4 on his back, but it's a 1 versus 5. Next to impossible to win. And he's seen off by Horus on the side. A flawless round for Rock as they inch closer, 12 to 10.
I love that Stray still seems like he's a bit anxious, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't blame him, though, in
Still
Rock,
something to improve in that round, apparently. But 2 bites of the cherry here for Rock. We'll see if they, again, look to go aggressive to try to finish it off. And it seems as though that is going to be the case. And this time, it works out the way that it was supposed to. Tom knows he's given up. He doesn't even want to be here anymore. He's like, guys, why have you left me in this position? I can't do it. It's a 1v4, and he'd be right. That marks the end of a very disappointing year for Virtus.pro, but at the very least for Rock, they can walk away with an international win to close out their 2025.
And with that, we do have, of course, XROCK Esports taking the victory from CFWL, coming in and getting the win on New Mexico, the second map, taking the 2-0 tonight. Was a little bit dicey here on New Mexico, but as you guys were talking about, once they were able to get over to the GR side here in extra rounds, they were able to close it out looking very comfortable there. Virtus.pro, they weren't feeling very happy. A lot of their players did not look very pleased with the way things were going, and we talked a little bit about, what this match means to the players. You could tell that, they really wanted to win that one and come back and make something for themselves, but instead they're just going to get 0-2'd as XROCK Esports, Snare is going to end up being the match's MVP.
Yeah, what a performance, I mean. That's vintage Snare, right? This is the performance out of Snare that has kind of made this side as good as they are. When we look towards the last 18 months, when we've seen the best of the best and the highs out from XROCK, a lot of it's come down to those performances from Snare, and that's a lot more like it, right? It's so unbelievably solid. I think there's still definitely things you can take away from it. It was maybe even better the way that Map 1 was won compared to Map 2, in the sense it was more holistic, right? Everybody getting into the motion, but just having a guy as strong as Snare who can step up and give you 20 kills a map, like, that is an unbelievable thing to get. I mean, and as well, there was like one point where we were talking about it, especially kind of heading into like EWC, where he was considered actually one of the best snipers in the world because of the performances he's putting up. That's a lot more like it.
I definitely reckon you also have to give it like a low-key shout out to Horus. He was doing a lot of work on the entries, particularly on the BL side, and he was also a bit of a driving factor behind the aggressive moves that they were making on the GR side. So, it was a sort of double-pronged approach, I guess, from XROCK, with Snare and Horus being two of the big factors. Slayer was good in the first map. It felt like one of those games for XROCK where you do kind of have a moment where sort of everybody delivered, which is kind of what we want to see. It's just really unfortunate that this is what we get on the day where it doesn't really matter. If we would have had this match on day one, we could have been coming out of this game going, yeah, look, XROCK are looking great. They're looking like a team that might be able to make it through into the playoffs. But ultimately, it's all for nothing, unfortunately, for XROCK. So we have to say goodbye, of course, first of all, to VP getting knocked out by XROCK in a sense, but also XROCK for just not quite doing enough in this group stage. And it's a little bit unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. Ending the year with a win on the board is definitely better than ending the year with a loss, and not to mention just a loss, but only losses in international tournaments this year for VP. So that'll be another one of those teams where we kind of look at going into next year and say, are we going to see that same roster come 2026? And you have to have your doubts.
I'd say, yeah, probably not. I'm sure some of the pieces will stick together. Some of the pieces will decide to move on to other opportunities, and not a bad idea. Sometimes if it doesn't work the whole year, you just gotta say, well, we didn't work well together, guys. Better luck next time. Best of luck to you. But yeah, that's essentially the end of the first match. Everything from here is going to be very high stakes. We're all fighting for a spot in the playoffs for all of the 6 teams that are left for today. So it is going to be a lot of fun. We're still going to hear from, should be Snare on the interview stage with Reflections. I was like, Reflections. Yeah, I wanted to call him Taylor, his real name. But yeah,
name. Government leaks.
Yeah, I know Taylor like that too. It's not a big deal.
Taylor Noble, yeah, big fan, big friend. So yeah, that was essentially it. Again, a little bit disappointed that XROCK Esports couldn't have shown this yesterday and had a chance to actually make things interesting with a lot on the line, because if they won against EVOS, then they win here, they go 2-0, they move on, and who knows what could have happened, because this does feel like a team that has a chance to win in playoff scenarios, but we just don't really get a chance to see that. But still excited for EVOS ARC, and have to wait and see what they have.
I would say that it does speak to the relative strength of EVOS, to be fair. Like, if they can get very comfortably through a XROCK, then you have to sort of give them some credit for that. So good stuff from EVOS. We're going to have a look here at the highlights of that last one for the MVP, which I believe was Snare. So we'll probably get to see a few snipes here as we jump into the highlights package.
So Vintage Snare, he was very alive today and showing off what he had gotten. He was definitely very muted in their match against EVOS ARC, and I'm not sure if that was just because EVOS was a stronger team or if Snare wasn't really feeling it on the day, but yeah, we know what he's capable of, and it was nice to see it today.
Yeah, it's good to see at least some indication that there's life in this ROCK side. I mean, the big question, I think, for the tail end of the year of, like, where are they actually standing, right? Because, obviously, domestically, no longer the #1 team with Gaming Gladiators picking up that win, and that's something that they just had guaranteed. I think it's a kind of a point that I brought up heading in towards that map number 2, which is, like, I don't know where ROCK stand at the moment. I think at times, especially domestically, they cruise a lot because, let's be honest, they can afford to do so. The competition in the West, especially the middle to low pack, isn't really competition for them. They can kind of do very, very loose style callings and get away with it. But I would actually really like to see them heading into towards 2026, take the positives of this win here and say, you know, it's something to fall back on, and really kind of hunker down and say, like, right, we need to make sure that domestically there is no competition. We should be the #1 team. Or maybe it is a bit of a change in the goal. We'll have to see how Gaming Gladiators, of course, perform in the playoffs. But I think for ROCK, the big thing for them, I think the first steps, they know that they're kind of guaranteed to get international lands anyway, more or less, right? I think the big step for them is, like, actually, let's just 100% make sure that we are the best team in the West. Or if we're not, let's do everything we can to actually get back to a point of being there, right? And so that should be the next steps for them. It's great to get a win here in the end, but again, it's a win against a team that they should be beating every day of the week, if we're being completely frank. So, again, do you even take that much stock into it? But what you're saying about VP, I think is spot on. This is a side that probably need changes. They've got decent pieces. I think, like, there's enough around there with Humio when you get him at his best. He's really clean, but he's not been really clean at all on this team. Yeah. Tom as well has his moments, but also doesn't.
Yeah, Tom was great. You know, he had the best KD, I think, coming into this match, and we saw that he had a lot of big moments as well. Definitely looked a little bit frustrated after the whole team died in the last round, but, you know, I think that's a little bit more to do with just the way the entire tournament has gone, rather than, you know, just that one moment. But, guys, we do have the interview on stage right now, so let's head over there to listen in.
First series of the day has concluded, and it was a tremendous win from ROCK Esports, representing Egypt, coming out with a tremendous victory over Virtus.pro. I'm here with the MVP of the match, of course, being Snare himself. Very well done. I understand your playoff run, it's not going to happen. You're not moving forward. However, let's start with the positive and celebrate this moment. You beat Virtus.pro. You take them down 2-0. How does it have you feeling?
I feel good to at least win one match before we leave the CFS. And yeah, we're happy.
And you know, it is a big win. Obviously, watching you guys play is tremendous. A lot of Egyptian pride from your roster. And more specifically, you know, you go over. When we went into EWC, one of the big talking points is you picked up and adapted a huge coach in the name of Stray. And Stray has had a big impact, in fact, guided your roster at EWC into the playoffs. Talk to me about Stray and just why you picked him up and how much of an impact he's had for your ROCK Esports roster.
He's the most hard worker coach I will never see. I mean, and yeah, he's very good and he do everything for us, like strats, and he motivate us. He do everything, like full time for us only.
Hard worker, and that's what I consistently hear. I mean, he's a legend, after all, right, when it comes to Stray and naturally joining a legendary roster such as yourself. So now let's get into the tough questions. Let's go back to EWC. You go into playoffs. You do a great job throughout your group. You win through losers. You come into this CFS tournament, however, and you play against EVOS. Round 1, you beat them at EWC 2-1. You lose to them 0-2. What was the difference from EWC into CFS?
Yeah, we just had a bad day yesterday, and I don't know what to say. To be honest, no one of us was just shooting, and we had like off day.
An off day. So you're saying in the future, if this roster stays together, and I'm not asking if they are yet anyways, you think you rematch them, you take them down?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, the confidence is there for sure. And speaking of the future, I mean, what is the future of this roster? What is the future of you as a competitor? Because you've been competing in CrossFire Esports for the longest time.
Yeah, I think we will stay the same lineup, and we'll just try more to next CFS or EWC, we'll try to get to top 4 and maybe semifinals and finals.
So basically stay together, continue to practice, and continue to create that team chemistry.
Yeah.
I understand. I guess overall as a whole, though, I mean, a big accomplishment even making it to the stage.
Yes, true.
Absolutely. And you know what, Snare, again, a legendary player in yourself. I want to give you this opportunity to shout out whoever you want to shout out. You're on the stage for that very reason, and I want you to give him a shout out and talk to him.
Shout out to Stray and my teammates first, and all the fans from Egypt. We love you guys all, and we are sorry for the last day. It wasn't in our hand. It was a bad day, you know. Yeah. شكرا يا رجاله على السبورت واسفين على الجيم بتاع امبارح. مش عارف اقول ايه تاني.
Well, Snare, a pleasure watching you play. This won't be the last time we see you or your roster on this stage. I'm sure of it. Maybe even the future at EWC. Of course, this is Snare, the MVP. A big win coming out from ROCK Esports. They might be leaving the tournament, but they finished strong, showcasing that they're going to come back with a vengeance in the future. Coming up next is our first qualification match to the playoffs tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, it's Evolution Power Gaming representing China, going against Natus Vincere from Brazil. They've returned to this very stage to play against each other for the first time during CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Group D coming up next.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
match 2 begins now.
He's gonna go out swinging. Good for one. Good for two. Chow's gonna find the triple kill. Ice Cube is the last one alive.
VR shredding. Sunny is just gonna spray and pray. The USB not gonna be answered.
Next round is gonna be able to wrap the series up in a 2-0. By himself against 4, gets 1, gets 2, gets...
4 snipers on the side of Rock, so he does get easy. Gonna spot Snake around the corner, does.
Oh, horse spotted. Ooh, KSA bringing the heat is spotted. KSA is thirsty for kill, and Evo's Arc is going to close the series out in a 2-0. Least expected the underdogs coming to this matchup, but they will seal the deal.
Experience under pressure, or a debut that sets the tone for Group D.
To miss a shot. Oh, and he's hit that one, but it's not the killing blow that he needs. Good clean shot though in onto Alucard. And all of a sudden...
Doesn't matter. It's that.
What's up, bro? Just have so much confidence heading into it. JV. Oh, and Juan, he's so sharp. 10-3, Na'Vi close the map and the series, and they do it with ease. Inner circle eliminated. Not really quite quick. It's probably the worst news. Oh, the light of Stallions!
Hey! By number 1, quick scope.
1, 2, 3, 4. Good! Oh, baby!
It's unreasonable. He's got another one. This is just really more on port. This is disgusting. 24-11.
Go. Oh my god, they're gonna go. He's in trouble, he's dead.
By YDSS on the cross. Takes the fight. BaiSha will do what's expected, and they will dispatch of Swamp Gaming.
The first decisive match of the day starts with Group D. A team that faced challenges on the road here, but now fights to prove the title still belongs in their hands. A powerhouse from China, the defending champions, Evolution Power Gaming! Across from them, a rising Brazilian roster aiming to extend their run beyond the group. Newcomers this year, but not a team to underestimate. Introducing Natus, Vincere! Will it be a title defense under pressure or newcomers stepping forward? Among these two, only one advances. The last series of Group D begins now.
Thank you, Reflections, for that great intro as we're getting ready for the first big match of the day. This one with all the playoff implications on the line for both of these teams. Honestly, you know, if Evolution Power doesn't make it, it's going to be huge because they are a champion, the former champions from the last year, and also Natus Vincere coming in a very strong team, but they might just be knocked out right here, right now. So definitely a lot on the line as that first match. Pretty straightforward, but now we're getting into the meat of things. As before we get into any more of that, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors.
Yeah, we extend, of course, our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up, fight on.
Yes, and thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion.
And last one, of course, officially, not least, thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up the game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Your win, and that's really the question, right? This is a competitive tournament we got going on. There's a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride for all the regions, all the individual teams, and you know, this one I feel like is hard to predict, to be honest. I think Evolution Power is the favorite coming in, but I could easily see a world in which Na'Vi comes in and gets the win tonight as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm hopeful that Na'Vi's going to be competitive, but I can't really think of a worse team to go up against in a matchup like this one when you're trying to make it into the playoffs than the literal former world champion in Evolution Power, right? Like, there's only so much you can really say here for Na'Vi. In terms of positives, they were pretty good in the match that we got to watch them play yesterday, but obviously, you know, Evolution Power, a game against these guys is going to be a bit of a different ball game. First, the only change for this lineup coming through from last year, but I mean, have a look at his numbers there. 2.5 KD, has had a really stellar time at the event so far, and all it takes now is one more win for Evolution Power. And by the way, a very interesting aspect to this matchup is if Evolution Power win this, we get a grand final rematch in our opening game of the playoffs for these two teams. Alcacia is the team that's waiting for the winner of Group D, and that was the former Vasco roster last year. So be quite interesting to see how that one ends up playing out, if it is indeed Evolution Power to go through from this group, which will obviously be my prediction. I think they're looking like a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, they look unbelievably good so far. There's so much to like, but it's all led by that man towards that right-hand side, Mino, right? Of course, kind of the vet of this side. But there's one thing that's kind of really going for EP here is that this is a side that know how to kind of be the rookies, quote-unquote, the way that Na'Vi are, right? Na'Vi are a core of rookies, 3 out of that 5. This is their first finals, where for EP, they've also got a little bit of an understanding of that themselves, what it's like to be a side with kind of some youngsters coming in towards the fray and how to perform at a level and the pressures that come with it as well. There was some topsy-turvy results throughout the regular season when it came towards the actual deep series, the best of 5s. They really did a good job of locking in. I think in particular that one you really have to take stock in is the Q9 victory. Q9 continue to be a side that are actually very difficult to deal with. I mean, they're ranked inside of the top 10 on the ELO system. They're not even here, right? So that's just how good they actually are, and it kind of continues to prove this narrative kind of about the Chinese dominance. But the second best region, of course, being that of Brazil, and that's where Na'Vi have really made a name for themselves. There's so much to like about this team. You look at that man in the middle, Adrian, who's incredible, of course, one of the best vets from the region, what, 3rd highest most kills in the entire history of CrossFire as well. But then it's about these youngsters, right? You know, you've got a new IGL in a sense, a rookie IGL of JV, who's I think brought a lot towards this team. But it's Juan and Akashi, the two kind of guys who you expect to bring a lot of firepower to the table. Juan in particular, just incredibly talented. So this side, they're really exciting, they're quite flashy, they're fun to watch, and who knows? I mean, if any team was going to pull off an upset, it feels like these would be the guys to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know who was mentioning it, if it was one of you guys or maybe one of Bench or Sneaky, but they were talking about players in the gym. And
I was in the gym with all 5 of them.
These guys were in the gym.
Yeah,
they were in the gym today. I was there
really?
today.
Yeah.
I saw GDZ. He was pumping the iron, you know. Even the coach was getting into it. Like they were all there as a team.
I saw Akashi get onto the treadmill on incline in the hotel slippers. I was like, man, I can't be comfortable.
In the slippers. I don't know about that. Sounds dangerous. But yeah, it's good, you know, healthy body, healthy mind. And I think it should help them here. As EP ranked 3rd in the world, Na'Vi at a decent 15.
That's good considering they came in towards this year basically unranked. So that's actually pretty impressive. They've done a really good job, I think, domestically to kind of prove just how strong they actually can be. And, you know, to be a real contender in the second best region, there's no easy feat.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, I will say what we saw from Na'Vi was pretty good yesterday. Now, I'm starting to wonder how are they going to go today against Evolution Power. I mean, Inner Circle, I don't think really we're able to punish Na'Vi all that much. So when we're looking at how this matchup is going to play out, you know, a lot of the things that Na'Vi were getting away with yesterday against Inner Circle, I'm not sure that they're going to get away with today. You talk about the moves that Adrian was making, GDSC as well. Those two guys were really getting a lot of space on the BL sides. They were able to sort of thread the needle, find the holes. I don't know that those holes are going to exist against players like YH, Mino, those kinds of names here for Evolution Power. So there's a you know, a positive runway definitely for Na'Vi from their match against Inner Circle, but it's just such a jump from playing Inner Circle to playing Evolution Power that I don't know that I can really back the rookies here coming in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Na'Vi are certainly the big underdogs in this one, especially just given the titles, you know, the world champs from last year that do go over to Evolution Power. And, you know, I guess the same thing could be said for EP as well, where they went up against Inner Circle, and it was a very easy win. I mean, we saw the stats they had. It was like 80% win rate or something on all the rounds. As we are going to have some Na'Vi voters. Obviously, the Portuguese language broadcast will go for that. And also Bipolar over there on the Philippines did go for the 2-1 for Na'Vi. Everybody else going for EP. You guys went for 2-0 for Neo and 2-1 for Elfish. AI going for 2-0, not messing around.
Yeah, me and AI on the same wavelength, which I actually don't like because AI is so consistently wrong. I will throw that out there. I'm not even joking. I don't think they've got like a score right yet. They've had so many 2-1s in like really one-sided games, and then the 2-0s in ones that feel quite close. If anything, me going 2-0 was a bit of a rogue pick. I think 2-1's the safe pick here for this one, and they've not gone for it. So what AI are cooking, I don't know. But we'll see. This feels like quite a fun game, though, coming in towards it. I just wonder really what the mental's looking like for this Na'Vi side, because it's a whole different kettle of fish when you're coming in towards a game against Inner Circle where you're the heavy favorites, so you can just play with like outrageous amounts of confidence. When you're actually going against the reigning champs, like, it's a lot of pressure for a core of rookies.
Yeah, I think they have to try and take some positives from Vasco's run at the previous CFS 2024 where they were able to get through to that grand final. They really pushed Evolution Power in that grand final as well. So we're talking about Evolution Power like, yeah, they're the reigning champions. They won last year, and that is true. But also, it wasn't like it was a decisive victory. It wasn't super clean. We were into, I think we were into OT on the second last map, and then the last map was 10-8, I'm pretty sure, for Evolution Power. So very, very close win for them. And Na'Vi, if they can look to emulate what their countrymen have done, obviously, over there on Vasco today, and really try to push Evolution Power, who's to say that, you know, a couple of plucky upstarts might not be able to make something happen. 1-1 did look really, really good in the game against Inner Circle, and like I said, I agree with GDSC and ADRF getting a lot of work done as well with those sort of opening moves. So it definitely feels like there are the pieces of the puzzle that you need here for Na'Vi. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to step up on a big stage like this one.
Yeah, and sometimes the guys that are fighting for a roster spot, are the ones that will be fighting the hardest. And I think that's where we zoom in on first here on the side of Evolution Power Gaming, where he was left behind after Summer Champs last year. Comes in now, they finally give him a chance, and he played fantastically. Again, it was against Inner Circle, but still had a very nice showing. As Akashi, no hiding now. His debut is done. Now comes the real test. Navi's survival turns to Akashi, whose consistency now drives their breakthrough. And yeah, I mean, he was great. He was consistent, but again, this really, the big part of that is this is the real test. It's not going to be easy. It feels like you jump up a whole bunch of tiers when you go up against Evolution Power.
It's all well and good getting wins over Inner Circle, and let's be honest, basically every team in this competition should be getting a win over Inner Circle. That's not only a side that is just generally quite weak, but also a side that went through changes all of about 2 weeks prior to this tournament. So we really couldn't expect loads out of them. So the big thing is, they got the win that they should expect. I really don't think we should be taking any stock from it at all. There's just nothing to take in terms of stock. This is actually the real indicator. You know, we've built up this narrative of Na'Vi, the rookies, or the plucky underdogs that they have been in kind of every tournament they're coming into now, and they're starting to look really quite good, and there's a really decent level of CrossFire being brought to the table. But all that goes out the window if you just get decimated there by EP, right? It's all well and good being these rookies and these upstarts that are looking kind of sick, but if you then just get absolutely battered, then we just forget about you instantly. Flip side though for EP, the narrative of the storyline for them in towards this tournament is, can we do it again, right? Can we go back to back? Because they weren't the favourites coming in towards last year's by any means. No. They weren't even top 3 coming in towards that tournament, and they surprised everyone. And it's the same thing here. They're not top 3 in this tournament. No one expects them to be able to go back to back. They're far from being considered the favourites, but they would love to do it again and prove that people keep underestimating them, as we've kind of done every tournament of EP.
Definitely not impossible when it comes to EP. On the topic of Na'Vi, though, I think the results that would be more relevant to look at would be the results that they had at EWC, where they were able to take a map off of Stallions twice. They did lose 2-1 to Stallions a couple of times in their group. They did beat Virtus.pro as well, but they lost the map to Virtus.pro. So those, I think, are results that are a little bit more relevant than the game against Inner Circle, because I value those teams a little bit higher than Inner Circle. But anyway, Valdez, time for you to go have a break, mate.
All right, guys. See you later.
We're going to jump into the veto here and have a look at the Bantam picks and see what maps we're going to find ourselves on as EP and Na'Vi slowly march their way towards the final series of a Group D. And look, yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be nice to win your group, go into playoffs, but with an Al-Qadsiya waiting for you on the other side, there's definitely not an easy task ahead for whichever team does make it out of this group.
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, I actually think, you know, for Na'Vi, they'd actually be relishing that opportunity, right? Playing against, you know, the top dogs in your region, but doing it on an international stage would be kind of a sick thing for them, for these youngsters who've looked up to all these players for a long time. People like Fefe, for example, legends of their respective scenes. Got the bans coming through as well. New Mexico going to get banned out. That will basically always happen for teams against Brazilian rosters, because it's so commonly played, of course, in the region. It's just not really one that you kind of wanting to be kind of going into. Black Widow then gets banned to follow things for Na'Vi, so we're going to kickstart things on sub-base. Now, the sub-base pick by EP, I like it, don't get me wrong. We've seen this happen kind of a lot, where teams are picking into that sub-base against Brazilian rosters. It is played quite a lot domestically, so I don't think Na'Vi are going to be like too upset about going in towards that one.
Am I right in saying Na'Vi also peaked into sub-base yesterday?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so look, I mean, that's Evolution Power just picking to their strengths, not necessarily worrying about.
But they also could have seen something there, right? And they're like, I actually think we're better than them on it.
Yeah. Which, you know, to be fair, they that's their prerogative as a world champion to kind of have that kind of attitude and mentality that, yeah, we are one of the best teams in the world. We should back ourselves. If anything, if you're going to see any kind of curveball being thrown in here, you'd probably think it will come from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They're the one that's going to need to kind of disrupt and bring
confidence play.
Evolution Power down to their own level. We get the new compound out from them.
Yeah. And Ankara gets banned out by EP. I'm actually kind of surprised Ankara gets banned out as a whole. It's such a well-versed map in the pool over in China, because you know this is the map that BaiSha and all gamers just dominate people on, right? So they get good reps on it over there. Port bans out by Na'Vi, so we're gonna get Eagle Eye as the decider. But yeah, the Ankara is kind of a surprising one. I actually kind of thought it would be the other way. I thought Na'Vi would be the ones to ban it, just because it's so well versed over in China and against, of course, very, very scary competition. But Eagle Eye as a decider does get kind of interesting if we get there. But the big thing is if as well. And I think, I mean, realistically speaking, when we look at this series, we're looking at basically what can Na'Vi do against this side. There's such a scary side of EP, and a lot of it comes down to how well can they play on that new compound, right? It's a map in which EP are going to have no problems with playing into. I mean, everyone kind of knows new compound these days, right? It is just a map that is so sort of bog standard in a sense. So I do wonder how well they can kind of prep in towards that one. As a whole, you also got to take a real look towards the vets over towards that Na'Vi side, GDSC and of course and Adrian. The two guys with so much experience under their belt. They've got to find ways to keep the rookies, I think, calm in certain situations. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them in this game.
A little bit concerned as well about the Eagle Eye as a decider. I know that was a map that Na'Vi played yesterday and played pretty well yesterday against Inner Circle, but it's always been a map which I've been pretty scared of the Chinese teams on, if that makes sense. It feels like that's the region that has the best grasp just holistically on Eagle Eye, and anytime you see a Chinese team play this map against an international opponent, they typically do tend to pick them apart. So letting that be the decider as opposed to, what was the other option? I think it was Port or
Na'Vi ban Port, and then Ankara is the last ban by UB.
The Chinese teams feel a little bit more just a little bit weaker maybe to me on Port rather than the Eagle Eye, just as a general level.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi opting to take it towards Eagle Eye. Again, maybe play towards their strengths, and we'll see if that even ends up coming into play. If it does, though, Evolution Power won't be too mad about it. Now we're just waiting to get ourselves ready in the server for what will be one of the important matches of the day. We obviously talked about ROCK versus VP not really having too much relevance in terms of teams progressing. Both teams were already out at that stage, but from now on, throughout the rest of today, every match matters, which is a nice way for things to kind of play out here actually in the round robin. You could have, I mean, potentially ended up with a world where four matches just don't matter, but we've got 3 out of 4 that do matter.
It's ultimately the big problem with round robin. You can really get, you know, unfortunately a time if things really don't pan out where, all 4 games are completely pointless. So thankfully that is not the case. Getting 3 out of 4 that are really, really important is pretty sick to see. And all these games feel like they can really have some serious depth and life behind them, especially that last game of the day, XROCK Liquid. I don't know what to expect of that one. That one could be a bit of a barn burner, to be perfectly honest, but it's a real kind of proving point. I think we're kind of outside of the team specific, that is maybe kind of the make or break on the narrative of what we've had for the vast majority of Inside One, especially coming off the back of EWC about Chinese dominance, right? All 5 teams at EWC made it to the playoffs from China. And is it going to be the same case kind of coming in towards the grand finals where you get all the teams making it towards the playoffs again? And in doing so, that would be an incredible kind of position to be in. A lot of it comes down to, of course, what we can get out of EP in this game here. They are considered the favorites for this one too. So I'm really kind of interested to see what this form looks like for them. The Inner Circle one we can't take too much stock into, but this would be a good indicator of whether that narrative of can they go back-to-back as champions has any legs behind it, this game here.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they did well at EWC as well.
Sure.
Evolution Power, it's just unfortunate they ended up running into AG in the playoffs run, which was ultimately the team that went on to win it.
What can you do, eh?
If they were on the other side of the bracket, maybe
could have been in the final.
Could have beat BaiSha, got into the grand final. But ultimately, get to have another crack at it. Yeah, Evolution Power in a CFS event. Reigning champions. Imagine that's the team that you're sitting across the stage from in a match like this one as a rookie playing your first CFS and hoping to make it to the
playoffs. Ever in China as well.
Yeah, it's just not. There's not really a positive spin on it for Na'Vi, unfortunately.
Do you know what though? Very occasionally, and these are the ones, the players that end up going very, very far in their career. The players that relish these opportunities, that are really actually excited for that level of pressure, they're the ones that go really, really far in terms of their career. And in particular, we're looking towards in a game like this, somebody like a Juan, right? If we can get him being lights out in the way he has been in the past, then it opens the door to a very interesting narrative of is he going to be a bit of the future for the region. We'll have to see. Looks like this game is just about to get underway. We're on the way. Map number 1 here is Subbase, of course, the pick of Evolution Power. The reigning champs want to set this series on a high note. For Na'Vi, we don't know what to expect, and I think it'd be unfair in a way to come in towards this series with expectations. A core of rookies, which is excited to see what they can bring to the table. Juan posted on the angle now as well, so I think a smart move not to stick around there for XQQ. We'll fall back towards window, but already not terrible map control here by Na'Vi. You're spaced out across servers. You're kind of through double doors already, so EP do have to be a little careful. They're already kind of forced back a little bit on towards the sides.
Yeah, the double sniper setup for EP, which has become a real factor in their game over the years. Once again, taken early on here on Subbase. Na'Vi been given a little bit of space, though, into wood. They're quite happy to actually take that territory. This could be a nice B split for them. A couple of players coming up through mid. The other 3 in through lockers. First will be the one to take the initial contact here. TRG in hand. Waiting for the go signal. Na'Vi, that is a brilliant entry from ADRF, and that's what they're going to need if they're going to beat Evolution Power today. What a start to the map. Instant pause called there by Evolution Power. Zay, oh, he's not done yet. How did he know there was a player behind him? I have no idea. But he's brought it from a 4-on-1 to a 2-on-1 in the blink of an eye. And now Na'Vi should be very scared because Zay on the other side of this fight is looking sharp.
Yeah, I mean, how he 180s like that, I have no idea. But it's Juan who sees it off. Wow. Is that a tag pause? No, okay, I was going to say, it'd be wild if that was a tag pause. It's a technical pause that comes through. So I guess that is silver lining, I guess. It was a tag pause. That feels very, very kind of rare through that early and towards the game. Just looking now, it actually seems to be a mic issue, I think, over towards first. From my understanding, it looks like he was just checking his mic with the admins here. So, yeah, it looks like that is the case. They're just checking. I think maybe just a slight mic issue. It happens, you know, maybe didn't quite pick up the comms, which would make sense of kind of how that round collapsed so quickly. But doesn't take away from the fact that was really solid from Na'Vi.
I tell you what, mate, it wasn't a mic issue that got first killed there. It was just a beautiful shot from Adrian. I mean, brilliant pre-fire, headshot, straight down, long range against the sniper rifle. That is pure class from one of the most experienced players in this competition. And he is going to need to lead from the front. So, yeah, very positive start.
Yeah, third highest kills in CrossFire history.
Yeah.
Pretty mental. Who was number 2 again? I can't remember now.
Goken.
Goken, of course. Of course it was. Of course it was.
Goken's been around the block as well.
Mino's got to be somewhere around there. I mean, he's not always been the numbers guy.
The thing with Mino is that he actually hasn't played a lot of CFS events. Typically, he wasn't in the teams that qualified to CFS. He was there at early days, but then sort of in the middle stages, you know, we're talking like your Super Valiants and more recent times now, BaiShas and AGs have kind of been the teams to really watch from China. So I'm surprised that, honestly, someone like maybe an Even is not in that lineup. I obviously haven't seen the entire lineup and been able to study it completely. So I don't know if it's whether it's maybe just active players still, or if he doesn't quite make the cut, or if he was somewhere a little bit lower down the list that I just didn't quite catch him.
I wonder where Famous is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for Famous is, unfortunately, he just doesn't get the series in.
No, exactly. He just doesn't get the reps.
He goes to the tournaments, but he plays like 2 series and then he's done. Whereas these guys on the teams that are making it all the way to the finals are playing, you know, your group stage matches, then like 3, 4, 5 games in the playoffs as well, and that'll be where you're pumping the numbers up. So
yeah, but the silver lining, the positive, if you're in a team, you know, kind of like your Swamps, or you're in circles or whatnot, is, you know, you come out, you play a little bit, you get a bit of prize money, but not bad prize money by any means, especially split 5 ways or maybe 6 ways, however you want, however those teams do it. And then you get, you know, a couple of weeks holiday, really. So you get to kind of like, you know, Chengdu's a pretty cool place. We've already had a bit of a walk around, a miniature explore. We had about half a day walking around. But yeah, it's been, at least in a way, some cool things. I'm sure there's quite a lot to see. Where some people probably want to go and see some pandas or whatnot. I'm sure some of those other teams will do that now they've got the spare time.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing, I suppose, in that respect for some of the teams is they've probably already been to Chengdu. They went to Chengdu in 2023, and so they've probably checked out the pandas, ticked it off, and have to find something new to do. I mean, we went to Chongqing. You could go to Chongqing. It's only a hour and a half on the train, so
very cool city.
Worth exploration, but
go 300 meters in the sky on the roof like us. And
that's right.
Look over the skyline. We're back live though. The issues are fixed. XQQ to open things up. He finds a Kashi. So an open taken. He's just trying to keep Double Door's pressure on. He doesn't need to be too aggressive with XQQ. Just being a presence already is pretty good. It'll bank around, but it won't do any damage.
Yeah, that's a much better start for EP. Be how they're hoping that this kind of a setup is going to work with the double sniper. They want to force the rounds to be a 5-on-4 in their favor. Get the pick early on in the piece and sort of disrupt Na'Vi's plans that way. Na'Vi were pretty good in the mid-round yesterday against Inner Circle, but again, finding those holes in the defense against Evolution Power might not be quite as easy of a task as what it was against Inner Circle.
Off the back of losing the initial kill, what is the play? What's the call by JV, to be honest? Looks like he's taking the first foot forward, looking in the direction of A, but even just getting down here towards A is actually going to be quite difficult. You've got SUQ at range with the TRG, but you've got 2 players in and around window. It's kind of a difficult predicament. Don't have loads of time here. We've got to start making a move, guys. I mean, JV's got to make a call. Don't really know what Na'Vi are hoping for. Like, EP are not just going to gift them fights. They are more than happy just to stand still because they don't need to move.
This could be an isolated fight, though. YH kind of solo holding, and his timing is awkward. Tries to get that flick onto ADRF, just hits the headshot, but not the finishing blow. And now it's on to XQQ to lock this site down. This is actually looking quite good for Na'Vi. BL side, they're really putting it together here. Would have thought Evolution Power would come out the gates a bit stronger than they have, but this is an impressive performance thus far from Na'Vi. And it's in the same kind of way as what we saw them play against Inner Circle as well. Very decisive decisions, good shots, finding inroads, capitalizing on them, and hopefully closing these rounds out. GDSC will grab first, and Juan will finish off Zay. That's 2-0, the lead for Na'Vi. And we get another timeout. This one is a tactical timeout, I imagine.
I hope.
Looks like it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay, fine. That's okay then.
Yeah, cause for concern for EP, I suppose.
I think understandable why you're going to go for a attack timeout here. First round, bit rogue. Second round, though, that's 2 rounds in a row now with kind of glaring errors and issues surrounding it. So I can actually fully understand why you want to pretty proactively get ahead of this and be like, right, this is obviously not working. We've got to change things up. But real credit to Na'Vi. That's actually a fantastic mid to late round call there by JV. You know, it calls. I didn't love the kind of the freeze because I was like, what are we expecting here? But that mid-round contact play, you know, walking up through double doors as the smoke fades, really love that play. You know, you isolate a fight in towards window, and then you can just split down towards the A site. It's a nice call. It's a bit unorthodox, but it works really, really quite effectively.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Na'Vi, but they seem to really pick the read every time.
Yeah.
I thought that was just something that they were going to get away with against Inner Circle, but it seems as though that might be the case here as well. You know, they really found the gaps in the defense against Inner Circle, but here it's not so much the gap, it's just the weakness. This was a nice call to sort of find that isolated fight against YH and then scale into the B bomb site after YH had gone down and sort of left XQQ with a bit too much to do. So even still, you know, finding those little openings where they can have the advantageous engagements. Na'Vi, good prep from them.
or just a good intuitive sense for the game at the moment. 2-0 the lead. It's still very early days. We'll see what Evolution Power have to say in response.
Double sniper out here. First gonna pick one up as well. Gets to get on the board for him. We've actually seen Na'Vi have a few different people wield that secondary sniper, but not the case here. First for one, Akashi JV kills of their own. Already not bad. Mino sort of needed to win that fight. Get some support from Zay at the very least. To credit to him, he's looked sharp, but that's a bit of a fumble by Juan. He had to hit that shot, and he panic pulls out the pistol, and it cannot convert. Numbers in favor of EP. This is looking janky, and down goes JV and GDSC. Good response from EP. That was not feeling like a fantastic round, but they made the most out of it.
Yeah, that'll be a disappointing one for Na'Vi, because they had the entries that they need, but they're just not able to convert on that. Nice recovery from Evolution Power. They're taking their time about really getting involved in this map, but that might be the start of it. Gets Evolution Power rolling. Aggressive fight through wood from YH. It results in both teams still walking away with 5 players, but Juan is tagged up a little more so, and Kashi has been able to push his way downstairs onto the A site, trying to take that fight, cause a bit of a ruckus, but Evolution Power are not really too concerned about it. XQQ happy to grab himself another. It's a multi-pronged offense from Na'Vi, but none of the tips of the spear really having any kind of an impact. They're not able to find the chink in the armor.
It's a bit of a tilter for Adrian. You can even see on the face cam, he actually should have had that kill dead to rights. And he tags him so much, but he just cannot do enough. He needed probably an extra bullet or two. Bit of an annoying one not to get. And it basically cost him the round, or it should do. 2 versus 5. A side of EP's level. Should never let this one slip. And it all really is on the shoulders of the IGL of JV2, which is immediately that head gets ripped off the shoulders. Seen off. Flawless round by EP. That's a statement of one as well.
Yeah, you can hear them getting loud now too. Been a bit of a muted start for Evolution Power on their map of Subbase, but coming online slowly but surely. The double sniper setup putting in a bit of work here. First and XQQ having some degree of success. This time it's going to be a rifle out for XQQ and a much faster round for Evolution Power.
Wow.
Look at that from Minnow and Zay. They throw in the aggressive machine room take, and it works out perfectly. Look at the crossfire here as well for Minnow and Zay. GDSC surely just never allowed to hold on to this bomb. He'll be taken down in short time as well by Minnow.
Another, we spoke about that previous round in a statement. This one is one of those as well. So well done by EP. 4 players diving in towards the server room. Is it going to be another flawless one as well? That'll be the huge thing. It will. Mino shuts the door down on that one.
Damn.
Elated celebrations from EP. And honestly, this is exactly the best way to play against Brazilian CrossFire players, right? Because in general, the Brazilians are, I would say, kind of the loudest in terms of they get very emotive. They really like to kind of shout across the stage and kind of play the mind games in a sense. The best way to fight fire with fire is to get a bit loud yourself, right? And start getting fired up, because it's a really good way of muting them. Na'Vi, they like to really celebrate when they do well. And Mino taking a bit of onus in that previous round. 4 kills to his name, 2 of which have been headshots. And, of course, getting super loud in the celebrations at the end. That's what you want to see. I love this move by Zay. It's a little bit one and done, but it's unorthodox. You can kind of pull these sort of slight pocket rounds every now and again, and it just keeps Na'Vi on their toes, which is what EP are doing. They're throwing a couple of spanners in the works, a couple of curveballs here and there.
I think I would, if he's going to play this position, I think I'd probably like a solo hold on A and an extra player just spotting machine room.
Yeah.
Instead of the 2 players on A here, I think you could just have a solo hold on A. That would mean that Zay doesn't necessarily have to worry about what's behind him quite as much. Now he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He can't get out of here, and if he gets checked from the stairs behind him, he's just a dead man. But Na'Vi might overlook that. And if Zay just keeps his head down, he's in a very intriguing position here that I think Na'Vi are going to neglect to check, and that'll be the one that he's looking for. Let's
Honestly, he
go.
doesn't need to kill them. He actually doesn't need to kill them.
Oh,
no, why'd he move? Why'd he move?
Just held the trigger finger a little bit too long. Probably needed to take the freebie onto GDSC there and see what he could do on the second fight.
Or just stay tucked, like stay in
stay
there.
tucked.
Yeah, because he had the wall blocking him from where he died, but it's because he moves forward. Then he's exposed to 2 angles.
Well, he just got greedy. He wanted more
Yeah.
than the one. Still, Na'Vi taking their time about this round. Looks like they're going to go right into the setup here at the window room. There's still 2 Evolution Power players here, so hold your horses. Mino and YH might still make something happen. It is a 3-for-1. We're back into a 2-on-2, and Mino is just going absolutely nuclear right now. 9-2, and JV is the one that's going to have to salvage this. The C4 is miles away. He's got 15 seconds to get it. And I don't know that he's going to be able to get a plan here. I think Mino's played this one correctly. He's got to go back toward the B bomb site. Mino's aware of that, and he is in the perfect position to shut this down. There's no time for the plant. It is round over.
Mino, that is veterancy there. He's played that so unbelievably well. You know, we've spoken about this quite a lot when we've cast, especially in kind of in the group stages where you get a lot of these kind of questionable decisions, people not playing time, not playing the clock. It's one of your best allies in this game is the clock, and you know, it's such a heads-up play, but Mino, what a couple of rounds he's had, honestly. 10-2 for him, and he has been electric in these few. Nade will come down, that'll soften up JV and GDSC quite a lot. The shrapnel digs deep. As EP continues to put the pressure on, it's another server room take, and there's just nothing really Na'Vi can do. They've just got to reset and go away.
Oof. Pause called early in this round, so Na'Vi not liking what they're seeing. Love that from Mino, 10-2. Such an inspired performance from him. You know, and a well-loved player within the Chinese community. Got his flowers last year. He's looking to do it again. Mino goes down this time, though. That's a key player to take out of the picture. And now, again, on the shoulders of a sniper to hold on to the A site. That's a difficult task, an impossible task in the end. It looks like Na'Vi will be grabbing their 3rd. And so that might make this pause unnecessary. But it's been called, so we'll get a pause at the end of this round anyway. See what Zay can do. He's been pretty threatening in these 1vXs. This is the 2nd time he's been able to pick a couple of quick kills up in the 1v5 this time. It was 1v4 last time.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Oh, ooh.
Ships in the night. Ships in the night. Ships in the night.
He knows.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's dipped away as well. What's going on here? Zay's given life in this round, but he just overlooked a stairs angle. So, yeah, we do get a timeout. I actually think, you know, as much as, yes, you've won the round, probably still worth talking about, nearly even letting that one slip a little bit, is dicey. But EP momentum, it still does feel pretty comfortably on their side at the moment.
What's happening here?
Is the coach is getting a talk. The coach
getting a talking to.
The coach is getting coached.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, matey.
I reckon. You know what I reckon is happening here is he's called the timeout, and they've won the round, and they've said, "Oh, we don't want the timeout," but it's like, well,
mate, you've called it.
You've called the timeout. You have to take it. I reckon that's what's happened there.
Or she's lent in and be like, "I reckon go for a B split." I reckon go for a B split. Wait for a minute. Bait out the util.
Rush B.
Yeah, yeah. Take server rooms control nice and early. And he's like, no, agreed. And he passes it on. He says, JV, this is what we're going for. She's let me know. She's seen it.
She's locked in.
She's locked in, yeah.
Seen the script.
Now, both timeouts used in the first half.
Yep.
The rest of this game just gets played out. It feels quite kind of wild. You know, if anything, do you know, I don't even hate it, because if anything, I feel like we more often than not have the conversation of when teams call timeout, it's like, mate, like, it's too late. Like, you know, you're already at such a deficit, and this timeout, I don't think it's going to help you reclaim a stake back in this game. Too little, too late, and all the rest, as the buzzwords go. But both sides going for early timeouts, so I can actually get behind it. It feels nice that we actually get to use a timeout and then have a bit of life left in the map to essentially do something with it. It's only one round game too.
Well, patient again here for EP as they take the double sniper setup into another round. Tag onto ADRF. It's not a killing blow, but it is a punishing one. Na'Vi will maintain this slow approach, I imagine, for the majority of this map, probably for the next map as well.
Jordan, do you know what?
What's that, mate?
They're setting up for a B split with server rooms control, aiming for around a minute.
No way.
This is actually a B split with server rooms control, and they're getting towards the minute mark. What a call from that lady, by the way. Brilliant work from her. If they win this round, pat on the back. Let's see. First, for that first fight, and a missed shot from him. Second time we get to leg coming through. That's unfortunate. 2 legs in the round, but GDSC first to hit the deck. Juan with an answer back of his own, but this is a mean crossfire on the site itself. It's difficult to break down, and a HE that finds Adrian should all but settle it.
Yeah, once that crossfire is established, that round is looking pretty damn over. 5-3 now, Evolution Power get themselves another round. I think we should be neglecting to take any kind of advice from the admin at this point. After that.
Yeah. He just turns around and looks.
What have you done?
What have you done? I followed the script perfectly. It's a good half already, though. They have that EP have already guaranteed a lead. That's pretty big.
Man, I mean, this is supposed to be a BL-sided map.
Yeah.
So
if they get 6, this is really dangerous territory for Na'Vi. On a map in which Na'Vi have actually been picking into this year. So,
well, there's a reason why Evolution Power picks it, I suppose, and we're starting to see it.
It is a statement thing to do as well. Being like, we know you guys are confident in picking this, and we're still going to pick it because we just know we're better. Like, that is a real kind of statement thing to do. Juan for the opener. First, immediately finding one of his own, though, to keep the numbers level. As he did take a tag there, but staying alive is all that matters. They've dived down towards A. There's no one actually on A itself. They're just playing by the window.
No.
And YA's turns is around at the worst possible time.
Yeah, Mino's been able to creep down close. Trying to win this duel against Juan. The shot's missing. Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. He takes that risk, and I like it, but once you miss those initial shots, you're just out of no man's land on an angle like that one. So easy clean up there for Na'Vi. Now a 2v4, and Zay cops a grenade before a couple of bullets there, and that'll be that. It's first in the 1v4. Good start from him. Seen a couple of 1v4 attempts here from Evolution Power, but none of them have really panned out. Nor will this one. So 5-4 will be the score at halftime, which is not too bad for Evolution Power, all things considered.
Yeah, it's true. It feels like a handshake, really, at a 5-4, as even as it can be. But Na'Vi, it still feels like in this spot where they are playing catch-up. I'm not really convinced just yet about this, I guess, like sort of storyline of like, do we have enough in the locker to really actually be taking a lead here? EP with the ever so slight advantage in the AI win prediction, which I can agree with. Especially if they can get a 6th to start at this half as well, immediately set the tone.
Oh, GDSC. Have a look in the vent. No action happening there as far as Evolution Power are concerned. Bit more of a default setup from Evolution Power. Maybe trying to get a feeling of what Na'Vi are going to opt to do on this GR side. And, well, just decide to pull the trigger through wood. That's been the end of GDSC. You've got the player set up in vent now as well. This is a good spot to be in for Evolution Power. They can bully their way into A. They could think about going B as well. XQQ, though, will lose his duel against ADRF, who picked up a couple. That is still, though, the A site cracked open. Mino gets one on the fadeaway to further compound the issues for Na'Vi. Evolution Power have the A site and they have the plan.
So it's very difficult to retake here. Double stacking towards stairs. Nade that'll bound around. There's a lot of damage towards YH. They do have another HE. They're not using the HE, they're diving in, and YH going to get a kill before he eventually falls. JV for 2. Hang on a second, up close. JV can make something of this, but it's Mino. What a sigh of relief for EP, but they make it stick. And celebrations come round again for them.
I love it, though, that Mino is the one that's really driving them through this map. He's just such an experienced player. He's been around for so long, and to see him still delivering in the server is really quite cool. 12-5. Some big clutch moments out from him, and now he's on the entry into locker room. 1-1. A necessary shot coming up here in a second. How's your reaction time?
normally for him, being pretty crisp. Not being lights out, but that is Juan Juan. Every day of the week, GDSC as well with that secondary sniper. Going to do a decent shot of his own. Juan Juan going to be called upon again. He's under a bit of pressure, being forced off the angle here. Numbers favor Na'Vi. Juan just trying to re-peek in for some info as first now smoked off the angle. It's a team smoke as well, so decision made for him about whether he wanted to fight or whether he could fight or not. And they're going to reset. So with a bomb in tow, so I guess that's the main thing for them. How does Mina want to go about this? Where does he want to finish?
You've got to clear everything on this side of the map.
Yeah.
It's going to take time for Evolution Power to work their way to A. Oh, but they really would love the chance to look for a pick here. That is what First is up to.
Oh, this is so dicey. We're fighting around double doors.
Been spotted.
Yeah, you only get pixels to work with. Oh, Akashi gets cleared out there. Nice find, nice swing. First looking for another as well. He's now left with it all to do is this JV who drops Mino. He's clutched up for them before in the past, Mino, but now he's got to watch from the grave. And it's all down to the youngster who's back in their squad.
Yep.
Versus 2. Bomb planted.
Here's an opportunity to show us why he's been put back in the lineup. Nade is going to be a big one that chunks him down to about 50 HP, so that does make matters worse. Na'Vi really taking their time about this.
Yeah.
They're making him think that they've gone for a wrap, and instead they're just going to collapse in on top of him. So a little bit too committed to the one angle there. Na'Vi will get another. It's still going to be a close map. Doesn't really feel like either team is significantly on top in this matchup just yet.
This is kind of what we expected, really, as well, out of this series. Yes, EP, reigning champs and all the rest, but again, you have to always take into that factor about the current form and actually how decent Na'Vi have been looking. Scary side domestically, and now starting to prove there's a little bit of oomph about them when it comes towards international play. A slim lead by Evolution Power. They love to just keep it within that 2-round buffer, just not be within the arm's reach, but I'm not super sold just yet. The core of rookies looking quite problematic, and I think a lot of it is coming down to JV's calling. I really have been impressed with him, and especially when he's getting opening kills like that. Can he get out? The answer is yes. JV's actually given the luxury of escape. And YH, too nervous to even fight for the trade there, so great work by the IGL.
Yeah, how does Evolution Power recover from this one? They've got a window of opportunity to walk their way into wood while that smoke is up. ADRF's not going to be able to see much. But going A here feels fraught with danger. You've got 2 players there to defend A, plus the quick rotate of ADRF. I don't know if I like this one for Evolution Power. Smoking off mid. Wonder if it's a mid to B here. It could be with that entry from YH onto ADRF. Instead, an A split, an option. I don't think they're quite committed to anything just yet. Damage done, though, with the JV with the grenade, and that might seal the deal. I think it's going to be an A finish here for Evolution Power, particularly now that they've picked up Akashi. YH trying to recover the window position. Will fall, but 2v2 post plan is about as good as you could have hoped for Evolution Power, considering the circumstances. So, see what they can do with it, but they haven't been great at holding on to this A side, either on GR or BL side.
1-1. Man, you're looking towards here at range. Hey, that flies over, but only a bit of chip damage. Flashbang that comes through as well, but we've got to go now. We've got to make a move. The late play for the retake works in the previous round. Will it work here? Shot by First. He just needs to stay tucked. The clock is your best friend. You do not need to peek. Wait for the tap on towards the C4. That's all you need to do. This one is done. Nothing that Juan Juan can do now to change the outcome of this round. It's won by EP, and the timer does well. Na'Vi went for a late retake in the previous round. It worked in a 1 versus 2, but a different story in the 2v2.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort for Evolution Power, but pushing that lead back out to 2 is going to settle some of the nerves. Pressure is starting to build for Na'Vi because Evolution Power not too far away from picking this first map up. Hasn't really been a tournament-winning-esque performance from Evolution Power so far, but they've still got plenty of time to peak in this event. As long as they can get through this match, that's really all that matters. It doesn't necessarily matter how they do it. Again, forward smokes from Na'Vi at wood, keeping Evolution Power at bay for now.
Okay, Adrian up close. As this smoke dissipates, that's when the initial decision to be made by EP is going to be an interesting one. Do you actually commit through these doors having had no control of it for the last minute or so? It looks like the option is going to be no. They're just going to fall back away. It's the first time in a while, though, I've seen a round where Evolution Power do look just a little bit indecisive. I don't think they really even know what they want to do, but they don't have a lot of time left to work with.
One minute might not seem like a lot, but you can get quite a bit done. Particularly if First is able to hit a shot here. Akashi going to be legged on that jump spot. He waited patiently for it, didn't he? So that's a start for Evolution Power, but they're not quite going to commit off the back of it. They're not too sure that they want to just yet, and so now going to revert their attention back in towards this wood position. It's actually a nice setup. GDSC and ADRF here. If this sniper shot connects, Evolution Power will be in trouble, but ADRF actually kind of makes a bit of a meal of that spray, and that's still going to be problems. I mean, this is a very spread offense from Evolution Power. They're relying on fights happening and working on all sides of the map, and they're just not. I don't like that at all.
Just not enough time. Like, you've got 1,000 angles you've got to clear, and they just don't give themselves nearly enough time to make anything work. They're committing to execute with under 30 seconds on the clock. There's way too much they've got to do. They're in spawn.
I mean, that's one aspect to it, but the other concern that I have is that you've got 4 players kind of taking individual entry paths, right? So, okay, you know, the first guy goes in, he dies. That's where you get your info, and you typically look for the second guy to trade, and that's where you scale into the side that way. But that can't happen. You're basically relying on every Evolution Power player there to get an entry frag, and the entry frag is not exactly a favorable duel, so...
And you're also expecting every fight to go right with there being no hiccups.
Exactly.
Because you can't afford for there to be hiccups because it just chips away more of the clock.
With 20 seconds on the clock, it's just, not a great round there for Evolution Power, so...
It's one of the worst kind of rounds to lose again. When you're the one who's setting the tempo and you lose essentially the clock, like, it's the worst kind of way to lose a round. Because, it just really like implements this idea we were talking about, this them being indecisive. This is a great move by XQ. That's so smart. Sees the nade comes through, so knows that on timing, he has a bit of a window which he can expose him, and he does. And Adrian could be in trouble here. Pistol pulled out, he dives around the corner. XQ's one-man army as he gives some space towards the A site. Eventually clipped, but his job's already done.
Oi, what's going on here? YH. It's just gone charging out in the B bomb site. Totally unnecessary. Could have played it a little bit slower. He was trying to catch the rotation, I imagine, but hadn't come through just yet. Bomb plant down now, and a 2v3 required for the Evolution Power members. Now, Juan is very low, so he should be an easy cleanup, but see what Na'Vi can do. Zay in a bold position. This is really a one-and-done position, but you can sometimes find a multiplayer spray down. He'll just back it up. I'm wondering about this one, though. Time a factor for Na'Vi. They're only just now starting to make their way down onto the site. They get out for free. Nobody's watching. That is criminal. What is that from Evolution Power? Those last 2 rounds are kind of goofy.
They're so hard focused on stairs off the back of no information. I guess because, again, Na'Vi left it late, but this shouldn't really be like that much of a surprise for them. Every single retake Na'Vi have gone for, they've purposely left it so late because they know that EP, their attention gets drawn elsewhere. They think they're going for a long rotate and whatnot.
Yeah.
They've got to learn these lessons, but they're not. Nice move by Adrian. Gets one, but only. Zay quick on the trade, but more than anything, yes, it's one kill, but the actual real importance there by Adrian is actually the information.
Well, difficulty here as we get a little bit closer to the finish line for sub-bases. Neither team has got themselves a timeout available, so we really get to the pointy end of things. Not being able to have a chat could be a little bit of a difficulty for them. Zay finds the opener onto Akashi, and again, that'll open up a passageway into the A site.
I mean, they're consistently getting down here, right? That's a
They are.
positive, right? But it's just actually anything
But
following
again,
that.
what's
This is
that?
bold. This is really bold. And JV just becoming a problem. Oh my, he's stepping up in such a big way as he dives up on top of that missile. He can just take the defuse here. There is nothing in that range that X2Q can do. Your time is already gone. JV, the big man in the middle leading, and he does such a good job of it. He continues to call an excellent game.
That is just really bad, though, for Evolution Power,
it is.
isn't it? Like, you
It's
got
so sloppy.
3 guys watching the same angle, 3 guys watching the window. Who's watching stairs? How's he allowed to walk down there when you've got a numbers advantage? Like, okay.
And the funniest thing about it is they've spent every other post-spawn only watching stairs.
Yeah. if you're in a 2v4 or something, I get it. You know, you don't have people that can watch everything. But in that instance, Evolution Power have numbers to watch every avenue back into that site, and they just let him walk downstairs and pick up 3 kills like that. I think that's unacceptable. Evolution Power, if they want to be a team that's going to be going back to back at a CFS event, they need to be playing better than that. They need to be communicating better than that.
Yeah.
You know, people aren't calming what they're holding. I don't know.
I keep saying it, you know, JV is calling a fantastic game right now. He's also playing really well individually, but he's actually normally not the point man when it comes towards the numbers. But he's running rings around them when it comes towards his retakes. You know, even these small little micro movements they're making of, like, in some ways where they're giving them the plan so they can set up properly and playing with the clock as well. Like, it's just these small things that EP are being kind of perplexed by it. It's kind of the narrative I've been talking about when I've spoken about JV quite a lot, this rookie caller. Some of the things he's bringing to the table are quite unorthodox, and we just have to do it in a game that's been around for kind of a while now as well, but it's a fresh look on how to approach it. And Mino's unbelievably experienced is struggling. He doesn't have any sort of proper reads.
It's a nice line for First to get himself onto. Just has to kind of wait and see if maybe someone's going to push their way into jail. 1-1 gets the better of Zay. This could be the killing blow for Evolution Power if they lose a round quickly here. We'll go to 9-7. Na'Vi looking good, but Mino and First trying to recover it. And they are getting the plant down, but man, the retakes have been good from Na'Vi, so we've got to back them here.
They've got the numbers. It's been a slow game from Adrian, but if there was a time for him to pop up, it would be now. GDSC stuck behind a smoke, and First has to keep eyes trained on a couple of different angles, but he's picked the right one to gamble upon. Tunnel visioned in here towards the server room. First waiting, and the first fight is good. Can't get the second quick trade and all on the shoulders of Mino. He's pulled off a couple of clutches already, but this is not going to be one of them. Another round for Na'Vi as they inch closer to stealing away Evolution Power's map pick. And it comes back to what we brought up in the pre-show. If they end up doing this, why? We know that Na'Vi have been picking into this map. If anything, if this left open, I wouldn't even be surprised if Na'Vi picked into it themselves.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I really can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, Evolution Power, it looked like this was going to be their map for free.
Yes.
You know, they were in control, they were looking good, and then like the last 2 or 3 rounds, they've just completely lost their heads, and Na'Vi are now in control. A 9-7 gives them a couple of bites of the cherry here. If they can pick up sub-base, then, you know, they're moving into their map pick, and hey, we might be saying goodbye to our reigning champions in the group stage. That's unreasonable. That's not something I would have predicted.
That'd be crazy. That'd be one of the biggest storylines so far. That is for damn sure. Oh, GDSC tagged, but he stays alive. So ultimately, it's all that matters. Of course, he is wielding that secondary sniper. The primary, the man I will continue to highlight every time I talk about Na'Vi. Juan is having an excellent game. 17-7 for him. Not too far behind it is the rookie IGL himself of JV. And GDSC, the vet. Rounding off that core of 3. It's actually, you know, it's the main man of Agent who actually has been slow, but if you win, who cares, right? First fight, 1-1. Oh, you always back him in these fights. He's so solid, but he misses that one. Attack that'll come through. JV second bite of the cherry. Juan's going nuclear. Pistol pulled out, but Takashi bails him out. It's all on the shoulders of First now. A 1 versus 3, and this one feels all but done. Wow, EP, what a collapse. Their own map pick, and there is so little on offer for them.
Yeah, not happening, especially with the position ADRF has got. He should be able to spot First. If he tries to go for a rotation back out around mid.
C4's dropped, by the way, in, like
in
a basically unrecoverable spot of out of fight.
He might be able to get up there.
GDSC's hold for it, no?
Yeah, GDSC. Ooh. Has he seen him? Yes, he spotted him now, but that's the shot to go through. The low HP player down, but you've still got 2 to find and the C4 to retrieve. And by the way, this is when ADRF looks to activate from behind. So the timer's ticking on first, but it's not just the clock itself, but it's actually the flank that's coming through. He spotted out Juan. He's got 15 seconds to take this fight. He does. He looks for it, and he's not able to win it. So there we go. 10-7. Na'Vi will cause an upset on map 1, and, well, they're looking good for this series now.
Well, what a performance coming through from Na'Vi. What a statement to be made as well on their opponent's map pick. Subbase goes the way of Natus Vincere and now sets us up for a very interesting series indeed. EP on the back foot to start it off. Not what we expected. What a performance from Juan. We always highlight him coming in towards series where we cover Na'Vi, but that is an immaculate display coming through from 20-7, just shy of 110 ADR with nearly 50% of the rounds, multi-kills. Brilliant.
Yeah, and it answers a lot of the questions that we had in the pre-match where we were wondering whether or not Na'Vi can display that kind of game against a better opponent, right? It's one thing to do it against Inner Circle. It's one thing for Juan to have these kinds of numbers against a team from one of the weaker regions and a team that is weaker in that region as well. In comparison to a world champion, a defending champion, well, I think we've got our answer. Juan, he delivers. Obviously, a 2.86 KD there for him is fantastic. 109 ADR, definitely solid. But it's not just him. We were wondering about all of the rookies there. We're looking at JV, we're looking at Juan. JV delivers, Juan delivers. GDSC was continuing to kind of do what he was doing yesterday as well. Did feel like Akashi and ADRF sort of struggled maybe a little bit more so. But I agree. You're not going to have 5 players online at all times, all the time. So I think that's fine. Na'Vi get it over the line. They've still got a little bit left in the tank. We know what level ADRF can kind of hit, potentially going into their map pick as well. And I'm kind of on the Na'Vi hype train at this point. I feel like this is definitely doable for them. That was a pretty disappointing display, I have to say, for Evolution Power, particularly towards the back end of the map.
Yes.
First half was okay. The start of the second half was okay, but they really seemed like they lost their heads a little bit somewhere along the line there on the BL side. They got into so many positive positions and they weren't able to convert on them. It didn't seem like they were comming well. It didn't seem like they had a great understanding of, what their teammates were doing in a lot of instances as well. So I don't know what happened there, but there was just some kind of communication breakdown potentially for Evolution Power, and it's costing the map, and who knows if it'll cost them the series now as well.
It really looked like they kind of got into this rinse and repeat cycle where mentally I think they got a little bit checked out, or I think maybe even a little bit tilted about rounds being quite close, but still, again, we're talking about how many post-bars they fumbled, right? The retakes from Na'Vi were absolutely excellent. I'll come back to a point I brought up during the game, but I just think JV's calling was fantastic. He really had such a good read on kind of Mino and EP as a whole, and we're put in this predicament now, I think, where for Evolution Power, you've got this sort of 10 to 15 minute break in between maps where you've actually got to do so much to really try and make something out of this and actually just mentally recover. For the core of this side, they're also relatively young in their own regard as well. So there's kind of quite a lot they've got to be done here. But for Na'Vi, we asked a question, I think, and especially in the sense of Juan, we asked that question for him of you're coming in towards this series, and you know you're a rookie. It's a debut here at CFS, and you're somebody with a lot of people, you know, a lot of eyes on you, and a lot of prospects looking for the future. How do you fare when you go against a reigning champ when the pressure's on, when you actually come in as the underdogs, right? Are you one of those people who rises to the occasion? And if you are, that's probably a good look for the future, right? And he absolutely did. So exciting times. If he can keep this up the series, you know, I said this yesterday when they took down Inner Circle. If there's ever a change at the moment looking for a new sniper, if it, you know, if the likes of kind of a Goku or an MG aren't working out or move on or whatnot, Juan is that first name in the list.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the future's very bright for Brazilian CrossFire. You know, we're sort of seeing this resurgence, obviously, in the Philippines region as well. I think it's kind of nice to see a little bit getting put together as well for the Brazilian region too, because it did feel like for a little while there might have been a little bit of a dip there. Chinese dominance coming back in. You know, Imperial wasn't really quite cutting the mustard. Vasco wasn't really cutting the mustard. But, you know, previously, last year, we had Vasco make it to the grand final. We've got some good performances just across the board in general from all of the Brazilian teams so far that we've seen at this event. Obviously, we have yet to see Alcacia play. We know that they're generally a pretty damn solid lineup. So, I mean, Liquid are looking good. We'll see what they can do later on today. Na'Vi, I think, have kind of like passed the test already for me. Even if they lose this game, they lose this series, you know, they had a great series yesterday against Inner Circle. They've pushed Evolution Power, no doubt about that, in this one. And they're like still on that like developmental journey. So we're not necessarily expecting them to go bust down the gates here in this event. But if they do, I mean, what a result this would be if they could take down the reigning champion of CFS. I mean, that would be a huge confidence builder for them going into those playoffs. And, I mean, they play against a domestic opponent, a domestic rivalry in the playoffs to start things off against Alcacia.
As comfortable as it gets.
Theoretically, that could be a winnable game. You know, you're very familiar with what Alcacia will be bringing to the table. So I think there's some cool storylines going forward, depending on which of these two teams actually make it through. One, Evolution Power, we get a rematch of the grand final from last year. Two, Na'Vi obviously make it through, domestic rivalry. They've just beaten the world champion. What can they do going forward? I mean, there's certainly a lot to sort of break down with regard to the result of this matchup, but we're not there yet. Obviously, we've still got a couple of maps potentially, maybe only one map to go. And hey, I mean, at this point, I'm on the one map hype train. I want to see Na'Vi do this.
Yeah, there's actually quite an interesting kind of hypothetical to throw out as well when we talk about this. There's a world in which we get this sort of change in the guard now towards that top end. You know, we've always spoken about kind of the Chinese dominance, right? You know, we look towards EWC, all 5 teams making it towards the playoffs. That was huge. 5 out of 8, of course, coming through them. But if we actually go in towards the playoffs here and we get 3 out of 3 from Brazil, which is very doable. You look towards Liquid, you'd actually say they're the favorites against XROCK heading in towards that game. It's close, but technically in terms of like international rankings, they are the on-paper favorites heading in towards that one. And if Na'Vi can pull off an upset against the reigning champs, it really does throw a really interesting kind of span in the works. And then on top of that, you know, again, this would be an absolute kind of fever dream for the region. But if you're getting 3 for 3 heading towards the playoffs, and then one of those 3 ended up winning the whole thing, that is a legitimate changing of the guard, right? Where it's like, actually, maybe for the first time in a long time, if ever, Brazil is actually #1 in the world, like as a whole, right? You know, and again, you can maybe make the question about depth in the region, sure, and you know, you'd always kind of back China in that sense, but that would be a wild thing, and there's a legitimate possibility about that Liquid and Na'Vi. You know, if Na'Vi win this map, Liquid are technically the on-paper favorites in that one. That would be sick. Even that alone, having 3 for 3 heading towards the finals, and especially not only 3 for 3, but it's 3 for 3 heading to the finals, having beaten Chinese opposition on home soil for China, that is a pretty insane time for the Brazilian region as a whole, and things are looking quite bright for them.
I mean, the question I've got to ask though now, Neo, is like, are we getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves?
Oh,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean? Like we are all in on this bandwagon. You know, we're both like all in on it. I can tell. But we've only seen one map, right? It's one map. Na'Vi have won one map against Evolution Power. That's fantastic. But hey, Swamp beat BaiSha in a map yesterday as well.
Sure.
Didn't do anything in the rest of that series. So
no, of course, but that's why I came into it saying there's an interesting hypothetical here, right? Because granted, Na'Vi are still the underdogs in this series despite being a map up, right? We know how many times have we seen this EP side come back from bad deficits. How many times have we seen this side recover from positions which don't look good for them? Plenty, right? But at the same time, Na'Vi have already proven more than enough from what we've seen so far for why this side is so exciting and why we look towards them for the future of being a team that have a lot of prospects in them. The vets and the rookie core together, it's a nice, interesting mix. But the big thing for Na'Vi now is about consistency. It's always that buzzword we throw in here, and we've now got to see if they can bring it to the server. I think for EP, they did look quite dejected at the tail end of that map, but we've seen this side so many times where they just shake it off and go in towards the next and look like a different side. So, and that's something that Mino's been so excellent at doing, and I think he's probably instilled that quite heavily in towards these youngsters around him, saying like, it happens, there's no point dwelling on the past there, focus on the present, this map in front of us is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, look, if they can do it in a grand final, 5 maps last year against
when they were on the back foot for a lot of it as well.
They can do it here. There's no doubt about that in my mind. So we're close to getting underway with the map. And Na'Vi will be feeling like they have a massive opportunity ahead here. Don't get these kinds of opportunities very often. They don't roll around that much.
It's true.
Hopefully, they can grasp it with both hands.
I think a large part of this is really, can we see Juan go huge again? He had such a good game. He was so fun to watch. But the big thing is not only can we get Juan playing at that level, but if we can get alongside him, Juan going huge, and then we get a bit more of a showing out of Adrian, this then does become very scary coming through. I think, you know, as you've been saying, I think JV's calling a really good game. So you've already got your IGL kind of doing everything he needs to be doing. You've got your sniper playing to an excellent level, being kind of the best player in the server right now. If you can then get your vet, your star in a sense, of Adrian also starting to put the numbers up alongside him, then EP are actually in trouble. And, you know, that's the big thing. Is that EP, you've just lost that game with the star player being next to non-existent of Adrian. You know, the main man you look towards in this rifling core to put up heavy numbers was not really bringing a lot to the table. So that in itself is probably still a bit of a scary prospect that potentially might even cross the mind of Evolution Power a little bit. It's that man on your screen that we're looking to see a little bit more out of. We need to see him come alive here in towards this second map, especially as well just to take a little bit more pressure off of the youngster of Juan. Not force him to have to go nuclear every map.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's that, but look, at the end of the day, if you want to go deep in this tournament, you know, you have to be delivering almost every single map. There's no easy matches here for anybody, not the least because of the format change as well. Like, we are sort of over-indexing now on the playoffs in terms of you get rid of all of the weaker teams very, very early on. Group stage lasts only 3 days.
Yeah.
Then every single team that you're going to be going up against in those playoffs is a top 8 team in the world, basically, at that point. And, you know, there's no easy matches there. So it's going to be brutal going forward. The expectations are going to be high. You cannot take a lax approach in any given map. And maybe that's what the Evolution Power guys did in the last. They felt like they might have had it over the line, and, well, they've been burned for it. But experienced lineup, like you've said here, on the Evolution Power side of the stage. And so hopefully they'll be able to bounce back as we are about to head into map number 2, that being the choice of Na'Vi. Big opportunity coming up. And here we are underway with map number 2. New compound. You can see the pick of Na'Vi. And they've got themselves a chance at finding a win against Evolution Power that would knock them out of the tournament. The reigning champions. Their backs against the wall, and let's see if Na'Vi can capitalize on that, or if we will indeed be going through to Eagle Eye. I think if we do get to Eagle Eye, that's a tough ask for Na'Vi to close out there. So I reckon it has to be done here. Let's find out. Slow approach. They kick things off in middle.
This map is always a really good indicator as well. Again, you know, I called it earlier, but it's a bit of a litmus test map just to understand how strong a team really is. You need your individuals to really be frying, but a lot of it comes down to the team synergy. GDC has crossed the window. He's just waiting first. How's your reactions? Well, spots a pixel, but a missed shot.
Prompts a lot of util there from EP. Double smoke. One more for GR Spawn as well on that right side of Divider. Looks like Na'Vi are well committed to pushing toward the B side at the moment. Just have to wait these smokes out. They know that a lot of that util on this side of the map has already been used by Evolution Power, so they're going to read into that and say, maybe the B side's going to be a little bit easier to hit here. Calling the cancel though. Slowing it back down again, and that is pretty true to form for Na'Vi, pretty true to form for the Brazilian teams in general.
Don't have loads of time though, boys. Double flash out. GDC very blind, but all kind of a naught. They're going for a split now, back towards B.
No delaying util on the B side anymore, really, at all for Evolution Power. So this is just going to come down to aim duels, and the first one from JV is a good one. He just gets past Mino's crosshair. Still, the problem, there's a couple more players on that B bomb side. Evolution Power will wipe the floor with the first round of Na'Vi's attempt into B. Hwan can do nothing about it solo, and Evolution Power trying to get themselves fired back up into this series. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, it's much better. Much, much better. And much more like it, I think. You know, you look towards this side, and I think for Evolution Power, they have to get a very, very strong starting towards this map. Just give yourself a little bit of leeway. Give yourself a bit of breathing room to shrug off that sub-base. I still think that, in general, Na'Vi will do a lot of their best work on that second half. But if they can build good foundations here, even like a bare minimum of 4 is actually not even terrible. Let's see, flash over. Zay pushed off the angle. He's forced away. Flash in a smoke that'll come round as well. A nade that'll soften him up. But not about trading a util here. It's the map control taken here by Na'Vi, and they've dealt damage towards Zay too.
A little bit telegraphed, though, as to what the setup is at the moment for Na'Vi. They're just going to try and flash their way forward. Evolution Power should be ready for this, but apparently not. Zay will go down to ADRF. Mino will get out with his life into the A side, but now you've got Na'Vi well set up for an A split. They're going to work their way forward and hit the entries that they've been looking for. That is a brute force round from Na'Vi. They know that EP know, but they don't care. They go anyway, and they make it work, and now it's a 5-on-2.
What to do here with XQQ. And he's basically all but dead. Maybe it'll come over. JV should take damage, but of all the people to take damage of a nade as well, he's probably the worst person for it because he actually had the HP to tank it up a little bit. Everyone's tagged towards Na'Vi, but it might not make a difference. Let's see. First, found. Second, found. First, causing problems. Hwan, GDSC, and Agent all not exactly healthy, but XQQ going to get caught in the backlines. And ace clutch was going to be required, and it's not to be shut down. There is Na'Vi, get a response.
Yep, you'll take that if you're Na'Vi. I mean, a bit of a heart stopper for a second there when First grabs himself a couple of openers, but realistically speaking, the job was way too much. So here we go again, 1-1 the scoreline. Na'Vi underway early, feeling confident about their play. I really like that round from them. That was pure confidence. Bullying their way into the side, even though Evolution Power knew they were coming. You can tell the Na'Vi are backing themselves. That is what you want.
Oh. Pop shot will connect. On towards GDSC. Hit down pretty low to start things off. They've split towards mid very early here. It's very standard protocol as well to get a smoke down mid initially to kind of bait out a bit of a fight here. But instead, no, they're flying in towards the fights, but it's actually costly. Adrian, first, down. YH on the drive-by, or Kachikashi. 2 quick kills that come through. Hwan going to get tagged as well, but JV a kill for him. He looks for a second, but he can't quite get it and leaves it all on the shoulders of Hwan, the hero of that previous map, who now needs a quad clutch in a 1v4. Should be next to impossible, to be frank, but not going to completely count him out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a bit of an X-factor for Na'Vi, that's for sure. Do have to bear in mind this is a map that typically favors the GR side, so any round that Na'Vi can get right now is at a premium. And even if they sort of trade 2 for 1 and ends up being a 6-3 half, that's workable enough if you've got a good GR side, which given that it is their map pick, they would expect to. Double sniper setup, a bit of a problem for Na'Vi. First and XQQ, both fantastic in their own right and causing a little bit of a concern. So we're going to go back towards the A side of the map, which did work out for Na'Vi, but it's not a committed push. You've got players sort of floating around mid, floating around pillars. It's just a bit of a map control from Na'Vi to start things off rather than a commitment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different setup as well. You know, again, it's like a lot of focus is generally put on towards this smoke here that Hwan's just about to throw. So, don't really a lot of teams start that early. Is that front A main smoke, and then you use that to scale through and towards Banana. But you know where we're at for the time being, it's not been as much of a priority. This time, a little bit more defaulty. Flash over as well to actually force them off that A-long control. And that's good. Mino caught in transition. XQQ will bail him out. That's a C4 dropped as well. Now this becomes very problematic because they've got to recover it more than anything. Smoke down, they're going to waste utility just for that salvage mission, and it will cost GDSC his life.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he just kind of went for that on his own. I thought he was actually going to get away with it, but will be clipped on the way out. So we might get a timeout after this round from Na'Vi. Still one that they can try to put together. That was probably where it had to start. Akashi not able to get the opener there onto Mino, and so 5-on-3, you're trying to enter into the B bomb site with under a minute on the clock. I don't see this being too favorable for Na'Vi at all. The B hold was good last time it was tested. It's shot from first, but Mino's not having any problems with Akashi at the moment, and Evolution Power just setting themselves looking good to close this out. 3-1 the lead. So good response to what happened on sub base. Evolution Power reminding us once again that they are the best team in the world coming out of 2024. They won the CFS Grand Finals. It might not have been their year so far in 2025, but who's to say they can't win it here? I mean, they're still on for it.
It's true. And again, you know, we came into that tournament and basically all the way until they lifted that trophy, they were always the underdogs and you know, the unexpected side in a sense. So it's something that they've just been so good at doing in a way. Always being overlooked and underappreciated, you'd argue, may I say. So we'll see. Timeout taken though. I think, you know, there's a lot to talk about here. I think in particular for Na'Vi, right? It's not exactly the quick start you wanted to continue their run, that trajectory. You just want to build the foundations in this first half. You do a lot of your best work when you're the one sort of on that GR side. So let's see. Timeout about to be concluded. 3P, I don't think there's too much to talk about. I think more than anything, it's basically just a bit of the pacing of what Na'Vi are throwing at them. But it seems like for now, they've at least got a pretty good read.
Yeah, well, this is where it has to change the pace for Na'Vi. So let's see what they've figured out. GDSC going a bit missing. 15 ADR, 0-3 at the moment. That could be a big factor for Na'Vi. He's typically been one of their openers and has been getting Na'Vi into good positions. So if he's lacking in this map, it's going to be much harder for Na'Vi to get into sights. And then makes it a bit harder for Juan to do what he does, which is typically close well. So all fits together for Na'Vi, and if one piece is not working, then it makes the job a bit more difficult for everybody else. Bit more of a forward hold here from first. Spotted out, and he'll just back it up.
Yeah, standard stuff, really. Initial contacts. Double smoke, fall back.
Combat tends to be one of the slower maps as well, just in general.
Yeah,
it's a bit bigger, so there's a lot more territory that needs to be taken by the BL side. So a lot of waiting around in some of these rounds.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of leans a little bit at times in towards probably what Na'Vi are used to, playing back home. When this map's picked in Brazil, it can be a bit of a grind, especially if you're playing against Silent Liquid, for example. Adrian tagged. First bit of contact we've had in this round so far as we just creep under the minute mark. Pretty akin to what Compound can bring, but a move starting to be brewed here by Na'Vi. It looks like a bit of a B split with just leaving GDSC on his own to come through. He's getting the board, GDSC, though. So yet to frag at 0-3. JV making a move. It's a solo move by the IGL, and a bad time to pull out utility as Mino gets a freebie.
Yeah, but with that, he can read into the fact that there's multiple players over towards A. He'll call the push into B. The problem is this B hold has just been so solid. First is kind of hitting everything. He's got himself the double before he's fallen, overwhelmed by the numbers, but still, that's good enough as far as Na'Vi's concerned. 1-1. He takes matters into his own hands. He had the C4 there. He knows that he needs to try to whittle these numbers down. He's hitting everything. 1-1. Can't get it done. That might have been Na'Vi's ticket back into the map, but it will not be given to them this time around. Evolution Power negotiate a difficult one, and they get themselves to a 4-1 lead. This is slipping away from Na'Vi now.
It's a good effort. It really is a good effort by Juan, but you are right. Starting to get a little drastic as this is becoming more and more of an issue. And also as well, it's still a bit of a damning thing in a sense that they actually are kind of requiring Juan to go nuclear for them to get rounds. Like this, it's not a solid thing as it was for, especially that tail end of map number 1, where it was like the whole team were finding their moments. We're not really getting that at the moment. It is like, right, Juan, if you don't go insane, we're actually not getting a lot of leg room here.
Yep.
Akashi, nice find. Fellow rookie will get the numbers back even as he drops 8.
It doesn't really do a lot for this round, though, for Na'Vi. They had already lost a player early on, and so they take a bit of control outside of A, but just look at how spread the offensive is for Na'Vi. This doesn't indicate they're going to go anywhere. Mino, he goes hunting for info. He goes before the flash as well, and so that's going to be punished by Akashi. Another one of those moments for Evolution Power where you think, what's happening with the comms there? Peeking the corner before it's flashed. Gives that numbers advantage back over to Na'Vi, and this is one that they really need to convert on. The half's not too far gone yet for Na'Vi.
No, it's not, for sure. Again, you know, I said it a little bit earlier. For Na'Vi, if you can get yourself to a spot like 4 rounds, it's actually really not bad foundations in this first half. So let's see. First. Holding on the angle on the minute now as we start to move our way forward.
First is here, though, and he has been the big player for Evolution Power so far.
He should be fine for at least one. If he can get one on Tucker's head, that would actually be huge. And again, time is sort of the issue. They also just don't have util properly to kind of like force him off the angle. They have util for the post plant, but it just doesn't matter. YH for 2. First one of his own as well, and Juan left it all through again. 25 seconds and no chance in hell. It's a incredible setup towards the A side, as it has been throughout this map thus far. YH and First now posted on the angle. He's going to try and sneak his way forward, but there's nothing he can do. YH closes it. It's a monster round from him.
Yeah, it's a perfect read from Evolution Power, isn't it? 3 players alive, all 3 of them on the site that gets hit. No success for Na'Vi. They are having rings called around them at the moment. Mino guiding the troops nicely, 5 and 1. And Na'Vi on their map pick are watching their dreams of knocking Evolution Power out of the group stage go up in smoke. As you said, 4 would be nice for Na'Vi. That's still possible, but it feels like it's a long way away, and it seems like wherever they go, First is there waiting for them.
It's not impossible, it's just highly improbable is sort of how this one is feeling so far. First fight, of course, will go their way, so you take that at the very least. Hello.
Yep.
We're in towards B very quickly. This is a tougher retake, and well, Juan could shut it down already. Nice find for him. He gets a tag as well on the cross as he looks for more. This round's all but done. That's a lot better from Na'Vi. Bit of a tempo change.
Yeah, pep in their step.
Yeah, finally.
More like it. Round's not necessarily done and dusted just yet, though. Let's see what Mino and Zay have to say about it. It's a long rotation coming through from Zay, though. It's not going to give them much time to try to make this retake happen. Flashing their way in. Mino knows he has to go quickly, and, well, he'll quickly exit the server. It's not looking like much here for Evolution Power, but yeah, what I will say is I like that a little bit more from Na'Vi. You know, they play with the confidence. They just take the mid-round calling aspect of the round out of it. Back themselves, hit some entries, and that was, to an extent, kind of what was working on sub-base.
I think sometimes as well, when you're actually just in a bit of a rut of form, like, just go to the basics, right?
Yeah.
Let's just fly into a fight. We know that mechanically we can actually go toe-to-toe with these guys, but they have been out calling you. So let's just go back to the simplistic things of let's play a round just as a unit and just, you know, trade each other. But in that round, they actually they weren't required to trade in the initial. They just won out their entry frags. Now, that's not going to happen every time, but a call like that, it's simple, it's easy, but it's a perfect way to kind of reset things. You're also in a position where you are kind of in a spot of, like, nothing to lose, so why not?
Well, we've defaulted back to the slow style for Na'Vi, and that is going to give the opportunity over to the snipers to really work their angles again. I feel like Na'Vi had kind of cracked the code with that faster play. ADRF is going to try it again, but doesn't have the backup this time, and his opening shot is not as good either. It's just falling apart a little bit. Na'Vi now relying on GDSC, and Zay will have that covered. This is So rough for Na'Vi. Maybe they can still find a way to scrounge something together, but 3 players on the A side. C4 needs to be retrieved. It's behind this smoke as well, by the way. So JV trying to pick it up will just be picked up by Zay instead. Best case scenario now for Na'Vi, it's going to be 3 in the first half, which if they could get 3, I think it is still playable, but they have to have a really damn good GR side if they want to make that work.
1v3 for Juan, and of course that C4 feels for the most part unrecoverable. I mean, he's got some time to work with 50 seconds. He's still thinking there's going to be a alert coming through from the B side, but they're just hunkered down around that drop bomb. They don't need to move it. I think he'll start to piece that puzzle together momentarily. Zay on the angle close left. He's so worried about everywhere that all he needs to do is keep attention drawn towards the site first. Fight is a beaut as well by Juan, but he's immediately shut down. The response by EP is easy.
Bit too easy, really. Deflated looking Na'Vi at the moment. This is a bit more of the EP that we were expecting to see on sub-base. Kind of bamboozling that they were able to even let that slip if they come into this map and play this well. What happened? I don't know, but final round of the half, Na'Vi require 1 more to have this look a little bit better going into the second. They've been really doing it tough in this half. Smoke to the left side of mid. Ooh, an awkward nade there for Mino. 1 lands on the head of YH. A faster play here from Na'Vi. Again, I'm not as opposed to this kind of a strategy. They're just going to try and push together, it would seem, and see if they can trade Mino down. Another entry from ADRF. He needs some help pushing his way forward. He's just not going to stop, it looks like. It's clean enough as far as Na'Vi are concerned. 2 for 2, but they're getting space, and that's what's important. But they go towards this A site. There's still 2 defenders, and say, well, he needs just 1 as he gets it done alone. Couple of kills for him. First under pressure, but that's not the guy that is feeling the pressure at the moment. He's 11 and 5, and now it's on the shoulders of Juan, the star for Na'Vi that has been shining so brightly here at CrossFire Stars 2025. Seems to be dimming a little bit on new compound.
Nice shot, to be fair, but a very quick trade and a very dominant half coming through from Evolution Power. 7-2. What a showing coming through from them. Na'Vi next to nothing on offer in that first half. Bit of a predicament for them because they look mentally so dejected right now, the youngsters, the rookies. Have got to try and bail themselves out of a bad spot. And I don't know, I just can't see EP fumbling from this level of a lead. The AI win prediction is a lot more even than I kind of assumed at a 7-2. There's been like nothing on offer from Na'Vi. I'm surprised it's as close as it is.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, how good are you on the GR side?
In all fairness, that's where they did their best work in sub-base. It was all on the GR side. Those retakes were excellent.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to be damn good. Triple sniper setup, by the way, Na'Vi here. So
Nothing to lose.
Do not want to let Evolution Power get on a site. So retaking a site with 3 sniper rifles is not going to be easy. The objective of this round for Na'Vi is to stop Evolution Power from even getting close to those sites, or if they do, make sure that they're extremely wounded. I don't know if you're getting the better of First at the moment, though. He's been absolutely on a tear in this map.
Right down. Maybe they might actually get decent timing on towards Hadrian, but no, it just doesn't go deep enough. I think at first he's just dragging attention over there, but it's not actually the play of where they want to go. They're going to go for a mid-split coming through. First find is good as JV drops YH, but the trade in succession go favorably for EP until it's leveled again. Juan continues to step up, continues to be a threat, and somehow gets out there. He tags so low. Mino is below window. Smoke will give away the ruse of where he is, but they've got to be careful up close. They've got to suspect this. I can't believe Adrian doesn't. On the flip side, Mino gifted one over. There's a flank brewing as well as First continues to just try and be a bit of a nuisance. But this round actually already feels all but done.
I agree. How do you possibly try to think about a retake right now when you've got First behind you? They've got to deal with him first. Ironic.
I see what we did there.
GDSC will be the one that has that job, and he can't even do that. So, as you said, this round is well and truly over, and I think this map might be well and truly over as well now. 8-2. It's looking a bit too easy for Evolution Power. The new compound pick has blown up in the face of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just been too easy, way too easy. Maybe a misread in terms of the veto process, or potentially even something as just as a bit of overconfidence in towards this map. But this is the one that exposes the fundamentals. We spoke about it, and we're seeing it here. A 6-round buffer zone. Yeah, Na'Vi have just offered up so little. It's never a good look, is it? I mean, credit to him, Hwan still looking quite competitive individually, but he's just not getting any support for this. And again, why you can never count out EP, right? It just feels like it doesn't matter if they go a map down. They just never seem to be a side that let the past really affect them all too much.
Yep.
One. Only one who sits positive for this side, so I back him. Flash over, that'll force him away, but Akashi's here. Akashi might get one, he does. The second is on offer, and he'll deliver. Nice work. That rookie duo who are so integral to Na'Vi's success. Shutting down the initial presence.
Look how confident First is, though. He's clearing these lines with a TI. Like, this is ridiculous. Entry fragging with a sniper rifle, 15-5. Close range fights. Doesn't care. You're up 8-2. He can take those risks. EP actually have a pathway into A. The difficulty is that the C4 is in mid on Mino. So even if First and XQQ make the read to walk into A here, they would have still had to have got Mino out of dodge. And, ooh, ADRF. Ooh, he's going to spot him. Mino was not checking that. This is looking like it's going to be a round put together for Na'Vi. But that doesn't really shift the needle all that much. What's the difference between an 8-2 and an 8-3?
Yeah, next to nothing. I mean, if we're being honest, right, the conversation doesn't even, like, begin, really, for Na'Vi in this map until, like, 8-7, maybe? Like, that's when we're going to be like, okay, now this one's open for the taking. First. It's a nice shot. Actually, probably should have got as well GDSC just prior to that, too. But, yeah, it's all for nothing. The time was already gone. 5 seconds for him. It would just be constellation kills. It's saving the stats, is all it is. Na'Vi around on the board. But yeah, we don't really entertain the conversation of the quote-unquote comeback until we get to the position of like an 8-7. Then it's like, okay, now there's legs behind this.
EP out the gates pretty quick this time, straight into the grenade, but they don't care. Kashi happy to take this fight. Oh, this was awkward. He stuck around a little too long. It was a nice start for Akashi. The grenade was good, the kill was good. He just needed to back up and didn't. And GDSC going floating around on the other side of the map. Will be picked off by First. This has been a sniper's paradise for Evolution Power. 9 rounds on the board, starting to brew now for EP, and that means Eagle Eye is in our future. And well, now I said I question the Eagle Eye pick for Na'Vi over the Port. They were the team that had the decision.
Yeah, it's true.
At the back end of the veto, and we'll see, whether or not I'm going to be correct in that analysis. Because we are well on our way to Eagle Eye. I don't think there's any questions that we're going to be getting onto it at some point today.
Yeah, and I think a big thing about this Eagle Eye too now comes down to kind of momentum, right? For EP, they're looking so good, and the worry is that Na'Vi pressure starts to take over them a little bit. But it's kind of the perfect thing that you want in a series like this, which we believe that was going to be even anyway. Going down to a third map decider, but it might not just be yet. Hwan and JV combine well. Hwan, excellent work from him. Those first two he gets are so strong with the support from the IGL. Massive work. So Na'Vi, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down fighting. That is for damn sure. And they're not going down without having to be wrestled off the map.
Yeah, I'm not believing just yet, but it's getting a little bit closer.
At least they're not checked out, which is a good sign, right?
Now, at what point do we start to believe that Na'Vi can win this map? Probably if they can get it to like an 8-7. I'll start going, you know what? Maybe there is something on this GR side, but it's still early days here for Na'Vi, so all it takes is one mistake and it's kind of doomed at that point. GDSC, you know, he's been a massive driving force behind a lot of the wins for Na'Vi. 2-10 on this map. Not feeling too good, but the rounds are coming together for Na'Vi in the second half thus far. I'll give them that.
It's also kind of rare that you see like 2 back-to-back maps where Adrian's negative. Like, he's so consistently being a driving force for this side. I mean, he is statistically the best player on this team as of this year. So, previous map was pretty rough, and he's been a little better, but it's not exactly been incredible from him. It still continues to be a bit of the Juan show. No commitment made just yet. Slower round by EP. I do feel like when EP go for these slower rounds, for the most part, they're not super clean. We've seen it happen a couple of times again where they just leave it a little too late. It happened quite a bit towards map number 1 of Subbase.
Yeah, right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. But that doesn't change the fact that that's what Evolution Power are going to opt to do. Minnow has kind of set himself up on the other side of the wall here to ADRF, and it seems like he's calling the troops over in that direction. We'll have a little bit of backup from GDSC, but he's also a bit more concerned about the push through mid. So this is largely on ADRF.
He's getting information as well on that jump peak. You can see him come immediately to GDSC, like, I need help here. He has 1 dead to rights, that's for sure, but he's going to get 2. Going to get 3, in fact. 1, 2, looking for 3. He might just get it. Oh, it's not a bad effort from Adrian by any means, but first, an XQQ combined well to level the playing field of the 3 versus 3. Times of the essence, 15 seconds. We got to go. We got to get the C4 down, and they might not be given the luxury. Juan's got other ideas. XQQ hits the deck. C4 would just about get down in time, but my God, pressure is on, and numbers favor Na'Vi.
Yeah, and there's a fast flank coming through here as well from JV. Flash in his face is going to slow him down, and you do have First watching that. They are aware of JV's position. Critical round for Na'Vi coming up here. They need this retake, and they're going to push their way through a smoke into Zay. That is not going to work. Evolution Power are looking for their 9th, and they're about to get it. JV out in no man's land, and they are just not giving him anything, buying that time, dancing around the servers. There's nothing that JV can do. That is a 9th for Evolution Power. Na'Vi will be so disappointed with themselves. And we get the timeout coming through here from EP. It's almost, you know, a bit of a stick to Na'Vi at this point.
Yeah.
Why have you called a timeout? You're up 9-4.
You can make the argument of unnecessary. I think they're just trying to be careful. There's also, it was very much looking like a moment where that felt like that round was about to be lost, and then if it wasn't actually an 8-5, then the door is maybe a little open. I mean, the one thing, of course, of a timeout is that Na'Vi would be pretty happy to utilize it themselves. The sign, you know, it's a side, may I say that. It feels like they're still not going down without that fight. But this one still feels all but done. And now you have to be flawless from here on out. There's no room for error. First has been excellent in this map. Absolutely cooking on gas. And Zay in that previous round, 3 monster kills on the shutdown. They're just getting individuals stepping up. Mina's actually been quite quiet in this one, but it doesn't really matter. He's not being called upon as much or required. I think a lot of when we saw him find successes in towards Subbase, it was actually him pulling off a lot of clutches late rounds, but we're kind of really even getting to late rounds at the moment just because of how clean this EP side are looking. So, timeout, all but concluded. And the big question for me, more so than EP, is actually what Na'Vi are going to do with it. They've just been given a minute for free to discuss how we recover into this, if we can even recover into this.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. It seems like a pretty monumental task. This GR side's been okay, but it hasn't been good enough to say that they're going to be able to get that done. That is a real task. We're back in live now. Round number 14. The decision for Na'Vi is a bit of aggression into mid, which probably not going to end up resulting in too much. Evolution Power have taken so much control on A long for absolutely nothing. He's just walking his way in.
They could just pop A here
they
and
really
could.
could.
And the game's done.
Yep.
Like, for Juan, what's required of him to shut down with a sniper here should be next to impossible. He should be able to trade it immediately just because he has to cock the gun for the second bullet.
Well, they've slowed down enough that it's kind of allowed Na'Vi to get back into some more standard positions. I don't think they're going to commit 100% to this A site just yet. I mean, you've got XQQ still watching mid, and you've got First hoping to catch a rotate as well.
He hasn't moved.
No. So
he bought his weapon and he just stays there.
Will indicate to me that Evolution Power will play a little bit of a slower approach. You've got players set up like that.
Well, for now, as we get to the minute mark, not a lot on offer, really. Pop shot taken. First, we're getting towards window. From Sniper's Nest, you can just sit and wait for a little bit. He eats a bit of damage from the nade, but not really going to be too big of a problem for him. A lot of youth are being expended to keep them stuck in towards mid, to stop them being able to wrap through, but this is getting dicey.
Yeah, not going to slow them down for long. 45 seconds on the clock. Smoke's going to be fading here at GR Spawn in a second. There's a flash through it as well for Evolution Power as they look for their entries, and they don't quite get them. It's a little bit of a laboured approach, but eventually they do get their way into the B bomb site, and now it's just JV left alive. 21-6, it's been a superb performance from First, and it looks like it'll be enough to get Evolution Power through to Eagle Eye. JV has a little bit to say about that. The headshot on the XQQ, but there's too much to do. 10-4, Evolution Power are not done yet.
Well, one response coming through from Evolution Power, and basically as comfortable as a map as it gets. There never was a doubt. There was a couple of flash in the pan moments. The only one we can really look at on a positive note is Juan over towards Na'Vi again, right? Another fantastic, attempt out of him, but I think even then it's kind of a loose term. He struggled because he was just so often isolated.
Yes.
Flip side though, First electric. What a performance. 21-6, 134 ADR. One of the best performances we've seen so far in this tournament. And if you can continue that in towards map number 3, Na'Vi are in trouble.
Yeah, well backed up by the rest of the riflers as well on Evolution Power, but he was definitely the one driving from the front. 3.5 KD is pretty damn solid. One thing to note as well out of that scoreboard, GDSC, he was, I think, got 2 kills or something like that, 25 ADR, really wasn't doing anything, and that will indicate to me that, the impact that he has is a little bit more important than we might have given credit, right? When he's the guy that's kind of getting in there, being able to find those openings, then it obviously sets the rounds up for success for Na'Vi, but when he's unable to find any of those inroads, it becomes a liability, and unfortunately some of those slower rounds that Na'Vi like to play, those sort of mid-round plays, those late-round plays, don't come together on the BL side. Nothing was really coming together on the GR side either, to be fair. So, we obviously talk a lot about 1-1, and we've been singing JV's praises and ADRS praises as well, but I think GDSC, the frags and the impact that he has might be the difference maker going into Eagle Eye, and with Eagle Eye coming up next, I mean, I am certainly concerned for Na'Vi, because I know this is a map that within the Chinese scene, it's always been a bit of a go-to. We've seen Evolution Power play it in the past, and yes, we have seen Na'Vi do well on it yesterday against Inner Circle, but again,
do you take much stock in it, really?
Inner circle's one thing, and an evolution power with a player like First on that sniper rifle going absolutely bananas. That's a problem.
The big worry for me, when you look towards Eagle Eye, I think the best Eagle Eye team in the world, the thing that makes them the best is actually the thing that they can kind of wield that secondary sniper unbelievably effectively. And the fact that you can have First and XQQ both be electric in towards this map, that's the big worry for me, right? Both of those guys are equally as good enough that they can be kind of primary snipers in a sense, right? Just because of how good they are. First looks so good and so versatile. XQQ has his moments too. That worries me. That's what makes the best teams in the world on the Eagle Eye the best teams, the fact that they can wield two of them. And I just think with Na'Vi, yes, you do get a little bit of an introduction with GDC last season, but we just saw, of course, how bad he was and how much he was sort of struggling. So how well can he bounce back in towards this third map? We're going to have to find out. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick break. When we are back, is our third and final map to see who will be moving forward in towards the playoffs. For now, we'll see you soon.
月火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束。 我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说 ，CF 就是我们的青春本身。
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
back in. We're heading in towards map number 3. So essentially a best-of-1 brawl to see who puts a spot into the playoffs. Exciting times here. Na'Vi started really well in towards this series, but yeah, EP have responded incredibly. And it's such a dominant map that it does set the tone for a bit of worry heading now in towards this decided. Just because for Na'Vi, how mentally strong are this core of rookies to be able to just brush aside a complete no-show in towards map number 2? Your own pick, by the way.
Yeah.
And then going towards a decider, a map in which, again, EP are pretty scary on, and we expect them to be pretty scary on. So I think the tone that we're setting heading in towards this one is we're a little concerned for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they've got to be questioning things a little bit after having lost their map pick and in such decisive fashion.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I wanted to go into Eagle Eye sort of saying, oh, okay, like, they had the choice. They could have gone Port. They could have gone Eagle Eye. They opted to go towards Eagle Eye, so that's got to be some kind of benefit to them. But, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws there with that when you've just seen them lose their map pick, right? So it's like, yeah, how valuable is the pick actually in the end? Obviously, we do end up on Eagle Eye. Either way, you know, we've talked about it enough. Evolution Power, typically a pretty solid Eagle Eye team. I mean, it's a big map that gets played quite a lot within the Chinese scene. We see them on it a lot when they're in these international tournaments. They like to take it because a lot of the other regions don't tend to play it too well. Na'Vi are, though, will be said, one of the teams that has angled into that direction as well. They played it against Inner Circle. Obviously, it wasn't their pick, but they did okay on it. They've left it open in this series as well and decided to go through it as a decider. So I got to imagine they've got something in the tank here, Na'Vi. I just hope we're going to get to see it. I mean, we are so concerned because there's that double sniper setup that is really, really potent for Evolution Power. You don't really have that same threat, I guess, when it comes to Na'Vi, and it is such a big thing on this map. So we'll see what Na'Vi can do about it. But I mean, again, have to reiterate, they are still in a position to knock the reigning champion of CFS out in the group stage. We'll have to wait and see if they can do that. But the situation doesn't necessarily change too much from the last map to this one. It's just that this is now their last chance to do it. Yeah,
I think that's the thing. I mean, even still, right, if Na'Vi were to fall here, it still would be one of those things where we could talk about kind of respect earned for them in their debut tournament at the CFS Grand Finals, but they would love to book their spot in towards that next stage, you know, to join the likes of Arcadia, potentially even Liquid as well later on today. But it all comes down to this Eagle Eye. They've opted to go here, as we've mentioned. They were given the final ban and essentially the pick of the decider. They picked this over Port. The big thing for us is we're going to find out why they've gone for this. What is the reason behind it? We're looking to this man on the screen as well, Juan. He has been the hero of Na'Vi all the way throughout this tournament so far. He has been the carry. And a little prayer as well before we get underway. He's hoping for a bit of divine intervention to help this Na'Vi side against the reigning champs. We'll have to see, because when you look to how well EP played in towards map number 2, and especially first, he was light out all the way throughout. That worries me. If First can find that level of form in towards Eagle Eye, alongside the likes of the NXQQ, if Zay can also start picking up a bit of the slack, joining the likes of Mino from map 1, we are in serious trouble, Na'Vi. We're going to head towards our final map here as well. It's Eagle Eye, a best of 1 to decide who goes to the playoffs.
All right, well, here we are. Final map between Evolution Power and Na'Vi, and it is for a spot in the playoffs. Na'Vi will be disappointed to have let things slip on the second map, their map pick, but still got one more chance here on Eagle Eye. And you sort of mentioned we've been looking towards Juan, and we will do so again. I almost want to look towards someone else. That's kind of the thing. It's felt like Na'Vi have largely been driven by Juan's performances, but I think we can't keep relying on just one guy.
It's true.
We need to see a bit of an effort by committee. JV was good on map 1, and so too GDSC. Can they find a way to activate here on map 3? Na'Vi taking the Team Liquid approach, setting themselves up at long, hoping for a fight. They're not getting it. Evolution Power giving them absolutely nothing to start this map off.
Yeah, Juan holds for a swing here. Zay's pushed his way forward already. It's a pretty good angle because you get that pixel peak, the one he's looking at now. More than anything, it's just an information play, but of course that gun very good on the spam damage. It can be difficult to deal with. It's XQQ for the first. He finds the big man of Juan, and Zay makes his move off the back of initial contact as Adrian hits the deck. Not the start they wanted. Akashi caught in the backlines, but he doesn't fall. It's information gain, and Zay wants to chase.
GDSC's putting in some work right now. He's putting in a shift. JV gets another one. How has Evolution Power let this one slip?
Overextensions big time, huh?
Yeah, one more player still on the A site there. I'm not aware of Mino's position just yet, and so that could be a bit of a thorn in the side here of GDSC or maybe JV, whoever ends up being the entry. It's, in the end, going to go the way of Na'Vi, and they've done a great job of recovering this round so far. C4 dropped. YH is not done yet. He gets a fight against GDSC, and JV's got no help. It's a 1v3 for YH to start the map.
Look what it means to him as well. Just fired up off the back of that. So well done from him, you know, individually just to isolate, but flip side as well, a lot of question marks have to be asked. Na'Vi, we should not be letting around like that slip. A 1 versus 3, and you give him 3 1 versus 1s. You cannot give anybody on Evolution Power 1 versus 1s like that. They will punish you.
Yeah.
So really well done by YH. He can only do what's in front of him, but Na'Vi make it far too easy. Zay had a fantastic ending towards map number 2, and he's going to be tested here and towards Hotel.
Got a bit of backup in the form of Mino as well. Flash Zay forward. He's got the info that JV's hanging around close by. So he wants to be on the offensive, but that flash might have been a bit too telegraphed. JV dealing with it accordingly. And there's kills happening all over the map for Na'Vi right now. It's a big brawl. Evolution Power still trying to hang on with XQQ re-aggressing, but the exchange is an incredibly favorable one for Na'Vi. And, you know, again, you've got to be looking at how this round sort of mirrors the last one.
Yeah.
And you think, well, Na'Vi surely can't throw this one away.
Surely not. Just don't give first the 1v1s. We've already seen what he can do. If he's given that luxury, but this just feels next to impossible. You just head towards B. He's nowhere near. And it should be a simple response from Na'Vi. A lot better. If Na'Vi can chain a few of these rounds together as well, you put pressure back on towards EP, which they haven't felt for a while. They didn't feel for the entirety of map number 2. C4 down towards that B side. It's always difficult to retake at the best of times. Never mind when you're in a 1 versus 4. But of course, you give it a look in. Why not? Falls at the first hurdle. GDSC, already GDSC having more impact than he had basically in the entirety of map number 2. So this is a good sign so far. He's going to be quite integral, especially being that secondary sniper.
Great from YH. Quite poor from Na'Vi, though. The spacing really leaving a lot to be desired. I love it. They all look so pumped.
Yeah.
Even the coach. It's all you. And it was all him. But this from ADRF, though. Speed is the name of the game in this round, and that might be his undoing as he's run straight into First's crosshair. A couple more attempts at it there for First, not quite connecting. Oh, he's had 3 or 4 chances. He's only been able to clean up 1. That is a far cry from what we saw on the second map. And that is enough to allow Na'Vi into the A site. So a bit of a mishap for Evolution Power. And I got to say, I'm already getting the feeling that Na'Vi are way more competitive here on the third map than what they were on New Compound. So I'm starting to get a little bit concerned that Evolution Power have kind of fallen off a little bit again. Oh. These snipers are working out. GDSC is 4-1. I mean, he was someone that we highlighted as being quite poor on map 2.
Is that already more kills than the map?
I think so, yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
It was like 3 at the end, I'm
you know,
pretty sure.
And what a difference it's making here. Na'Vi are already looking like they're a real threat on Eagle Eye, where it didn't even feel like they were close to that conversation at all.
Yeah, and you literally on Eagle Eye, you have to have a good secondary sniper. You have to play this 2-sniper setup. It is the meta right now of how the best teams play this map, and well, it's so important. Now we're getting him stepping up. I mean, Juan hasn't even been called upon all too much, but when he has, he's netted a couple of kills. This is good. Round 1. Gosh, you'll go down with the C4, but it's a 2-1 start and a pretty quick timeout called here by Evolution Power. They want to shut down this momentum immediately.
I do love the early tack timeout. I remember that even in previous years as well. As soon as the momentum gets away from them. Timeout comes out. Off we go. Similarly, a bit of an opportunity here for Navi to cross the T's and dot the I's. Have a bit of a chat with the coach for free. And get it done.
I think
Tough
for
job.
EP, the only issue is, again, I love teams that call the timeouts a little bit earlier. The only problem is I actually don't think Navi are doing anything too, like, you know, formulaic, you know, right now, where it's like, okay, they're doing this, so therefore we need to do this to counter it. At the moment, it actually kind of feels like they're playing a little bit defaulty, but they're just winning their fights.
Yeah, I reckon it's less about what Navi's doing and more about what EP's doing. Yeah, I think it's not quite been to plan for EP so far. So just trying to fix things up on their behalf.
Well, let's see. I mean, at least, you know, despite maybe the, you know, Lee being lost and all the rest, there's a couple of instances where the individuals are looking sharp at the very least. YH in particular, but... So let's see. Timeout concluded. Let me go back underway. You know, yet to frag as well, and he was pretty influential map number 1. But, you know, despite the loss, he still looked really, really quite good.
Yep.
You don't need him again. He's one of those vets who can just step up with some serious late round moments.
You're absolutely right. Not a huge amount really changing in the setup for Evolution Power. Still got a player forward in Hotel. Still got multiple members looking at the A site. It's a lot of util dumped from Na'Vi, and that has prompted a lot of counter util out of Evolution Power as well. It's more of a fake than anything else. Na'Vi are not committing to this. Evolution Power not seeing anything on A. And so not rotating off of B just yet either. Zay in position to challenge. Only good for the 1. So now XQQ needs to focus up.
He's posted. Got support as well as the rifle's going to take some space on towards side. That's Mino. Play around the cable car. They're not committed just yet, but as the smoke starts to come down, that's where they will. XQ's got a decision to be made of how he wants to play this. You can either step back there, or you can join your IGL on the side, and he opts for option 2. GDSE caught in the side. YH finds one, but an instant trade comes through from Juan. He looks for more. Mino first kill on the board for him, but Akashi can answer back. This is becoming a bit of a bloodbath on towards the side. A 2 versus 2, and they're holding for the flank, and they've got a bit of time to wield here as well. XQQ goes for a little cheeky check, but doesn't spot anything as he goes for the lower angle. And he's being held for. Akashi knows about the possibility, and he'll rip ahead. XQQ hits the deck. It's all on to first. 1 versus 2 for him, and he's not got the HP to wield here. This is a tough clutch. He's had some serious moments, but 22 points and 2 kills to find. Spots the information on 1. Juan will swing behind, a missed shot, a wall bang. As he tags Akashi through, who repositions. They've just got to play the clock here, play the time, as they're giving first fights, but thankfully Akashi, a dynamic duo of rookies and youngsters, see that one off, but they're made to work for it.
Man, he was getting way too close for comfort there. But Na'Vi get through it. 3-1 the lead. Evolution Power, the reigning champions at CFS 2024, on the back foot in an elimination game. Wonder how long I'll be allowed to say that.
Yeah.
How long can Na'Vi hold on to this? It's looking great from them so far on this BL side. Akashi.
Oh, hello.
Unable to find the trade though on the YH, and all of a sudden this round, it goes a bit pear-shaped for Evolution Power, losing that duel to JV. Juan again, a difference maker. If he doesn't hit that shot, it's round over. But the fact that he has kept it in play. He's going to go aggressive again. He's always on the front foot, still trying to fight Mino. This guy's crazy. He has the C4.
He's relentless. He actually is. It's probably why a lot of teams so far, at least from what we've seen in the circle and EP, are struggling to deal with him. Like, it's just such a relentless level of aggression that it's so difficult to predict. But it's also on top of that, he's so crisp. He isn't missing much right now.
JV is. JV's had a couple of opportunities, but Juan is the one that's locked in at the moment. 6-2. I'm not sure they'll be expecting Mino from...
He struggled though, Mino. He's not looked crisp.
Yeah, indeed. Well, he's in a crossfire now. He knows where both of them are. JV behind the box gets spammed down by that EPR, and Juan can't hit the shot. Time is fine. Mino will win the round. JV just jiggled a little bit too early. If he would have tucked, if he would have hidden, Mino wouldn't have known. He probably wouldn't have spammed the box, and then that time would have been a problem. But Mino pulls off a big one to keep Evolution Power in play.
Yeah, they just had to play the clock there, and unfortunately they don't. That reaction from Juan is something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sharp 180, but EP, nice response from them. Juan tries to take a pop shot. Putting on the edge of that smoke on bridge. He's got a little bit of a gap to work with. But a competitive start here. Towards map number 3. As we set it up, the best of 1 brawl for a playoff spot. And, well, it's feeling like a bloodbath of a brawl so far. Back and forth there, trading blows. And it's so difficult to predict.
There's a cheeky little position here. Not going to do too much to stop Navi's progression through Hotel. Util coming out from Evolution Power, but that's really not causing any problems. And Navi continue to find entries. This time it's ADRF that's getting involved. He's been a little bit slow on the map. It's a good inroad. And again, Navi could push that lead back out to 2.
GDSC making a move. He's isolated here is the only kind of quote-unquote problem I have with this, but it might not matter. Numbers really favor them now. 5 versus 3 as XQQ goes down. And actually, GDSC's position becomes a bit stronger. Maybe I speak too soon. Adrian and JV both go down, but it's all on the shoulders of first in the 1 versus 3. The pistol tapping away there.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah, desperately trying to find them. They just couldn't. Elation, though, from Na'Vi as they respond to continue and extend this lead once again back to 2.
Well, this will be a big upset. This will be a monumental upset if Na'Vi can win here. They're on their way to doing it, but it's still early days. Evolution Power, no tag timeout though. They have to do it all on their own. XQQ takes matters into his own hands in this round. Starts off nicely. ADRF will no longer be taking part. So first time in a while that Evolution Power have actually had the opening kill.
It's the downside, of course, to using that early timeout. It's good in terms of trying to shut things down somewhat early, but the downside if things continue to go bad, you just have to play it out. You can't get the involvement from the coach. That's about the half-time mark, really, right? So by that point, it could already be on the brink of being too little too late. You know, if Na'Vi can put up a really stellar first half, if they get anywhere near like 6 rounds, it is already in serious trouble. Smokes over, flash over to force YH back. Oh, nice shot by Juan. Gets pretty damn close. It's a bold peek around that corner. It might actually cost him his life. Falls 2 first. 5 versus 3, which feels like it's already falling apart for Na'Vi.
Yep. Yeah, this round kind of loses a bit of its zest as soon as ADRF goes down at the start of the round. It feels like the plan was disrupted for Na'Vi, and they didn't have a plan B. EP recognize how big that one is. They get themselves a 3rd on the GR side.
Big celebrations from them as well.
Job's not done, though.
Feels like there's real pressure, though, on both sides. I mean, they now know that this is one map to decide whether you stay in this tournament or not, or whether you're going out in, well, essentially last place, right? Joint last place, I guess, in a sense. Or granted, you're like 1 or 2 places above, but same prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, this is $25,000 on the line. I believe it's the difference between making it out of groups and
exactly that.
Not. And then obviously the opportunity for more depending on how the playoffs go as well. So
that's it.
It's a pretty big difference.
Who knows? Yeah. There's a couple of teams that feel potentially beatable with both of these teams' forms. You're looking at kind of Gaming Gladiators, got to be considered kind of one of the slightly weaker sides that have already booked their spots. Will play Twisted Minds as well. Comparatively, that is to the likes of All Gamers and Alcadzia. First holding. They're setting up for an A push here. I wouldn't want to call it a split because ADRF is like not really actually involved in it just yet. He's going to rotate over the joint. First find. YH for 3. It's a mow down, a massacre out towards long, and it's left it down to 2 as GDSC and Adrian have next to nothing to work with.
Well, it's going to be a close half. There's no 2 ways about that. Na'Vi Staring down the barrel of fourth going over to EP here, but ADRF and GDSC still going to try and make something happen. Oh, Mino, that was scary for a moment, but ADRF can't lock it down. Now it's time for one of the veterans of the Brazilian scene to step up here, GDSC. He's been there, he's done that. Can he find himself a 1v3 here against Evolution Power just to edge Na'Vi closer to a victory? He's been shot in the back by Mino, down to half HP now. Job gets more difficult. With only a TRG in hand, it's going to be difficult to find the multi-kills, especially if he misses the first shot. Early the swing from XQQ to get it done. Evolution Power confirmed their fourth. 1 round left in the half, and that is a cause for a timeout for Na'Vi. They really value this last round, it seems.
Yeah. If they can get a fifth, though, it does really go a long way, but it also really kind of opens the doors for the conversation about the what if, and the what if things go really kind of awry in that second half. You have nothing to do with really slowing it down. And of course, you've got to get maybe a bit of a moment later on, but yeah, I don't know. I can understand it to a degree about how important they put on this final round of the half, but if I'm Na'Vi at this point, so much of the half's already played out, I'd be saving it for the early part of the second half, where you can have a little bit more impact, you can start chaining a bit more momentum together off the back of a pause. Let's see, if you call a pause and then lose it as well for Na'Vi, that's even more so damning. Part of it as well, maybe the hope is just making sure that they don't get too pent up here, don't get too kind of pressure in the situation.
Yeah.
Na'Vi do a lot of their best work when it's a little bit more loose, right? When it's a little bit more kind of, you know, vibes-based but positive vibes. When the pressure gets onto them, that's where they struggled at EWC. You know, when we've seen them struggle, you know, even domestically, a lot of it's come down to kind of pressure of the situation, and EP just never really seemed to be all too phased by that.
Even on New Mexico, we kind of see that as well. When it starts to get a bit tough for Na'Vi, it really capitulates, it falls apart.
Yes, exactly.
It's their map pick, you know, they have a chance to 2-0 the world champions. The situation gets the best of them. And also, you have YH doing stuff like that. It's not going to be easy, but this is still a winnable map for Na'Vi. They've definitely made their inroads, but they really love to grab themselves a fifth right here. The change in approach for them over towards Hotel initially this time, but not doing anything over eager. A bit more of a default setup. And if they're expecting to get any aggression for Evolution Power, I think they'll be quite disappointed. EP not typically a overly aggressive GR-sided team.
Okay, well. Let's smoke down as well. What did Na'Vi have for us off the back of the option for this tag pause? I mean, this is a wild move. Zay's actually split the difference here.
Oh.
Agent, reaction time when? When's that DLC being installed? Zay going to get one. Looks for another one. He's going to find it as well. I mean, kills are dropping everywhere else, but I can't believe Zay even kind of gets away. What the fact that Adrian kind of gets away with it, staying alive by kind of not reacting. A little while, but first left in a 1 versus 3. He should just be swung on the back of the trade, even if he gets the kill. He's now on own quantity too. Just pressure him. Nade will come and he'll bound at his feet, even now to 37. And the C4 gets planted. This should be next to impossible for first here.
Yeah, 50 HP, less, 37.
Yeah.
And ADRF is like the insurance fund. He's just miles away. Doesn't even really need to come into play. I think he's actually spotted first out there as well around the corner. So
oh, hang on.
GDSC.
Can't miss those.
They don't want to be falling there and won't. So 5-4 into the half. Na'Vi keep their noses in front. I'm tantalized. I'm licking my lips.
Yeah, the, you know, door's still absolutely wide open for the upset here. And this would be one of the biggest upsets.
Biggest upset of the tournament so far.
Yeah, very, very rare do we get to see a chance where it's like reigning champs grouped the following tournament, right? You know, it's definitely, that's such a rarity. Yeah, win prediction is still ever so slightly favoring EP, but
it is a brutal format, isn't it?
It is.
2 teams exiting the group, 2 teams out of 3. So you Can't even really afford any imperfections. And that's what Na'Vi is hoping for. If they get the win here, they will 2-0 their group. Inner Circle was a formality. Evolution Power, a different story. Now, onto that GR side, which I will add, has been Na'Vi's better side throughout this series thus far. So, I think, I mean, it's lining up for them.
It is.
The Ducks are in a row.
Let's see. First going to go up on high. GDC holding for it. There was not one time in that first half where Na'Vi went up in towards that sniper tower because they know how much of a risk it is. And first is initially, well, the first of four. I think that might be the last time we see it in this map.
I love it. ADRF is going to take the opportunity to get a bit of forward hold on long.
I love it. An orthodox angle. He is isolated here. He does have 1-1 at range, but he's focused attention elsewhere. You've got to capitalize on those sort of positions if you're going to take them, and he does. Can he get a second? The answer's no.
Lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Like you said, oh my god, this round is still up in the air. Juan barely breathing, but still somehow thriving, and they've recovered this. Juan left it for all three. He should have next to no chance. The nade should see him off, and it doesn't somehow, but the pistol will. What a round by EP. That was manic.
Yeah, what has happened there for Na'Vi? They were well and truly in control of that round. And then just a bunch of aim tools lost around the middle of the map. It's going to be a painful one to lose. But as has been the case throughout the first half, it seems as though the second half is going to be a close one as well. Very tit for tat. Bit of damage done at the start of this round on to first. Got some forward smokes coming down from EP. They might want to contest this position outside of Hotel. Akashi having a look. He's not seen anything. And that allows Na'Vi to rotate extra players off B toward middle. A site looking relatively well defended here on the behalf of Na'Vi.
1-1. Play from the stairs. Only issue with that, of course, he's exposed to two different angles. Adrian should be dead to rights every day of the week, and he is. This is a real tempo shift here. Juanman got to go nuclear, got to get a multi, and he can't. Only good for one. GDC tag down low as well, makes matters all the more worse. So he's giving them so much room to work with now. They can stick this plant and put it into a spot, but this retake is so difficult for Na'Vi. They're in a lot of trouble, and again, it comes back to what we were saying. Na'Vi are looking quite perplexed by the pace changes of EP. They don't have a pause, so they just have to play it out.
Yep. Yeah, where do you even go here as JV? I think he's just going to try and come in late. Hope that GDSC and Akashi can do anything, but this is fraught with danger for JV. Impossible for him, and impossible for Na'Vi as well. Momentum shift is going in the direction of Evolution Power right now, and yeah, Na'Vi with no timeout don't really have a tool to try to negate that at all.
Yeah, they're making it known. EP are getting very loud now as well. These shouts across the stage are starting to affect the mental. That's a bold move by JV. That feels like a desperate move if anything, and it's not going to work out for the initial two. Nakashi will get one in response, but that feels like a flustered play where you're panicked. GDSC, though, does find a drop on towards XQQ. He was tunnel visioned in elsewhere, so he's gifted one for free. Level in terms of the numbers department. I still left in Na'Vi. I say that until Akashi drops.
Yeah.
He needed to win that swing.
Looks like the Na'Vi player's going to try and activate in the mid-round here. GDSC and Juan. Double TRG. It's kind of hard to make a push with those weapons, so
yeah,
just going to set themselves in position and hope that Evolution Power's going to walk into their line. It's not going to happen. They've just wandered their way over towards B, and they'll get a free plant, and retake here with a double sniper setup is not at all what you want to be talking about. So GDSC is going to, I think, go hunting for a rifle maybe. Hasn't actually found one. So we just see both these TRGs have to hit their first shot. That's the only way this round comes together for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Rans will make his move up as well. GDSC flying with the pistol. Finds one. YH with 4, but it's all on GDSC. 1 versus 1 now against Mino.
No idea where he is.
The experience tech, he said he has no clue, but a pop flash and a stick on towards that defuse. He might just try and stick this here. Will he get it? It's going to be damn close, but it's Mino who closes it off. Big celebrations again as Captain Fantastic comes through to clutch it out.
You know you're desperate, though, when you're just going to sit that defuse like that. There was no thought of ever taking the fight. He just head down and hope for the best, and Mino's not going to make a mistake there. He is experienced enough to get that round signed, sealed, and delivered 100% of the time. Starting to get grim now for Na'Vi.
It is. It really is. Time is seriously ticking.
It has been a good effort from them today. But you really feel as though they might have fumbled the bag with that new compound.
Yes, agreed. Might be the biggest what if about this tournament for them. If they're to fall flat on this map, of what if they picked anything else?
We'll not get the answer to that.
What have they picked in towards Ankara, man?
Can't be thinking about what ifs right now.
It's true.
Got to focus on the task at hand, which is still doable for Na'Vi. Looks like GDSC might have been spotted out there by Mino. Wisely backing off.
Slow around by EP, though. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate out towards the A site. 3 players here to meet them. A 4th not exactly far away in terms of the rotation either. Heading towards A would be a tough brawl that they've got to try and get their way through, but looks like Mino, YH might commit to it. Start making a move. 1 minute 10 on the clock. So not loads of time, but enough to at least start trying to scale.
Push coming forward. ADRF, nice double kill. And a late push in from JV as well behind the box is going to be enough to maintain the numbers for Na'Vi. They're not exactly sure, though, where these last couple of EP players are. So this round not done just yet. XQQ taking a labored fight against Akashi will be turned away. This is Na'Vi advantage.
Flash over, falling back. Again, where to? 2 versus 3. 25 seconds. JV spotted them as well. Knows all too well about this. Akashi could basically seal the deal in this round, and he does for the first and the second as well. Beautiful work from Akashi. Rocky stepping up
That's what we want.
Big time.
Yeah, Akashi, I think, has been probably one of the quieter names on Na'Vi. But that's a really nice round to come online, and this will be a really good map for him to have his best map of the tournament. He's 11 and 8 at the moment. If he can improve upon those numbers in any drastic way, then it might be the way back in for Na'Vi. 7-6. Scoreline goes back to the differential of 1. You have that double sniper setup for Na'Vi. Again, GDSC posted on the same line. This has to be some kind of read. They must have done some sort of research and expect Evolution Power to make this play. I mean, they're just completely ignoring Hotel. And that has actually worked out so far for Na'Vi. So their game plan, their prep has been good.
First had poked his shoulder around the corner. Got spotted by Adrian, but just dips away. First is holding for the jump peaks here. I mean, GDSC's been doing quite a lot for information plays. It's such a tough shot to hit, but you know, at times you got to back first. He's had some nice moments in this series. Been a little quiet in towards this map, but still the time of the place. He's just jiggle peeking for information on the corner of that box. Again, using a lot of the clock here as well to try and decipher what the setup looks like for Na'Vi. Not loads on offer, but the bomb is posturing for a finish towards that A site. A lot of it might be off the back of what YH can do through mid too.
Well, you've got to be patient right now if you're Na'Vi, because Evolution Power are really not throwing anything too quickly into the mix.
They'll be used to it though. Liquid Alcard.
It's true.
All so common with them.
Man, sub 35 seconds here for EP. Remember, on sub base, this is how things started to go for them on the BL side when they actually started losing rounds. They really slowed it down towards the back end of the series. I'm sorry, the back end of that map, and they're doing the same now here at the back end of this series, and that concerns me. 20 seconds left. Evolution Power still have to scale their way up long. This has to be a perfect entry into the site. Zay will get himself one onto ADRF, but if this goes pear-shaped, they have no time to fix it. Na'Vi, a couple of kills. Is it enough? It doesn't look like it. Bomb plant is down just in time, but Akashi will try and salvage. He can't get there. EP, they just play the waiting game, and they get away with it.
Yeah, I think For EP, it's inherently such a big risk going for a round as late as that. But whether you say Na'Vi fell half asleep or the game plan was excellent from EP, whatever it is, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from the playoffs now. And setting up for a rematch as well against the side that they beat in the finals to lift that trophy this time last year. And they would love to go 2 for 2 as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very cool storyline, that rematch, the potential of it.
Yeah.
Starting to be realized here for Evolution Power. That could be a long game, by the way. That went to 5. It had an OT
yeah,
and
true.
a 10-8 and 4. It might have even had a couple of OTs, if I remember rightly. It was a long time ago.
Pretty sure the longest game I've done in my time in CrossFire.
Yeah, I think probably for me too. It was a big one, that's for sure. Got to get there first, though. Evolution Power still struggling to get past ADRF. He's been pretty solid on the hold here on the A site. So that will turn them away. They want to go somewhere else. The cancel has been called.
Yeah, they reset. C4 makes its way back through spawn. No commitment just yet. Another smoke down front side of A. Good timing on it as well, because it's not, again, loads of time in the round, but we know that EP generally don't need loads of time. As we just saw in the round prior, the difference is that this time they just don't have the numbers to work with either. On the clock, they're heading back towards Hotel. There's a bit of presence here as well with Akashi on the backside. He should be able to get one here. Just the question of, will Zay clear this? Oh my god, they've gone underneath him. They've gone underneath him. He gets one just for a second as well. He might just get it, and he does. Going 2 for 1 there for Akashi is monstrous, because now 2 versus 4 for EP with 40 seconds on the clock. Mino at range, spotted. They know they're trying to scale in towards B, and they might even just give up the site and play retake. That's what netted them so many rounds on sub base.
It ain't over yet. Bomb line going down. And Navi will be saying it ain't over yet in regards to the series. Evolution Power will be saying that in regards to this round. Let's see if they can pull off a miracle. Mino and YH. YH is absolutely miles away. He's trying to clear out Hotel. He has done so, but I think that's false info. ADRF is just behind him, so that might come back to be a problem for Evolution Power. But Navi really taking their time, and they line up. No, this is not how you can afford to lose this round. ADRF, he has so much to do, and it's too much in the end. That is painful. Head in their hands now, Navi, after that round.
Yeah, that is a terrible, terrible way to lose a round for Navi. Such a tilter as well to let that one slip like that, and that might be the one that mentally booms you.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a rough one to let slip in that fashion. That could be it. Map and series point here for Evolution Power. And the reigning champs might just squeak their way back into the playoffs. They've been made to work for it. But for Na'Vi, a slip-up like that could be so costly. They've got to go flawless from here on out just to take us to overtime.
And then from there, they'd have to really lock in as well. JV in the pole position to make an impact early in this round. He'll fall off the bridge. 1 for 1 so far. Evolution Power, though, they will not be denied. They're just charging their way forward. They know victory is at hand. And once again, it seems as though they will dispatch of another Brazilian roster at a CFS event. Last year, it was Alcacia in the grand final. Here it is Na'Vi in the group stage. The opportunity to play Alcacia again.
1-1. And Adrian. Adrian has been a little bit of an underwhelming series for him, but Juan's been the hero time and time again, just not in this map, unfortunately. Not being able to put up the numbers that he has for the previous 2. If ever there was a time to reclaim a little bit of that glory, it would be now, with survival on the line, but a 2 versus 4 feels next to impossible. Evolution Power call for a freeze by their spawn, waiting, because they know that Na'Vi have to go for information. They know that Na'Vi have to be the ones to try and level the playing field in some way. They're opting for a 1-1 split across the A and the B site. I mean, it's such a big ask. You need to multi-frag in a way that you very, very rarely see in CrossFire.
AP, I mean, they're hesitant about it, aren't they? Leaving it down to the final 30 seconds once again. Juan is the man to do it. He's in the position to make the difference, and he has to now. ADRF is miles away, but time a factor, and if he can drop that C4 carrier, it could be awkward. Zay goes down, it's brought back to a 2v3. 19 seconds left on the clock. Evolution Power will smoke him off. First is watching the bridge angle. The EP are just still so hesitant about planting that C4. They get it down eventually, and they get the important kill onto Juan. It's again ADRF that's in the clutch. This time it is a 1v3, and he cannot see anything through that smoke.
Yeah, he's not got loads of time either as well. C4 already just about to tick towards that halfway mark. Flash over as well as he tries to facilitate a fight. The will catch two, but he's hit a bit by a nade. This feels all but set in stone. Adrian dives in, and down he goes. It's Evolution Power who booked their spot in towards the playoffs with a close victory over the rookie core of Na'Vi.
Welcome back to the caster desk as we're looking at the stats here. 10-6 in a big win for Evolution Power Gaming here on Eagle Eye. They moved over to Blacklist. They looked so slick from there, only dropping one round number 13, over to Natus, Vincere. And, I mean, props to Na'Vi. They tried their hearts out. It was very close. They made it a great match up against a really strong team, but just not good enough. Just barely not good enough. I feel bad for Juan who, you know, he was so good in the first couple of maps. He was pretty good here, but like, you know, you could feel his ability just not quite there through all three maps. So unfortunate for him. Obviously, that wasn't the only issue. But at the same time, you know, if you're going to beat someone like Evolution Power Gaming, you have to be there every single round.
Do you know, credit where it's true as well, they also just did a good job of just avoiding him. Like, in all fairness, they didn't actually give him a lot of fair fights or a lot of fights where it's like he can actually really express himself, especially when he's playing on the defense as well. They just weren't going towards his side, right? He was constantly playing these tough retakes. With a TRG, it's like, it's so difficult to do anyway, right? So, you know, it's unfortunate for any time for him to not have a monster map, for it to be this decider is really tough. But I think when it comes down to it, for me, it wasn't even like really about individual versus individual. I just think that the whole team over towards EP really figured out Na'Vi, what they like to do in terms of default setups, how they can find gaps and expose them. And credit where it's due, I think Mino called a really decent game in that third map.
A couple of really nice clutches out of Evolution Power there as well. I don't think Na'Vi really made life as easy for themselves as what they probably could have. And one might even make the argument that we maybe shouldn't have even ended up on Eagle Eye, right? You get into map 2, you've won map 1, your opponent's pick. You should be doing a lot more than a 10-4. You know, what they were able to deliver on New Compound really felt like it was nothing, quite frankly. And that's what actually allowed Evolution Power to sort of get a bit of momentum back into this series. First, obviously had a great map and was able to follow that through onto map number 3 as well. So I think in general, Na'Vi are going to feel like they've really let themselves down here. And once again, Evolution Power pose another great escape, right? It's a similar story to what we saw in that best of 5 grand final against Vasco at the end of last year. There was definitely times where it looked like Evolution Power was down and out, but once again, they were able to push their way through to a victory, and that's a good habit to have.
Yeah, they're kind of the kings of the second wind. I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
you know, because even in that first half, there was definitely moments where I was thinking, okay, Na'Vi have got life in them. There's legs here, right? And it felt like we were even kind of bridging this argument a little bit of saying, all right, there's actually an upset really on the cards, but credit where it's due. Again, I think a lot of this has to be instilled by Mino. I think he does a really good job of leading this side and it's just saying, like, relax, slow things down. We've actually got plenty of time still left into this. So, yeah, credit where it's due, credit where it's due. Celebrations all the way throughout. We kind of hear it in the background as well. They really got fired up in that second half. And you would when you're winning, what? It was like 6 out of 7 rounds from them. So credit where it's due.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that I think the power rankings were like 3rd versus 15th or something like that. So Na'Vi really pushed them towards the end, and I think it shows that if you are going to be a team that is a world champion, that is extremely consistent like EP, they can kind of thrive in the chaos sometimes, of course, but they're just so consistent in how good they are, and it's just so difficult to beat them in a best of 3, even a best of 3, right? The best teams, even in a format like this, that can be a little bit devastating if you just lose one best of 3. They're like, no, it's going to be close, but we're still going to win in the end. Even BaiSha yesterday, like, didn't look the greatest, but they still were able to eke out that win against Swamp. So
yeah,
you got to be good every single match.
I'd make the argument that Na'Vi, put them in a couple of those other groups, they'd actually make it out as well, right?
Possible.
Like, you know, even I'd actually really kind of like to see Na'Vi against EVOS, right? This is both two sides are actually on the come up recently. 100%. It's a really kind of good indicator. I mean, credit EVOS have done what they've done in their group, but this Na'Vi side do look really exciting. I think, you know, they're really going to be quite kind of dejected, and it is commiserations to them, but I think there's a lot to take away from the tail end of this year. I mean, in particular, the way they ended in the kind of their regional, kind of domestic finals, heading in towards this grand finals. There's some really good CrossFire they played here. So I really hope they go away from this and actually say, you know, they look at it a bit more of a macro sense. Said, like, at the start of this year, we were an unknown quantity. No one really cared about us, and we've actually now become a real contender.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for Na'Vi, they're kind of the victims of the format a little bit. If this was a 4-team group, there's every possibility that you're one of the 2 teams that make it out of the group, as opposed to it being a 3-team group with only 1 team that can go through. So I think with a little bit more of a favorable schedule, or just even a little bit more of an easier schedule, they might have been able to make their way into the playoffs. But not to be. Like you say, though, certainly some positive signs for them going forward. Now looking at it, though, from the perspective of Evolution Power, I still have to sort of question, does that feel like a team that can win this event? Right now, for me, I don't know that it does. Like, I think there's still a lot of work that kind of needs to be done to get them to that fighting fitness. They'd need maybe somewhat of a favorable draw to go through the playoffs. Just for example, you know, put them up against AG. I'm taking AG every day of the week.
Sure.
Put them against BaiSha. That's a bit more of a conversation to be had, certainly. But at this stage, I don't know that I even feel like Evolution Power is even going to make it super deep in those playoffs with the way that they're playing there. They need to find a way to lift.
I will say the one counter argument to that is that's kind of the mindset we had all of
It's
last
true,
year.
yeah.
Right?
That's
All of last year, we were like, who are EP? Like, they're going to go out first round of playoffs. And
They're not a bad team.
And then they win the quarters, and we're like, semis, they'll go out. And then they win the semis, and then we're like, we're in the finals, actually. It's like, oh, but Vasco are actually the better team. And it's like, we ended up, they're winning, and we're like, damn, like, fair play. Like, and I think this is actually the story of EP. Like, every tournament we go into, they're always sort of like the underdogs in terms of like the big dogs. They're
They
always
don't have
sort
the
of,
name.
yeah, exactly. They're always kind of like, in a way, underappreciated, and I think that actually really like helps them out. I think a lot of teams, you know, you get scared of the name value of like a BaiSha, but I think right now I'm backing EP over BaiSha. BaiSha looks so weak to me, and like, despite them making it like, you know, getting that win, I'm still not super convinced they're at all. So yeah, for EP. It is a kind of like a victim of like the lack of domestic success in a way, right? Because, you know, BaiSha and AG still do have a lot of the hold over that region. But this one on your screen say a fantastic map 3 from him. I think he really did look really super solid. And this is a sick thing to see for this EP side. They can have so many different people who can step up as an MVP, which happened throughout this series.
Yeah, it's just a 5-man roster. Everybody can do the job that Zay did today on a different day, or even on a different map. And yeah, I mean, the other argument as well is that it just feels like a lot of the Chinese teams come into group stage very often and just don't play the best CrossFire for one reason or another, and then they just end up, once they get into the big best-of-5s or just the big pressure matches, they really turn it up. So excited for this team to do some stuff in playoffs. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Stage for this one.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. And let's congratulations on EP securing the victory of the match. And Zay is the MVP of this match. Now say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Zay from EP. Now congratulations on making to the playoff stage. Now this match is very thrilling, but finally you secured the victory. Before the match, have you thought you could get such a score? Actually, yes, because they are very strong opponents. Now, and you have seen their last match. You can see they are very good opponents. In your first map, you chose sub base. Do you study their last match against IC? And you want to beat them on this map? The main reason is that our teammates found out we are more comfortable with sub base. Yes, indeed. But what about today's performance? During the match, we had bad communication, so we lost this match. So Navi's sniper had killing advantage. While we were attacking B, we barely used utilities. Why didn't we use utility to give them pressure? The main reason is that because we lack of good communication. So today's victory concerns a playoff stage seat. After the loss of state sub base, how's the atmosphere? The atmosphere is very good because we are very confident. Yes, we are very confident. So on the third map, Eagle Eye of the last round, you have good role as BL. What's your attacking route? We just want to stay alive. So you have a good play of this stage. What do you want to say to your opponent, Navi? Yeah, they made such a good progress. We look forward to play them again. So after in the playoff stage, you will be against the QA Alcacia. What do you want to say to them, or are you confident to beat them? Last year you are runner-up. Today we will still beat you. Yes, we are very confident. Do you want to say anything to your teammates? Yeah, let's work harder. Congratulations, EP, on securing the victory. Let's have a short break. Welcome back soon.
Match 2 begins now.
He's gonna go out swinging. Good for one, good for two. Chow's gonna find a triple kill. Ice Cube is the last one alive.
VR shredding. Sunny is just gonna spray and pray the USB. Not gonna be answered. By himself against 4, gets 1, gets 2, gets 4 snipers on the side of Rock, so he does get easy, gonna spot Snake around the corner, does.
Oh,
horse spotted.
Ooh, KSA bringing the heat. Is spotted. KSA is thirsty for kill. And Evo's Arc is going to close the series out in a 2-0. Least expected the underdogs coming to this matchup, but they will seal the deal.
Experience under pressure, or a debut that sets the tone for Group D.
To miss a shot. Oh, and he's hit that one, but it's not the killing blow that he needs. Good clean shot though in onto Alucard, and all of a sudden.
Doesn't matter. It's not. What's up, bro?
Just have so much confidence heading into it. JV. Oh, and Juan, he's so sharp.
10-3, Na'Vi close the map and the series, and they do it with ease. Inner circle eliminated.
quite quick. It's probably the worst news.
Oh.
For the lighter Stallions!
Hey! My #1 quick scope.
1, 2, 3,
4. Good!
Oh, baby!
It's unreasonable. He's got another one. This is just really more on port. This is disgusting. 24 and 11.
Vincere. Oh my god, they're going to get HCC's in trouble. He's dead.
By YDSS on the cross. Takes the fight. BaiSha will do what's expected, and they will dispatch of Swamp Gaming.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the Global Risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The Global Risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Group A returns, and now everything comes down to this matchup. Once the standard of dominance, back-to-back champions before stepping away last year. Now they fight for a return to the playoffs and to continue the championship pursuit. A leading force from the China region, BaiSha Gaming! And facing them, the rising force from the Philippines, a team making waves throughout the year, now one match away from their first ever playoffs run, and a chance to rewrite the results of their last meeting against BaiSha Gaming. Team Stallions! A legacy reclaimed or rivalry answered. Only one moves forward, the other goes home. Group A, Match 3 begins now.
Thank you, Reflections, for the great intro there of our next big matchup. Every matchup tonight has playoff implications. Whoever wins will move on to the playoffs and onto that big double elimination, huge bracket, and have a chance at some really big prize money and some fame. Of course, we have BaiSha up against Team Stallions, and this one is a very interesting one because I do feel like this could be a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday's games, you know, the belief for BaiSha to actually go far in this tournament is now slightly lower, considering, you know, Swamp Gaming did take a map off of it, but you're going to see.
Well, guys, before we do go any further, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors.
We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. So team up and fight on.
Yeah, and thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game, born from the game and fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion.
Thanks to our official partner Morphling and Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Thank you, sponsors. And yeah, time to talk about BaiSha versus Team Stallions. You know, before coming into this one, you could say BaiSha should be the favorites, but now I just don't know. Team Stallions did look very good in their match against Swamp Gaming, whereas BaiSha did struggle against them. To be fair, I do think that Swamp Gaming did put up a good fight against BaiSha, whereas against Stallions, they did look a little bit flat, but maybe that's just because Stallions were better on the day. It's hard to tell until these two teams actually meet face-to-face just what their strength level will be. Just like we saw in the last match, you know, Navi really bringing it to the end there against Evolution Power.
I mean, here's my 2 cents at this, right? If you don't look at the historical data and just put CFS 2025 Grand Finals as is, BaiSha does look falling off behind on that map report that they played against Swamp Gaming, and Stallions are looking a little bit better in terms of numbers, just looking at the stats of the current Grand Finals. So I don't know how BaiSha is willing to play out the rest of this tournament, but they have to do it here or they're getting knocked out, because tonight everyone is fighting for their life.
Yeah, for sure, and then especially considering, right, it's do or die for every single series in this one, especially BaiSha. I mean, even in CFBL, right, there was a lot of questions whether or not they could still keep their form that we did see in EWC, and obviously after that Swamp Gaming match, there is going to be a lot of doubts around them, considering that Famous did just kind of, you know, pop off in some of those games, even dropping 24 at one point. But BaiSha Gaming, they do recover very, very quickly, as we did see from, the prior games or prior tournaments that we did see. So they're still probably one of the biggest threats going into this tournament. And, you can see a pop-off from N9, possibly from YDSS. But I feel like the biggest pop-off that we're waiting for the side of BaiSha Gaming is actually Xiao.
Yeah, I think that he has been relatively muted so far, and it's definitely a good shout. We'll have to see if he can play well tonight. As let's take a look at Team Stallions leading the charge for the Philippines region as the #1 team. And it's not really a contest. These guys looking so strong. Top 4 finishes, 2 of them this year. And really, not even for the Philippines region, but just for themselves, trying to become one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a while since we've seen like a Filipino team actually making it all the way to top 4, right? And the story of Team Stallions ever since the beginning of the year, the slow, improvement for them time and time again, they have been doubted. And it seems like they're, that experience that they've had for the past few years, just getting beaten down, being the second seed, going up against strong opponents, it seems like they've learned a thing or two when it comes to international play. And it really did show in the CFS regional finals back in the Philippines. No team was even anywhere close to beating Team Stallions, and it seems like their form is probably the best form that we've seen from a Filipino team after a while.
And now is their time to really prove, isn't it? Because ever after EWC, this is their stage, this is their time, and now they're facing against one of the top teams like BaiSha Gaming. If they're able to come out alive against one of the top teams who has a back-to-back win on a grand final, has 2 trophies under their belt, if Stallions is able to do this, then yeah, definitely the region of Philippines is looking pretty bright ever after 2022.
So these 2 teams did face off in the EWC 2025 playoffs, and it was a 2-0, but one of those maps did go to overtime, where BaiSha did win every round, 4 rounds in a row. But still, I mean, it was a close map, and Stallions, from there, I'm sure they've improved even further, so maybe this time gets even closer. You take a look at the power rankings, Stallions actually at 14th is pretty interesting for me. I felt like they should be a bit higher than that, just considering even Navi was 15th. So Stallions only 1 step ahead of them is interesting to think about. But BaiSha, #2, even with some of the shakiness that they showed at CFPL, they're still up towards the top, only behind AG, I believe.
I mean, for sure. I mean, that's always been the story, right, this entire time. I mean, AG currently kind of holding that #1 spot at the moment, but BaiSha is looking for that crown as well. But the key players, of course, it is going to be the sniper, Xiao and KLP. Granted, KLP has been a bit more quiet despite the Stallions having a really, really good game up against Swampy. Really didn't see too much of the spotlight on him, but now the responsibility is on him to actually perform because, if you allow Xiao just a smidge of momentum, you're going to be in big trouble.
I mean, for BaiSha, all rights given to them, they are definitely confident coming into this matchup. But I was briefly talking with KLB, not KLB, it was just the MVP. They were also quite ready, and they were able to see some exploits that they can, touch upon yesterday. So I think they're going to be going hard at it. But the predictions, though, do look very favorable for BaiSha. Only your region has picked for Stallions. Even you has picked BaiSha as well.
Yeah, naturality. I'm a man that believes in jinxes, so I feel like I would want to jinx Stallions at this point in the tournament. So, I would say it is a pretty safe bet that it is going to go all the way to 3 maps, and it's always been all the way to 3 maps in some of their other matchups, especially the harder matchups. So we're going to have to wait and see what is about to offer. But in all honesty, I feel like BaiSha is still the heavy favorite going into this series.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think they should be, but, we'll have to wait and see what happens in the best of 3. A match we've seen before, but with different stakes. BaiSha swept Stallions 2-0 in the EWC semifinals to reach the final stage. This time the prize is a playoff spot, redemption, or deja vu. I mean, I do feel like, based on what we've seen here, just looking at the form, BaiSha has looked a little bit shaky, and I do think that the Chinese teams in general do look more shaky in group stage compared to playoffs. Like, if you want to play a best of 5 against BaiSha in a couple of days, that's going to be scary. But playing a best of 3 against them today, I feel like Stallions really have a good chance of taking this one down, and I really do want to highlight that, especially because, AI is going 2-0 because the power rankings put BaiSha so far ahead, but I really do think it's going to be a close one, just like we saw from Evolution Power and Navi, even if BaiSha does end up taking this.
Yeah, I mean, back in the green room, talking to our talents, but also the Chinese talents, we are all kind of expecting this series to get pretty long. Definitely going to be seeing a decider map coming through as well. And on top of that, I just feel like there are definitely so many spots left behind for BaiSha to cover up, which is definitely exploitable by Stallions. And knowing this region and knowing the team, they are going to bite right at it. And if BaiSha doesn't have a specific response to those exploits being uncovered, then things might get a little iffy towards the down the line.
Yeah. And it seems like 577 has more to show tonight. 0.56 KR, which is below his season average, and especially 577. He's such a key piece in the BaiSha defense. One of the main reasons why Evos couldn't actually perform super well back in ACL, and Elvin especially, right? I mean, he tried to go for the exact same flanks that we did see in the grand finals time and time again, but 577 had his number every single time. So he really needs to perform here, especially knowing how good Stallions is when it comes to their offense.
I mean, he definitely was the key factor back in 2022 rather, back in Jeju to really bring the trophy to their hands. So definitely expecting a bit more. And on the side of Stallions, Tanks is on today's matchup against BaiSha, stepping in with fearless mindset, but the team always comes first. No one's our stand-up player, but this roster wins together. Yep. What's your takeaway from this one?
It's a very Tanks thing to say. In all honesty, he's not the type of person to kind of focus on one player and say, hey, we're gonna play around Kano instead. We're gonna be, you know, it takes 5 fingers to fit a glove, and it is a team effort, that is for sure. And it keeps the team humble, right? You know, it doesn't, you know, inflate Kano's head, and he doesn't, you know, he doesn't see himself as a star. He just sees himself in a piece, you know, of a bigger pie in Stallions. So it is going to be quite interesting to see. And one of the biggest things as well for the mindset of Stallions is they're not afraid of any team, whether it is BaiSha, whether it is AG. And that fearlessness could lead them, or could net them a win here.
I mean, if you think about it, the teams that has fallen yesterday and a couple days ago, their micro was there. Individual players, their shots were accurate, but when it came to the macro game, team movements, team effort, moving as a whole, teams that lost have fallen pretty short on that note, having that team effort going through. So maybe Tanks really focusing on that macro, having that team effort going, might be the key factor to take down BaiSha here tonight.
This is going to be an interesting one. I'm just excited to lean back and relax and watch it while you guys give us the cast, because it's going to be a lot of fun, as we have talked about before. I do think that, you know, you were talking about how they're afraid of nobody on the side of Stallions. I think their youth kind of leans into that as well, where they're, you know, they're still young. They still have that overconfidence a little bit, but that's really, you know, it hasn't been to their detriment, right? It's really led them on the right path of, like, we can beat anyone, and they believe in themselves. Up against one of the biggest orgs in CrossFire in BaiSha. Going to be an awesome match. I'll leave you guys to it as we hop into the band pick.
Thank you, Valdez, as we are just about to hop into the veto for this grueling series, or should be unfolded as a grueling series, rather. I don't think this is going to be a clean 2-0. It's gonna be fighting tooth and nails, and both teams will have to have that energy back in their pocket to get it going. First ban will be brought up by BaiSha, followed up by Team Stallions. And Sneaky, what is your expectation? Do you think Stallions are going to be picking into port, or will BaiSha ban that specific map out? Because, matter of fact, I do feel like Chinese teams love to just ban Mexico straight away.
For sure.
But if BaiSha bans Mexico, then they leave out port, which is the single map they have dropped in the previous series. So a lot of stakes are on the line.
Honestly, BaiSha is one of those few teams in China that actually plays New Mexico, so I don't think that is going to be the first ban. BaiSha is probably going to be banning either a sub-base or maybe a sub-base, maybe, you know, an Ankara, depending on what is happening. I did see BaiSha kind of reduce their volume of Ankara games going into CFPL, but I feel like Stallions, you can never really predict what the veto is going to be. There's always going to be a surprise. There is an Eagle Eye in their back pocket, but there it is. Just like how I said, seems like BaiSha knows what I know as well. Eagle Eye 2.0 going to be very scary to play up against the Stallion squad. And I feel like Stallions is probably just going to ban Black Widow because at Ankara.
Ankara ban, all right.
Okay, so that means Black Widow could be picked up for map number 1 unless BaiSha Gaming is actually one of those few teams that can play sub-base up against his Team Stallion squad.
I think sub-base is definitely a prominent pick for BaiSha, and Stallions may even just pick into port for map number 2. It's all out there in the blue. Can't really dictate the picks just yet. The coaches are really just scratching their heads right now with the bans from the opponents. Eagle Eye suspected, but Ankara was definitely on one out from the blue, so it's going to be Black Widow getting picked up first by BaiSha. And Stallions are going to begin on the global risk side of all things.
Yeah.
And now what is going to be the response from Stallions?
honestly, I feel like Stallions should just respond with Port here. Port is not too bad of an angle for them, but granted that Ebos is slightly better on that map. But sub-base, that is a no-brainer, but I'm really not sure about this pick. It is a bit predictable from the side of Stallions, and I am kind of afraid, especially after the new update where the lineups have just been erased in this map. It is going to be more of a head-to-head kind of play more than anything.
There's the port ban.
There's the port ban.
That was expected. That was definitely expected. I mean, I even expected the port ban come through on the first half of the ban picks.
This could be New Mexico map 5. In all honesty, I wouldn't want to play BaiSha Gaming in New Compound, especially after what happened last time. So I think it is most likely going to be New Compound for map number ban for the 4th for the side of Stallions, and there we go. That is the New Mexico for map number 3, just as expected. Honestly, really good veto for both of the teams. BaiSha Gaming, just like I was said, one of those few teams that actually plays the New Mexico map, and Stallions will get to start that BL side. We haven't seen much of New Mexico, especially in international play. I think the last one that we just saw was from that last series, but you know, it was a bit rough from both sides. I didn't really see arguably too high level of New Mexico here. It seems like both teams kind of just trying the map out, but I mean, we are finally going to see something here.
I mean, I always love to see New Mexico getting played, right? I'm the guy. I'm the caster to just kind of promote New Mexico.
Yeah, you're
up
the
on the
only
board.
one.
So definitely good to see it being picked as the decider, but give or take, Black Widow sub-based, then into New Mexico. Granted all rights, I think it's going to be a 1-1 on the first half, and then whoever wins New Mexico might just take it. I just don't think this series, even though how strong BaiSha is and even though how good Stallions is, it's not going to be a lopsided matchup. I think it's quite even.
Yeah, I mean, every time you play Team Stallions, whether you're BaiSha Gaming, AG, or any other strong team going into the series, it's never going to be a clean game from either side. Stallions is going to make mistakes. BaiSha is going to make their own mistakes as well. And really does depend on who is going to have that better mental fortitude going into this game. Map number 1 is going to be very interesting considering Black Widow, both very momentum dependent. I mean, if he can kind of freeze Xiao at the start of the game and kind of remove him from the game, that makes it a lot easier for KLP to actually operate around the map. But at the same time, Stallions need to find a way to enable No in this game. And if they can enable No, they can kind of crack open any site that they want.
I mean, just kind of going back on what I was talking about in the precast, there are definitely places and spots that could be exploitable on both ends, not just BaiSha, but Stallions also have weaknesses of their own.
For sure.
And surely BaiSha's coach and the players definitely know how to get through behind the lines and really just exploit the hell out of the mistakes that Stallions could pose up to. And if I mean, here's the realistic way of looking at this. Whoever makes less mistakes is going to win the series, is what I'm going to go for.
Yes.
It's not about who does better. It's more of who does worse.
For sure. We're going to have to wait and see. It's going to depend on the first few rounds, in all honesty, because I really have no idea what kind of form BaiSha is going to take on today, right? After the Swamp Gaming series from yesterday, it is going to be a bit of a mystery. They did kind of have a bit of a talk with the coach, of course, so it's not going to be, you know, the same form that we did see from last time. But Team Stallions, just like I said, it's not going to be a clean game from both sides. It is about that mental resilience, and we're going to be seeing a lot of 3v3s, 2v2s, and those scenarios is probably going to make the series very, very interesting for everybody here. So
I'm gonna wait and see what really unfolds as the story. I mean, I was just briefly talking to KLB, and he was pretty happy with the ban picks that they were planning. I think the ban picks that are delivered are exactly the one on their minds. But guys, buckle up, because this one is going to be a hell of a ride. Well, it's going to be BaiSha Gaming versus Team Stallions. This is make or break for both of these teams. Whoever drops the series will get knocked out from the group stages, and whoever wins will proceed on into the playoffs. Black Widow, sub-base New Mexico. We are just about right, getting ready to hop onto the first map. Black Widow.
Here we go, both teams representing their entire region. BaiSha Gaming representing one of the biggest fan bases in China. Stallions representing the entirety of Cebu. This is going to be very intense. BaiSha Gaming on the BL side, Stallions on that GR. Immediate 3-2 coming in from Stallions here. Triple long position and double in B. They're going to leave Mint alone for now, but someone has to put some eyes on it.
now, with the first map being Black Widow, do you think activating the snipers will be the key factor, or do you think it's just going to be another yet team effort-esque game coming through?
Could be another.
Given this being a very sniper-heavy map as well.
Yeah. Honestly, both teams, they don't really heavily rely on their snipers a lot. As I did notice, they don't. I mean, BaiSha doesn't really heavily rely on Xiao. You know, Xiao, he will have his pop-off games, but if he doesn't, that doesn't mean that the BaiSha will take that easy L. But speaking of L, N9 gonna take the first L in this game. Immediate 4v5, instant nade into the peak, enabling Kano.
First blood taken by Stallions. N9 will go down. Now having to play on a 4v5. Still has a plenty of time. They're going to pick the C4 back up and go for a reset. But like you've mentioned, Stallions are going to go pretty deep on the catwalk. Xiao does see the players jumping left and right. Unfortunately for him, wasn't quite there to connect the shots. But looks like BaiSha has made up their mind to kind of peek in towards long. KLP at risk. Good for one. Looking for second. The crouch peaks may just hit for a couple more kills, but the support from JJ has arrived. KLP has been taken down. Now Xiao coming on top of catwalk is good for one. Bomb site about to get swarmed. Down to 3-on-3. Sneaky taken away.
Yep. Still a 3v3. KLP on the bottom side of spawn. We'll get the tag here on YDSS. That's the C4 out in the open. Xiao is actually tagged up. KLB still popping off. It's a 1v1 Lai. Low HP. It's actually JJ still alive, and he's going to get information. KLB will fall, but Lai does spot one coming in that short position. Lai.
Oh, is Lai going to double up and go catwalk once again? I think that is his decision, but JJ has all the time in the world to find a better position, reposition himself down towards underpass. Lai is going to start swinging, sees JJ! The shots are ringing true, and BaiSha is going to be able to mark their name on the first round here, even though it was N9 to fall first.
Yeah, super well played coming in from Lai. Instant turnaround after that spawn position, getting that information on JJ. And a 1 versus 2 right out of the hands of Stallions. So Stallions going to have to make a quick mental reset going because the round was already in their hands. But no long position taken here for KLP. They are going to be playing it slightly safer this time with the exception of Kano. Kano does get hit in the head and in the shoulder, so he's going to have to back off. KLP. Sniper now on the metal box position. Bit more of a far back defense for the side of Stallions here. So going to be plenty of space for BaiSha to work with. Kano has to be careful. That small angle can expose him, and you know, not having mid in Black Widow is going to be super tough.
And now BaiSha will turn their strainer on, just drain the blood, drain the mentality out of Stallions. They're going to be playing very, very slow. Have an anchor in long, have an anchor in containers, and two players still looking down towards middle. They are expecting an aggressive push from the side of Stallions, and for now, both teams aren't going to be playing very standard. BaiSha will be delivering the C4 closer towards B. They have picked it up, and now they're trying to gain control down towards middle. They're going to cross in towards catwalk. What is going to be their main angle of attack coming to round number 2?
Lai coming in that short position.
All 5.
Now having a rifle this time. Lai not going to go for the double sniper at the start of the game.
Nate not realizing much of a value, but the 4-man stack from BaiSha, or Team Stallions rather, might just be enough. And BaiSha is going to go on the split, but already no and KLP picking up a piece each. Things are shattering apart. Lai takes a whole bunch of damage as well, and no one knows that. Good swing and a double kill. Comes right through. Xiao's the last one alive, doing what he can. Not gonna work out. 3rd kill for Kano, and that will be a round being picked up by Team Stallions.
Yeah, very, very well played counterplay for Team Stallions. They're gonna have to actually sit right on back. BaiSha, one of those teams that can really take long every single time with their utility, but we should take a look at that clutch. Never mind, they just ended it. They're just like, yeah, let's just go into the next round. But
Stallions read them like a buck. 4-man stack towards A, working wonders.
Yeah, you can't play normally against BaiSha. I've said this time and time again on every single broadcast that we've had internationally. If you play default up against BaiSha, they're going to read that every single time. But speaking of default, Kano getting N9 through the smoke, but 577 with a response. JJ and KLP down, and it is only going to be no on that A site.
Through the smoke as well, isn't it? 577 with a huge double kill to top up on the kill values. Down 4v3. Loi. Just poking, prodding down towards double doors. Won't be able to find much of information. And the rest of BaiSha is now rotating in towards B. KLB is on the hold. He's holding the boxes. He's calling for support. The smoke has dissipated. Here is the initial aggression, but no, with a huge spray down, finds a double kill. Looking for the third. That's going to be YDSS trying to swing left and right. Buying the room for the team, but already down 2v3. KLB is just trail chopping to save his life. YDS is going to swing for the first, looking for the second. Not going to happen. Stallions will shut the aggression down. 2-1 on the scoreline.
KLB was just waiting the entire time. Honestly, Kano did a very nice job of fighting the site first and having to force the rest of the team to try and clear KLB off of his position, but he was so annoying that Loi has already made his way all the way from the A site back into B. So good rotations, good delay coming in from the side of Team Stallions. Their GR side working so far with the exception of that first round with a bit of an accident up against Lai. But this is what I was talking about. It's really hard to take long A up against this BaiSha Gaming squad. They know all the tricks, but with the lack of presence in long, they're just going to play Xiao. KLB going to miss his shot, but he's just going to have to back off all the way. Ooh. But the reach out is not the way to go if you're KLB. Xiao finally getting one on the board once again.
Xiao challenging the long angle towards KLB and is able to find the frag. Will be a huge opener moving to round number 4. BaiSha already making the shift towards middle. Kano's position quite stretched out far. Is he going to swing or will he get swung by 4 players of BaiSha? He's going to be able to back out, but 577 still on the chase. And instantly Stallions are shifting over back towards A. But the 4-man push is coming strong. The leg shot from JJ is going to support No to take the kill. Lai's going to start swinging out, but he's out of bullets. It's going to be his teammates to rack up the kills. Last one surviving is KLB. Good for 1. Now getting swung, but he finds another. Looking for 2 more. This guy is bloodthirsty, and he cannot deliver. BaiSha instantly matches up. It's going to be tied to 2-on-2.
It's very tough, especially when it comes to that long A position. Just allowing Xiao to eat that space on the A site as much as possible. And despite Kano having a really good game so far, 9-3, it is that teamwork-based crossfire that we're looking for. But Kano now not afraid to go into that high mid position. Similar to what Elvin was doing yesterday, but instead of waiting in high mid, he's actually going to look for the full flank, and he might just see all 4 members of BaiSha here, and this might be a highlight play waiting to happen, but YDSS turning around. He was actually going to start the silent hop, but instead, he sees Kano.
The spidey senses tingling for this guy. He's going to be able to save a lot of hassle for his team, but look at JJ now trying to get involved in a very upfront position. Has made himself down all the way towards middle. Finds a 9. But he is instantly taken out from the frame. Down 2 players. What is Stallions' plan here for the hold? As BaiSha taking a recover to C4 and trying to poke and prod towards B and A as they have planted Xiao down towards long once again.
Yeah. Loi looking for that reach out going in towards B waters, so it's going to have to be a full back off for them. Going to have to wait and see. Minute and 19 left on the clock. Loi rounding the corner. But Lai has made himself known all the way in B waters. Despite the nade, there is 0 information about what BaiSha Gaming is going to do. They're going to start clearing this A short side, and judging from where the C4 is, it is going to be a full B stack. So it is going to be a full B hit plus 2 players coming in from short, jumping down into spawn. They're going to look for KLB first. Going to cause a distraction on that side. Flash is going to go through, and that can cause some rotations from the Stallion side. But no, they're actually going to stay strong on this B side. Then this could be a good read. KLB, another miss on the sniper, but he's going to have to hit this time. Doesn't hit Lai. 38 seconds left on the clock. Flash not going to work. Xiao in the right side window. Lai going to be pushing in KLB with his own sniper, but now switches to the EBR. But do they know about the short drop into spawn, into stage? YDSS with the big flank going into window B, but he's spotted by KLB. 20 seconds left. Time is of the essence here for the side of BaiSha Gaming to push in. And here comes Loi with the HK. Xiao stuck in the corner. KLB spraying him down, and Xiao not even enough space to breathe in House B, and that is a technical pause. What is happening?
Should be sorted out pretty quickly. I mean, coming to this tournament, tech pauses have been sorted out rather faster than EWC as well. So, gonna have to see what happens. But going back on the previous round, like you mentioned, time was of the essence. The flanker was caught off guard, taken out from the frame, and the 3 players of BaiSha stuck in containers, really had to make the move, and Xiao being stuck in a corner, shots not landing because of teammates trying to run in front of him. That's not gonna cut that easily for them.
Yeah.
You can see the confidence being built up on the side of Stallions. The players smiling now too.
Yeah, I didn't think YDSS actually expected that someone is going to be playing that B-door position, because there is that slight little angle going into that window B position that you can see on that stage side from the B-doors. So not going to be an easy flank to pull off, that's for sure. Unless if YDSS actually went through B-doors instead, he might have actually gotten the kill on KLB, and that would have alleviated a bit of the pressure from the defense in the B side. But as soon as YDSS fell, you know, the pressure was still there for the side of Stallions. All 3 members were there, 20 seconds left. You have no choice if you're BaiSha Gaming here but to push House B. And as soon as that first shot missed, that was a done deal, basically.
Done deal indeed. And this was definitely out of our expectation that Stallions leading out early on in the rounds. I mean, our expectation back in the green room when we were talking about the games, sure, it's going to come close, but early on, BaiSha will dominate the first couple of rounds. And then Stallions are going to find a way to exploit the mistakes that BaiSha is putting up to. And right back the rounds afterwards. But already in the first 5 rounds, Stallions picking up 3 of the 5. And BaiSha only able to pick up 2 of the 5. Definitely a different showing from what we've expected. And this is something good to see, for at least for your fans out there in the Philippines.
Yeah, but we're kind of used to, you know, we're kind of used to having 9 as a scoreline and then still somehow losing in that position. So I think that...
oh yeah, you were extending that yesterday.
Yeah, I think that
on
complacency is now nowhere to be found, especially in Stallions, man. I feel like Stallions, they run the mindset of like, unless it's 10, do not even talk about the win at this point. You know, job's not finished up until that 10 does appear on your screen, or 13.
Job's not finished indeed.
I think we've learned that very painful lesson for the past few international tournaments, my friend. So,
I mean, historically speaking, Stallions was clapped 0-2 by BaiSha in the group stages of EWC, Esports World Cup, which you and I had a chance to cast on. Was a great experience. But now, for some revenge, for some vengeance, Stallions are back, and with a bigger firepower in their hands. And the big game hunters, will they be able to take down BaiSha, the White Sharks? A big title too. And thanks to our producers, 577, pointing out that 577 has been a little bit quiet. Have to wait and see what goes. Until now, quick reminder, 3-2 is the scoreline with Stallions leading out by 1. Black Widow was the first map. The second map will be Subbase, of all things, and then the decider will be New Mexico. And already on the very first map here, not expecting these kind of results, and can't really tell who was going to come out on top on this battlefield here, because these teams are fighting tooth and nails.
For sure. So Stallions just going to take their sweet time, you know, making sure that their mindset is still steady. You know, maybe doing a bit of meditation even. Has been quite the thing for them as well. But hopefully the issue will get resolved very, very soon. Very exciting crossfire still yet to happen in this game. Granted, there was already some very, very high plays going on.
Very, very indeed. A lot of pressure already being built up through this tech pause. Hopefully the issues get sorted out soon.
It
it is quite the back and forth that we did see at the start of the match. And it's actually very creative from the side of Stallions, right? They do take that long terrace from time to time, and then even if there's a smoke right in front of them, I think a habit for the side of BaiSha is to start pre-firing some of these angles, and you can see Kano really just in a massive off angle, standing out in the open, waiting for the tracers to fly towards, you know, maybe the side of his head, and he's going to shoot back. That has been kind of the meta as well.
And on top of that, I just want to go back to your remarks that to win against BaiSha, you can't play default. You have to throw some jabs, hide some punches behind the backs. And Stallions is doing exactly that. They've been trying to send some flanks down middle. They even trying to send flanks down towards the other end of the bomb site. Even throwing stacks at A, stacks at B, and if they make their bets right, then it pays off dividends in the form of a round score. Working out so far, but what is going to be BaiSha's response? But let's go take a look at some of their plays here, as this one is one hell of an action being packed up in a single video.
And lots of high plays already happening in this game. Still, yet to see some action from the key players. I think we've seen some stuff from Xiao already, openly challenging KLP on the site. So, gonna have to see what KLP has to do in terms of answering, but in terms of carrying the team so far, I mean, we've already seen some magic here from No especially. And I'm glad that this has been a adjustment made from the side of Stallions to kind of put No in the rotational position instead.
Looks like we have heard the news that we are good to go. 3-2, BaiSha versus Team Stallions on map number 1, Black Widow. Here we go again. 3-2 split for the side of Team Stallions. Yeah. What you were just mentioning during the pause may just come into play handy.
For sure. I mean, double stack just on long. And I like that, you know, they're not afraid to challenge these smokes, and possibly they're going to set up No with a pop flash on that long side. KLP will be the first one to peek, and Xiao, the pre-aim was actually a bit too much to the left in that position. So
remember, Xiao was able to take down KLP on the long angle. M9 trying to get involved, finds one, nades out, KLP at risk. He's going to take a bit of damage with the nade, and M9's going to continue to swing. KLP has to be a sitting duck, but sitting duck that buys time for the rotation. Loi stuck. YDSS is on the chase on a 2v3 now. However, KLB with the pistol is going to be able to take down Lai. Last one standing in a 1v3. KLB does find a bit of damage and a kill as well. Stallions slowly but surely leading out 4-2. And going back to what I was saying, KLP was getting contested by Xiao down towards the long angle of A. Failed. So now they're going to make it a little funky. Have a triple swing out towards long and benefit off of that. But moving into round number 7, Stallions is going to drop JJ. It's going to be a 4v5.
I think that should be a rule of thumb, especially when it comes to the start of the round. You know, Xiao, you'd never want to peek Xiao, especially in this initial frame position, right? You know, he is one of the best players when it comes to that particular spot. JJ already down and out. One of the key players as well. But still, rest of the squad can go through. No, actually picking up the sniper, which is going to be very interesting. I still think that they do want to get that initial short pick off. But we are going to see the replay. JJ, obviously with the slow swing, is very doable. With the sniper, KLB now fully blinded in that B-doors position. Kano will try and see if he can put some damage down in this window B side. 577 going for the full cross. Loi already down to half HP. And 9 finding himself on the cross as well. Loi, look at the amount of damage they're still doing to the B-house players, but it is now full control of BaiSha in the B side. No one going for the flank, so I think it is going to be a full door retake for the side of Stallions.
Full on retake. Show coming through. YDSS with the madman spray down, finds a bit of value. Does damage KLB down to about 10 HP here. Flashes up and over, but the bomb timer's ticking, and Stallions will have to start making a move now, or it might be a little too late. Huge spray down from YDSS. Takes out 3 players, and the round is granted for the side of BaiSha. 4-3. Stallions still in the lead, but not by a very far distance.
You know, they're keeping it equal at the start of the match. I can tell that
10 kills already.
I feel that both of these teams are actually pretty much equal on form. I mean, it's literally YDSS and Kano at the moment. Kano picking up the sniper. Nice.
Sneaky, here's the thing, right? It's round number 8. Kano and YDSS are sitting on 10 kills.
Yeah, they're duffing it.
They are doubling down on this. And for now, BaiSha looking for the tie here by picking up one more round. Playing in a slow fashion too, and so is Stallions. They figured out flanking hasn't paid off well. I mean, we've seen the A long flank getting caught off by YDSS. Sure, I mean, it was YDSS trying to go for the silent peek and was luckily had the chance to spot the player on the flank, but a loss is a loss for Stallions, so won't be throwing funky punches at this one. BaiSha now, 3-man pushing towards Catwalk with the C4 as well. YDSS is on the rotation as well. KLP and JJ has to respond, and the response is good for 1. Looking for the second. Re-picks into this angle. Lai is there, waiting with open arms. Taps him out with a clean headshot. C4 is now getting planted. And in windows, Kano is trying to make something for nothing, as it's going to be a 3v4 retake coming through.
Yep, YDSS though in a very good position in the short entrance. YDSS now having to flip through the windows with Loy. With the help of KLB, is going to try to clear it. USB not going to do its work for KLB, but Loy will get the kill with the EBR. HK417 in the hands of No, and if he can get a few headshots here, this could be a game changer, but Xiao Xiao is going to spot them instead. And that is going to be BaiSha Gaming tying up the game up against Team Stallions. Black Widow is no one's game so far. We're going to have to see this again. No, not even a single player coming in. YDSS. I think this is one of the players that you do want to heat up early.
They lined up perfectly for YDSS to just left click and take all the kills. And now, getting funky is going to be Stallions. They're going to be sending 3 players out towards middle and outside of B, but which has been punished as KLB is going to go down. And BaiSha, they're just going to wrap this one up by falling back towards spawn and looking at the angles of the exits that Stallions could take. YDSS is deep and long. He's looking to create more space for the team to get moving. JJ posted deep in Catwalk, and so is his teammate. And another one too. Loy and Kano trying to get involved in towards middle as well. KLP in waters, not being able to land the shot is going to be critical, and BaiSha is going to instantly pump the gas to the pedal and send it towards B.
YDSS still holding that top in position. JJ Loy around the corner, couldn't get the shot in. JJ's going to fall down as well. EBR, damage a bit too much, but no, now with the sniper USB in hand, can do some heavy damage. But we'll go back to the EBR Lai. Looking for the kill, and that he does. Double swing for the side of BaiSha Gaming. And that is the lead back in the hands of the Shark. Stallions now having to play the BL side, which I am slightly more confident about for the side of Stallions. They are known for their offense more than their defense, especially when it comes to this map. But BaiSha Gaming, very, very dangerous on defense as well, especially 577. You know, he's playing in a way better form compared to yesterday.
Way better form indeed. An early aggression down towards A long. BaiSha is going to send 4 players to clear A long out. And for now, BaiSha will fall back, and Stallions is going to briefly gain control towards A. Lai and Spawn. Almost got the shot down. YDSS spots Loy. Bunch of damage. Wallbang headshot is going to take away much of a breath from Loy.
Ooh.
That's going to be Lai from downtown as he was holding Spawn to spot Loy. Jumping away from Catwalk.
Yeah, stage
and
angle.
That round is going to be beginning with a man down for Team Stallions. YDSS didn't see Kano jumping up and over. However, the smoke is going to dissipate. YDSS swings, sees Kano, but it's going to be N9 to double up and help his teammate out. 3-on-4.
Yeah.
Where does Stallions want to take this one in towards? It seems to be case A. C4 there as well. But Xiao by staircase is waiting with open arms. KLB and KLP looking for the double swing. Not going to happen as Xiao quickly finds one. KLP retaliates, but now the rotation from BaiSha is coming in hot.
They're looking for Lai. And Lai's actually going to miss a shot. That's going to be a free cross for the boys over at Stallions, but the C4 is still in the hands of JJ, and he's going to have to make it to the site, but this is a good read from KLP. N9 Going to be a bit confident on the swing, but he also expects that there is going to be a peek coming in from KLP on that long position. Smoke is going to go down on short, but JJ's not planting the C4 just yet. Expecting a push, and that he does, but in the wrong position. Lai spotted in short, but does he expect a flank from N9? KLP lives for now, but he doesn't get the shot. Really good delay play, a really good delayed push from the side of N9, making sure that two of his teammates are going to be pushing A first, looking for JJ, and that's going to distract KLP. Really well played macro from the side of BaiSha Gaming. This is what I was talking about in terms of their defense. They feel so connected all throughout this map.
It's all about team effort in it.
For sure.
Stallions throwing punches out towards A once again, planting 2 players. And BaiSha is going to get aggressive on their own, having 577 poking prodding in towards the B catwalk through waters. Lai is going to eat that nade, unfortunately. Lose about half of his hit points.
Double sniper setup too for the side of BaiSha Gaming. I mean, Lai is a very, very good sniper, so is Xiao, so it's not going to be an easy feat for the side of Stallions to actually get into any of these sites. And if you did notice, most of the teams that do go up against Stallions, they do like to run this double sniper setup to try and kind of put the pace down for the Stallions boys, but no, with his own sniper this time, double sniper as well. For the side of Stallions, KLP has been hitting a fair few shots, but no, seems like he's going to be confident about that as well, but he does switch back to the HK417. But 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. No map control for the side of Stallions. They might have to catch some of these forward defenses by surprise.
Still has a minute to work with. Not a whole lot of time, but definitely more than enough to make a move. But the forward defense from BaiSha, will it pay off dividends? Line from Waters, good for 1. 577 swings in, gets the kill as well. All of a sudden, Stallions, their aggression is put to a halt. Kano may have been spotted. His feet is spotted, but JJ swings in right time, and KLP finds a piece each.
Ooh.
Down to a 1v3, though, as KLP has a tough task up ahead. Has to recover the C4. Is able to find 1 kill on towards 577, who was already down very low. Has the C4. Has half a minute to move the C4 around. But does he realize B is completely open? He's going to re-peek in towards middle. However, YDSS was on the flank, and things might just... Oh my god, the timing!
He's going to spot him.
A little bit off for YDSS. He's going to start crawling up towards catwalk. Xiao is on the backside. KLP pistols out. 15 seconds remaining. He has to check the corners now, or it might be a little too late. Xiao swings out at the right time. And BaiSha will seal the deal for this round. 7-4 in the timeout. Swiftly comes out from the side of Stallions.
Must need a timeout as well. It seems like that forward defense, and it seems like giving BaiSha that much space in this map and not aggressively taking it is not really the way to go. BaiSha Gaming, time and time again, it has been a good result for them. Every time they do take this catwalk B position, it creates a better angle for 577 to work out of. At the same time, on that GR side, N9 now finding opportunities from the other side of the map. A side's not going to be as easy to challenge as before. So Stallions, they're going to have to figure out a way to reroute in this game. Maybe try to get more map control in this one, but it is going to be very difficult considering that BaiSha is now running that double sniper setup. And just like how I said, Lai and Xiao Xiao are both very good snipers, very high-level snipers going into this series. And especially in the post-TRG meta, double snipers are going to be seen more often, trying to punish these more aggressive teams. So BaiSha Gaming, it seems like those roster changes in the offseason is really now starting to pay the dividends.
Even some teams were going for that triple sniper setup, but looks like the meta has switched over to a double sniper rather than having a single one or a triple one. But thus far, BaiSha showing a better form in terms of team effort. Everyone really just doing a piece. Nobody is really lifting the heavyweights. Sure, YDSS is the most kills, but even 577 that we would depict it as a guy on a slow start is now somewhat rolling on the scoreline.
So good when it comes to the Black Widow map as well. He's so good at the maps where the outcome is very predictable with some of these flashes, some of these nades. So 577 going to keep it steady, and this is how much they trust him. He's holding B-side by himself, and it is going to be a full mid-read, potentially Xiao Xiao in the metal box. Gonna have to be a flash. No nades from the side of Team Stallions. Instead, it is gonna be full contact. Loy will get both, but do they know that YDSS is still crawling on the underside window? On the outside, No is gonna die. KLP on a 1 versus 2. One person on the window side. 577 information on him. YDSS. Shot's not gonna ring for KLP. And that's gonna be the 8th for BaiSha Gaming.
8th round being picked up, and that might just be the anchor for BaiSha to start asserting dominance on their Filipino counterpart of Team Stallions. 8-4, and Stallions will really have to start picking up some rounds here. But look at BaiSha also trying to get involved, using the map as a whole. Lion 577 deep out in waters, paying off dividends, as we say. But moving into this current round, KLP will find the opener towards Xiao. That's the sniper deleted from the picture. So is Lion and YDSS falling apart as well. 3v2, much doable round now for Stallions. Kano is stuck in no man's land, though he has to find a maneuver to get the hell out from this emergency, and the answer was not apparently, as N9 is going to swing and get the frag. JJ on a huge flank, though, in windows. Good for one, sees N9 as well. Information has been passed down, and the C4 will be planted down towards A bomb site.
Yeah, JJ needs to get in a better position just in case that N9 does go for the spawn side, but no, he is going to go short instead. KLP not ready. JJ in the triple box position. KLP with the nade. Will not get N9. Instead, that's going to be a good headshot, but at the same time, JJ around the corner just waiting for N9 to appear. So 5-8 now for the side of Stallions, and honestly, BaiSha, if you do want to close out this game, you really don't want to go for straight up fistfights up against Stallions, because that is what they want to happen in this map especially. So BaiSha is going to have to stay a bit far back in this map. KLB missing the shot on Xiao Xiao, who's now actively challenging this B position, and this is the defense that I was talking about. BaiSha Gaming always tried to get B waters, and in extension will get that catwalk B, which is going to make mid a bit more insufferable to take.
Essentially, you can just give up Lion as long as you take control of water, and that's already 70% of the map being controlled by you. So BaiSha is going to extend the importance of controlling out towards B. 3-man hold out towards A, but this split is being cooked up in the pod. KLP is going to open up towards YDSG. Whoa. And 9 is going to go down as well. JJ trying to swing in left and right. Bomb site is cleared out in the blink of an eye. And Stallions are looking to find their number 6.
It's already someone in that long position. KLB on an off angle. 577 is going to have to go for a full wide swing. Does spot KLB jumping up on the box. Flash is going to go through. 577 will get the better of KLP. Will get the one tap on JJ. Stallions have to play carefully here. 577 on a roll so far on this HK417, but spots him with the pistol instead. Loy pulling out his own USP, 6 and 8, and that's going to cause a timeout for BaiSha Gaming.
Instantly, as we say, BaiSha starting dominant. Stallions has a response to it. Quickly finding 2 rounds consecutively. 8-6.
Yeah.
Not far behind.
This just goes to show that, you know, Stallions, I think there was a graphic about it in EWC. Every time they do take a timeout, it always has been a win or 2 right after. But granted, they did lose that first round right after.
And you can also see the discomfort being built up on the side of BaiSha, not being able to close the series out in a swift manner. They know the pressure is on. The coach, Tanks, longtime veteran in the scene, now in charge of leading the young guns from Philippines.
Yeah.
What is going to be his next action being delivered to the boys?
I mean, out of all the people in the stage that are not Chinese, Tank probably has the most experience going up against BaiSha Gaming, considering he did coach one of the most legendary Filipino teams, Pacific Macta. So he's going to have to draw experience from that, because N9, for the longest time, especially when it comes to tense situations like this, has found himself in very, very good situations. Just like what we saw earlier with No actually trying to defend it up against 2, but N9 unafraid to just push it forward. So we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe BaiSha, I mean, BaiSha can still run back that exact same defense in all honesty, and it would still work. I feel like it really was just a misread coming in from the side of BaiSha Gaming, but Stallions now starting their own role. But look at this, Stallions. It is only Lai in that B side, and if they can get that early read going, that would be very good news coming in from them. But N9 in his classic position, we did see this from him going into that last game, taking this long position, and he's just going to stand right in front of that smoke, waiting for any Stallion members to come in.
I mean, it's almost a tit for tat at this point, as after the pause, Stallions tried to clear out waters, and BaiSha, knowing or at least expecting what was going to happen, is going to give up control of B waters and rather invest more players in controlling A long. Whether it be A, whether it be B, they're still controlling the majority of the map of Black Widow, as Stallions now looking to clear out towards middle. It seems they're inching closer towards the double doors. BaiSha is going to go on that 3-2 split.
Yeah, Lai's going to be a very dangerous man, though. 577 on that top box in B side. Flash is going to go through, but 577 and YDSS is going to get run over, but Lai is still in that B side. They're going to need to double nade that metal box position. It's going to be very difficult to get him off of it with just normal fights. Does miss the first shot. Loy will get the off angle on him, but here comes Xiao. He can make a highlight play happen through this smoke. He does have a little bit of a gap to see through, but N9 from the behind will get both KLB and KLP, and now it is going to be a bit of a pincer movement going on. Xiao back in that window B position. JJ now stuck in metal box. He cannot plant the C4 without the safety, without the confirmation that N9 is not going to come from the behind.
Xiao's gonna start jumping over window with N9 for connector, but he's gonna fall. Xiao's the last one alive, pistols out, but can't hit the shots. It's going to be Stallions to start really catching up to the tire, 8-7. Not giving an easy game for BaiSha. They're fighting strong and standing strong here right now, Sneaky.
For sure. But you can see the fear in their eyes, man. That N9 flank looked very, very scary. I mean, both KLB and KLP going down. There's no confirmation whether or not he was going to go for it. Here comes so fast. JJ not afraid to push the line forward for the side of Stallions. And finally, after a while, they finally got some long control. But Stallions, they could still actually kind of peel back off of this. But they're going to go for an early push, a 2-minute push potentially.
And BaiSha also makes the early shift towards A, knowing the utils being thrown out towards long. Lai is going to wall Kno, taking much of his HP, but it didn't quite connect to a kill. And KLP through long. And Xiao is going to fall to his knees. And Stallions, I love this movement. They are going to fall back right away and reset towards spawn, expecting a huge stack down towards A. And BaiSha's pretty quick too.
Yeah, they're chasing the rotate.
Control towards middle, already planting at 9, deep in catwalk with the support of YDSS. And they're going to leave B unattended for now, briefly, as 577 finally steps in towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, that's experience bringing for the side of N9, right? I mean, N9 going to be expecting some reckless movement from the side of Stallions, but 8 HP on N9.
Barely standing on one finger. The nade stack taking much of his HP away.
Read after read.
Is Stallions going to check the corner, though, after nade stacking it? Are they 100% sure that nobody is there?
They will. I feel like
we'll find out.
Double
KLP checking this angle out. Yeah. N9 goes down. That's going to be the opener for this round.
Good awareness.
Yet another one in mid-round. N9 and Xiao taken out from the picture. And BaiSha having a tough time to hold on to the angles. Kano with a sniper of his own. Line will fall. And a 2v5 out of desperation. 577 swings into a double doors. Is knocked out as well. YDSS has a lot of work to do. And the answer apparently was not. And we are now tied 8-8. And this is no easy game.
There we go. Team Stallions on a roll in this one. And we're going to take a look at that B-side take once again. No. Has been pretty proficient with that HK417, but look at the patience coming in from Stallions, right? They do not plant the C4 immediately. They recognize that there is still 35 seconds left on the clock, and someone will peek eventually from the side of BaiSha Gaming. But let us see what is going to be the read. N9 wanting to play a bit risky towards that B-arch position. But I think Stallions are fully well aware of this, that there is going to be a forward defense going on from the side of BaiSha to try and see if they can get the first pick off, but KLP going to be ringing steady. Has to be careful about Xiao. Xiao's very creative when it comes to these stage plays, and he does get the cross, but no, do not repeat that. Mr. KLP just going to allow Xiao to have that temporary stage control.
And a quick reminder, now teams are out of pauses for this map, and there can't be coach intervention. So now it's really just down to players versus players and their knowledge versus knowledge. Being tied at 8-8, who is going to find the map point will be the question being asked here. The C4 being picked up by Loy. Will soon follow the trails of teammates down towards middle. Two players looking to clear in towards catwalk. YDSS out middle looking to hold it down. And BaiSha has already gained control of water once again, with Lai on a sniper as well. 3-man stack over towards Zay. Kano trying for some pot shots, not gonna hit, and then 9
What? And it's dead?
Is dead. Lai is gonna be able to retaliate, find the value by taking 2 kills. No, Loy stays alive, and Lai has to fall back instantly, down to a 4-on-4, but the timer is still ticking down in favor of BaiSha. 40 seconds remain. What is the next move by Stallions? They're going to move on top of catwalk.
It's a good read by BaiSha.
But it's a 3-man stack by BaiSha.
Wait, Xiao actually going to be tagged up after that miss, but look at that shot on JJ. KLB will get one. 577 gets all 3. The great wall of 577 presents itself in the short side. 9-8 BaiSha Gaming. A really good read, not pulling the trigger on that rotate, instead staying on that A side, fully well aware that Stallions will respect that sniper of Lai, despite him being 9-11 so far. So Stallions gonna have to take it to overtime, but Lai will be the one falling first, removing one of the snipers out of the hands of BaiSha Gaming, but YDSS,
chances are still there.
The Swiss RB knife is gonna pick up the sniper.
Chances are still there. Lai falls, and Stallions are desperate to take this one into overtime. Race to 10. BaiSha has marked the number 9, but they need to find one more. 577 by staircase. Good headshot, finds a huge double kill. And Stallions now need to push this angle out with the nades. They are able to clear the position 577 was holding. However, YDS is still responding. Shao, the last one alive in a 1v2. The C4 soon to cross into the bomb site. And Windows, KLP is going to find the shot and keep the dream on. We are now tied 9-9, and we're heading right into overtime for this one, Sneaky.
Back into Stallions form. Pure fist fights on that long position. And Stallions will take it all the way to overtime.
It's not an easy game for any of these teams. That was exactly our expectation in the green room before hopping on this matchup. And looks like it is going to unfold just as is.
Yeah, especially 577 back in the fray now, man. 19-14 after a horrible performance yesterday. He is going to be bringing on back in this one. JJ has to be careful about it. 577 is moving kind of different this time, and he might just be the entry fragger. And N9 switching to the M14 EBR. So some percentage crossfire is being played at the moment here. But KLP steady on that window A position. TRG in hand is not going to actively challenge that short position. Instead, the aggression is probably going to come from mid. And yes, Loy will investigate. 577, the miss from Loy. The 577 with the turnaround.
180 flick, brother.
Nade? Oh, 577 is down.
Mamba, Kobe. Kano with the nade will take down 577, but at the cost of losing one of his teammates. It was Loy that was downed by the flick shot that we least expected. 577 just known to do those, and now KLP with a quick shot takes down Lai, and 9 responds. It's gonna be down to 2v3. KLP with the pistols out, trying to clear angles out, and 9 is falling back. The C4 still down in catwalk, and the moment Stallions see that, that could be disaster striking in just about a couple seconds. Making a full flank, and 9 trying to clear out towards B. The C4 still lingering catwalk.
Gale be asking himself, what would Elvin do? And it seems like N9 going to be taking that exact same path. KLB steady on those doors. N9 looking for an opportunity, but he is not going to get it. EBR on EBR violence here. Short position going to be taken here by Xiao. Xiao, familiar situation, 1 versus 3. KLP with the big swing. The USP not going to hit in time. 10-9. Team Stallions with first blood in overtime.
Tank's getting very vocal. His boys are rumbling the ground right now. 10th round being picked up here, and coming into this overtime, looks like it's going to be Stallions to mark their footing and start leading out. But will that lead stay, and will the lead continue? Because BaiSha now looking to split A, sending 2 players in towards Catwalk and 2 down towards Long. They have gained control. YDS is looking to swing. That's going to be JJ to knock out Xiao quickly enough, but the Catwalk swing is good for 577, good for 1 KLP. And no, trying to hold it down. Lai's going to go down. And from Long, YDS is trying to get involved. Gets 1, looking for the second. Kano has to hold the angles now, but N9 swings in time. 7 HP only, but that was enough to get another kill for himself. And Loi is the last one alive. Looking to clutch this one up. He has to hit the shots. Will they ring true? Good for 1. Looking for the second. Tap shots will take half HP away. YDSS is good though. And now we are tied once again, 10-10.
Game of inches here from the side of BaiSha and Stallions. 1 HP is all the difference here. Loi would have had a very favorable fight if he did go for that wall bang on triple dots, but so far so good. Coming in from BaiSha Gaming, back and forth. And it seems like KLP is now starting to wake up in this game. Xiao starting to fall asleep. But still, the rest of BaiSha Gaming, oh so dangerous. YDSS, the Swiss Army knife of BaiSha Gaming, is still refusing to lose in this game. Kano gets 1 tapped all the way in spawn, but can the rest of the team get something going in the B side? JJ will get 577, but do they see Loi in the side? KLP still on the inside of House B. It's a 1 versus 2. Sao will get him with the M14, the sniper turned rifler. 11-10. BaiSha Gaming with the lead before the half turns.
Looks like this boxing match is going to turn into bloodbath as they're fighting tooth and nails, but BaiSha finding lead for the first time in a while, coming to this overtime, 11-10. Stallions, what will be their answer? Now they're on the attacking angle of all things on the side of Blacklist. BaiSha looking to clear Long. The nade stack is going to take down JJ. And that looks like BaiSha on a man advantage here, Sneaky.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the reach out on short, actually, since they do have the man advantage. So N9 going to be fishing for another pick-off potentially here, but KLP, if he did get a very nice angle in, this would be something, maybe a pick-off bag, but Loi, seeing most of them run away, but Loi, he wants to go for the full challenge. That's only a smoke, not the flash. 577 with the re-swing, but gets the better of Loi this time. The defense, 577, 23 and 17 so far. KLB around the corner, waiting for the full swing. He does punish 577 eventually, but YDSS is right behind him. Kano with the jumping shot on the USP. It's a 2 versus 3.
Now we are really dancing, aren't we? Stallions quickly retaliating, but it's going to be down 2v3. C4 is now finally picked up by KLP. Walking in towards the bomb site, but smartly, Xiao's gonna go in towards Long, but Kano's gonna spot him out. All of a sudden, this round doing, and it seems very doable. And Knight gets spotted up by KLP as well. He was looking the wrong way around. In 1v2, Lai making a full rotation down towards Long. Stallion's not gonna post for the plant just yet. They can indeed go B like you mentioned, but the C4 still sticks around A. It's lingering. KLP at risk. Now sees Xiao. What is the game plan here? They're going to run down towards B for a better hold. Oh, Xiao, the timing is just a couple seconds off from spotting the players out in the rotation.
Yep. Lai is going to go all the way around in this situation, but Kano is going to investigate. Will give information on KLP, full confidence on the sniper to try and get this one. The USP swing, 6 HP on Lai. USP versus DRG, who is going to be quicker, and it seems like the quick scope going to be hitting for Lai. The 1 versus 2. Unnecessary rotation, seems like it. The first miss was already there. And that is going to be quite the heartbreaker for the side of Stallion. 6 HP, all the difference. Just like how I said, this is turning into a game of inches for both teams.
Insanity. Insanity across the board here, Sneaky. However, it's going to be BaiSha trying to climb from the cliff. Finds their 12th and the map point. And Stallions will need to find a couple more. Xiao, though, is going to say no and find the opening towards Loi. And Loi out towards Long through. The smoke will find a double kill before getting knocked out by a potato. Down 2v4. Stallions desperate to keep themselves in the game. Has control of Long. BaiSha still posing to go for a flank as N9 is holding the blacklist spawn. Stallions has nowhere to go but push A. They have to break the defense if they want to stay alive in this game. Minute 52, plenty of time. Kano, will he swing this angle? They still have a couple of utils to work with. Both smokes and both flashes are still present in the hands of the members of the Stallions. Nade out. Xiao holding catwalk angle. Stallions, they're gonna swing. JJ luckily whips the first one. YDS and Staircase can't connect the shots either. Granted one more chance. It's going to be N9 to wrap the kills up, and BaiSha is going to wrap up map number 1 after fighting tooth and nails, 12-10. The grand chase of Black Widow will be taken by BaiSha Gaming after a grueling battle after overtime. Stallions, they made a cliffhanger, however, it just fell short for a couple inches. The results are 13-10, and BaiSha will be able to secure the map pick of their own.
Yeah, I mean, BaiSha Gaming, just like how I said, right? I mean, Black Widow is one of their maps that they really do very, very proficiently on. They're very similar to XROCK, where I wouldn't say they do fully rely on this map, but when you do put Black Widow in the veto, you know BaiSha Gaming is gonna do well. First things first, the resurgence of 577 going into the defense and YDSS popping off for his team, because let's be real, Xiao Xiao went a bit missing going into that second half, but with 577, just like I said, the Great Wall of 577, that is a very hard thing to tear down, especially him with the HK. He was eating entries alive here.
I mean, it's a great showing too, isn't it? Because our production just basically said 577 is being a little bit quiet, not too vocal, not getting involved, but instantly coming into the series tonight, he is now a shouting demon, being a problem for Stallions to get onto the bomb sites and the flanks that 577 has been selling. It's working out wonders for the team. Sure, it came very close, but at the end of the day, the survivor is BaiSha, at least for Black Widow. Still 2 more maps to be played. It's going to be sub-base for our map number 2 in New Mexico as our decider. But now, after seeing the first map, the chances of seeing New Mexico for the first time might just come in handy.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot higher. That is for sure in this game. Considering sub-base, yeah, with the new update of sub-base as well, with the removal of all the lineup, it is going to be more of a head-to-head fight between all of the teams here. So it is going to be more direct, just like what we saw in this Black Widow map. But I would like to actually compliment Stallions in this one. That wasn't easy at all for the side of BaiSha. You saw it in the end rounds as well. It always ended up in a 2v3, 1v1, 2v2. So it's not really the macro that's winning out for the side of BaiSha Gaming. It is actually, the clutches, especially from IDSS, especially here from Lai. And Lai, especially in those end rounds, did a really good job, despite being, his score not being as high as his teammates. But it is those crucial frags that really did win BaiSha Gaming that game.
However, it will be Black Widow going towards BaiSha, and for sub-base, sneaking now, coming back to the talks of the regional playstyle of Philippines, and sub-base definitely being one of those maps. It could get wonky with the special tactics being thrown out there, and knowing Tanks, the longtime veteran of the scene, and knowing and having played BaiSha many a times back in his career, what do you think will be the key factor going into sub-base for Team Stallions to bounce back after that devastating loss? It was a cliffhanger, of course, just a couple inches short, like I've mentioned. And what will be the key factor to really mark the cliffhanger to be an ending?
They need mental fortitude and some really good endgame shots in this one, because we really did see that Stallions is capable of going all the way up to 9 up against BaiSha Gaming. But the thing is, their endgames can get a bit questionable sometimes, especially when they get put in a 12 to 10 position. It's very hard to come back from it because, you know, BaiSha Gaming has the handle, they have the control of the game, but at the same time, Stallions, they need to bring that exact same punch that we saw in map number 1 in map number 2, because I feel like now with the map being a lot more tight, a lot less, you know, a lot less open, I feel like it is going to be the shots that is going to make the difference. And I feel like KLP, especially, man, KLP was a bit quiet in that day 1 game, but when it came to this game up against BaiSha Gaming, he seems like a different sniper entirely.
Yeah, both KLP and KLB, not leaving Kano out, of course, but let's talk about the K-boys. KLP and KLB both matching up to the caliber that the Chinese squad of BaiSha is bringing is something good to see, absolutely, as they are able to mark up their kill points nearly on the level of N9. Players like Xiao, players like 577, and I don't know exactly what will be the last piece of key to unlock the future for them, but if they're able to find it, because when we just looked at the camera, that the players from the side of Team Stallions, they're not necessarily like feeling too bad. Sure, they lose the map, but I think they're still pretty confident going into the sub base. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, Team Stallions have basically been through everything. They have been reverse swept. They have lost 0-3. They have lost 2-3.
They lost from round 9.
They lost from round 9. They've gotten last place. So they basically have experienced everything. So they do know how to dig themselves out of this hole. And I feel like Tanks does a really good job of kind of mentally resetting the boys. They're like, hey, it was pretty close in Black Widow. Let's just try to rock it in our very, very best map, which is sub base. So I wouldn't be surprised if Stallions going into map number 2 going, you know, fully mentally reset it, but at the same time, BaiSha Gaming, with the amount of confidence that they have after map 1, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if YDSS plays good again. 577 is going to be a very important piece, especially he is the main defensive anchor of the team, but there's only one piece missing for the side of BaiSha Gaming, which is going to be Xiao Xiao, who's going to be very, very important in this match, considering he will be holding jail the entire time, which is, you know, kind of the core of the map, right, to get that first pick off.
And for all of these players, both of these teams really fighting tooth and nails, and they're making it pretty far too for the run. Their performance top-notch as well. And to me, the only reason why both teams and all the players are able to provide such a performance is due to our lovely sponsors, Gears and Gamer and the Morphling 50 chairs. So big shout out to them. They're right on the stage too. All the gears are provided by our sponsors.
Looking like comfy chairs, that's for sure. But,
I'm buying one too.
Yeah, seems like both teams very comfy on it, man. That's just
even Tanks was like,
yeah, even Tanks was
far relaxed, and we all know he has a bad back.
I mean, yeah, he's basically chilling on stage, so it's not going to be too much of a problem for him. That numbers for it,
absolutely
really coming in clutch. But yeah, I mean, BaiSha Gaming obviously going into map number 2, it's going to be very important for them to kind of start things off hot early. I feel like the person that they have to enable here as well is actually going to be Lai and YDSS. I feel like, granted, Lai could be running that double sniper setup once again in sub base. I really don't recommend it in all honesty, but YDSS was a key part on why they won Black Widow in the first place, right? I feel like without the Swiss Army knife of BaiSha Gaming here, who can basically play every single weapon in his arsenal, you know, this wouldn't be a possibility. Not even overtime would have been possible here for them. But if he can activate early, especially with the EBR, this could be big trouble for the side of Stallions.
And here's my 2 cents at this going into sub base, right? Of course, the main angle of attack, the main battlefield of the map will be double doors down middle, and surprisingly to me, my expectations are going towards Vents as well. Stallions, BaiSha, both teams not necessarily depicting Vents as the main angle of attack, but now with such a scoreline on the first map, now both teams has tested the water and seen the levels of their opponents. And sometimes, if you're somewhat even to your opponent, sometimes you just gotta throw that side punch and, you know, throw that curveball at your opponents, and Vents might just be it. Machine Room Rush, very default. If you think about it, rushing the Nook, very default. If you think about it, Vents is that one place that's kind of iffy, so to speak, but if you're able to land the shots, then it does come through.
Yeah, it is also very important as well, considering it is going to set up that nade, that flash, that smoke in towards the heaven position on that A site. And it could actually disrupt some rhythm going into that second mid position, maybe try and, get a cheeky pick off from jail. But I feel like it is going to be KLB doing most of the fights going into that Vents position, as, you do want to put your IGL there. Very good information that you can get from it as well. You can hear the rotations coming in from the jail side, from the B side, going into A side. So gonna be a very important spot to fight for. At the same time, you could kind of mentally condition the defense as well to kind of put or commit a player in the vent side, and if the player is fully committed into vents, you kind of remove him from the rest of the map as well.
And one notable thing is the final map of the grand finals, the very, very last match between All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming. It was sub-base, and we've seen how many times Xiao being able to hit some very crisp shots straight from the deep fryer, and having that memory back in my head, my hand still leans a bit more towards BaiSha, but it's not completely lopsided. I think Stallions still maintain a pretty good chance in making a comeback and keeping the series on and on.
Yeah, well, they have an 80% international win rate on the map, so I would be very confident that this would be an equal game, let's just say. So BaiSha Gaming, granted they do have, their fair share of experience up against more, let's just say better teams like All Gamers, but All Gamers, I feel like it is that inexperience kind of ringing through as well. I mean, granted time and time again, they have faced this team on the stage, but I feel like this is going to be one of those games similar to Black Widow. It's not going to be as clean as you expect.
For sure indeed, but looks like we are now fully ready to bounce into map number 2 of Subbase. BaiSha Gaming versus Team Stallions. Winner takes it all into playoffs. The loser gets knocked out, and by far, Team Stallions made a very close run on Black Widow, 13-10, but they fell just a couple rounds short of taking it into their own pockets. But now we're moving into Subbase. Will things turn out to be different, or will it be BaiSha asserting dominance on the top team of Philippines?
Stallions down a map. Familiar spot for them up against this BaiSha Gaming squad.
We will find out in just moments of time, but here we go. Round number 1. That's going to be BaiSha Gaming on the attacking angle on the Blacklist side. And Team Stallions are going to be defending on Global Risk. And already machine room control being taken by BaiSha, with Xiao now throwing pot shots. And like I mentioned, how many times did this guy hit those lucky shots on the heads, on the body of their opponents?
There we go. That's the Vents position that we were talking about earlier. But seems like BaiSha doesn't want to prioritize it just yet. They are going to be sitting back a bit, similar to what Alcancia does in this map, where kind of just wait around the entire time, kind of surprise the side. KLB in his classic position on this 2-box. But if Xiao did his research, he is going to pre-aim KLB first. That he does. There we go. You can tell that BaiSha Gaming really does watch those Stallions VODs. And they're going to back off immediately, the initial presence, but they don't want to get shredded in this Woods position.
And in the process, the timer has ticked down to about minute 20 seconds mark. It's about a minute being spent here by Stallions before making a specific move, showing specific interest towards one bomb site. Lai now getting in towards Vents. It was KLP holding it down. I think he's still on, and yes, he does hold the angle. Now he's looking to get involved. Will he push forward? Not entirely sure what decision he's going to make. But with less than a minute, BaiSha is now trying to get involved as well. It's going to be Xiao to find the opening frag on towards Loy. Was now getting aggressive, and now KLP looking to get greeted by 3. Pistols out, good for 2 kills, looking for the 3rd.
Oh, he's out.
And has a quarter to reload, and gets all 3 kills. The king of Vents, KLP.
How did that work?
Shuts down the aggression single-handedly.
Oh, KLB don't want to get into the site that early. Xiao does have the sniper train, but here comes the rain of nades on the A site. Potentially JJ going to separate himself from the group as well as No. And here comes the nades rigging true double.
I mean, he's got too many angles to look for. And Nine's holding on to the Nook, but the flashes are flying his way. JJ is taken out, and Nine with a good spray down! Finds a huge double kill. KLP's the last one alive, trying to come on the other side of the staircase. Xiao sees him. information passed down. N9 soon to look his way as well. Juggling his position, KLP pistols out. Finds yet another kill down to N9, but N9 wraps the deal. Signs the contract to take the round into her hands.
Yeah, seems like a bit too reckless on clearing that loose stairs position.
2v4 into a 1v2.
Yeah, bit of a waste of a play here from the side of KLP. And 1-0 so far, BaiSha Gaming with a good start. And here comes the El Clasico machine room push. N9 down to 10 HP, but the Flash is going to keep his head down. KLP and Loy will get both. Loy with his own kill streak. And the C4 is all the way back in warehouse. But Loy is going to back up all the way, making sure that YDSS is not going to get this kill for free. But the 3 versus 2 is good enough.
And once again, BaiSha having to start the round with a man deficit. Was 2 man deficit now. It was a 2v3 now, a 1v3. YDSS, the last one standing with the C4, is going to move in towards middle. Sees JJ, but JJ, the movements so accurate, so neat, picky. Finds the head, and now we're tied at 1-1. And Lloyd, this guy in Machine, just being able to take kills like that is going to be a big help for the team.
Seems like there's a bit of a tech going on. As JJ was pointing at something, but we're not sure. He's pointing at his monitor. Maybe he is dumbfounded by the 750 hertz that is in front of him. Tech pause.
It is indeed a technical pause. We will go underway shortly once we have all the problems and issues solved up. Stallions making it pretty close once again, and that round won by BaiSha. We all thought it was Stallions up until the clutch show coming up. So Stallions coming to subbase is in a better form, and in a form which seems to be on top of BaiSha, briefly at least.
1-1 so far, but seems like it is kind of an equal game. But, you know, it is the individual plays kind of ringing out at the moment.
Equal indeed.
It's not really any you know, full macro plays that we can kind of point at, except for the pick that Xiao did get earlier.
750 hertz by Ant Gamer, one of the top monitor companies out there. If you want to win the games, will definitely be a good pickup for the New Year's. And going back to the progression of Black Widow, just how Stallions is able to match up to the energy and the power and the level of BaiSha, and proving that they can be of a threat to one of the top Chinese teams with 2 trophies back-to-back is...
Could be a, you know, another denial for AG. But at the same time, AG did not win the start of the year.
That is absolutely true.
To be fair, we did have that meta shift in between the year. We were still rocking the AWM CFS at the ACL tournament, but EWC, we did see the different guns this time.
I mean, AWM in its own rights is a great gun too.
It's not good. It's not a good gun now.
TRG is just the meta now, thanks to our devs.
Yeah, but this is just a good bait for the side of BaiSha. At the same time, reckless from the side of No. I don't think he had to go for the full jump. Instead, he could have just slid down the stairs. But I think he was trying to catch the rest of the members by surprise here. Lai going to be spotting himself in this Vents position.
That's going to be Xiao going down to begin the round. BaiSha having to play as a 4 now for round number 3. The C4 still dropped outside of Vents. Deep, somewhat tucked in towards middle. KLP through downtown, from downtown through smokes. It's going to take down 577. And down 2 players. What is their next position They're looking to take, and Xiao was taken through a wallbang as well, so the game of guess benefits Team Stallions a bit more.
Gotta line that up. It's a very common lineup as well. I think Xiao Xiao was not expecting Lloyd to be shooting in that direction, in that time. But now with a 3 versus 5, YDSS gonna make his presence known in that fence position, so Lloyd is gonna have to go for the jump check. The rest of the members are actually committed more on this A side, and KLP does spot one. Lai's gonna have to back off. Not gonna be a full commit just yet, so BaiSha is gonna investigate the rest of the map here.
BaiSha now being roadblocked into really gain any ground down towards A or towards middle is going to have to shift their gear and show interest towards B. Machine room was empty, so the C4 and YDSS is going to proceed into getting in the B connector area. However, KLP was on the watch. The first shot is going to be going nowhere. It's going to be JJ up on heaven, looking for one, gets the kill. Now looking for the repeat. Challenges again. It doesn't see N9. N9 now trying to get involved. Does a bunch of damage, but couldn't quite connect those shots to a kill. Will eventually fall. Stallions will find their second. 2-1 on the scoreline.
Yep. It is more of a direct approach going in towards this map. Seems like KLP leading the charge. Loy has found himself a couple entries as well in this GR side. But let's see. BaiSha Gaming going to be careful about that machine room take. And I think they're just going to probably be playing a lot slower in this map. But Xiao Xiao did not notice that there's two players now right in front of him. Kano will get Xiao Xiao, and they're just going to back off all the way immediately. And you can see Lai immediately taking point in that fence position, but instead he backs off. They're going to try to triple clear Kano here, but no. Will get taken down by 577, but he does take N9 down with him, and 577's HP is not that high, and look at that nade all the way from A into Woods. Will finally take 577 down.
Maintaining the man advantage here. Team Stallions looking very strong. Coming to map number 2 of Subbase. On a 4-2 now, and Lion YDSS has it all to do. Really love the double peek, triple peek rather, throughout middle as Kano taking down Xiao. And him being able to find one more before going down to the double peek BaiSha presented. But with 3 players down, BaiSha looking to clear out towards middle. That's going to be Loy under vents. Up on heaven, holding the angle down. Lai slowly but surely cracking the angles. He's going to be able to find Loy on a misstep. And that will be another player down for Stallions, but still a man stronger. It's going to be 3-2. Less than a minute. And BaiSha wants to spend the sweet time. See if they can catch off any rotations. Won't be seeing much and won't be gaining much information, but we do have KLB in behind the silo. I don't think his position has been spotted out unless YDSS swings out, and what a flick by Lai, saving his teammate and the plan to proceed. Alerted, JJ and KLP is now on the rotation, but they cannot stop the C4 being planted as we now proceed into the post plant.
Here we go, Nathan going to start the fly, double short position. JJ has made it in, but will go down. KLP around the corner. Will not get him with the EBR. It is the USP better in the CQC. Timeout on the side of BaiSha Gaming.
Stallions and BaiSha. My read in this one is that BaiSha is somewhat relying on the clutches, relying on the individual performances of their players, whereas Stallions is now really moving as a team, if you think about it, based on the plays they have made. Triple swing on towards Xiao, holding outside the middle. Double swing to the player coming in through vents, and all of these type of team plays that Stallions putting out is making and building the Great Wall of Philippines of their own, reacting to the aggression BaiSha's putting out.
So I wonder what is going to change for the side of BaiSha Gaming here, right? It is, you know, Xiao getting caught time and time again, and you do want him to heat up as much as possible. But it is going to be very, very tough, especially when it comes to the map of sub-base. It is more reactionary more than it is flicky. But BaiSha Gaming, I think the coach is just telling them, hey, keep the spacing together. We are finding these opportunities. Granted, it is going down to a 2v2, but these 2v2 plays is what's saving some of our rounds here.
Timeout is now over. Both teams were able to benefit from the timeout. Let's see what will be the change being made. And the tactics with the replay here. Shots ringing true, and now in the live game through Machine, players are falling left and right. That's going to benefit Stallions, as it's going to be Lion 577 falling to the ground. And on the side of Stallions, it's only going to be Loy down and dusted. So already 3-4 rounds in a row, BaiSha has to start and play the game, play the rounds with a deficit in manpower.
Yeah, those are two very important players in the closing rounds as well. No, we'll get N9, but we'll try to get 2 as well. But YDSS answers with his own double kill. JJ and KLP. KLP playing well so far, but Xiao has been a bit cold, but it only takes 1 or 2 shots to get him back into this game.
They have all the time in the world. And they are going to spend the sweet time, see if they can catch rotations in front of their screens. The flashbang is going to give away position of JJ as he went for the pre-spray down on the entrance. And BaiSha now knows that.
Yeah, but they're taking their sweet time. Don't want to reveal your card very early in this round. You have to keep Stallions guessing. KLP, though, very worried about that passage position. But at the same time, JJ has already committed himself to this A site. YDSS, double kill so far for him. Can he make it 3? JJ with the taps, but he's going to go back all the way in missile. That's going to be the chase. KLP will get YDSS. Xiao. No choice but to back off. C4 is out in the open. Nade is going to get him, but no choice but to back off, and he has no information of where JJ is now.
Not a lot of time has left on the clock, too. Only 18 seconds, and the C4 being down is not going to help him either. First shot not ringing true. Picks up the C4, and now the rest of Stallions are moving forward, pressing the W. And Xiao will go down. Stallions able to pick up the third round here, 3-2. Is this going to be the same progression here for at least for the first couple half? Just like how Black Widow has played out here, Sneaky.
Yeah, it could be a back and forth. I mean, it is a really good job of both teams kind of just reading each other's plays. And once again, it is down to those 2v2s. It is down to those 1v1s. Usually we do like to put your money on Stallions in those situations with BaiSha Gaming. It seems like, just like how I said, they have studied Stallions. It is unlike 2024 in Hangzhou that Stallions barely have any spotlight on their team. Now everybody knows how they play.
Everybody knows how to play indeed.
Gonna have to be a bit of creativity from their side. Gonna have to switch things up.
I mean, for BaiSha, at least after a couple rounds now, they are able to start the game as a full on 5v5. So they do have more manpower to invest in certain angles. And I think they are definitely interested in taking down towards middle or A. Couple nades being thrown out as well. And Stallions is also going to invest the players to hold it down.
There we go, Nade's going to ring through on that side. Loy with the spray will get 577 and 9 around the corner, but KLB was fully blinded. No, with his own EBR starting to tap away. N9 goes down. YDSS is on low HP, but they still have to be careful about Xiao. Full commit on this A site, though. This might be a bit dangerous. If BaiSha Gaming can get into passage super early, going into B site, this could be something. JJ
It's
shot
an even
from
trade.
the side, but look at that headshot.
It was an even trade until JJ did that. BaiSha will be down a man. It's going to be a 2v3 with YDSS and Xiao both quite damaged. Well enough, JJ on heaven sees the rotation. YDSS has nothing to do about it and will fall back right away. Xiao, he sees KLP on the switch, but he was on a double zoom and wasn't able to hit the shot. Even eating a couple of bullets through the doors.
KLP needs to
being
not
a dead man,
overcommit.
YDSS has to help his team out, and it's not going to happen. KLP is going to be able to find both double kills and wrap the round up.
seems like KLP gotten a bit more luck with the EBR in this game. Especially the EBR can do absolute damage, especially through those doors. We have seen it already with Loy initially, but BaiSha Gaming gonna have to peel back the gears here.
I mean, that round was seemingly still doable when it was a 3-on-3. But all of a sudden, it fell apart for them. Let's see what will be the angle of attack being decided and depicted by BaiSha. KLP absolutely loving the Vent's position. He definitely benefited in one of the rounds, having a triple kill with the ESP. Will lie to the 360. That won't be the question. Flashes up and over.
Oh, that's a good bait, but KLP's not fully committed to the Vents. He is going to fall down. Oh, but that nade's going to do heavy damage on towards Lai, so that's going to dissuade him from fully committing in this Vents position, especially knowing KLP with the TRG can go for the cheeky jump shot here. But no.
BaiSha does have control of a machine, but doesn't necessarily mean they want to force the issue down the line here. Just the tension is really building up as the timer is ticking down. We are reaching the minute mark any moment soon here in just about 9 seconds. Still a hefty amount of utils being held onto BaiSha. Just a little bit left on the side of Stallions.
JJ.
Setups out towards middle.
Ooh, he's investigating machine room. That means there is a bit of confirmation that there is going to be presence on that A site instead. So JJ with a godlike timing, but do they realize that there is 3 players in that vent side? N9 making his presence known, making them look on the site itself, but no, actually gonna fall back in towards tight stairs, and now will get Lai, and no, will say no to that second mid push. That looked very scary at the start of the round.
The strategic maneuver is put into shambles. The Stallions completely shut the aggression down, and BaiSha wasn't like this on Black Widow, but now they're 3 rounds in deficit to that of Team Stallions, 5-2 on the scoreline. And moving into round number 8, they have to make something for nothing.
Seems like the instant commit in towards Vents. Lai really wants to get that Vents position going, and I can't blame him. Ever since the new update in sub-base, that's the only way that you could set up in towards control room. And Stallions keeping it steady on the site itself. But no movement just yet from both sides. BaiSha Gaming not wanting to reveal their hand early. No machine room push for Stallions, but this could be really good or really bad for JJ. If he can hit this first shot and get the spray down.
Big push brewing in the pot here. JJ first response, gets 1, but can only go for 1, and now it is completely taken. Lai, though, is going to take down KLP. Almost got the second kill as well, down to a 2v2. What can Stallions do after the post plant?
Honestly, it could have been worse for the side of Stallions with how that fight with Loy was looking. And N9 going to be defending Dark Room. YDSS all the way back in lockers. C4 going to be planted, and it's now starting to take on down, but look at the position, fully red from YDSS. Is it going to be a full check in towards lockers? Loy gets the peek, but no damage for YDSS. Full information, KLB going to spot the Darkroom player first. N9 tap twice, but not going to be fully down. N9 going for the ring around the Rosie, but will he get the kill? Seems like KLB will. YDSS gets naded, but does he know that he is in that second floor position? YDSS running on in.
There's no time.
5 and 3.
It still detonates, and BaiSha is going to be able to put up 1 more round up on the board. KLB almost made it look possible, but just being short on time, on short notice, is going to cost them the round. Still in the lead, though. 5 on 3.
Oh, seems like it is going to be a full machine room push. Is this going to be expected? No, we'll get YDSS. 577 is going to go down. Loy with the kill. Getting it down. Loy will get the triple, and it seems like it's a full sweep in machine room. That could just bring back momentum back in towards their side.
What a tragedy for BaiSha in a blink of an eye. 6-3 first half. As Stallions are leading out is going to cause some issue here, as now we are looking to go into the second half of the side switch. Take it over, Sneaky.
There it is. Stallions, 61% AI win rate here. It seems like they've gotten it back in their favor, and it seems like BL side will abode pretty well for them. But this problem is BaiSha Gaming just as skilled when it comes to that defense. And they're going to be fully swinging for that woods position. Xiao investigating, crouching on that left side. If he does fully commit to a swing here, this is going to be bad news. Xiao will get KLB with that pre-fire. Loy trying to get one in return. Desperation is now ringing for the side of Stallions to get this trade back. Smoke's going to go down in second mid. Stallions no choice but to retreat. Still a very solid defense for BaiSha Gaming. N9 being the rotational player in the jail side, making sure that Xiao's backside is going to be safe here. And Stallion still scrambling for an opening, but KLP could make all the difference if he somehow hits the shot on YDSS. If he does go for the jump peek, and 9 will go for the full swing. Instead, JJ will get the wall bang. YDSS could be up next, but he also has his own EBR. Loy and No, last two left alive. 4 versus 2. Very solid defense so far. No opportunities being given from the side of Stallions. And BaiSha Gaming, N9 being the rotational player, really giving the benefit of having a great rifler defending both sides at the same time. But Loy has found himself a bit of a slip-by in this B site. Xiao in the second floor. Third floor actually is going to fall down. No will somehow get line, and suddenly YDSS, the only one left alive, but he does have the C4 in his hands. 35 seconds left, not much on the timer for Stallions. Loy is going to climb up on second floor. It does spot YDSS as he does fall. That is the 7th for Stallions, and somehow, some way, Stallions galloping their way into a first point in the second half. And this is the preview of the round right before the half switch. Loy popping off with the EBR headshot after headshot, and similar to what happened in this round. And Stallions, they do get first blood on the point. Loy trying to remove Xiao from the equation early in the jail side, but will find himself just conking out. But Xiao so far hasn't been the best series from him. 4 and 10 in this series. Really is the rest of the team kind of picking up the slack here, especially Lai and YDSS. The Stallion still gonna sit back as far back as possible, wanting to draw some aggression from the side of BaiSha Gaming, but it seems like the default, the body language from BaiSha Gaming, they're like, we're just gonna stay in the sights.
BaiSha just not being able to close the series out in a clean manner, now is struggling to even pick up a couple more rounds here. 7-3 on the scoreline. Stallions really putting up a good fight here. And for now, Tank's knowledge, how many times he has fought against BaiSha, fallen and won, going back and forth tit for tat. And it is now transferred all the way down to the young boys that he is leading right now, and they're gonna give it a go towards B. Needs by Xiao is going to find a decent value onto JJ and KLP. YDSS trying to go for the pot shots. Not going to connect as Stallions with a minute mark on the clock is going to go for the full reset on towards A. There's only 2 players holding it down. It's going to be Lai and 5-7-7. 4-man stack towards the Nook. Flashes up and over, and they're going to give it a go sign. Sending it down fully. Blind 5-7-7 is the last one standing on the bomb site. Good for 1, but he's quickly traded out. The C4 crosses onto the bomb site, but up in heaven is going to be Xiao. Hits the flick. Gets 1 kill. The bomb is now planted. KLP has to come in time. KLP has to come in time as JJ falls. Looks like BaiSha is going to stick the defuse, and I don't think KLP can arrive in time. BaiSha finally puts up 1 more round, 7-4 on the scoreline, Sneaky.
Yeah, I think KLP was supposed to be the lateler coming in from the behind, and they didn't expect the rest of the squad to kind of just pour on in, and this is what I was talking about. You can't count Xiao out of this game, despite him being cold. It only takes 1 or 2 shots to get him back into it. And BaiSha Gaming back on the board for the second half. KLP going to be playing a risky game with Xiao here in the outer versus jail fight.
That's a long shot, but really enough. Kind of funny to me saying that BaiSha has a long shot to make, but 3-pointers, hard to make, but once you hit it, it goes straight down the basket. And they are looking to do it. rotating another player over towards B. BaiSha is looking to hold down B. Great retake last time, but the bomb site was compromised in a fast manner. Stallions once again throwing punches towards B, it seems. Another 4-man push in towards B connector.
Not the best smoke.
Not the best smoke, indeed. Still, YDSS has an angle to watch. Another set of smokes and lineups being put out. So Stallions, they might just force the issue down the line towards the case B. YDSS, will he swing this corner? It's actually going to be JJ to swing first, and he does get the drop onto YDSS. Already, clicking heads is going to be Loy. Another player from BaiSha is down. Loy with a huge double is going to open the bomb site up, and the swing is good. Triple kill, looking for the fourth, not going to connect, but the damage has been done. Lies the last one standing in a 1v3, and the C4 has been planted.
Yeah, Stallions need to calm down here. It's not going to be an easy feat. Lai has been clutching time and time again, and they need to respect that. And just like how I said, no, we'll give information for his team. It is going to be lockers, the way he's going to enter the site, but KLB and KLP going to be playing this one very carefully. KLB with the full swing instead, 8 and 4. 2 more points for Stallions to close out this sub-base map.
2 more points. Just 2 more will do the dirty work for Stallions.
Damn.
It's tough, but sometimes, as a man of a will, they have to do what they can do and lift a heavy weight for the team.
Oh, good nades. Triple nade, a look at the damage. N9-577, doubtful if they do want to go for the full push. No, with the swing, KLP getting N9 somehow, some way through the smoke, but there is 2 players staring on down from the jail side, and they really have to be careful because both of them are snipers. And Stallions now slowly starting to spread out. Very key pickoff on N9. And unlike last game, 577 actually kind of MIA in this game.
Yeah, I mean, 577, only 3 kills strong. Isn't quite going to cut it for his team, but in his, to justify his score right now, hasn't had the best day coming to sub base. He was the one to get caught off guard many a times. Still, a couple more rounds in the pocket.
Yeah.
Not saying they have to lose it, but a couple more chances for him to show and prove the caliber of him. Lai is going to get double wall banked.
Oh, Xiao's spotted. Xiao's dead.
Xiao's dead. Xiao's gone.
That could be
and
match
that's
point.
a free A bomb site.
That could be match point if they do get both players in the jail side. JJ just making sure information is theirs. And no, will deny that rotation from 577, and it's up to the Swiss Army knife of BaiSha Gaming to get this down. No, gonna get sprayed down. But Loy looking for this final kill. No, getting a bit greedy about this one. But they're just gonna sit on back.
They still have 3 more players.
Need to chill.
And YDS is sitting on 1 foot, and he is eventually taken down. And Stallions, what are we looking at? It's the map point to bring the series back in the hopes of 1-1. 9-4 on the scoreline, and look at this replay by JJ. The guy swings in the right time, and Loy with a huge triple kill picks up the round for the team.
Yeah, look at this fight. In all honesty, I feel like Stallions kind of delayed lockers on purpose, so BaiSha would be in position for a full lockers take. And then they went through B short. Loy going through B short. No one expects him to be there, and that's that late smoke coming in from B short. And the entire attention of that BaiSha defense was on lockers. And I like this. Stallions kind of like, all right, you guys set up the defense in the B site. Let's just fist fight inside of the site instead, and let's see who just comes out on top.
Stallions absolutely loving the B take here. Succeeded them many a times, but this time BaiSha has a bit of a response. N9 is going to be able to find the opener, and YDS will add on top of the kill tally as well. 2 players from Stallions are down. The C4 is not dropped just yet, so this round is definitely still doable for the side of Team Stallions. Not giving up interest towards B. Loy's up on heaven. Xiao may have seen him, and he indeed sees him. But the shots are not ringing true. KLP and KLP finds a piece each. All of a sudden, the man count is looking very even. However, Loy's position, he's going very, very aggressive. The shots are ringing very, very true. And Stallions are going to put up a very good fight. Closes out that number 2 in 10-4. And we are tied in the series 1-1, leaving New Mexico as the decider. Absolutely love to see the machines in the motion, and it 10-4. Stallions are going to fight right back at it. As now we are tied 1-1 on the scoreline. JJ having a bit of a slow day, or rather slow map, but that one moment we were able to see in the replay, the guy dropping down, opening up the gates, prying open the locked doors by BaiSha, buying the room for Lloyd to get in there to find the triple kill to clean the game up. And you know how we were just talking about how Lloyd was pretty quiet on the first map of Black Widow, but now he is really just screaming in the whole studio right now that he is in the game. KLP is going to take the match MVP with 3.2 KD.
I mean,
what are those numbers out there, mate?
I mean, KLP is playing like a man possessed out there, let's just say. I mean, he's been kind of the member that was kind of lacking in performance going into that Swamp Gaming match, but then when it came to the harder opponent, which is BaiSha Gaming, it seems like he is actually flourishing in this series. And we actually saw this in map number 1 already. Xiao kind of freezing a bit going into the series, which is what Stallions want, right? You really want your sniper to pop off. Xiao especially, you do want them to freeze kind of a bit going into this series, right? And it's the fact that Lai has to kind of pick up the slack for his sniper, and you know, with Lai not being on the rifle, you know, the defense does seem a bit weaker for their side, but at the same time, Stallions really play this map like pure psychos, man. Like really, they just wait for the BaiSha Gaming to set their defense on their B side, and then they go fight because they know exactly where those players are actually standing. At the same time, I do expect this coming in from Loy, considering Loy, in my opinion, is probably the best, you know, sub-base player in the region. I mean, even back then when he was still playing for his old team, sub-base was his favorite map.
But looks like we are going to be going to take a short break to give the players a bit more time to refresh. We're going to be taking a quick 4-minute break, but guys, quick reminder, it's still tied 1-1. We still have New Mexico coming up, so don't go anywhere else and stay right here.
08年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台，在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻，属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人。未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。谢谢你，穿越火线。今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Welcome back to CrossFire Stars 2025 Grand Finals, happening right in the heart of Chengdu. Brought to you by Smallgate. We are in the midst of BaiSha Gaming versus Team Stallions. And what a bloodbath, Sneaky. We're tied at 1-1. Black Widow going towards the side of BaiSha. And just the last map, Subbase, going towards the side of Team Stallions. And give or take, ironically, Subbase was the map BaiSha won in 2022 to take the trophy into their hands. And give or take, this map being picked by Stallions was a big version to take on as well. And now, as we are getting ready to go into New Mexico, what is your expectation in this hectic series?
It's going to get a lot more hectic, that's for sure. New Mexico is a map that really does have its fair share of strategies, especially with the new update going, with the addition of B tunnels going into B heaven. You know, it is going to get a lot more technical, possibly a lot more slower, considering that BaiSha might be playing this first half a lot more carefully. But, you know, Stallions, we saw what happened in Subbase, man. That was just a straight-up fist fight coming in from them, right? I mean, with the new update now on Subbase, right? No lineups, no nothing. It's just straight throw the smoke in front of you and hope that it lands in a good position.
Hope that it lands.
Really, just like I said, it was just a pure fist fight coming in from them, right? The macro was so shoddy from both sides that you know, it's just pure chaos. And it seems like Stallions, you know, the Horsemen of Chaos going into this tournament, and it seems like they were kind of thriving in that kind of environment.
I mean, going back to the predictions that was showed up briefly before starting the game, looks like Stallions are here to prove us wrong. No 2-0s as we're tied 1-1, and only your key core casters in the region of Philippines may just ring true, as they both picked Stallions to come out alive in this brutal series. One hell of a ride too. As I told you guys to buckle up, because this one was going to be a hell of a ride, and it is a ride of death, at least for one of these teams to get knocked out in the group stages. Only one gets propelled into the playoffs. For now, both teams, the stress level is rising high. You need more cortisol in the body
for sure
to relieve the stress.
Especially considering like the score of map 1 compared to map 2, right? I mean, BaiSha did win, but it took him all the way to overtime, and Subbase, you know, they didn't even sniff overtime at all. So it seems like Stallions does have the handle of it, and in a map like New Mexico, BaiSha actually barely plays it because, you know, it is usually the first ban in the you know, it is usually the first ban in CFPL, especially when you're going up against BaiSha. You know, it is a permaban for most of the teams, so there's not much opportunity for BaiSha Gaming to play it. At the same time, this could be the curveball that we were talking about earlier, right? Tanks always has something in the back pocket for Team Stallions. We saw it in ACL, we saw it in EWC. And that's why Alcad was 2-0'd in that quarterfinal. And it seems like they have a bit more of a surprise up against BaiSha Gaming here. But BaiSha, a really hard team to surprise, man.
Are we able to see the first Chinese team to get knocked out on the global stage here, Sneaky? Because right now, Stallions is definitely cooking. They are in the kitchen trying to deep fry one of the top Chinese teams in the fryer. Because right now, it's Taiwan 1-1.
Yep.
And given Black Widow was a very close map of 13-10, and the second map being like this, where Stallions has a huge lead, leapfrogging themselves up top of BaiSha. What is going to happen in New Mexico? Because right now it's a good show right now. It's a very, very good show.
I'm hoping for some early fights from KLP and Xiao Xiao, not gonna lie, especially going into that B Waters position. It's gonna be so important to kind of cut off that B entrance. So we're gonna have to wait and see in 5 seconds the fate of two of the biggest teams in each other's regions. could be sealed in New Mexico. The Stallions, man.
The clash of two titans of the two regions. Seemingly the two best regions in CrossFire as well. BaiSha from China and Team Stallions from the Philippines. Only one gets to survive in this bloodbath. And one of the fates will be sealed. Let's see who will come out alive. Game is on the final map of the series, New Mexico. Here we go.
Yeah, KLP already posted up in B Waters. And this is the initial sniper fight that you do want to see from them. No, dissuaded off of center road immediately. Ali's going to be the target here for the side of Stallions. And they have to be careful about N9. I mean, the entrance towards the A site is very, very key, especially in getting those opening picks. But Xiao Xiao, does he have any idea that JJ is already around the corner? But Xiao Xiao is going to be playing it safe. He's not going to go for an aggressive peek in B Waters like we do see in some other games. But KLP looking for the opener, sees his head and takes Xiao down. 577 looking for the refrag, but JJ is already out of that position. Door is not yet open to come into B heaven just yet. JJ is actually going to get caught off guard. No was looking in the other direction. YDSS with the re-aggression. But
ooh, what a spray down by N9. Catches Loy. And all of a sudden, down 3 players. Stallions will have to find an angle of attack and recover the C4. It's downed. Can be picked up. Still a bit of util left on KLP. And just a single flashbang, it seems, for the side of BaiSha as Lai is holding on to it. As we say many a times, Mexico, one of those wonky maps. On the global risk side, if you're able to hold off and fend off the aggression, you have the map to you, at least for the half you're playing global risk. And by far, BaiSha is putting a good presence on it.
this is a perfect map actually for the defense that BaiSha Gaming is actually running. Granted that Xiao Xiao did immediately die, but you do see YDSS and 577 tap walking their way back into B Waters to get that trade. And even if YDSS dies, 577 is right behind him to get that refrag. And 9 going to be spotting one of the players in, but he did not see KLP come in. And 9 just baiting, but the fortunate player is going to get it. KLP will only get tagged up.
I mean, he flicked one, but he's now swung from the backside. YDSS gets the kill, and BaiSha seemingly leading out here, 1-0.
Yeah.
But can that lead persist is the key question here, because they weren't able to maintain the lead going to subbase, and was Stallions to just lead out from there on at one point in time.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where you have to be surgical, especially when it comes to your defense, because one thing that hitches towards your side, suddenly sides are being taken here. And BaiSha Gaming, I mean, New Mexico is one of those few maps where proactivity is actually actively rewarded, especially when you're in a situation that you are a player down. But 577 exiting the center road side instead, just going to be holding the A side. So it's a 4A play possibly with Xiao Xiao on the quick rotation.
Going to be a slow-paced round. Nate landing on the money for 577. Loses about 1/3 of his HP, 1/4. And retaliation. Kano's going to take a bit of damage himself as well.
Artillery battle.
Yeah. Even with the new B flank addition to the map, looks like the teams would just love to control middle, and so exactly does Team Stallions. Loy's going to swing out and take N9 out from the frame. It's going to be YDSS on the far angle to cover. However, for BaiSha, they are still grasping onto the more than half of the map, essentially, and Stallions still have to break through the defense that BaiSha is posing out to.
Yep. And look at this. YDSS with the exact same push once again. JJ will get Lai. YDSS stuck in this fight, but he does get one. Immediately, No will get Xiao Xiao in return. YDSS will get Loy as well, but the USB's not going to work. YDSS with no bullets. 577, the last one left alive all the way back in alley, but the C4 is now down on the B Water side.
Great effort by YDSS trying to equalize it back down. 577 finds the equalizer. We are down to 1-1. If it wasn't for YDSS, 577 wouldn't even have stood a chance, and the timing on that, 577 turns his crosshair away, and luckily for Kano, he's going to be able to cross onto the bomb site, down, and the drop down shot sends 577 to downtown, and looks like we are tied to 1-1, and every round matters on the blacklist side for New Mexico.
It seems like that could be No's new signature move. He did do it in New Compound as well, but which was a highlight play up against Swamp Gaming. The drop shot with the HK. So 1-1 Stallions. Hell of a round to get. And this is what we were talking about, man.
We
the
say
pure
every time,
chaos.
you pick up 2 rounds, you're even. You pick up 3 rounds on Blacklist, you're very doable. Now you pick up 4, you are looking really, really good. And now they have found one of the 3 to put you in the talks.
How does the saying go? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
So, about the Weatherman, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. But shaming on N9 is going to be Kano taking down 577. And A Heaven is controlled by KLB. BaiSha trying to recover some ground. N9 with some pot shots is going to connect the bullets accurately. Takes KLB down to about 20 HP. C4 yet to be picked up. KLB trying to get involved.
This map
is waiting.
This map, you can just hear shots ringing 24/7, man.
They're
Like from the
drilling.
start of the round until the end.
As one of the streamers say, my drill is they are drilling indeed on this map. C4 recovered by KLB. 3 players are still lingering by middle. And the Utos are now really running low for the side of BaiSha. And N9 takes a beatdown and has to fall back from his position. And that might be enough of a hint given for the side of Stallions to make a move.
KLB.
Are they looking to go towards A? KLB on the right timing. Punishes life for extending out a little too far. Still, BaiSha is putting out a default defense. It's going to be N9 up on Heaven, but he is down very low. He swings, and KLB gets the better of him. And looks like A bomb site should be taken any moment soon here.
Here we go, Xiao. Last one left alive, but he was all the way in B site, but retakes in this position next to impossible. But JJ does fall. KLB needs to hide on the site. He'd rather force Xiao to come in through that window position, but instead, no. With the full flank ongoing, Stallions might have slipped up in round number 1, but it seems like they're getting a bit more comfortable in New Mexico, man.
I know it's still very early on in the rounds, but why does it feel to me here, Sneaky, that BaiSha is shaking? Stallions picking up 2 in a row here on the side of Blacklist is hinting to me otherwise.
They're moving different.
They are moving different. Don't let them know your next move. Oh, the jump. KLP.
There's a gap.
Can he find the shot here, though? I don't think so. He's now going to go overextending. I don't think he's going to go away getting punished here.
It's a perfect smoke.
The tension building up here, Sneaky.
It's a perfect smoke as well. I don't know how they find these lineups back in the CFPL, but that they do. Covering the entirety of that center road.
Big push being cooked up here on top of A. 3 players with the C4, joined by another player. 4-man push soon to happen. BaiSha has 3 players holding on the bomb site. Gonna be using time. Stallions want the smokes to dissipate.
JJ needs to find something here.
But here's the setups out. Let's see if Stallions want to force the issue into the crosshairs of 3 players from BaiSha. Flashes up and over. But they're not going to be sending it just yet.
They're waiting for JJ to confirm it.
It's all down to the hands of JJ to pass the crucial key piece of information to give the go sign for Stallions. And JJ is now looking to get proactive. Peeking out. Maybe greeted by N9, and N9 is the first one to find this one out. And it looks like 577 wants to get involved as well. And the swing is good for him. Gets 1 kill. The information has been passed, and all of a sudden, Stallions are down 3 players.
What?
Lloyd trying to do something for nothing. Picks up a huge double to open the bomb site up, but they have to go through Lai. Lai gets 1, Lai gets 2. And looks like BaiSha will finally get another round for the tie. 2-2.
Still a very scary round for the side of BaiSha Gaming. Lloyd somehow hitting N9 through the double doors. But there we go, YDSS with a great anchoring on the site itself.
Wasn't easy.
Wasn't easy, but that fork position is actually probably the best position that you can take. The only issue with that particular spot on the A site is you could line it up, man, get 2 nades in, probably confirm that kill very early, but Loy wants to confirm some shot through the smoke first. No, back into HK, but 577. Gonna back off all the way. Very creative as well for 577 to wait for that timing in this alley position the entire time. And especially with this new and improved alley, it is a lot easier to defend compared to before.
definitely easier, but giving up 2 rounds already isn't the best showing and least of the expectation for BaiSha. And just how Stallions is able to make a footing into the bomb site even is going to be an exploitable angle for Stallions, and BaiSha has to respond to it. Because the progression of Mexico, you're not even allowed to have your foot inside the doorstep of a bomb site.
Yeah, unless you really get an instant headshot. Gonna be a tough site to take, Loy.
And even though they did lose the round, they are able to make a foothold in the bomb site. So that's making the difference here right now.
Looking for opportunities here. Alley position could be wide open with 577. Making sure that that small peek that you can get in alley, he will get that information if anyone does cross. Oh, but here comes the investigation from the side of 577. But KLB knows about his presence, but Lai on the site itself not going to confirm the kill. But Loy finally takes him down. YDSS still on the forklift. But now it's a 1 versus 2. No. Let's see what the Wonder Kid can do. 1 versus 2 in this situation. HK in hand. N9 looking through the door. The wall bang is there. Down to 33 HP. Xiao's going to spot him with the pistol. N9 going to go down. But no, not going to get it. Oh.
So close, yet so far. But BaiSha, even though the form seems a little bit unstable, they are able to recoup around here. It is now defused. 3-2 on the scoreline.
Similar pace to what we were seeing in the first 2 maps. You know, strats are going to go down. Yes, you can go for a full setup on the A side, but it always does go down to the 1v1s. And a very scary 1v1 indeed. But Stallions starting to feel the brunt of the New Mexico defense and how hard it is to play offense on this map. No. Going on the top side of the alley box. And 9 is going to get spotted instead, and they can back off all the way, play that advantage, and wait for any of the players on BaiSha Gaming to go for a refrag, as that is the tendency here of 577 to do. What? How did he tag him through the smoke? But it seems like 577 knowing something that we don't. Trying to confirm that kill with that nade, but he is not going to get it. And they're going to walk all the way back, man.
And every single angle that BaiSha wants to go forward on is getting completely exploited to the maximum equity by Team Stallions. And down a player already, what is their response here? Because Stallions are abusing the A take time after time. Sure, BaiSha won the round, but had to come down to the wire as well. Lai is going to be on the response towards Heaven angle. 3-man push, getting cooked up here.
OKLP.
The double stack towards middle may not pay dividends if the action happens on Heaven first. Lai has to hold it down. He can't be taken out. Nades are thrown out. Setups are out. Make that a 4-man push, not a 3-man push. As C4 joins forces. 577's quick on the aggression, takes 1.
Oh, but the nades. YDSS, with the help of N9, is going to get no. KLB spotting Lai inside of the site, but Lai is going to be in such a hard spot to remove, and that's going to allow YDSS to actually peek all the way from the right side. KLB is going to spot him. Nice shot with the EBR, but Lai will get that one. It's a 1 versus 1. Xiao around the corner, double jump across, and there it is. KLB sealing the 1v1, 3-3, keeping it close in New Mexico.
I don't think you want to go tit for tat in a map like New Mexico. Team Stallions already finding their 3rd round on the blacklist side of this map. They just need a single more round to be in benefit. And why does it only seem very doable for me here right now, Sneaky?
It is quite scary. Could keep it close, maybe in overtime, but 577 has been such an annoyance in this center road position. No is going to try to get a trade back. Xiao going to get tagged up through the smoke, so he's going to go far back. Defense is going to get a bit more spread on the side of BaiSha Gaming. And I wonder, are they going to be taking these B tunnels positions? And that they will. I don't think they're going to be opening the door on the bottom side anyways.
They may just force the issue down towards A Stallions. They have been loving it. It's been working. Whether it came down to the wire or not, a round 1 is a round 1. 577 continues to look down towards middle and see if he can find more value. definitely being a key anchor here for BaiSha to hold on to the maps.
Oh no.
N9 now going through waters. Maybe greeted by No and KLB. No's gonna go down. Double swing working wonders for BaiSha. YDSS with a huge spray down finds a double kill on the C4 down on the floor.
Oh, Xiao spotted. YDSS is gonna go down. Xiao will be successful on that second shot instead. JJ, the lurk could not be pulled off. And I think mid-rotation, Stallions got caught immediately. And that's why I said, oh no, initially, because the tunnel's position has already been taken here by Xiao Xiao. And that is not exactly the easiest spot to kill a sniper of his caliber. And KLB, though, with a sick clutch going into that last round. But look at this, straight up running into the A site. N9 will get KLP, but JJ will get Lai in return. Xiao Xiao trying to go through the window, but no, through the smoke. KLP inside of the site already. JJ will get taken down with the USP. Loi running on in, and the USP power activating for Stallions, galloping into the A site.
Fourth round being realized here for Team Stallions, tied at 4-4. And what did I say here, Sneaky? If you have 4 on the side of Blacklist, this is very, very prominent series for the side of Team Stallions. Now, a single round for the first half. If BaiSha can't even hold on to this could cause some issue. However, 577 and Xiao finds a PCH, looking for the third. That's going to be N9 to swing up, but he gets knocked out instantly by Kano. Double kill, huge ringing true. Loi and KLB has it all to do, down to 2v3, but Lai is barely standing on one foot, and he might be spotted out right here, right now.
That angle.
Loi is down very low as well. The head peek not going to work out. YDS swings in, gets the double, secures the round, but the damage seems to have already done for the side of BaiSha. 4-5 on the first half as we now switch sides.
Seems like the youngins really duking it out in this map. YDSS topping the scoreboard for the side of BaiSha. Kano topping the scoreboard for the side of Stallions. Seems like the rookie on the side of BaiSha has something to prove, but Stallions have something to prove as well. The AI win predictions, 54-46, basically equal at this point. But now, Stallions, time for them to defend in this map.
Could be anyone's game. Could be anyone's round, and could be anyone's series to get going. Right now, though, still in favor is going to be Stallions, even though I did predict in such way. What is BaiSha's response in their angle of attack? Because right now, they are going to be going for the 2-3 split, just looking for the aggression that Stallions may pose for. However, Stallions are also going to play on the backside of all things and hold on the angles they're covering. And essentially, they're just burning the timer down, burning the clock down. As Global Risk, you don't necessarily have to go too aggressive. As long as the timer runs out, it's your round to be won.
Still, bunch of pot shots popping off in this map. Trying to get as much damage as possible. B tunnel door is now opened. But I don't
the
think
sound
any
cue,
of the
sound cue is going to be given to both of the teams.
Well, the new update here in New Mexico as well. I think the initial update was the door is as loud as you can hear it in the entire map, but it is slightly quieter now.
Still hearable from the other side of the map. That's why Stallions is going to invest one player towards B. KLP still on the Overwatch, on top of Underpass. And BaiSha, there's only a minute, and they're going to give it a go. KLP spots the player swinging in, so the nades are up and over. But can he find the frags? And he does ring true. Finds the hit on towards 577, looking for the second lie. Is going to have to fall back out.
Wow.
The angle of attack might be just going down towards B, but KLP's holding on to it strong. He swings out, and the headshots are ringing true. Lai is the last one alive in a 1v5, now a 1v4. Still needs to go through 4 more players, and the C4 is down in no man's land.
Oh no, and the quick switch as well. Loi right behind enemy lines. But that was such a very well-played defense. Loi catching the lurk, rest of the squad shooting on in that B site. And a very good early read on their side. As we take a look at the shenanigans going into that last round, it was a hard stopper here for YDSS moving across the map. But the first point goes in the way of Team Stallions, tying the game up. JJ not spotting N9. Bit of a gap in the smoke, but he is going to back off immediately. They don't want to commit fully just yet in towards center road. Just going to be some pot shots.
I feel like rounds after rounds, BaiSha, they are losing a bit more room to breathe as round progresses. They're desperately trying now to get in towards A. They are investing 4 players. The C4 not yet to be picked up to clear out towards Heaven. Loy is on the first response. With the support of teammates, the flashbang is going to buy the room for him to fall back out. And BaiSha is not going to give up the interest just yet, but the nades and the shots are going to put out a ton of damage on towards 577 and Xiao. And BaiSha will have to let go of it for now, and they have only spent the timer instead of finding much of value.
Utility is a bit thin, though, from the side of Stallions, and that could be a worrying sign. Utility still complete, and look at BaiSha. They actually barely spent any smokes or nades to actually gain some space in this map, but they're now pushed back all the way in their own center road.
Stallions are boxing in BaiSha round by round. Not a lot of room to maneuver now.
Don't want to go for a full B setup.
Out of desperation, they're fully driven out from A, and now they have to really just hit B.
Rotations.
And Stallions are going to read that like a book. A textbook rotation, sending 3 players and maybe rotating 1 player out. But for now, will be a 3-man hold. And the flashbang flown. They're going to delay even more time for BaiSha.
For N9. Xiao? Ooh, gonna duck his head. He's gonna look for KLP.
KLP is double zoomed in.
Don't double zoom, gang. That's no, do not double zoom KLP.
I mean, this is the final destination for BaiSha. They have to go B. There's not much time. Kano is waiting. KLP finds a piece as well. All of a sudden, BaiSha is mightily struggling to pick up around here. YDS is to go down. Xiao's the last one alive. And KLP is going to swing right at it. Stallions are officially now leading out 6-5.
The hope of an entire nation lies in the hearts of Team Stallions. BaiSha Gaming getting read like a book, man. They're even reading where N9 is actually coming from.
Tanks is doing an amazing job of a coach.
This is a no-life game as well, 16-7 so far, but that might have jinxed him in this one. N9 tired of waiting around, being the lurk. He's going to be the entry this time for the side of BaiSha Gaming. Nate's going to go down, and they're going to get N9 immediately, but still, it's a 3 versus 4. A bit of desperation on their side to try and get a trade back. But they have pushed back BaiSha Gaming all the way back into their own center road. But look at who is in the B side potentially. YDSS can open up this map.
You can tell the frustration is really there for the side of BaiSha, as Xiao has given up on taking the sniper with him to the battlefield. He's now on one of the rifles as well. C4.
They don't know
and
that B's
the rest
there.
of the squad, they're going to make a full rotation towards B. That's going to be YDSS, like I've mentioned, to make the opening, gain the information, being the scout here. And for Stallions, down a member, they're going to be stacking towards A and mid. So essentially, BaiSha might just have a free plant here. However, running thin on util, Stallions, can they make the retake? Because now the C4 will surely be planted down towards B, taking us towards the post plant.
Oh, but KLB trying to get some smoke shots going, but KLB, what a flick on Lai. But Xiao will get that kill in return. But the behind the play from Loy could be perfect. He could go into B tunnels, have the view on the rest of the members inside of the site. Xiao will get KLB, but do they know about Loy coming in from that Heaven position? Xiao not going to get spotted. YDSS looking at Heaven, and that's going to be the double headshot. Xiao with a very nice job switching to the rifle, actually. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that adjustment from their side. If Xiao can make it happen with a rifle, they don't really realistically need a sniper at this very moment, considering the space of New Mexico.
Exchanging low blows. Both of these teams are definitely and surely stacking up on the damage. As we're now tied 6-6, N9 trying to get interesting. It was up and over, but wasn't able to find the kill at the end of the day. JJ is down very low, but he's still standing strong, and the nades are flying through. Bunch of utils getting bombarded over on top of A. However, both teams will be able to sustain all 5 players.
It's like they're putting nades on trebuchets here. The artillery going down, N9 down to 46 HP, YDSS, and
this specific round is the key round. Whoever takes this round, I'm saying this right now, whoever takes this round is going to win the map, I feel like. It's just the gut instinct of a caster.
Yeah. I beg to disagree. I don't feel it. I feel like this is going to go 9-9.
Possibly. I thought you would back me up on that one, but...
No.
Get out.
I feel like this is a 12-12.
I mean, yet to see a golden round in it.
Yeah, and if you don't know statistically, golden rounds happen the most in New Mexico, so that's unfortunate for us, bud, but fortunate for the audience.
Fortunate for us as well. I don't know about you, but I love casting New Mexico, so. Now the timer being burnt down to the less than a minute mark, 55 seconds and ticking. Loy is the first one to fall to his knees. BaiSha, they have made an opening towards A, and will they force the issue? And 9 gets spotted out, 577 gets a quick trade. Half a minute, and they're gonna start stepping into the bomb site. JJ down very low, it will be sprayed down. KLB up in windows. He's gonna peek out. The shots aren't gonna connect. He's gonna have to force the issue towards the forklift. 577 is gonna get the better of him. And Kano is the last one standing.
Yeah,
He's gonna have to pull off a huge clutch. Otherwise, it will be BaiSha's round.
He's gonna take a whole lot of taps, but even then, he is not gonna make it on the inside. 7 and 6. And the timeout gonna be spent here by Team Stallions. Getting a bit hectic on this Global Risk side, and these New Mexico changes kind of benefiting the side of BaiSha Gaming. Center road a lot easier to take, and it seems like Stallions are going to be willing to fight for that every single time.
It's all on tanks now. He's seen it. He's seen how BaiSha plays, and now he's passing the info down the line.
Yeah.
But can the execution be clear for the boys here?
I think reading lips from tanks here, I think he's really dissuading the team from playing a bit too fast.
That is very true. Yeah, a couple players swinging out aggressive early on. Eventually going down isn't going to cut it.
Yeah,
against a team like BaiSha.
Especially Loy. You don't want him out early in this.
No, not at all.
In this map.
I 100% agree with you.
I think you might want to switch it up. Maybe JJ could play that forward position since he is not doing oh so well in this game. And he is a pretty good proactive player if he does allow it. But kind of depends.
Frustration really on both ends. Both BaiSha and Stallions. The burden is all on the shoulders to propel themselves into the playoffs, out of the group stage. Let's go take a look at some of the replays here. 577 with a quick reaction, quick trade kill. He's the one to single-handedly hold on the retake here. But now we are back in the game, 7-6, BaiSha leading out by a round. And 9 has found himself down in waters already.
Yep. B tunnels immediately opened at the start of the round, and opening up that door this early in this round is actually very good if BaiSha can kind of keep control of it, and that's going to cause KLP to go all the way into B tunnels. And that's going to remove the sniper from the equation temporarily. But instead, Stallions, they do not just sit around. They want to clear this B tunnel just to confirm that there is no one coming into this B site, and the rest of the A side players are still in their positions, but the rest of the team is actually going to go through. Hold on. This could turn into a 4-man flank if BaiSha is not careful here, but no. They're going to keep it disciplined. Noise going to be made all over the place, and BaiSha Gaming, once again, barely using any utility to go and bait the members of Stallions to put themselves in bad spots. KLP going to have to run away. Lion going to be the first one down. Backing off all the way. He does get hit in the hand, but he does have the sniper, so he doesn't have to drop it.
KLP had nothing to do about that after finding the first frag. He was put down to just about 6 HP here, as you can see on the bottom third of the screen. Back to right away. Ooh. Can he double down and find a second kill? The timing a little bit off, but he has found a different angle. The pistol's out. It's going to be 577 to take the kill.
It's good for no.
So we equalize back down to 4-4. Less than a minute, and looks like BaiSha wants to take it towards B bomb site, but there still are players from Stallions present right in it. Kano sees the players jumping down. Good spray down, finds 2. BaiSha will have to force it. Xiao with the pistols out will drop down, get the kill some way, somehow. Double kill for Xiao. YDSS will find a frag of his own as well. That's all down to his KLB. 10 kills strong. Has a corner to work with. 26 seconds. YDS is
Ooh,
moving
the
straight
wall
down through the wall. Down to a 1v1. Hit point situation looking a bit better for the side of KLB. However, the C4 is now planted. And Xiao has all the angles to work with. KLB, the timing. I don't think Xiao has seen him, but he's holding the angle. Shots are not ringing. KLB's on the chase with the pistol. Gets the kill, gets the shot, and gets the defuse. We are tied once again to 7-7.
That looks so sus. By the end of it, man, suddenly BaiSha Gaming getting 3 kills in the side. It seems like they're still punishing that overcommitment on some of these angles. And this game just keeps on getting tighter. And this is what I was talking about, man. The possibility of OT is still on the horizon. Both teams equally matched so far in this game. Both teams having their own star player popping off. It's No versus YDSS in the ring so far. KLB matching Xiao's number. And JJ struggling as well in this map. Lai and 9 could not find the exact same opportunities as they did in that last half. So Stallions gonna have to keep that defense strong.
They surely do. The door has been opened up. BaiSha is going to use their sweet time once again. YDSS sitting on 17 kills. Kano here sitting on 18 kills. The top fragger for both of these teams trying to lift the heavyweights. Ooh. A very even spread here as well. Now BaiSha will be stacking out towards A. Bringing the C4 in as well. They're going to be moving in towards Heaven. Only a single player, that's going to be KLB on the Overwatch, and the rest of Stallions are now clearing out towards middle. This might just be a huge clash, huge big bang happening. KLB and Forklift. How does he find these angles? Gets one, looking for second, takes down Lai, and looks like BaiSha's aggression is single-handedly halted down. YDS is the last one alive, and he's going to get swung as well. And Stallions are going to mark the lead here, 8-7.
There we go. Really good hold from KLB, especially keeping himself alive in that forklift position. And it was not easy for the BaiSha Gaming members to remove him from that spot. BaiSha still have a timeout in their belt, but it seems like they called it a bit too late. They called it when the round started, so it is going to be coming into the next round. And if Stallions wins this one, they get a free timeout off of it as well.
I mean, BaiSha may just have to pump the gas pedal to the floor, because right now playing slow is not benefiting them at all. The rounds that they've played slow, they've lost 3 out of 4 times.
The trebuchet, man. Look at these nades just getting launched towards him.
It's shaving a bit of hit points away from the players of BaiSha. And the frustration is really now kicking in. Kano sitting there with 18 kills convertible. Even cracking a little bit of a smile out there too. They know they have locked it in. But BaiSha, they are one of the top competitors, and they want to bounce right back at it.
Knowing how Filipino comedy works, they're probably laughing at just how tense the entire situation is, and they're like, damn.
I've been watching some of the Filipino mentality videos on YouTube,
God.
and they are absolutely top-notch comedy.
I would say so. You know, in the most tense situations, we do find the comedy in it. So
there's a good old saying.
It's going to ease the tension a bit.
Absolutely. Stallions giving up B entirely. They heard that they did hear the door open, but they cleared it out entirely, and now they're stacking out towards A.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit on any of these angles, though. They're still trying to look for any semblance of information. Here comes the full swing. JJ's going to get 2. A 5-7-7 will get 2 in return. Here comes No, and the corner Loy will get Xiao Xiao. YDSS, the only one left alive. The rookie. Can he save this for the side of BaiSha Gaming? It is a 1 versus 3 requiring a Herculean effort from the newest member of BaiSha. But it is going to be a tough situation. 30 seconds, decisions have to be made. 18-10 so far in the game, and he is moving different. No, peeking around the corner, making sure that information is theirs. No, will get spotted first, and there is going to be the retrade. Inches away from eliminating the Sharks. Stallions circling their prey.
And the pause that was called a couple seconds too late now coming to play, and BaiSha, the pressure is really there. Single round away from getting knocked the hell out from the group stages, and this was the least of expected by us talents and you guys viewers as well. And the progression of the rounds looks like round after round, Stallions are beginning to pick up the tempo. And BaiSha, they're losing it by inches as round progresses.
It's the late call on the timeout as well. I think that a timeout would have helped them in that last round, not gonna lie.
13-10 on first map. And then getting completely landslide on the second map of Subbase into this result in New Mexico. Where is BaiSha at right now?
Tanks is telling the boys, we gotta calm down here. Just like they said, we've been in this position before, inches away from victory, and it gets snatched out of their hands. They don't want that to happen again.
Stallions are going to mark the number 9 first for the race to 10. BaiSha has a lot of heavy lifting to do to catch up. But right now, the form on the side of Stallions are looking far more superior and stable to that of BaiSha. Sure, YDSS, sure, Xiao have been putting out the numbers, but something is not ringing. And we are back. The moment of truth. BaiSha officially at risk of getting delivered back to home, back to the aquarium.
Back to the ocean they
Back
go.
to the ocean they go.
But a mistake that Stallions don't want to do in this game is to get a bit too proactive. That is what BaiSha is expecting. But no, gonna try to look for that early peak. They're just gonna play as passive as possible, looking for that initial one tap on 577.
The timer benefits the global risk, as BaiSha is gonna burn every inch of it like an incense, and they're gonna
They don't want to get too aggressive here.
They don't want to get too aggressive.
This is what BaiSha expects.
BaiSha is playing very passive, and they want to cover the corners. And Tanks was pointing that exact problem out. You guys are playing a little too fast. You were reading it too.
Remember, BaiSha is in desperation mode here, man.
It's all about composure, isn't it?
Yep. Similar to what we saw in that last round, it is going to be BaiSha Gaming banking it all on an alley push. And it is up to KLB to hold this as much as possible. Trigger is going to be pulled super early in this 8-take. KLB, it has to be you. It has to be you defending the site itself.
They're going to give it a go.
No one knows. No one knows. KLB cannot get the second one.
Only gets one, and now Lowy swinging from windows. Gets one. Good kill. Looking for the second. The pistols are ringing true. It's all down to the hands of Xiao in a 1v3. Stuck between no man's land and the C4. Has to pick up the smoke. Is covering his vision. JJ is going to go for the push shot. Xiao springs out with the rifle. Gets one, but he has to go through 2 more players. The answer was no! Kano finds the final kill, and looks like BaiSha is eliminated from 2025 CFS Grand Finals.
The results are in, and the first seed from the Philippines will take that spot into the playoffs, overcoming BaiSha Gaming, a former multiple-time world champ here for CrossFire. They take it in 10-7 on New Mexico, the deciding map here, led by No, but the entire squad just getting the job done. And it felt like the writing was on the wall a little bit. BaiSha not looking great yesterday. Coming into today, though, they looked a lot more prepared, but yet Team Stallions were just the better team, and the writing was on the wall for them too. You know, 2 top 4s this year. They are a real contender, and that's why, you know, last time I was here, feels like hours ago, I was like, they really have a good shot here. I think just in this specific moment where BaiSha is looking weak, where Team Stallions is looking really strong, this is their moment to take over and shine and take that spot away from BaiSha.
I mean, Stallions, you just don't want to race a Stallion when it comes to race to 10, race to 2, and it looks like they are going to make their foothold into the final line, finish line first, and they are going to propel themselves into the playoffs just right now.
Man, feels nice. 2 Filipino teams in the playoffs, man. We take down the GOAT of CrossFire, and it seems like, you know, we were right about the series, man. It is going to go the distance, and in the tail end of that Mexico game, it just seemed like Stallions had the number of BaiSha Gaming. As soon as they turned into that defense, they got a lot more proactive. Just like how I said, right? New Mexico does reward proactivity, and that is exactly what the Stallions playstyle is.
And on top of that, definitely got to give a lot of respect to Tanks for holding and, you know, just putting the composure back into the boys. Don't go out aggressive. Hold the angles. Hold the line, because they're going to run into your crosshair, and that's exactly what happened. And those rounds being piled up and added up ended up being the results here, 10-7.
Yeah. Shout out to Tanks for doing an awesome job, but shout out to so many of these young players, all 5 of them, being able to do this so consistently. It just feels like, you know, when you're talking about young players and rookies, generally it's most of the issues they have is with consistency, you know? They have the aim, they have the ability to play the game at a really high level, but when it comes to, like, being at your best 10 out of 10 every single day, that's the biggest thing we always talk about. That and nerves, but obviously nerves aren't really a factor for this team. It's almost like the bigger stages help them out in a way. So, yeah, I don't know. The consistency of all 5 of them is just really impressive to me.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like hitting that consistency, especially going into that second map, right? That confidence is now being gained from that sub-base map. And, yeah, I mean, Mexico was a very important very important, not sub, no Mexico, instead of sub-base, base was very important to kind of place the confidence back on the world also.
You're losing it, mate, but
understandable.
Unfortunately, okay, well,
he'll be okay.
The happiness is kicking in for our boy here, Cfesports, from the region of
Take a
Philippines.
seat, buddy.
Take a seat, man. Take a seat, man. Get some water. Get some water, too.
It's been a long series.
It's been a long ride. Still have one more game to cast, but
we've had some long days here as
definitely
well at CrossFire.
But
it'll be okay.
At the end of the day, well, not today, but at the end of the series, the winner is going to be Team Stallions, saving themselves. And BaiSha Gaming will be knocked out here, unfortunately for them. And Valdez, you were watching in the green room. I mean, did you ever expect BaiSha's run to finish in the stage of group stage?
I mean, that's something that nobody could have really expected, but I think, you know, even from the beginning when we saw the groups, I think that especially when you saw Team Stallions with BaiSha, it certainly was kind of like foreshadowing, right? Because those 2 teams are 2 of the top teams we have here in CrossFire, and I think that honestly, either of these teams could have made it out and it would have made sense, right? Like
Definitely.
if BaiSha made it out, we would have been like, oh, okay. Like Team Stallions, right? They would have made a lot of sense as well. BaiSha, if they won, Team Stallions themselves. So to be honest, I think, you know, we had a really big matchup early on in the tournament, which does sometimes happen, as taking a breather makes a lot of sense after one like that. And I'm just excited. You know, the 2 Filipino teams in the playoffs. They're going to have some rough matchups, obviously, that do come in here. I believe that Team Stallions does have to go up against Twisted Minds, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that is correct.
I feel like they should actually be the favorites for that one, Mitch.
And now, having to see these underdogs really just come out on top, will the next series be affected by such results? Because the mentality will also play in the game as well. And for Team Liquid, who's obviously the underdog going against XROCK, I think Team Liquid now stands a valid chance to take one of the top Chinese teams down as well, of course, being the 4th seed too. But, you know, anything and everything could happen in this high level of CrossFire.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's going to be Kano.
We got No. He is going to win here, a KD of 1.9. And to be honest, I think he absolutely deserves it, right? This guy has been the most consistent, even as Tank said, like, he is kind of the guy who's performing the best, but we're a 5-man unit, you know, and at the end of the day, though, as commentators, we do love to highlight one player and pick the match MVP, as is required here on the broadcast.
I mean,
so
not just the 5 players, but including
deserved.
Tanks as well. The 6-man roster is insane. Let's go take a look at some of the highlights.
Well, it's official. Our biggest upset of CFS 2025 Grand Finals just went down. BaiSha Gaming has fallen, and Stallions has risen up to the occasion. What a performance coming out from this roster who has been defying the odds since EWC. How far can they go? Well, it's up to them to decide. I'm here with the match MVP of No from Team Stallions after a tremendous victory beating BaiSha. Let's talk about it, No. You come into this event, you don't know what your expectations are, but you're shooting for the stars, and you do exactly that. You go up against BaiSha, the 2022-2023 CFS champions, a team that beat you at EWC. You just beat them. You defeated your boogeyman, if you will. First and foremost, how you feeling about that?
I feel good. Finally, I got my revenge, and because I think we couldn't realistically speaking, I think we cannot beat them, but inside my mind we can. Like in my feelings, because they are the 2022 champions and 2023, and yeah, I feel nice. That's all.
That's awesome. No, this is your moment. You talk as much as you want to, bro, because I got to hear from you. Specifically, EWC, as we know, we just covered it, right? They beat you. They beat you 2-0. They defeated you, and I remember the emotions that you all were feeling. You guys were devastated to finish top 4. A good performance, but you guys were devastated nonetheless. What preparation did you have to go through in order to finally defeat them on this stage?
Same preparation we did in EWC. Maybe we put some little adjustment, so we perform better. And our team chemistry and our discipline, that's all.
Team chemistry and discipline is critical. Who helps you with that discipline? Because you've obviously got a veteran coach in the name of Tanks. I believe he's around my age. I'm not going to give that away because it's not right to do. But how much does Tanks guide you as a younger roster?
They guide us so much because we are all young, and he's the old one. He teaches us discipline and team chemistry, and in our side we do firepower, and that's all.
So let's talk about your run, because it is truly historic. I've been talking with Sneaky, one of your biggest fans up there. I know he was losing his voice screaming as you guys were sailing into the victory lane. Obviously, when it comes to the Philippines, the fan base has been growing tremendously. 4th place at EWC, you win your regional finals. What makes you as a roster for Team Stallions, what makes you so good? Why are you finding so much success as of recently?
I really don't know. We just play through our firepower. I don't know. Even our play style, myself, I don't know.
Literally, you just have no idea. You just go out there, you shoot straight, and somehow you just find yourself winning.
Yeah.
That's actually the craziest answer, but I absolutely love it. But surely you guys discuss strategy, you go through the VODs, you're clearly putting in the work, and it really is phenomenal. Is there anything secret, though, that you can give us, the audience out there? Because, again, your success has been historic. There's got to be something that you guys are doing in order to find this much success.
What was the question again?
pwede ba pabigyan yung ano yung po mga sikreto para sa kasi nanalo kayo?
There's literally no secret, just grind. We just play, that's all. No secrets. Our age is a secret.
The age is the secret.
Be young again.
Fair enough, man. Well, this is incredible. You move forward into playoffs. There's only one more spot available, but you know your next opponent. It's going to be Twisted Minds. That's going to be a tough task. How do you think you're going to go into that matchup and take them down?
We'll prepare fully, and we cannot underestimate them because they are the CFBL champion. Yeah, that's all. We will prepare well, and yeah, talk about each other. And little adjustment we did earlier in map Black Widow. That's all.
Let me ask you this. China, a dominant region when it comes to CrossFire, and you just beat one of the more popular teams out there, one of the more dominant regions. The Philippines, it's been getting a lot of steam. It's been gaining a lot of traction, mainly because of your performance. The Philippines, are we thinking maybe you guys are going to end up on top and change the narrative that China isn't the best region in CrossFire?
We will try. We will try to be champions. We will try to steal their.
Ano po? Sige, go ahead po. Sige, go ahead po. Ano gusto mo sasabihin? Ano gusto mo sasabihin? Mike mo, Mike.
Try namin i-steal yung nila, yung pagcha-champion, tas yung pag-dominant nila sa CFS.
我们试着会打败他们。
We will try to defeat them.
Fair enough. Humble man, of course, no. His brain is still going, wow, I can't believe we just did this. We're moving forward to playoffs. No, I'm going to give you the mic for the final time and let you go ahead and shout out anybody out there who's been supporting you, because the Philippines been put on the map because of your performance.
First, we want to thank to Kuya Chris and to Ma'am Lizelle and to our coach as well, and to my family too for supporting me always, and especially God, and to the fellow Cebuanos. Yes, that's all.
There it is. Well, there's the match MVP. Stallions take down the Giants of BaiSha. They move forward to playoffs to play against Twisted Minds. What a performance. This team can quite literally not be stopped. One more series for the day before our group stage CFS 2025 Grand Finals is concluded. It's XROCK representing China going against Team Liquid from Brazil. The final playoff spot to be earned. We're going to find out who earns it after the break. Match 2 begins now.
He's gonna go out swinging. Good for one. Good for two. Chow's gonna find a triple kill. Ice Cube is the last one alive.
VR shredding. Nani is just gonna spray and pray. The USB not gonna be answered.
Next round is gonna be able to wrap the series up in a 2-0.
By himself against 4, gets 1, gets 2, gets 4 snipers on the side of Rock, so he does get easy, get a spot snake around the corner, does.
Oh,
horse spotted.
Ooh, KSA bringing the heat is spotted. KSA is thirsty for kill, and Evil's Arc is going to close the series out in a 2-0. Least expected the underdogs coming to this matchup, but they will seal the deal.
Experience under pressure for a debut that sets the tone for Group D.
To miss a shot. Oh, and he's hit that one, but it's not the killing blow that he needs. Good clean shot though in onto Alucard. And all of a sudden,
Doesn't matter. It's that.
What's up, bro?
Just have so much confidence heading into it. JV. Oh, and Juan, he's so sharp.
10-3, Na'Vi close the map and the series, and they do it with ease. Inner circle eliminated.
quite quickly. It's probably the worst news.
Whoa.
For the light of Stallions!
Hey! By number one, quick scope.
1, 2, 3, 4. Good! Oh! Hey, man!
It's unreasonable. He's got another one. This is just really more on port. This is disgusting. 24 and 11.
Vincere. Oh my god, they're going to get HCT's in trouble. He's dead.
By YDSS on the cross. Takes the fight. BaiSha will do what's expected and they will dispatch of Swap Gaming.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
final match of Day 3, and it all comes down to this. For one side, this is the pursuit of another deep run. A chance to finally break through and reach the playoffs. A moment to show they can push further on this stage. A strong contender for China. Please welcome XROCK! Facing them, a Brazilian roster arriving with a different level of focus. More disciplined and determined to turn this year into a championship run. Nothing to lose and everything to gain. Team Liquid! One ticket to the playoffs remains. The final do-or-die series of the group stage. Group B, Match 3 begins now.
Thank you, Reflections, for that awesome intro as we're getting into our final match of the night. It is getting late here in Chengdu. We have XROCK up against Team Liquid, and this one, again, we have the Chinese team, second seed from the CFPL. They're looking very strong, but we have a solid contender going up against them in Team Liquid, and it just feels like anything can happen from here.
Honestly speaking, that is the case here, as the underdogs did take down on the third series of the day. Same thing might just continue on the fourth series.
Yeah, so let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsor.
Absolutely. As we extend thanks to our official partner AdGamer for providing the global first 750 Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor and 257 PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players, with a 750 Hz refresh rate. Every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fire shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. And Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion.
Yeah, and we extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor, team up and fight on. And also thanks to our official partner, Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
Your win indeed.
Shout out to our sponsors, as always, for making this possible. And yeah, now we have this massive matchup here. We've already had a bunch outside of the first one, but shout out to ROCK Esports for winning, you know. We had EP win against Navi. That was a close one. Of course, Team Stallions taking down BaiSha in the most recent one. And now XROCK versus Team Liquid. Should be another close match. I'm not expecting a 2-0.
I mean, today, it seems to the day of the underdogs. Even the second series had Evolution Power almost going down to Navi, and the third series, of course, BaiSha getting knocked out, and now coming to the final series of the day and the group stage, that's going to be XROCK against Team Liquid. And why does it only feel to me here, Valdez, that Team Liquid might just have it locked in?
You know, after seeing BaiSha fall, it does make you feel like, it makes you believe, you know, like for so long when the favorites are winning over and over, just China as a region as a whole, it just makes you feel like, you know, oh, maybe the tides are finally turning. Maybe they're actually going to go the way of the opponents this time around. So, yeah, it definitely makes you feel like it's possible at least. XROCK coming in the second seed. They lost to All Gamers. And boy, did they lose to All Gamers. But the only team they lost to, from my memory of the match history that we are taking a look at here, they did beat Evolution Power Gaming, they beat E-Star twice, and they lost to All Gamers twice. So they haven't taken a map off of All Gamers, but
I mean, there definitely is a bit of a hierarchy here in the CFPL, right? They beat E-Stars throughout, and then they lose to All Gamers throughout.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do if All Gamers is in this tip-top form. I mean, they have been in this form for the past, you know, few months, ever since EWC. The slow ramp up towards that event as well was very, very big benefits for them. But this is kind of like a another experience versus raw skill matchup, right? Because XROCK is such a good team. I mean, we already saw what the sniper is made of. It's not just AD, you also have to worry about Gran. But speaking of snipers, I feel like the matchup is actually perfect here for Team Liquid, because you also have a competent sniper in the name of 7-7, but you also have Gouken, you know, the sniper god at the same time. So I feel like Team Liquid, this is pretty equally matched, to say the least.
I mean, this is the roster for Brazil. Team Liquid, 7-7 Dynamos, Gouken, Y, Andrew Zhao. If anyone from this region takes down another top Chinese team, this team is the one to do so. And chances may be slim on paper. You never know what's going to happen in real time on a live stage like this in the CFS 2025 Grand Finals group stage, happening right at the heart of Chengdu.
Yeah, you can see that Team Liquid, they did take the loss to Alcancia, but again, Brazil is another one of these regions where you have this big team on top. In All Gamers over in CFPL, and here at CFBL, it's Alcancia. So no shame in losing 0-3, to be honest. I mean, you're still a very strong team. It's just that it always feels like there are bigger fish in the sea. You know, that shark is going to eat the big fish, and then the whale's going to come over and eat the shark. It is what it is, unless you are the tippy-top team, the best in the world. And that's what we're trying to find out here at the CFS Grand Finals.
And on top of that, the power rankings are also quite on par, though Team Liquid does fall behind by a couple ranks, couple points. But definitely an uphill battle, but it's not a steep cliff, rather almost like a small hill at the back of your house, that it's climbable.
Climbable for sure. I mean, I feel like XROCK definitely does have the shot. We kind of talked about this the other day, right? They kind of have the same magic that we felt from Evolution Power from that 2024 run. And it seems like they're going to try to replicate that. And it seems like it is going to be Chao versus Y for the featured matchup. Honestly, Chao, for someone who is actually leading the team, he is a very, very heavy fragger.
And stats on paper do also speak for themselves. And it's not very different. It's not very far away from each other. And on some of the papers, especially for the multi-kill, it's Y actually doing better performance than Chao. So definitely going to be a very, very similar-esque type battle coming through. And
this feels like the
predictions,
this feels like the most kind of, what would you call it? Contentious? Like, you got predictions on both sides, and you also have score lines.
That's a cliffhanger.
Almost for both sides. Although all of the Team Liquid voters did go 2-1. So, I mean, I guess there is still a little bit of favor in XROCK's favor.
I mean, there's me voting for Team Liquid, but I think it's going to be a 2-1 just because of the caliber XROCK packs in the backpack, and I'm pretty sure XROCK can take at least one map, not if two. So, Team Liquid, gonna be a long shot, but it's a half-court shot that they have a good chance of making it.
Yeah, so can't fail versus nothing to lose. TL are built to dominate, but still chasing proof. They want to prove themselves a bit more than they have so far. XROCK returns as a shock second seed, as there were a lot of contenders there in CFPL, ready to break expectations.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, you know, TL has had quite the rough year. I mean, similar to what we saw from Falcons, right? I mean, they have a very, very good team. I mean, you have Y, you do have all the pieces in your system now, but will it really finally work in the very tail end of this tournament? I mean, Team Liquid, this is kind of like, you know, some of the, you know, testing points for some of the players on the roster. I mean, is Gouken still good enough to make it to a playoff? Is the rest of the team is actually good enough to still make the playoffs? Is Dynamos still a top-tier IGL when it comes to international play? This answers a lot of questions going into the series. XROCK as well, going into this with a lot to prove. I mean, veterans also trying to prove themselves. Can they bolster the rookies to be at their level?
And on top of that, just add on to the points you were just making. Sure, a lot of veterans are on Team Liquid, and for the side of XROCK, there are a lot more rookies than expected. So it's also going to be a good viewpoint for you viewers to see if the veterans can take down the rookies, or will the rookies be able to throw some rocks back at it, give or take. XROCK does have a better performance throughout the whole ELO system that we've just provided this year. Rank 6 versus rank 8, not a far shot, very doable.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching the highlights and even just the game as it was happening of AD and his sniping. Like, that guy is a monster. Some of these guys on XROCK, these rookies, are insane. So they have the raw talent, that's for sure. It's really about, can they shore up some of the other stuff. unfinished business. In 2023, Danimals faced Chow as a member of Vincere Gaming and lost 0-2. And 2 years later, Danimals is back.
So there's a bit more on the line in it for the Vendetta. Danimals has some debts to pay back to Chow, and let's see if that is going to be possible, or will Chow be able to just run away with the debts not being paid yet? On the run, we say.
I would say like maybe Chow can pop off again, but it's so hard. It's actually a really good matchup. I mean, Chow. Granted, the matchup is like Chow versus Y. Honestly, it's Chow versus the Animals, man. I feel like the Animals is such a good IGL, especially when it comes to punishing more aggressive teams, and we've seen that in the group stage itself. And especially Team Liquid, they're not afraid to kind of just peel back and wait until XROCK makes a mistake. So it really is up to XROCK to kind of control their rookies, especially right now. Similar to what we saw with Stallions earlier, you can tell them, hey, you guys need to calm down, and we just need to hold as much as possible. You know, try to withhold information off of this Team Liquid squad to kind of force the Animals to go for a guess instead of a really, planned out macro from all the information that they got earlier.
Yeah, I would say, Team Liquid's a fantastic team. Like, they have a lot of ability within their roster. They have a lot of experience. They've kind of got the full package. I wouldn't say that they're the perfect team, but they shore up every different thing, whereas on the side of XROCK, they certainly have some high highs. They have such insane raw talent, and for me, if they hit the high highs, if they get all across the board, all their players hit like at least 9 out of 10, maybe some 10 out of 10s, I think they will win almost all of the time. The question is really, can they hit that highest high consistently? We talked about consistency with Team Stallions and just how even has like an average age of 17.9 or something ridiculous, like they're still able to be consistent every single day. I want to see that from the guys on the side of XROCK as well. And, one regional finals where you have a really great performance and you come over here and you beat kind of like a struggling Team Falcons, like, it's good, but I feel like this is really the deciding test. If they look great here and they take out Team Liquid, let's say it's 2-0, I think XROCK are a real contender. But if they kind of struggle a little bit, maybe don't show some consistency, then maybe it's kind of all on the shoulders of AG or maybe even EP.
And on the other side of the book, it's going to be Team Liquid to be asked on their consistency. But given the regional background of Brazil, if they are on fire, if they feel the rhythm, if they start dancing, they really do dance to it. But if they are put quiet out, the fire's out, lights out, then the tendency is that Brazilian teams just can't quite come back from such a slow start. So the viewpoint is going to be lying around at the beginning of the match, beginning of the rounds, and the beginning of the series to see if they are able to pick up the tempo, pick up the pace fast enough, and just shut XROCK down. Because if not, XROCK is definitely a team of caliber to continue on with the progression to keep the lead away from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close match, to be honest. I think that XROCK, they're probably going to have most of their players like really playing at their high level, but I would expect like maybe 1 or 2 to maybe not find that consistency, and Team Liquid to find some angles, and it really come down to, we know that Team Liquid has that consistency. I think that as long as they don't get like a super slow starter, they don't get too emotional, like they should be a big contender to even win this series. We had a bunch of people even predicting them. XROCK are still the favorites, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's just going to be the way it is, and we'll have to wait and see once we do get into the band pick, which should be very soon. I think that's definitely going to be the way it goes, Ben.
Honestly speaking, Eagle Eye is a possible ban that XROCK might even throw out there. Sure, Eagle Eye is also XROCK's best maps, but when it comes down to vetoes, it's also very beneficial for you to take away the maps that your opponents are better playing at, and having 7-7, having Gouken, taking one of those sniper-heavy maps away might just be the key factor for XROCK to seal the deal. But for otherwise, for Team Liquid, their vetoes, I think it's going to be targeted towards Black Widow and Ankara. I think that's very justifiable, if not new compound as well, to be thrown in there. So we can only wait and see what happens, but that's my 2 cents right there.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm watching the teams getting ready behind me, I'm not 100% sure if they're
also got to have the
getting ready to go.
Brazilian cuddling
oh
shout,
boy.
right? Oh
yeah,
boy.
Well,
we had those. We had a lot of those last year.
Yeah, it always happens. I feel like a lot of our teams do that. It's kind of gone beyond the Brazilian region with the huddles,
Biologically and psychologically, getting vocal does pump the adrenaline, and it will help you with the muscle motions and all that. So for better performances on the stage too, right?
When you were competing bench, did you used to do that with your team?
Yeah. So what I've been doing
when I was younger, when I was casting, was I would, before going on the mic, I would shout very loud to pump up my throat, and then I would also bang my chest up a little bit to pump the adrenaline, and that really kind of gets you going.
Yeah. Do like
minus,
a power stance?
Yeah, and minus the caffeine intake that I do. I used to take straight up pre-workouts before cast, as if it's a pre-cast workout thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm just living off of coffee, but back in the days when I was younger with a stronger heart, yeah, pre-workouts was what I was going for.
Yeah, I mean,
2 scoops.
That is the way
it gets you going.
As you know, I'm seeing the Chinese casters behind us. We might be getting ready to go into the band pick in just some moments. Very curious about what we are going to see in terms of map pool for this one, because we've seen it be a big deal in so many of our series so far. Like the 10-4 that Team Stallions won on Subbase was just very telling of, like, they're so confident on this map. You can't ban everything. Like the fact that we also saw New Mexico, which is a known non-favorite for the Chinese teams, is like kind of insane. I think, you know, that map pool definitely helped out Team Stallions a lot when it did come down to their win at the end of the day, because 10-7 is very close. You know, Subbase, if that gets banned out, maybe we see a totally different best of 3, but it's not the way it wins.
I mean,
for going to overtime for the first map.
I mean, for the veto for the third series of Team Stallions versus BaiSha, up until the second phase of band pick, we did not expect New Mexico to come through, right? And for Stallions, they basically follow the virtue of don't let them know your next move. And for Team Liquid, of course, being the underdog coming into the matchup, but not a long shot away, we might be able to see something wonky happen in the veto as well. Maybe a New Mexico, maybe new compound, maybe a very secretive new compound as first map. You never know what's going to happen.
We saw New Mexico earlier today. I forget exactly who played it, but we also got it for this series. How happy were you, Bench, that New Mexico is seeing play and that you got to cast it as well?
I mean, you're talking about something you've seen with your 2 eyes back in the green rooms. I was happy. Yeah. And the guys who tuned into the EMN Original Finals, of course, I am the guy for New Mexico. So, been promoting it, been loving it. So, yeah, expecting, oh, not expecting, but, you know, praying for another New Mexico to wrap the group stage up would be a great show to put out.
Makes sense. Yeah, still just waiting to get on into this one.
Absolutely.
We haven't even gotten into the huddle, so just a little bit of extra bonus time.
The huddle's got to happen before the veto, or does it happen after the veto?
Happens after the veto.
Yeah,
sure.
So. But I think we do have the proximity mics installed here at Chengdu. So at the gate provided by Hero Esports. So you should also be able to listen in on the cuddles and the cheers and the vamoses going around the corner.
Yeah.
It is very loud and it is very exciting.
Bench, you're a pretty good friend of Leo, actually, who's casting over there on the Chinese side.
He's right over there.
Did you talk to him at all about this specific matchup? Does he have any thoughts about it?
We actually are on the same timetable tonight. We are both casting Series 3 and 4. I told him BaiSha might get knocked out by Team Stallions. He did not believe me by a single inch. And just during this break time, a couple minutes ago, I was laughing at him.
Yeah.
Now for Series 4, Series 4, XROCK versus Team Liquid. I told him that I predicted a 2-1 win for Team Liquid, and he was like, "There's no way that XROCK loses this series." Well, let's see and find out, because the last series turned out to be something else.
I think to say that there's no way is...
there's no 100% in esports, right?
Yeah, there's never 100% in any esport, any sport. I mean, we've seen a lot of times where the favorite comes in and absolutely bashes the team. Like, that'll happen most of the time, sure. But especially
of the time.
Especially when the two teams are relatively closely matched, even in power ranking, I think this is going to be interesting. Let's jump straight into the band pick right now.
That's going to be very important. We'll see what unfolds. First band to be presented by XROCK, and the second band will be followed up by Team Liquid. And for the guys who are tuning in, we are joined by Brendan Valdez.
This is a very special moment.
Tri-cast. It's a special moment for you guys and us as well.
Yeah.
Haven't had the chance to cast Valdez in the past couple months, but here we are. And it's actually going to be Port getting rolled out by XROCK, so that's an interesting turn of things here. And that may hint to us an Eagle Eye getting banned out by Team Liquid. So New Mexico still in the talks here, Valdez.
New Mexico, I would not be surprised if we do see it in the series now that it has not been banned. Eagle Eye and Port gone. Definitely a good idea to ban Eagle Eye against XROCK. It does feel like the Chinese teams have really taken a very big liking to the map, and a lot of them are very well practiced on it. And EP, obviously fantastic on that map. Subbase is
Interesting
going to be the
pick.
first one, yeah.
Absolutely an interesting pick by XROCK. Subbase too. And Liquid's going to start on the offensive angle. It's going to be Blacklist being started by Team Liquid on Subbase, and XROCK will be defending on the pushes. And now the second map to be picked up. They're going to pick right into New Mexico.
We knew it was coming, right, Bench? I mean, to be honest, like this tournament is even, it's trending in that direction. It does
Take
feel
us
like a lot
down
of the
the
teams,
hometown road, baby.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of the teams are more open to playing it and picking it into Chinese teams because they know that the Chinese teams do not like it, right?
It's the underdogs, man.
Yeah.
It's the underdogs, man. And Kara will be banned out by XROCK, so I feel like New Compound was, and in rightful ways, will be banned out by Team Liquid. And the decider map, let's see which side XROCK wants to start on. It's going to be Global Risk that XROCK picks on Black Widow.
Yeah.
All in all, it's I feel like this might even be a 2-0 series. Not
Really,
saying
for XROCK?
not saying who wins.
Oh, so you're saying
yeah.
like maybe TL takes Subbase. I
Yeah.
think that's going to be difficult, to be honest. I really give XROCK a lot of credit on this map. I think they should be the big favorites on this one. Now, again, we just said like 3 minutes ago, like anything is possible in esports. But at the same time, you know, we saw Team Stallions did to BaiSha on Subbase. That was not pretty. I would give XROCK a big favor on this map, but if it's close, even if it's close, like if it goes 10-8 or overtime, that's really good news for Team Liquid because you gotta feel that they're feeling good about their chances.
I mean,
this best of 3 at that point.
The journey matters too, but the end result is going to be the numbers. That is going to be important for both of these teams and for Team Liquid if they're able to pick up one map of the two. At least enabling the chances of going to the decider map, or if they're just even able to find the second map to themselves and close it out, then things are looking pretty decisive for the side of Team Liquid, and XROCK has to do something about that. We can only see and find out as the players are now getting ready to hop onto game number 1. It's going to be Subbase to kick us off into the final series of the day, final series of the group stages. New Mexico will be map number 2. No matter what, it will be played, and the decider is going to be Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow has definitely delivered a lot of great matchups so far. A lot of fun back and forth maps between closely leveled teams. That guy right there really going to have to pull some good weight for his team. He's got to be on point today. You know, this group stage, we've talked a lot about the format. It's, you know, you either favor the playoffs or the group stage. This time it feels like it's favoring the playoffs, which means that the group stage is going to be pretty brutal. You got to win. You got to be on form on the one day. There's no like, oh, okay, maybe we'll get them tomorrow. No, like you got to be amazing today. And if you're not, you lose.
This is the last boarding call to take off into playoffs. And if you miss it, you are done for the year.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite surprising to me here, Valdez, that every group has a decisive advancer going into the playoffs. None of the groups had to come down to the map scores, round scores, as there are the winners there. And of the groups, before getting into the group stage, I thought this group was going to be the one to have that 1-1s kind of fighting for life through round scores and map scores, but it looks like it just won't be the case. XROCK and Team Liquid piling up a win each, and the winner of this one will live, and the other one, their fate is sealed here.
Yeah, not the easiest pressure to deal with. And, you know, we oftentimes talk about rookies dealing with pressure. I think that Team Stallions are really the outlier. They're a really young team. It's almost like they're so young that they don't quite understand. It feels like a weird way to put it, but like they're so young that maybe that pressure isn't fully realized. They're just kind of playing the game. They're focusing on the game, trying to do their best. Whereas for some of the slightly older guys who've been around for a little bit, but they're still rookies, might feel some nerves when it comes down to like a make or break match. So I am curious to see how XROCK is going to deal with it. Obviously, when it came to facing all gamers, you know, I don't even want to put that up to nerves. I think that was just all gamers are really, really good. So we don't really have a lot of data on this team in high-pressure matches against teams that aren't all gamers. So not a lot of information, to be honest. I think we're going to learn a lot today in one way or another for either of these teams or for both.
I mean, this matchup is almost as if we are opening an early Christmas present, isn't it? Because we don't have data and we can only unfold what really is going to be presented up on the board. I think the players are still just getting ready to get into the game. But up until then, just going back to what you were mentioning, Liquid doesn't have too much data against XROCK, and XROCK doesn't have too much data going against Team Liquid. Sure, Dynamos had some backstories with Chow, but that's from a different team with a different roster, and Chow as well with a different roster too than this one. So can't really say who is taking out the other at this point in time. We're still way too early in on the series. Hell, we didn't even start this thing, so only we can wait and see what really gets going. But thus far, the ban vetoes doesn't necessarily favor anyone. Could have been worse for Team Liquid, but the port ban by XROCK may have opened up the gate for Team Liquid to find some success in vetoes as well. And the coach is definitely smiling back there with the port ban coming through. Questionable ban by XROCK. Sure, port is one of the top maps in the specific region of Brazil, but based on XROCK's performances and their snipers' performances, I think port would also have been a very prominent pick to get into. They just ruled it out, so let that be that. And Liquid had an easy ban to take Eagle Eye out, one of the top maps in the region of China too. So yeah, I mean, XROCK has gave enough chance in the veto to Liquid, is my takeaway here.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Bench. I think we're both in agreement on that one, as maybe we're not going to get the huddle. Maybe it's just going to be a straight up, Brazilian team minus huddle. And I mean, we see Goken really settling in. He's got his in-ears in. He's got the over-ears, the headset going. A big smile from Goken. Generally pretty stoic, Goken, but the coach able to get a nice big grin out of him.
A big one too, indeed. And
Bench, I love sub-base. I'm a big sub-base fan. I'm glad that we're playing it here in this one again.
I was about to crack open up a joke, but I'm not going to do it. The amount of food we had back in the Smallgate campus headquarters, watching sub-base, it's an interesting one, too. For sure. And for me, you obviously know, we've casted too many times together that I love New Mexico Inside Out. And having this map 100% getting played on the final series on the group stage, and this is the final series for the group stage too, I am done. You can tell me I'm cooked. Jordan always tells me I'm cooked, but this is the cooker for me.
It's like, you got cooked a little bit, seared a little bit, and then now we're going to put you in the oven.
Ooh,
just
Gordon
to
Ramsay
make sure, it's going to be a very delicious treat. I see the players in. I did see, I think it was Y was like, he had his hands in a timeout signal, so maybe maybe there is some small issue. I see the actually the refs over there just doing a little bit of work.
Doing a little bit of work indeed.
We're just hanging out.
But these players sitting in that Morphling L50, enjoying the 750 Hz monitor by Endgamer, and with top-notch frame rates provided by Gigabyte Aorus. Maybe the gears from our sponsors was the winning factor for the third series for Team Stallions to get on top of BaiSha.
I would say that it has a non-zero effect on our teams playing, for sure. And a positive one at that. See a lot of angle switching and shifting in chairs. I think we are digging down deep and getting ready to go based on what I'm looking at here for Dynamos. And he looks so ready to go. He's got the guns out.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like we're just about ready to go. The lights are turning down, and it looks like we're ready to jump into the match right now.
Right now, in 10 seconds, this is the make or breaking point for both of these teams. And am I glad to cast with the one and only legendary Mr. Valdez back on the table again.
joined us as a West Coast, but sometimes you just gotta yap on the mic a little bit more.
I just couldn't help it. I needed to have an opportunity, you know.
Absolutely.
I'm just very happy I was given this opportunity to cast CrossFire. As here we are.
Absolutely.
Goken is he's kind of just running down the stairs. He's done this before. He's making some calls here, giving some information to his team. Nearly got sniped by Gran, actually. That was kind of close, but he made his way back up the stairs, and that is all good. So sees, oh, okay, there's a couple of guys over in computers in the control room, and I'm just going to back away. Now, before we get into this marathon of a match, and the reason why I'm calling it a marathon is what I'm about to explain. Both of these teams love to sit back and take their time. They're not super over-aggressive teams. Like, yes, Goken can make some little plays like that, but as a team and individually, these players like to just take their time with the timer, and all credit to them. It does mean that this will be a bit of a marathon, especially because I think it will be a close match. I think we're going 2-1 on this one. I'd be very surprised if we get a 2-0 unless TL takes the first map.
Absolutely. Liquid is going to spend a bit of time here. Minute 30 seconds has been passed, and there's just about a minute and 11 seconds left on the clock. Bit of damage being realized on Danwills with the nades coming through, but Sunny's going to get wild. Huge double spray down pistols out looking for the third, but it's going to be down from the backside to take the kill, and Goken has nowhere else to go, and he will get knocked out, and XROCK will swiftly take round number 1 into her hands.
Yeah, very nice little clamp down there. Sunny with the excellent spray. Doe coming in from behind and cleaning it up. Nice little set play there from XROCK. And perhaps they will be a little bit more aggressive than I was expecting. At least they were in that round, so nice to see. Going back to defaults, though, for now.
Service push by Team Liquid, and it's not going to get greeted by any of the players of XROCK. They are going to be playing a little bit passive on towards B, and rather pressure down towards middle. Almost building up a pawn chain in the game of chess. The pressure on the London system that your enemy is posing out to. For now, going to be yet another time-burning set of utilities being thrown out at each other. His double doors through middle is smoked off. AD going for some pot shots, throwing right at it, but wasn't quite lucky to find any value. Till now, Liquid just having a single kill in the past round. It was Ruse out to find one, and the rest just not being able to mark up. We'll have to pick up some pace here. Team Liquid being and coming from the region of Brazil, finding the right tempo to start dancing is going to be the key factor for them to start winning out.
We're going to take our time bench. That's the way this one is going to go. We're going to do some dancing. We're going to do some waiting around, some listening to some audiobooks, perhaps.
Possibly.
Something good to do when you don't have anything else to do. We got a little vent play here. Chow is getting a bit forward here in the vents. Oh, Sunny's been good here on this angle through the double doors. And that's going to be a headshot onto 7-7 to start this one off. And again, I mean, only 50 seconds left. We can see that TL isn't really even grouped up at this point. And the double doors is not looking good. What is that? Did he get the collab through the double doors? What?
Sunny is correct on his mind, Valdez. Double kill to begin the round, and now he's finding a double through double doors. What is going on?
He got another one. Wait, he got another kill. Give him the ace. Wait, 80 back off. No, give it to Sunny.
80.
No, no, Gran, come on. Come on.
You're stealing $1,000 of salt away.
Yeah.
From your teammate. That was not that great.
It's
Anyways.
okay. Sunny has, what does he have? 7 kills now?
Something like that.
It's 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
In
the
first 2 rounds.
Well, Sneaky's happy over there.
All right, it's 6. Yeah, he's feeling pretty good. He's feeling pretty good about himself right now.
Absolutely. But that double kill through doors was... that's taking away a lot of breathe from Team Liquid.
That's going to be on the highlight reel for sure. This is such a big issue. I talk about this a lot as we're taking a look at his round 2 stats. Looking pretty good so far. 4 kills and that 1-2 headshots in the previous round. If one player can shut down one angle from GR really easily, it really doesn't leave TL a lot of options. Like, they've failed to go through the double doors twice now. with flying colors, so you really don't want to go there anymore.
This isn't the playstyle that Team Liquid is best at playing. I've never seen them play this slow, even at one of the top stages like EWC. Even at Esports World Club, facing against the top teams in from China, these guys were playing fast, but looks like in the group stages here in Chengdu, they are going to pose for a slower start and slower play to fight for, and it's not working 2 rounds in a row. And this is their 3rd take, and they're going to be guiding it down towards the B bomb site.
All right. Gran picks up a kill. That's going to be the first one on the 7-7, and that's on kind of an aggressive angle. Looks like that either happened through mid or from the A stair. It must have been A stairs just because of Gran. Again, okay, Gokun finally gonna start them off, and now bit of angle over here. Sunny able to get a kill elsewhere through the double doors. He is just the leader of that area. Chow gonna get one here as well, and TL are just being they're just being wiped off of the floor right now. You see that Ruzal is alone. I think maybe we got a timeout coming because this early start here for TL, like, yeah, I know the sub base pick was very good for XROCK, but this is they're winning so easily right now. It feels like Ruzal gonna find Chow and even goes down, doesn't even have a chance to plant the C4.
Not a single chance. Not a single chance. And throughout the course of 3 rounds, how many kills has Team Liquid picked up? Less than 5. So
it's definitely, I think it might be less than 3. It's real. It's not looking good.
The pause will have to bring back some air for Team Liquid to bounce right back at it, because right now it's not looking good. I have to find a way to stand back up, because XROCK so far is successful in sitting down Team Liquid.
You see Coach getting into it here. I think that it's going to be a rough one. You talked about slow starts for Team Liquid. This is kind of the definition of what we've seen sometimes from our Brazilian teams. It could be any Brazilian team, really, where they kind of get rolled early, and then we begin to worry because they're not playing at their best. They feel like they're behind the 8 ball. They start to lose confidence, and not only is that rough for the Brazilian team, but also it's really good for the Chinese team. Like XROCK, they play really well with that extra bit of confidence, and so far everybody's playing on all cylinders. Although, to be fair, I do feel like a lot of the rounds have just been Sunny just killing people, and nobody else really had to do much.
I'm just thinking to myself, the ENT 257PF monitors that XROCK players are equipped with, maybe that's the reason why Sunny was able to hit those shots.
Yeah. It was like split-second reactions, right?
Absolutely.
The instant flicks.
But here's the replay of that exact moment. Sunny.
So he gets this. Okay, that's
first
fine.
one.
This is just...
That's...
It's like the last bullet gets the kill, and then he gets
gone.
a 4th. Yeah.
Taking them downtown.
He says it's beautiful, and then he says Jayo twice.
But let's see if the pause has any effect on Team Liquid. Off to a slow start in the first 3 rounds. Moving to round number 4. And this time they may have picked up a bit of pace already, controlling Machine Room, as opposed to the progression of the past couple of rounds. They were not, or rather, they couldn't really get a foothold into any of the angles to open up the rounds. After controlling Machine, they're going to fall back towards middle. Just test the water in towards vents and in towards mid connector. And the C4 is lingering there as well. That's going to be Gokun with all Trusted Sniper in his hands to look down towards the B Halls area. And for now, for XROCK, they are comfortable sitting here on top of the scaffoldings, and the shots are ringing true for 80. Ooh. Pistol work put to good use as well. And all of a sudden, Team Liquid down 2 members, desperately trying to buy some grounds, gain some grounds, are going to start moving in. Sunny, this guy, insane, out of his mind, is going to move in. He's not scared to press W. Well, he should be scared now. Y quickly taps him out. AD at risk. He's getting pushed, but his teammates are there to help him out. WI sitting at 0 HP is gone. Long gone for now. 2v2, 2v1, and 2v0. Liquid finally puts up a round up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear what the coach told them. It's, you know, do something. Like, go in there, stop getting picked off, make a set play happen, go for a push, and they did, and it worked out really well. I think the aggressiveness with which they pushed there and just how chaotic it was really kind of caught XROCK off guard. You could see that AD like kind of had his hand on a grenade as his teammate was dying, and there was like a guy in the rafters that Y like killed from behind. He wasn't even looking the right way. Like XROCK were clearly not ready for that push, even though there was the first point man who saw them coming in through the smoke, and yet still it seemed like they were not ready. So I think that's a good sign for TL to say, hey, we can beat these guys. We just gotta play a little bit more chaotically and not so obviously, not so predictably.
Not so predictably might be the right term here. XROCK's going to continue to use the double sniper setup that they have enjoyed in the past couple rounds. But for Team Liquid, they are only going to put Gouken on the sniper and not find their secondary here. Sunny, huge success, 7 deuce for his scoreboard. Wasn't able to realize much value with his W out through the smoke in towards B halls, but maybe this time might be the case. B push as Liquid now are gathered outside the double doors. The smokes are going to help them out, but Sunny, this guy has enjoyed his position last time, is looking to do some more again. Chow, a misstep, will be taken down. Gouken is so good on these positions, finds the second kill of his own, and AD is isolated, has nowhere else to go. It's going to be Dynamos to wrap him in his body bag, and the last player standing alive is going to be Grant in the 1v4 and a Dream, but the nades are flying his way.
He's just got to go for it, and Gouken picks up another one. I mentioned how this guy is going to be so key for the side of TL, as we do have a timeout here from XROCK.
And like I told you, the Brazilians, once you find the tempo, once they start dancing, that's when you should be really scared. And
Absolutely.
Maybe 2 rounds in a row is the tempo they needed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, XROCK, they won the first 3 rounds with flying colors, but again, it was kind of like Sunny. He got a really nice spray in the first round. The second spray was, in the second round, was kind of lucky. I mean, he was playing well, right? Like, I don't want to take that away from him, but it kind of didn't leave TL with a lot of options. But now that TL are actually being proactive, they're kind of taking the fights on their terms. And obviously, Gouken's kind of going in and individually playing really well. It does mean that this team is going to find a lot more success. And that's why I think we see this very quick timeout as well from the side of XROCK. So
I mean, both timeouts being spent early on in the map.
And they have no more, right, for the whole map?
They have no more up until overtime, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I have to double-check their rulebooks. But 2 pauses, both gone within the first 5 rounds. And I think it's definitely justifiable for XROCK to pull the timeout now, is because to kill the tempo, kill the momentum of the Brazilians. You don't want to see that. So the coach is going to pull the timeout card from his pocket, throw it to the judges, and let it get going. Yeah. And honestly speaking, the misstep from Chow may have costed them the round there, so there's not a lot of mistakes to be fixed up. It's just rather, you know, give your players a bit more breather, find them the composure, and start from there on. But it looks like the timeout is finally over, and we are just about ready to get back into the game.
And here we go, on to the round number 6. Round number 6 coming on in here. As now it looks like AD is going to challenge a little bit through the double doors. He's still got Sunny here, and speaking of which, Sunny coming on in. He's aggressive through the smoke. And if he gets spotted, there's a lot of members of TL right here. He's got to try to back away. As I say that, though, a bunch of shots being fired at him. As now we got 4 members and a lot of nades flying. Sunny getting incredibly low. You could see even the nade coming in through the vents from Yuzhao is going to help out with some of that damage. And now it looks like a bit of a rotation here from Team Liquid. We got Dynamos. He is looking for that C4 potentially. Actually just backing away for now. Still got Yuzhao in the vents. Looks like just a little bit of pressure into what is a bit of a reset. As I say that, Sunny is pushing and Yuzhao is right here in the vents. Let's see if we get the spinorama. No, he's just going to go straight for it, and Yuzhao just shoots him in the head. Very easy on that one if you're not going to go for the spin move. And so Yuzhao going to start off TL with a bit of patience. And once again, a member of XROCK gets impatient and pushes. This time it's through the vent. As now, a bit of a push brewing here into the lockers. Gran, he's going to get eyes on it, but not sure if he saw anything, actually. A lot of noise being made as now he's going to find him. AD going to get one, but already Team Liquid is in onto the B site. They have the 4v2 man advantage, and this should be a free plant for them. As we are going to see the rotation coming in from Doe and from AD, but not a lot of hope for them, to be honest. And not too much time either. Doe coming in, gets spotted. 7-7 takes him down. Nice snipe here from AD. Looking for the 1v3 himself. He's actually got enough time, but he's got to be proactive with this one. He's got to push on in. You see, Y is actually going for the big rotation. So honestly, maybe at this point, they do not quite have the amount of time that they needed as Gokhan takes it down. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves at 3-3. It's all tied up here. Team Liquid with the 3 in a row, right after XROCK got the 3 in a row. And that just means that both of these teams are streaking, and both of these teams are here to play. And it's anybody's map to take. I think XROCK should be a little bit scared. Yes, they're playing from the GR side, but at the same time, they're getting swept on their map pick after that good start from them.
It's the Brazilian Flamingos tangoing at each other to find some rounds and some success here. And now I think they've picked up the tempo, tying us back up to 3-on-3. And once again, they're going to be keeping themselves towards A. They're going to send it. Danimals on the charge here. Flashes out. Granted, nothing to do about that. Danimals will be taken out, but the trade kill is there. Sunny now stuck between no man's land, wall, and a hard place here. He is taken out down to 2v3. Gokhan Y standing strong. It's going to be Chow to swing up from the left side and find another kill. Gokhan versus 2. He's done miraculous works time after time, and he might have to do just one more to save his team and keep the lead going. However, the C4 is down in front of the bomb site, and the double stack towards heaven is not going to help Gokhan either. Even XROCK might just think about coming to the Nook, and that pay off dividends. Gokhan burning time, or burning clock. He's going to wait. The timing might be a key factor if he looks in the wrong time. Doe is going to find the better of him, and that's going to be XROCK picking up the round. But here, Valdez, the thing is, it looked pretty shaky for XROCK, even though they won it.
Yeah, I think if Sunny is not there in the Nook, you just lose this round straight up. We're going to see Gokhan. This was a bunch of rounds ago. Chow was just not expecting him to push this far up, and that just led for Gokhan to do Gokhan things. I mean, we've seen him do this day in, day out to the point where it's still very impressive, but it's not unexpected, to be honest. Like, it's like, oh yeah, that's just Gokhan. He's just doing Gokhan things again. And once again, we get another little highlight reel for him.
Posted up pretty deep in middle. Doe and Sunny, I believe. The pop flash up and over. Sunny swings! Good for 1! He might hit a home run with a second kill, but the nades are flying his way and has to back out. Loses half of his hit points. But look at the position of Yuzao in vents. He may spring the trap any moment soon here. Sunny's going to be looking right into this one, but looks like Liquid is going to slow down on the tempo.
Slow it down for sure. Rizal still in the vents. It's almost like he lives here. I don't think Chow saw him moving out, but either way, down a member, not going to be an easy push for them. At least they do have Gokhan left alive. Wasn't able to clutch it 1v2 in the last round, but good in his position. I think pretty much nobody was going to be able to win that one, especially when you get rotated on that quickly. And they're just taking their time with this one.
3v5 has a bit of map control. And the C4 as well. They are able to sneak Rizal in, but Rizal couldn't find much of a value. He does go down to the ends of 7-7 and Gokhan. And a 2v5 and a dream. Only a minute to work with. Chow swings. 7-7 goes down. It's all down to the ends of Gokhan. This man has been lifting some huge weights for the team. Finds one. Has the C4. Has 4 more plays to go through, but the flanks being sold here by XROCK. 2 players rotating in. Does Gokhan realize the same thing that happened over at A is coming his way at B?
They missed each other. I don't think either side saw each other here, so it's gonna get weird and wonky in this round. Gokhan is going to sneak in through the hallway.
Not a lot of time though.
Yeah, I don't think he can actually do this, but yeah, he's just gonna get sniped down by ground. And in a 1v4 situation, Gokhan not going to be able to get it done. And so XROCK now back on the horse. Couple of rounds in their favor. Sunny still leading a lot of the stats.
4 Sunnies. It's like seeing 4 famouses from Swamp Gaming up on the board. But it's going to be 5-on-3 on the first half here. Last round remaining. XROCK is leading out by 2 rounds. That's going to be
AD to find the drop on towards 7-7 with a sniper of his own. The double sniper setup is paying off. Down a player, what is Liquid's next plan?
The thing about sub-base, there's a lot of ways to get angles and pick people off and be aggressive right at the start of the rounds based on your spawn. And if you go down a man, it can be very difficult to actually find an angle to push, especially from the Blacklist side. They're going to have the advantage in the 5v5, but not the case now as they've lost 7-7. And as has been the case for most of this map, TL going to take their time with this one and not look for a fast push. I did like the nice set push they had on hallway with the smokes coming through. But we haven't seen a lot of aggressive plays after that one, even though they did win that round. So looks like they just want to go back to the tried and true, somewhat passive play style, sending out feelers. You know, Danimal's hoping that somebody on the side of XROCK is going to peek out.
I mean, you can see the movements from the Liquid players are definitely stagnated behind a lot of XROCK. It's more fluid on the side of XROCK, and for the side of Liquid, things are a bit slowed down. They have pumped the brake on the car here. C4 to be picked up by one of the players now. They're going to be moving in towards double doors. It's going to be WY on the C4. Leading the charge is going to be the leader here. Danimals with the pop flash, looking to swing. Found some success last time with the pistol, but it's going to be Sunny on the waiting angle. Swings out, gets one! And the halt to the push is given. 40 seconds remain on the clock, and Liquid has to force the issue down towards A.
I've got a decent angle here, but we have the flank coming in from Doe. Based on the timing of this and the fact that they're being so slow with this push, Doe is going to get the angle here on a Ryu Zhao, takes him down, and Chao even got two as they push down the A stairs. XROCK, they started out very strong, lost 3 rounds in a row, took a timeout in the middle there, and they're right back on the horse on their map pick. Looking good for the Chinese squad, the second seed from China.
6-3 on the scoreboard. XROCK leading out. Definitely, as they have 3 rounds on top of that of Team Liquid, but that we do now have the switch of sides, and Liquid is going to throw some punches towards Machine Room. Gran is on the other angle watching this, as XROCK is going to give away control of Machine, but they are stacked outside of mid and A.
We saw the AI win rate prediction giving 60-40. I would say it's probably more like 80-20 at this point.
I mean, 75-25.
Sure. I think we're both leaning in a similar direction.
Absolutely.
Only 5% away from each other, but I think 60-40 is given a little bit too much credit for XROCK to kind of fall off the horse at this point. They have a lot of momentum, and moving over to Blacklist, I think they're going to enjoy that. So gotta like their chances quite a lot here on this first map.
XROCK is going to search down towards Machine, which was contested just a moments ago by Team Liquid. They have control over it now, as the players from Liquid who are pushing out has fallen back towards the passive angles towards spawn. And XROCK might just split down towards B, as we do have another player in Vents, I think, is going to be Sunny. Has been the thorn in the back of the thighs for Liquid. And Liquid hasn't found a definite answer to respond to the Sunny's cheeky plays, so to speak.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an issue for them. Sunny has been a thorn in their side this entire map. So we do have the big push coming in, a lot of utility being utilized. 7-7 immediately going to turn around, but Sunny is so good on the entry, gets one on the headshot, and they've taken over the dark room as well. Sunny with 2, and he's still pushing. He's got Chao to back him up. Danimals and Gokun, the only 2 left up, and they just really have no way to enter in here. Gokun, though, gonna get 2, actually. I think that was a collide as well. Picks up 2, one through the other. And now maybe Gokun's got something going here. Looks like Danimal's going to pick up the sniper just on low health.
I mean, now the time is ticking against the global risk, and Liquid has to go on a retake on a 2v3. Sure, the collat's going to help them out, but Gokun has to find these angles. Doe's going to go down. Equalizes to 2-on-2. Make that 2v1, and Gokun is so damn good. He is cracked out of his mind. I think that's a 4K, 3K for him. They have found the C4. Do they have enough time on the clock is going to be the question. The defuse is going to connect. Liquid will find their 4th round out of desperation here, Valdez, and that is something we wanted to see.
That was very exciting. I mean, Goken again coming up big for the team. Danimals as well in the support role gets the one snipe they needed. Actually, might have gotten 2 at the end of there. But either way, I mean, to be honest, I think XROCK did not have to peek them. Like, they had a lot of time burnt on that C4. I think they could have played a little bit more passive, especially with the bomb planted on top of the missiles. Like, I think you've got a very nice angle to just play it passively, wait for the defuse. But either way, they said we have the man advantage. We want to swing them instead. And they just maybe underestimated Goken in the clutch.
Now, Goken is lifting the heavy log temporarily, buying the time for the rest of his team to catch up to the tempo and get it going. Shouldn't spend more time than a couple more rounds before it's too late. A couple players will have to pick up the pace to match up to Goken. On the side of XROCK, though, Sunny is enjoying his 13 kills in the pocket, has been enjoying the aggressive pushes he's been giving out. He was swinging out middle, he was swinging out B, he was swinging out A, and he was given and granted the kills. And now another push is cooking up towards B. It's going to be Ruzao on top of the cabinet. XROCK has to clear this angle out properly, otherwise it will be a disaster being brewed up in the pot.
Ruzao's, you can see him talking there. I think he knows they're going to push straight into him, and there you go. Ruzao picks up the double, immediately swings into Gran, but the job is done. Stops the push for now, and gives TL the man advantage here.
Down to players, Team Liquid, or XROCK rather, has recovered a C4. It's going to be Gran, who took down Ruzao to look in towards the mid connector, an anchor point that Liquid always holds. It's going to be Danimals. Goken, though, is waiting. I don't know if Gran wants to swing in towards heaven, but the time is of the essence here. 30 seconds remaining, half a minute, and Chao's going to start swinging into the bomb site. Gets one, Sunny finds a double kill to open the gate up. All of a sudden, it's down to the hands of WY in a 1v3. Sunny, this guy is an animal.
I mean, he is on something. He is on some kind of crazy level today. His entries have been so cool.
Oh, the call out.
Yeah, very clean. And then just the follow-up is even better. Like, the one shot is cool and all for the highlight, but the fact that he was able to clear out everything with the help of Danimals.
And XROCK is going to abuse the one hell round out of B side here. They are taking control of machine every single time. And if Liquid throws some stone at it, they will just back off and come back 2 minutes later and take B again. It's a game of exploit versus game of exploit. Whoever gets exploited first and whoever gets exploited more will lose the map and potentially the whole series.
Sunny doing a bit of jumping around. Didn't look like he threw any utility, but we do have that one smoke in the control room area. Going to be just counter-smoked up through the double doors as A is pretty much wide open. Thank you for that, Bench. As it looks like Sunny... It's kind of like he's thinking about pushing into vents, but there are 2 members of TL that are here in the vents.
Definitely one too many players. Danimals waiting in here. Are we going to be able to see the 360 shot bait by Sunny? I mean, Danimals could even just push out, but WY on a good hold finds 2! Make that 3! Looking for the 4th. Not going to connect, but the damage has been done. It's going to be 2v3. C4, thankfully, was held down by Chao. So XROCK still stands a chance, but this one is looking and smiling towards the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it is looking good for them, but this quick rotation here from the side of XROCK is going to give them a shot. They might be able to get this plant down, and they even have a decent amount of utility still. And the fact that Sunny is also alive here and has taken over control room, they just left A wide open. They're going to look for the retake, but I don't like their chances here, TL, to be honest. Like, they have the man advantage, but now Sunny is planted in here.
Sunny's not afraid to press the W, and now Chao is here for the crossfire setup. Liquid might be running into a problem here. Goken gets spotted out. 7-7 gets spotted out. All of a sudden, a round that was going Liquid's way is going to turn the board around. And the landslide is falling down towards Liquid. Ruzao keeping the hope alive. Then 1v1. The jump shot rings true. Ruzao, what an animal here. Gets both kills and the defuse. And how is that even possible, Valdez?
I feel like I just got off a roller coaster. We went up and then down and then up and down, and it went so heavily in favor of one team, and then to the other side, you just never knew who was going to win. It was a really entertaining round at the end of the day. Wow.
You told me, if you told me this play like this was going to happen, I would have laughed at you, but this is the truth in our eyes right now. 7-5, XROCK in the lead, but that last round, Rizal with a valiant effort is going to put out one number up there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing some snipes coming on through. And yeah, nothing really ringing true just yet. Gokun to take a bit of damage, of course. But he is a sniper player. It's not going to bother him all too much. XROCK taking their time a little bit here as well. A lot of setup outside of woods. And they're going to push in towards the smoke. Gokun, he looks very ready for this, though.
What is the narrative here, Valda, is that what does it take for Liquid to overtake the throne? Maybe it's Gokun, maybe it's Rizal, but I think it's down to the hands of Danimals in 7-7.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they went in on that just off of one smoke, and now they're even going to get clipped. AD takes a ton of damage. The wall bang from Gokun. They have pushed into this, but looks like Danimals is ready for it.
I absolutely love the position Danimals and WY is holding. Danimals being contested here, has a flash to work with, swings up and over. Can't find it. It's going to be WY to open up. Two players about to be sprayed down. It's going to be Doe. But WY is still holding onto the Nook. Has this control of the C4 as well. XROCK in a bit of a trouble here.
Yeah, they've made something of this round for themselves off of, again, Sunny just being ridiculous. He has 21 kills in round 13.
That's like almost 3.0 KD.
Yeah, it's very close. And now Y is kind of like coming behind them. He's going to push on. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this. The pistol comes around and Y takes down both. The timing, excellent. It's a great read on exactly where they would be.
7-6, or should we say 6-7 for Team Liquid?
7? I don't know.
6-7. This is now going in the hectic turn of things for Team Liquid. They are surely catching up to that of XROCK, and just a single round away.
And if Sunny didn't exist, like Teal might have already won.
Oh, if Sunny wasn't there, I think Liquid would have closed this out like something like 10-2 or 10-3.
I mean, the guy
I'm not even kidding here.
He's pulling so much weight. It's kind of ridiculous.
Gokun invents. Ooh, the timing was a little bit off, but it looks like XROCK is going to be able to maintain the 5-man squad for now. I'm not going to be showing interest towards Vents anymore. They have controller towards B. They have control down towards middle. And this may hint to us they are looking to push in towards B until they find an opening. Liquid is going to go for the default setup as well, but this time having a bit more defense setup out towards middle, having only WY looking towards the Nook and Sunny. Will he swing into Vents? I don't think he will. Hasn't done in the past couple of rounds. And XROCK is inching closer in towards B, spending their utils to clear out the corners.
Well, I like this kind of picture-in-picture. Going to show both sides of the push. Main push coming in through lockers, but also push through the hallway. Coming in from XROCK. Lots of utility being thrown in the faces of Team Liquid as, okay, Gokun and Danimal is going to take down two, and Y also lines one up, but AD gets a big one. Gokun still in the hallway. They haven't been able to deal with him. Finally, Gran takes him down, but the damage has been done.
Quick scope.
Yeah.
Gran with the quick scope is going to find the drop on towards Gokun. The second kill as well. What a quick shot thanks to Ant Gamers monitors. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Liquid to take the tie here, 7-7.
Oh, man, this is a huge comeback here from Team Liquid. I mean, it was 6-3 at the half, and XROCK were moving on a blacklist. Their blacklist has been rough, to say the least, and Team Liquid have really woken up. They have taken back control of this one. They have huge amounts of momentum. Sunny, he's doing as much as he can. Like, he's still above 2 KD, just with the hefty amount of kills he has in his pocket.
21 kills in 14 rounds. What is this guy made out of?
He's made out of determination and strength, bench.
And sunlight.
Yeah, I guess, you know, I guess you could say that.
Nonetheless, we are tied, and Liquid has more than definitely has picked up the pace to start leading out. This round is going to be the most important round, at least for sub-base, map number 1 of the series. XROCK is going to throw the punch towards Vents. Oh lord, this one is going to be in shambles if Team Liquid can't react in time. Let's see what happens.
We got a big push coming, Vents here. Y is ready for it, but the swing, the timing was actually very nice. Stowe gets in there and gets the counter kill. Chow also going to take down Danimals over towards jail, it looks like, as Goken is just ready for this one, though. They're not. Oh, they're trying to wrap around on multiple sides, and it looks like they finally will take him down. That's the key piece. AD as well getting one here, and they have just been picked apart by XROCK this time around. The spray not necessarily the best, but the job is still going to get done. Chow takes him down as XROCK move back into the lead, 8-7.
Made it very, very close, but the Vents push might have been the final nail there. Final key puzzle piece to be found by XROCK to lead out, 8-7. Not a lot of breathing room left for Team Liquid, as XROCK this time, in round number 16, controls machine once again. Maybe it's Liquid's turn to throw some funky wind at the rounds and try pushing towards machine room next round. We'll have to wait and see what goes. But XROCK in a bit more comfortable position now that they have a round on top of Liquid towards the end game here. It's going to be quite fast in terms of passion to take control towards B.
Ooh, Goken took a lot of damage there from Gran. Looks like a bit of a wall bang coming in through the double doors. And just taking their time with this one, XROCK. I like it. You know, it's getting very tense in this map. It's been a very close one. I think that XROCK trying to gather themselves and get ready for the next big push that they got going on, and just going to hope that TL go for something a bit aggressive. I do like how TL, unbothered, unfazed, moisturized, in their zone, just waiting. Don't have to do anything crazy. I say that, though. Goken is going to be taken down through the doors. Chow going to take him down.
With the addition to M14 EVRs, the wallbangs has been ringing true for some of the players out there, especially Sunny. Now Chow's getting involved as well. Going back to the narrative, Chow versus Danimals back in the days on the Vincere Gaming a couple of years ago. Well, looks like Danimals will have to find another map, find another round to pay back the dividends, because right now it's going to be WY swinging out, gets the drop on towards Chow. 4v4. Rizal on the other side of B, holding this one down. Can XROCK pop flash or even double swing to find the win here? Rizal gets one before going down, so still being equalized down to 3-on-3.
Yeah, good clear out there behind the big box. I think that entry was quite nice. 7-7, though, coming up big. Is only his 3rd kill so far. Gives him a shot, but now looks like Sunny just too good alongside of AD. They're going to clear out the B site.
Danimals flanking from the behind.
Yeah, pretty quickly here.
Very quick, too. And if XROCK doesn't expect this, this could cause some issue. Danimals swings, but it's going to be AD spotting him out before he can. And looks like the map point will be secured by the side of XROCK. And the progression of that round there, Liquid, they were making it very, very close. However, the shots are just a tad bit more accurate on the side of XROCK. And maybe that's what's costing them the rounds here. 9-7.
Yeah, I'd say just a little bit extra here in the tank for the side of XROCK. Although, nice little push on the woods here. Again, I like when TL gets in their face. There have been many times where I feel like XROCK, they just never expect TL to push. It might come down to, you know, just read on the team, the strategies, and their prep and stuff. But whenever XROCK get pushed, especially early on in the rounds, they're just like never ready for it for some reason.
I mean, this exactly is the one where they throw the punch in the right time, finding the counter push, taking the kill down towards Gran, and it's not half bad and it's not half too late. Liquid definitely has the caliber to take this one in towards the overtime. XROCK, after licking their wounds, is going to deliver the C4 in towards Machine. They are going to try to gain control towards Machine, but Rizal has made his shift from middle to his original position over towards Cabinet. And if XROCK forces the issue here, might cause a mayhem. And speaking of mayhem, it was Sunny trying to get funky in vents, getting punished by his missteps. It's going to be 80 to take down 7-7. Danimal's at risk, but he does find the corner to work with. 3v4.
They have some good pressure here, though. They've taken over lockers. You see that the wraparound is coming on in. It's going to be up to Y to make this quick, and that he will.
That's C4.
Quick headshot comes in. 50 seconds left, and they're actually on the B site. They're trying to take down some members. It's not quite going to happen. Doe only picks up one, and he knows Danimals is somewhere, but he can't quite lock him down. TL are not out of this one yet. Just one more round to go until extra rounds.
And to make things worse, they had to just press W because the C4 was down by the flanker all deep in machine rooms with just about 22 seconds, 24 seconds on the clock. So not a lot could be done by XROCK there for that round, as the last round still remains for this map here. Liquid, will they be able to take this one into overtime? Because they are desperate. As you can see, they are not pushing out. They are playing passive. They want to take the fight in their front porch instead of taking it to them. But XROCK has been very successful in winning those fights. It's going to be a full 5-on-5. Cue the music, Valdez.
Music's been cued. It's been going for a good 30 seconds.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, you know, it's...
but XROCK's also going to pump. XROCK's also going to play slow as well. The pressure is really on for these guys.
Yeah, you can see some preliminary grenades being thrown out there on the woods just to say, okay, we want to make sure that nothing too aggressive is coming that way. We got 3 members, though, hanging out towards vents for XROCK. Are they going to go for something funky here, it looks like? Maybe a bit of a big push through the vents. A lot of flashes and util being thrown in this general direction, but I don't know if they're going to be ready for this much pressure coming through the vents. I say that, though. Danimals is just waiting, and so is Y. They're so ready for this. White takes a headshot, and a weird gambit here from XROCK is not looking like it's going to pay off.
I mean, they are able to get the C4 in control, but at the cost of losing 2 players, and XROCK, they might just have to go into overtime with this one. Pushing down towards A, 7-7, holding strong by Silo, supported by his teammates, and Chow trying to run back. Not going to happen, 7-7, quick on the shots. Won't get the frag, 5v2 now. 44 seconds remain, and they're going to force the issue down towards middle. Grant versus the world. Gets 1, pistols out, good for 2.
Okay.
But 35 seconds and a dream. He sees the bullets trailing behind him. Has to come down towards B, but look at Ryu Zhao's position here, Valdez.
Yeah. I mean, he's still on health. Props to Y for getting out of the way there, because if he gets shot too, and it's a 1v2, this could look differently. But instead, it's just going to be TL who take the round with mostly flying colors. And they're going to tie this one up, as you should probably defuse that. There you go. Just take a little bit extra time. You had a lot of time. Just looks a little bit silly.
And we are back on track.
Rounds, yeah.
We are absolutely back on track with this one, Valdez, because Liquid is definitely not one of the teams that bounces back from losing tempo, but I think over time, after Esports World Cup and all the rounds, all the regional finals, they have gained the skill set to be able to play on par with the top Chinese teams out there, especially the 2nd seed from CFPL, XROCK. Liquid's going to force us into overtime. And now, on the attacking angle, what is their game plan? AD is going to take a beat down, though.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that angle. Can sometimes be nice, but sometimes you just get shot in the foot and doesn't feel very good for your feet or your health. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it does go in this one. Extra rounds is it's really where the temperature begins to rise, the pressure begins to increase, and the cold front comes in. And I'm just curious, what is this going to look like? Are we going to see any weird gambits coming through for XROCK? Is TL going to continue this kind of swingy play? It's always interesting to see. As for a minute now, we've been just kind of waiting it out, seeing if anyone is going to go for some extra peeks. And I'll have to wait and see, as I do love to say in these moments. We got Sunny looking to push. Not a big surprise, to be honest. He's hanging out in the smoke. It's kind of his comfort zone. Bit of spray goes down on the 7-7. Not sure if he actually saw him there.
Not entirely sure here. About a minute is left on the clock. And Liquid hasn't shown signs of interest towards B. Have Ruzao as an anchor. Is going to pop flash out. Sunny, I don't know if you want to get aggressive here. Especially when you're in overtime. Only 3 chances to pick up around in the first half. Liquid's going to nade stack. And they're going to be sending it down middle. Sunny had nothing to do about that. And Danimals is going to clear out Heaven by himself. Except Gran standing strong with Chow. Down to 3v3. 27 seconds. They have control of A. They have to call Ruzao over now. Or else it might be a little too late.
They're just not really ready for this push or this plant. The timing on this one, just holding down B. As the plant comes down, Gran is over in the control room. And he's got to deal with Gokun. Ruzao looking to push into the vents. The timing of this is excellent. Let's see exactly how he wants to attack this. He's going to go all the way through. Looking for the jump on a Gran. Nobody's here behind him. As he's waiting for the exact time. He wants the call from his teammate. Gokun gonna shout as there's the extra kill from Ruzao, and that is a 3-for-0 on the hold. Excellent stuff from TL. They push in through the double doors. They take out Sunny, who was kind of camping in the, behind the boxes in the smoke. That's his comfort zone, and yet still, it looked much better for TL.
That's the type of round that Liquid really needs, right? And now they're the ones leading out 10-9. And coming into round number 20, what is their game plan? It's going to be XROCK contesting Machine Room. Chow thinking to get funny, but he has to fall back with the smokes out there.
Yeah, you gotta like this pressure at least that's coming up from Chow. He's trying to pull some extra weight, especially because Sunny has cooled off just a little bit. Again, he has 22 kills, so that's totally fine. He's already done enough and more in this map. But yeah, very, very tense. And I do wonder how the rookies on the side of XROCK are feeling under this amount of pressure. Are they going to feel great going into one of the most experienced lineups on the side of Brazil? I mean, guys like Ruzao, Gokun, Danimals, they've been around forever. And they've played in so many high-pressure matches just like this. Whereas guys on the side of XROCK, you can't really say the same. So curious to see how this is all going to play out in terms of the mental game, which is always so important in CrossFire. We're down to about a minute 15. Skokin looks like he's going to hold down Machine Room by himself. Let his teammates go do the work elsewhere on the map. You got the C4 down in mid, as it looks like maybe a little bit of pressure into Woods and a late push from TL, hoping that maybe Sunny or someone else is going to get aggro. As AD, he's been holding this angle. He's going to spot them, and he says, hey, it looks like they're rotating over towards B. Bit of pressure coming up the stairs, too.
I mean, the rotation is true. They are going to send 4 players down towards Machine and see if they can get going from there. And I'd really love to see that Liquid is able to adapt to slow playstyle and find success through that. And a call out from AD responding right back at Gokun for a double kill. And Chow's going to swing out to wrap the deal up. And boy, oh boy, aren't we tied at 10-10 once again.
Well, that'll be our bench. A very close one. You can see that Sunny, a little bit of pressure being felt there, you could tell in his face. But at the same time, just excellently handled there. Nobody peeked out. Nobody went too aggressively. I say that. They're going to get a bit aggressive here, mixing up their strategies as a push goes into mid. But they are so ready for this. Sunny with the spray. He's been so good with this weapon right here on this angle. Gokun with the nade kill, but AD backing him up, picks up 2, takes out Gokun, wins the snipe war.
And Ruzao has been called out too. The jump check has given his position away. That's why Ruzao has to now look behind. It's Grant waiting, and Grant picks the kill up. It's going to be 11-10 with XROCK on the lead.
Yeah, to be honest, still anybody's map from here.
I don't want to cast a curse here, Valdez, but
yeah,
is this going to be the first golden round?
Well, you didn't want to, but you did anyway.
It's like the Schrodinger's box, right? Like
the
golden round may happen or it may not happen. It's a 50-50 until you open up the box and see it.
That's true. And you opened it, and you put a caster curse on it. So it's
I didn't open it. I didn't open it. I'm
sorry.
No.
It's, you know.
Maybe I should just shut up.
Once you call it out, you know, unfortunately the box gets opened. But I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen actually here. Just with how close this is.
Yeah. Nonetheless, it's going to be XROCK looking to control machine once again. They have enjoyed it, but time after time, Team Liquid had a very valid answer to the B push XROCK was throwing at. Goken on the backside, whips the first one, flashes out, supports in, he gets the first drop. Ruzao and Dynamos pick up a piece each. AD in Heaven has nothing to do about this, as Goken will add on the tally here. Last one standing is going to be Grand, coming up on Heaven once again, but him versus whole entire squad of Liquid isn't the easiest drop in the world to cut.
Goken only hits the hard shots, not the easy.
Oh, we've seen that happen with MG too.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder to hit a guy that's you can't predict his movement. Yeah, standing still, or he's like walking the opposite way, and like all of a sudden he turns left for no reason.
Don't let them know your next move.
Yeah, always keep him guessing, Gran.
Well, 1v4 though, less than a minute. The entire ground, the entirety of B bomb site, being swarmed by Liquid. Although for Grant, he does have a sniper, a one-shot kill weapon for him. Let's see if he can swing in the right time. Oh. The pot shot not going to connect, and Liquid instantly taking us into a tie. It's going to be 11-11.
That's why I'm just not surprised if we do hit that golden round. Sunny's been so good with the sprays. I mean, he is always the first man to the party, you know? He's not fashionably late. He doesn't show up like an hour late after everybody has had their fun. He is the first one in the door. From the global risk side as well. He's like, okay, I'm going in. And of course, playing entry from BL.
Going in and going out, we say. But right now, Liquid is definitely going all in here, as they are desperate to find the first map to themselves. And honestly speaking, even if they do lose sub-base, they have put up a really good show, and that just builds more confidence in them, even if they do drop sub-base. Invents is going to be Sunny, looking to spring. Last time he did that, didn't work in his favor, as I believe it was WY or 7-7 looking right at his drop box. And XROCK, after a miserably failed B attack, is going to look down towards middle. Going to be Doe on the front line here. But Team Liquid is also not in an aggressive position to get picked off. They are playing very, very passive. And as we reach the minute mark here, what is XROCK's next plan devised up here?
That's a good question. They're certainly trying to keep us guessing. A lot of utility being thrown in towards the control room, but it's a split push. They're actually going in towards B. Rizal doesn't look like he's going to be ready for this one. No, he actually does get the kill as the push comes in. Toe not going to hit anything, and Goken takes him down. As now we got Rizal in a very funky spot. They're just going to spray him down. Still a 2v3 in favor of TL, it looks like, but the bomb site secured here. And the plant coming in. Chow wants to get aggressive. He wants to catch them in rotation before they're ready to push. And he spotted Danimals there for sure.
I mean, Liquid's now inching in closer for the retake. Chow's position is going to be a key factor. And as I say that, Danimals quickly spots him out, and Gran, last one standing once again, has to show and prove. He's getting pressured in multiple angles. Don't know if he can clear one out. Sees why the shots aren't ringing, and that will be WY taking him down. The C4 to be defused, and Liquid on the verge of taking the map here.
Yeah, you can see Chow a little bit confused about exactly how they got over there. I thought he saw Danimals for sure. I saw Danimals on his screen, but apparently he was just not ready for it. I mean, it was not going to be easy for him to deal with the pressure anyway, with the two of them pushing into machine room, but he could have been a bit more ready for it. Unfortunate timing for Chow. And that just means that now map point here to the side of TL. They can avoid a golden round if they just win one more.
And this is the issue of spending your timeouts way too early. The coach knows everything.
Yeah.
That Liquid is going to play in funky positions, but if the players don't realize the end game, then the only way for them to notice it is for the coach to pass it down, but you can't do that anymore. And it's costing XROCK precious rounds after rounds, that to the point where Liquid is now on the map point. And XROCK, the IGL, forcing the issue down towards B many a times after many failed attempts is also a very exploitable mistakes that they're making. And Liquid's making sure that they're picking up the rounds that XROCK is throwing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. XROCK have not looked all too comfortable from the Blacklist side, funnily enough, this being their selection. And we're going to have to see what their final choice is, or potential final choice, if they end up losing this round. As it does look like a bit of grouping outside of Woods, and maybe finally some A pressure that you were hoping for here, Bench. Got a bit of pressure coming in through the vents, potentially from Sunny.
I mean, if you look at the scoreboard for the past couple rounds, how many times was XROCK successful in taking B, right? So, might be a round too late for them to switch up the gears and go towards A, but now, this is the end game. They have sacrificed the Queen, they have sacrificed the Rook, and they have sacrificed the Knight, and this is the final moment with 40 seconds on the clock.
It all comes down to this. As Flash comes out of the vent, Danimal, he's ready for it. He picks up one, but Chow is good for the follow-up. Goken here behind the missile. He's going to be so key. Picks up the first one. Looking for a second one. He's already seen him. He's trying to get aggressive. Wants the pick with the pistol. He's not quite going to get it. And he gets taken down there on A.
Still equalized to 3-on-3. Positional advantage temporarily gained by XROCK as they have a double swing angle in towards Heaven. But Liquid still 3-man strong. Leading the charge is going to be Ru Zhao, who is going to get spotted. WY gets the trade kill instantly. Chow has to do it, but he can't. Down to the ends of 80 in a 1v2. Has a sniper in the angle as well. WY77 has more than enough time to take this kill and take the clutch of the Colette! And it's going to be the hell of a Colette for AD to take both kills. And boy, oh boy, are we going into the golden round.
I have never seen anything like that. He wins the round and sends it to golden round like that? Just the funkiest angle, and they both line up for him.
Like that.
Just like lemming straight in. And here we are. Final rounds, golden rounds, round 25. Whoever wins this wins the map. There's no more back and forth. We've had it all map long.
I mean, this is the one-way ticket. And only one team can ride on board. There's no way back home. They have to go forward into the playoffs. And Danimals and Ryuzawa are going to double stack towards Vents.
I think if TL win this, they're going to 2-0. Like,
I told you.
I don't know how you can come back from the mental defeat of losing a golden round straight into New Mexico against TL. I don't know if a lot of teams could do that, let alone a team with not that much experience as a squad, at least for 3 of the members. Sunny and Chow, they're feeling fine, but the rest of the team has been struggling a bit. It's been obvious. I mean, Grant has been left many times just by his lonesome at the very end, trying to clutch. Like, AD, shout out to him for bringing us to the golden round, but man, was it close. And if one thing goes wrong, if he doesn't get the peek in the control room early, maybe he doesn't have the info.
Now XROCK is going to be forcing the issue towards B, but reminder, failed many a times, and failing again is going to be XROCK. WY with a quick kill on towards Doe, who's been only sitting at 9 kills and he can't find more. XROCK is going to force it. They're going to go down. Chow's going to find the opening frag, but down 2 players already. Dynamos at risk. Chow is so damn good. He finds another. Down to 3-on-3. Can't get the plant down just yet, as the rotation from Team Liquid is coming in all different angles. Machine Room and Chow! How the hell do you hit that flick?
Who is this guy? What is going on with him?
He's got 25 kills by himself again.
80's right here. Oh, the spray's not quite there. He's out dancing, but he goes down. The dancer has been dominated. Goken by himself. They know where he is. That's going to do it. XROCK take the golden round, and they win map number 1 of Subbase.
Looks like it's going to be XROCK to survive in that one hell of a bloodbath. 13-12, first golden round of the tournament, but man, oh man, Valdez, Liquid made it very, very close.
That was a treat of a first map. Very close stuff. We saw the final highlight, AD just saying, hey, you know, I'm new here. Doesn't matter. I'm from the CFPL, and we get collabs like this every day. You know, it was a very even map. Like, both sides had one guy who was kind of struggling, was kind of the role player, and then everybody else was doing their job. Sunny going to end up picking up the match MVP for this one.
Oh, 100%. Without this guy, Chow wouldn't have been activated and wouldn't even have the chance to go into overtime because the rounds were going to be 10-4. Because Chow, after overtime, was activated, and that's when he really picked up the kills. So Sunny, all rights deserved to him, has single-handedly carried the team. And on the side of Liquid, sure, they did lose the map, but briefly before going into the highlights, we were able to see the camera zooming into the players, and they are pumped up, and they know they are within the caliber and within reaching distance to take down a team like XROCK, and they are definitely confident in going to New Mexico, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw this veto, when we saw the map ban pick, we saw sub-base start, I was like, okay, this should be really good for XROCK, but as we can see now, they won in the end, but it was a lot closer than we expected. So now going into New Mexico, I do feel pretty confident for TL. I think that, you know, making it so close on sub-base and the fact that you're going into New Mexico that you know XROCK isn't going to be very comfortable on, you got to feel, especially the coaches got to get in, the leaders got to come together and say, hey, we can beat these guys. Like, we almost did it. You know, one round goes our way here and there. Like, we would have taken sub-base as well. Like, we can definitely get New Mexico, 100%. So I think for TL, even though that was a pretty rough loss, I would still say that you should be extra confident coming into New Mexico. If you can bounce back very strongly, I think they should have a good performance here. That being said, I think that, you know, especially Sunny and Chow are pulling this team, and they got them across the line. And if the rest of the members here start to pull a little bit more weight, I think that XROCK is an incredibly strong team, and maybe TL just fall apart if things don't go well early on.
I mean, in sports and esports altogether, we always say make the run, right? Both teams were making the run, hell, even to the golden round too. And for the side of XROCK, they were falling behind a little bit. Thanks to Sunny, the weight has been lifted, but the timeout being spent early on in the rounds may have costed them their blacklist side, where a little, you know, micromanagement and tweaking of the tactics may have helped them a little better, but they already pulled the card. They can't use it anymore. And going into New Mexico, maybe and possibly, the coach may use it in a better spot. I think using the timeout to kill the tempo of the Brazilian teams is a good way of spending it, but now seeing how Team Liquid is able to play slow instead of just running in like hot flies in towards a burning light. So yeah, a lot of things are being changed from the course of the games are going from what happened last year. So XROCK was least expecting the results here too as well, probably, and now that we are switching our gears and shifting in towards New Mexico, a map that we just saw on the last series, that it can get very, very wild. And given the fact that Team Liquid is not thrown away by the results of getting 12-13, and they are still feeling confident, still feeling happy that they are still alive in this matchup to go into New Mexico, we might see the final match come through.
It would be a little bit of a disappointment, I think, if we do actually get the 2-0, just because it does feel like both of these teams are quite evenly matched. I mean, the fact that we get our first golden rounds is enough of proof, right? I would say that.
Absolutely.
You know, maybe you want to give a slight edge to TL just because they were able to push them on sub-base all the way to the golden rounds. But I think that XROCK could do the same on New Mexico, absolutely, as you were talking about. So I think a lot of us expected 2-1s here. If I had predictions, which maybe now I get some now that I'm a caster for this one, I would have predicted 2-1 in one direction or the other. I think I probably would have gone for XROCK in a 2-1. I think a 2-0 is unrealistic.
I mean, give or take,
could
right?
Still happen.
For Team Liquid, we were able to see some of the mistakes that they have put out on sub-base to lose a couple of rounds that shouldn't have been lost. But for the side of XROCK, same problem persisted, and
honestly speaking, both teams relied on a bit of luck as well. The call-outs, Goken hitting some of the call-outs, Grant hitting some of the call-outs.
In that
AD
yeah.
being able to save his goddamn team with a call-out of his own down towards the staircase on the side of A. I mean, if they are going to rely on luck again for New Mexico, XROCK might not make it too far, because Liquid, they have a caliber to not rely on luck and just really just get all guns blazing.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of collapse we had in that one. I think it was 3, might have been 4. It was like 3 or 4. Just ridiculous stuff. It's pretty rare. I mean, I guess on a map like Subbase, sometimes it can happen more often than not compared to some other maps. But
some players are, of course, slow starters. Some teams are slow starters, but Do needs to wake up now. 7-7 needs to wake up now. Dynamos was a little bit slow, but towards the end game, he was the one really pulling off the hard work, taking the critical kills to fend off the offenses that XROCK was providing. And for Do, just going back to how he was playing, he was being the anchor in key positions to hold off the flanks that Global Risk may sell, but he was getting cleaned out from his position in a blink of an eye. I mean, sure, Rizal's a great player, WY is a great player, but if you're the first one holding the angle, sure, there could be Picker's advantage, but you have to at least find one kill before going down. And him not being able to do so costed so many rounds after rounds for XROCK. And now the issue is they may survive in the series by taking down Team Liquid, but the issue is going to playoffs. Other teams are watching this live right now, and they're taking good notes on it too.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me. Do you have an idea of who they will go up against in the playoffs?
I believe it's either Twisted Minds or Alcadzia.
I think it's probably Alcadzia. I think Twisted Minds is going up against Team Stallions, if I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure on that.
I'll double check.
I don't have the bracket right in front of me, but
take the mic over. Give me 2 seconds. I'll
I'm
find
taking
it.
the mic.
You took it. I mean, you took it from.
Take it away.
You took it from Sneaky Frog.
I did. I stole it forcefully.
We did switch from a tri-cast to a dual cast because I wanted to cast with Valdez.
Yes.
We're long time duos. Yep. Blame me. I'm out.
Thank you, Bench, for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, but give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna find this.
Just check the bracket. You know,
I
have
will.
a little bit of extra time here. Always good to make sure we know.
So this is Group B.
Yes.
And Group B plays against All Gamers.
Oh no!
All right, that's a bit of a turn of a.
At least it's double elimination, Bench.
Yes, thanks to the format, you do get one more life, and sometimes it's actually better to start from the lower brackets if you think about it.
Yeah, especially for XROCK. I think going up against All Gamers, it's not going to feel comfortable.
Oh, they got 0-3 twice, so like.
And 0-1 once as well, and that's not including the group stage, you know, like the round robins where you're playing. I would assume that All Gamers won those matches.
Here's my take on this, right? Like, XROCK is not a bad team. They are a great team. They're the 2nd seed in the best region. But there are definitely the up and downs, right? And against All Gamers, XROCK hasn't been able to perform properly, and the results do speak for themselves. The ones with better chance going against All Gamers might just be Team Liquid. Actually, on the global stage, Brazilian teams has the statistics of taking down All Gamers. So looks like we just gotta wait and see who can really just survive here, because right now it's a bloodbath that nobody can escape.
Yeah, every day is survival, it feels like.
Yeah.
Until you do make it to the double elimination, but even then, you don't want to lose any lives.
You only get 2 shots.
Yeah. You only get 2 shots, 2 opportunities.
Mom's
sees everything.
Spaghetti. Yeah. Where's the 8 mallet? Anyways, we're in the middle of XROCK versus Team Liquid. Final series of the day, also the final series of the group stage. And going back to what I was saying, I feel like this year's group stages has been pretty straightforward, where it's come down to just do or die moments instead of having to go plug numbers into the calculator. Okay, how many rounds do I have? How many maps do I have? Would have loved to see one happen, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And even for the final match of the day and the stage, it comes down to this of you got to do it. You got to make it to survive.
You got to survive. That's what it's all about. Sunny looking very comfortable today. Again, we said it before, but without him, TL would have won map 1. We would have been on to New Mexico already.
So you can't make predictions since you are a Desk Ghost. Now
not
that,
allowed.
Now that you are on the role of caster, why don't you throw your, predictions out?
Oh, for this one?
And this one and tomorrow's matchups.
Well, this one I think I'm still going to go XROCK 2-1.
Okay.
If TL had won, I probably would have changed my tune. Probably would have given TL the 2-0 if they had won map 1. Not the case, so
Twisted Minds versus Team Stallions and Alcadzia versus Evolution Power Gaming.
You've got to give Team Stallions the
love.
Big favor there. I mean, Twisted Minds are a strong team, but Vietnam has been struggling, and Stallions just took down BaiSha. I'd probably say 3-0 for that one. And Alcadzia versus
EP. Evolution Power.
Evolution Power. Huh.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
That's a 3-2.
That's a 3-2, but
That's
we
a 3-2.
don't know who's going to take it. But
Yeah, I don't know.
looks like we are just about ready to hop into this one as we are still...
I'll say EP.
EP's a good pick, but your prediction here for XROCK versus Team Liquid is what it matters the most.
Well, it all comes down to this for Team Liquid. Backs against the wall. We're hopping on to New Mexico. Their map pick 1 second to go.
I feel like I'm stuck in an Indiana Jones movie where Liquid is just barely surviving off of one finger, pushing the walls away, being brought by XROCK. But here we go. Team Liquid, it's their map pick. It's their time to survive. It's their time to shine. Let's get it going.
We got a little fan chant there as well. Getting the fans involved in this. Danimals, he is...
They already opened the door.
Yeah. Going ham, as they say.
Going ham indeed. Liquid's going to back out from water pretty swiftly, too. Maybe the door being opened was to throw some of the players off guard for the side of XROCK. Maybe even bait a rotation out from their main angle of attack. Thus far seems to be towards A, as the C4 is being carried by Gouken towards the heaven of A, where WY is watching. Yet to see a shotgun come into play. Danimals with the pop flash is going to swing out. AV is blinder than ever. And Danimals is going to be able to capitalize on top of that flash. And he's looking for the second, swinging hard. But Sunny is there to help for his teammate. Gouken, the last one standing, is spotted by Sunny as well. 1v3 and a Dream. Pistols out. Can the Blicky do some dirty work? And the answer apparently was not. Sunny will wrap the kills up. Bring the body bags. The first round does go towards XROCK.
That was a good start there on the push for Team Liquid, but the start is only one part of the push. After that, it was a very one-sided affair, as Danimals the only one to get that entry kill. And eventually they just tried to swarm onto A, but rotations came in very quickly from XROCK. Seemed like they had a good idea, a good read on exactly what kind of push that was going to look like. So TL stopped in their tracks early on. Having to play from the Blacklist side, not always going to be comfortable on this map, of course. But curious indeed about what this is going to look like as they go down into waters once again.
Ooh, Grand, what a quick shot! Second kill follows through, make that a triple kill for this guy! Why is he allowed to find those frags? And Liquid is shattered apart like a piece of glass being fallen from the 3rd floor of the studio.
Yeah, I might be seeing a early timeout again. I know you're not a big fan of those, Bench, but to be
not
honest,
the early ones, honestly.
Yeah, the dry 4-man push through the water. I mean, the utility usage in the first round was great. Obviously, Rizal not going to be able to do anything there. XROCK looking very strong, very stable. You know, they haven't done anything crazy. They've just reacted quickly, and they've hit their shots. They've been ready for any sneakiness that we've seen from Team Liquid so far. And I think Team Liquid need a new style, a new strategy, because this kind of funky water pushing is not working.
Waters isn't usually the best angle to take for on the Blacklist side, but Liquid wanted to force the issue and eventually was hammered fully down. Not a single inch of nails being put out. And now they're going to take the long angle towards B. And XROCK is going to invest a couple players to look over it as well. So Let's see how XROCK wants to respond to the flank that Liquid might just go for here. A big split too, a very not so default, but it's a pretty big split. The C4 is now just getting picked up. And XROCK has put 3 players on B. Have a crossfire set up down towards A. It's going to be held down by Do and Sunny. Chow is going to start shining like a diamond. WY goes down. And already Liquid off to a rough start after losing 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is rough here for TL. They're not really finding any amount of success so far. But again, that's kind of what we saw from the first map as well. A little bit of a slow start. They went down 0-3. They took a timeout, and things turned around from there, as we know. But still, can always be a bit worrying to see it go so heavily in one team's favor. Chow, very ready here in the middle of the map, has pushed up. They've got smoke in the faces of Danimal and the boys. And Danimal is going to push through the smoke. Gets the first kill on the Chow, who was a little bit weak there, had taken some damage.
I mean, the time is of the essence now. 7-7 does find the drop with the Sunny, but there's only 37 seconds remaining. AD is on the other side of the boxes. Brings up for another double kill of his own. And things aren't going right. 28 seconds and Gokun has it all to do. The C4 is down in front of him too. Quick shots will ring true, but the second player swinging, he had nothing to do about that.
The timing of that swing from AD was literally perfect. Like, it could not have been better. And he did not miss, as we saw. Rains down Hellfire on the 2 of them right as they are pushing into A and just totally cuts off that push by its head.
And look who's on a 3.0 kill. That's going to be Do, who was quiet. Again and again and again. Do finds another kill. 4 kills for him now total. 7-7 goes down, so the unfortunately just continues to be the trend. The Animals with a good swing though. That's going to take the frag onto his Grand for the equalizer. C4 to be picked up by WY. Has planted Ruzal deep up in heaven. Let's see if he can find any value here in this specific position.
Well, he's getting flanked from many different angles, so
not anymore.
Not going to see much value there. So that's going to be the end of that, and immediately down a man. Chow looking to push into waters. Unfortunate timing there for Danimals, as he was kind of in the right place, but good aggression there from Chow and his brother.
2v4 now, and WY out of desperation will find one. That's not going to cut quite close. XROCK's going to find their 4th. It's going to be a 4-0. Pretty clean rounds, too, if you think about it. And the timeout has to be called here now before it's a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 maybe a little bit early, but 4-0, that's when it's like, okay, we have to use the timeout. We don't have an opportunity to save this one, to be honest. So you can see the coach is going to get to talking with his buddies there on the team, and hopefully this timeout helps them like it did on map 1. Otherwise, XROCK are going to be running away with this map really quickly. And yes, they're playing from the GR side, but also it's been so one-sided these rounds. And you gotta like their chances after what we are watching so far. As gonna be seeing both teams just taking their time with this one, trying to talk through it. See why is not looking all too happy. And, you know, they were getting really hyped up when they got so close in that first map, but talked about, you know, slow starts and being emotionally drained. I feel like this could be a rough combo for the side of TL, where you have a slow start here, but also you're emotionally drained from losing a golden round. It doesn't really get worse mentally than this position. So if they can bounce back from here, big ups to them, big props, because it's really a difficult thing. I want to hammer that home. So excited to see if they can do it. We're going to take a look at the replay here. AD, look at the timing on this. Just actually perfect. Right before they turn the corner, he's totally safe. No chance for them. And he gets that 3rd kill on the Gokun, makes it look easy. And I can tell you, it is not easy. As getting ready for round number 5 now. We'll see if that timeout helped out TL. We talked about emotionally draining. One of the things that can be even worse is taking a timeout and then losing immediately. They're going to put on some aggression on the B. Nice little leg shot there on a Danimal. Looks like Gran is ready for this, but they're kind of down and in on to B. Gran does get the kill on a Ruzel now, and that is not Danimal. Gran continuing to try to push up here with the squad, looking to swarm onto the B site, which has been taken by TL. As okay, finally gonna get this plant down. AD, though, gets another kill, and immediately it's 5v3 on the retake. Looking pretty good. Goken not gonna hit the shot! And I think that's the straw that broke the camel's back, to be honest. I don't see why in 7-7 being able to hold this down against this many members. Sunny gets another headshot. 7-7, the only one to get one kill. And even after the timeouts, they're still getting rolled bench. It is 5-0 for XROCK.
Wasn't the most expected scene to be watched here, as honestly speaking, as we briefly saw the camera rolling over them right after map number 1, I thought they still had the confidence, and they were definitely happy to take one of the top teams to the golden rounds. And now when we really unfold the story in towards New Mexico, it's going to be XROCK all the way 4 or 5 rounds consecutively too. And if you're a Liquid fan, this is heartbreaking to see. But let's see if that pause will help Liquid anytime soon. At least not for that last round. But maybe coming to round number 6, the dream may still just live on.
Yeah, the dream, it's alive, but it's struggling to stagger on by, let's say, here for TL. There's still a chance. They're not out of this yet. We've seen crazier comebacks for sure. But again, you lose a golden round. You start off slow on your map pick. You got to feel like they're kind of down in the mental dumps at the moment. But
that is true.
Let's see if they can come back here.
Valuable time being spent, and Doe's going to swing bravely. Finds a ton of damage onto Ruzel, but he himself is hurt as well. Quick reset from Liquid as well. And by far, another swing cooking up by Chow, and he's not missing his shots. Quick headshot through the wall is going to take Dynamos down to 5 HP. And Liquid is getting bullied out of their position at this point.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they're trying to set stuff up, but they're losing so much health before it even gets going. It kind of makes you feel like they're losing hope a little bit here. They're trying to group up and go towards A. You see that Chow, he's been holding down B like a champ.
It's almost reckless driving at this point for Liquid. They are forced out from B, and now they're crying and pushing towards A. And if this push doesn't work, then I don't know how the game's going to work out. And as I say that, this game is going nowhere but all XROCK's way. Sunny swings for a quick double kill. Here's out. Has 10 seconds essentially, and he is just running away to buy some time for the stress to be called for the next round.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's rough. You're getting picked, you're getting poked out, you're being dominated as XROCK has dared to dominate early on here on Mexico.
If you imagine this being a game of chess, you're losing so many valuable squares, and XROCK is able to just box you in on a single position that you're about to get checkmated. And Liquid doesn't have a valid response to that. They're forced to go A. They were driven out from B. And XROCK exactly knows that, invested in extra players. Sunny and Doe both swing out in the perfect time. Couldn't be better, like you said. And double kill each. That's a 0-6 score where you see right here.
Yeah. Doesn't really get cleaner than this for XROCK. It's almost like after winning the golden round, you know, Team Liquid don't look at their best, but it feels like XROCK almost evolved. Like they have reached the next stage of XROCK. They've become XROCK-chan or something. Like they're just
XROCK evolved.
Yeah, exactly.
New title.
It's looking good. Nice little chip shot there on a Sunny. Getting pretty low. Nades coming out. Sunny able to avoid it, but yeah, a bit of pressure here early from TL. But as we can see, they're immediately going to rotate out. So maybe not looking to actually push in towards A.
And once again, Liquid is just not finding the right angle of attack to force the issue. Because as opposed to the progression of how New Mexico played in the previous series of Stallions versus BaiSha, Stallions on their blacklist was able to rake rounds after rounds by actively getting into the faces of BaiSha players defending on specific angles. But Liquid not being able to do that, they're losing the trades, they're losing more health than the damage they're putting out. And after 6 rounds, in round number 7 as well, they are pushed away from A. One flash in there, they have nothing to do about that. And look at this, Chow is going to go aggressive and find another kill, make that too soon. Like that, just like that, Valdez.
I mean, the fact that he's just able to hold the spray and there's really no response, that's not a good look for TL. Ryuzao at least able to trade one back, but there's still so much work to be done. Look at the C4, there's only 25 seconds left, guys. You got to get that bomb and you got to plant it, but they're just being rotated on. There's no control. XROCK own this map right now.
I mean, the car is moving, but who's in the driver's seat?
Nobody.
There's nobody.
There's nobody.
There's absolutely nobody. Goken's, I mean, trying to do something for nothing. He does get the bomb planted in time. Now he's getting swung in 4 different angles. There's only 3 players alive, but some way, somehow, it's 4 angles he's getting pushed through. And that's yet another XROCK round and just tapping upon that nobody being in the driver's seat. Like, even Danimals hasn't figured out how to direct this team for a successful bomb site take.
Yeah, they took the timeout. The strategy was immediately stop the subsequent round. And
it's like you're driving your electric vehicle on I-40 and there's no supercharger around you for the next 2 hours.
Running out of energy.
Yeah.
Generally, you would say running out of gas, but in this case, you said electric car, so I couldn't even go to that.
Just like how Drake said.
What'd he say?
They drain your energy. And XROCK is draining one hell of energy out from Team Liquid right now for 7 rounds in a row. And there's only 2 chances for Liquid now to even find a single round of this first half.
Smoke's going to come out. Goken gets at least a little bit of pressure in towards B, but Chow has been golden here on this angle. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of kills, but if any pressure ever came in that way, he always shut it down. And that's something that's not going to show on the scoreboard. It really just comes down to the amount of pressure he's able to put down as an individual. Smokes are coming out. It looks like they want to go A, and immediately, again, the 2 guys on stairs going to shut this one down. They are trying to push down through the waters, but there's so many angles from XROCK. They catch them in the crossfire. His nades are running out here. Why? It looks like he wants to go in towards B. Chow down on the bottom. He's actually going to be crossfired himself.
Why he's going to be able to get the bomb planted, but look at the rotation XROCK is posting up to. They're going to double stack towards the back angle. Make that a triple man stack. Goken has to hold it down. Only if the Goddess of Luck shines and smiles at him, he can find the double kill. He needs to find both kills. He whiffs the shot. Doe comes up huge with a double kill of his own, and XROCK single-handedly shuts down the aggression. And the retake is there, ringing true, the bomb to be defused. Not a single round here posted here, Valdez, for the side of Team Liquid.
That's pretty insane. We haven't had this happen all
series long, all tournament long.
Yeah.
I mean, even for one of the maps, it was 10-1, 10-2, something like that. And this might be our first 10-0.
Yeah, it's still 8-0, by the way. We haven't not at the 9 just yet, but you know, I think production getting a little ahead of themselves for a good reason. It does feel like 9-0. I'll tell you that. So Grant, who's got the angle, and again, they're trying to push in here through the water. 77 does get one. Bit of pressure, though, and a lot of members here from the side of XROCK. They want to punish them.
This might be the round. This might be the round Liquid actually putting up a number.
That's a decent start, finally.
Ooh, Rizal might have been isolated there briefly if he didn't fall back in time. However, after successfully opening up towards AD and taking a bunch of damage towards Chow, Liquid 5 men strong. They'll guide themselves towards A, it seems. Sunny's going to be able to dodge the bullet, final bullet. And reposition down towards A. 3-man stack versus a 4-man push. Lineups are being thrown here by Liquid, but the utilities are spent heftily on from the side of XROCK to respond. There's only a couple flashes. Now a single frag grenade and a single flash here. This is a valid chance for Liquid to validate themselves, to put out a round. After 13-12 grueling loss into this 8-0. Goken's going to be able to spot Chow, going out aggressive. Now it's Rizal trying to get involved. 4-man push in towards A is seemingly what's cooking up, and Doe's position is way up forward.
Grand spotted is big, but Grand's still able to get the 1 kill, trying to shoot through the boxes here as he's being pressured from way too many angles. Rizal also going to get the headshot. Sunny, last guy alive. Might just want to hold on to that 9 KD. I say that, he gets 10 KD. As now, looking to push on in, and he is probably going to go down here. Goken takes him out, and finally, Team Liquid show up. Is it too late? I'd say probably yes. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, I think getting that one little cheeky bonus round at the end, I don't think that's going to be enough.
I mean, it's definitely not enough, but you have to make something out of nothing sometimes, and Liquid is exactly in that position. But here's a replay from Doe. This guy absolutely sleeping on the first map, and now coming into New Mexico, he is screaming to the global audience that he is one of the top players in the region, and there's a reason why he's picked up by XROCK. Now we just see the switch of sides, though, and XROCK is on the attacking angle. Liquid now in their better side of Global Risk. I think it's justifiable that given Global Risk is very, very strong side on New Mexico, there's a good chance.
All right, I'll say 96% to XROCK. That's going to be the Valdez prediction.
I mean, honestly speaking, I was like 95.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're on the same page. You and I, of course, not AI.
We cast it long enough that we know our predictions right there. Anyways, XROCK looking to pressure down towards A. Let's stay quiet before the storm. And Rizal, does he have a handle to hold on to? Because the tornado is about to just start ringing the sirens any moment soon here. Doe leading the charge. Rizal has to get the kills, but he is only good for 1.
Yeah, nice double swing comes in. Sunny, once again, good on the entry. Doe, though, has been critical for this team's success, as you highlighted very nicely, Bench. And now they're without him. At least they still have Sunny. Danimals trying to take his spot, Rizal's spot, that is. Here on the stairs, he goes for a peek. Oh, he's going to find them, and unfortunately, takes a bunch of damage himself, but at least gets the tap onto AD.
Sunny's on the hunt. He's running. He knows the Animals is low. Ooh. He goes down. And the bomb site is now fully being aggressed. Goken in forklift. Good for 2. Pistols wielded. Can he find the 3rd? And yes, he does. Last kill taken by WY. The dream is on. It still lives long for the side of Liquid. But, I mean, it's a long shot. It's just too long of a shot, mate.
Well, you got to start somewhere. Y takes a deep breath and says, okay, this is the beginning of something big.
They have to lock in. They have to fully lock in.
Yeah, if they haven't locked in yet, now's a good time, I'd say.
Better to do it now than it's way too late. Still pretty late, but got to start somewhere, like you said.
It is after 12 midnight.
In Chengdu.
Yeah. So these players, you know, they're pros. They definitely play late into the night. I'm sure they're used to the time. But when you say late into the night, you mean it quite literally. Has been quite the day out here.
The Underdogs has been putting out a show of a lifetime for you guys, viewers, and us casters to look for. And even this one, Liquid has put up on one hell of a fight on the first map of Subbase, but only to fall down like this. Just disappointing to see, but still a couple more chances for Liquid to bounce right back. They have closed the gap down to 6 rounds. WI on the hold. Spray down is good for 2. Sunny and Gran, the last one's alive. WI picks up a 3rd for himself. And Gran, last one standing. The C4 is down deep in a B as well. And Liquid's going to just wrap the C4 around and get it sealed.
Not
6
sure
HP
exactly
only.
where
6
he's
HP.
going.
He's doing a full wraparound.
Yeah. He's got enough time, but you don't really have all that much of a chance here. Let's see what he's got on his plate. And it's the full wraparound all the way through the blacklist spawn, all the way.
Oh, he's just buying time at this point.
Yeah.
But Liquid is now closing the gap in even further from a 6-round differential into now 5 rounds. Began with 8-round differential if you think about it.
Nice little cheeky replay there. Got to see Goken with 3K, holding down the A site with a little bit of help from his buddy Y. C4 still on the ground, 5 seconds. Gran gonna take the L here. And XROCK, keep in mind, they still have their timeout. So if at some point they want to stop the momentum.
Oh, maybe the coach thinks it's not going to be worth it to call the timeout, so the players are using their own in-game timeout.
Yeah, I would say...
Of a sort of save your life for the timer to tick down.
If it gets to 8-6, then I think if I were the coach, I don't have a lot of coaching experience.
I wouldn't even mind 8-7, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because when you're calling a timeout, that means you're throwing something funky at it. And that one round might just be the round. Hopefully, XROCK has learned how Stallions played on their blacklist side. Because right now, Liquid's putting out a decent defense. It's not half bad either.
Yeah, it's been looking good. 3 rounds in a row.
And the caster curse might just be on, so buckle up. This one's going to be a rough ride.
Yeah. Always a roller coaster with bench and his caster curses.
That's a windy one out there.
Well, looks like they're going into long B. Trying to put on a little bit of pressure, a little contingency unit here. Just the 2 of them, or maybe even just the 1 of them. As 80 is over there, but now Gran is going to join up. C4 still in the middle of the map. So maybe a little push on the B here as the smokes are coming in. Nice little set play available as Doe coming in right through the middle, and the timing of this hits so perfectly. Y by himself on the site. They know he's there as the shots come down to Animals. The only one to get one. And now we got this late peek in from Sunny. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this. Okay, they're not even going to go that way. But now it looks like all 3 members trying to go back of sight maybe.
I mean, Sunny is still lingering around middle.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the thorn in the thigh once again if they want to go for the retake. 2 players down towards the back of B, and only Danimals with 10 HP trying to come down towards middle. C4 timer ticking down, and the bomb side is going to be Ruzao. Quickly taken out. And boy, oh boy, don't we have a series point here, Valdez.
Yeah, XROCK looking strong. It felt like it was only a matter of time until they were going to get 1 extra round to push this into at least extra rounds. That's why there's a nice little setup from him on the B site. Obviously, this was a couple rounds ago.
Only 1 clean execution was XROCK all needed to be at this point in time. 9th round getting picked up. The race to 10 about to be finished here. Where is the final nail in the coffin for Team Liquid? Will it be down towards A? And can XROCK pick it up? Goken sees the players crossing in from forklift. He's going to reposition. He's afraid of Nastack flying his way. But XROCK is going to fall back away instantly too. Ruzao posted deep in the middle. Not going aggressive either from his position. He just wants to see the players coming in his way in front of his crosshair. Not going to happen either. 3-man stack. But having Gran kind of planted out there towards spawn, they're expecting Liquid to be on that reckless driving mode, pushing out. But there's only a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, Valdez. They have to make a decision, and so is Team Liquid.
See what that decision is going to be. Some utility going in onto mid. Chow with the flash over the top, and here they go. Going to be pushing on in with that pistol. Not quite able to get that entry with that gun, as we had a couple of guys here in mid. Looks like the push is going to have to go long A, down the stairs, in they come. Gogan has been so good on this angle, and Danimals is here as well. They're going to shut down this push with flying colors, not losing a single member, and TL stay alive.
The pressure has really kicked in for Team Liquid. Might be a couple rounds too late, but a number is a number. 9-4. Closing the gap back to 5 rounds differential. Has to pick a 5 more to take us into overtime. Liquid desperately holding on to any part of Rock to hold on this cliff. They're hanging barely by the inches. Funny how their opponents are called XROCK as well.
Between an XROCK and a hard place.
Yes.
It's a good one.
And a hard place. That is a good one. But
Chow's saying, hold on, I gotta take a sip of water.
But then again, if you think about it, Liquid is getting outplayed in so many angles. I'm not entirely sure what the response is going to be. They were 100% outplayed on the B execution, cleanly executed by XROCK. Props to them, but it was one that could have been held down if you think about it. One player out towards long B could have been caught off guard, and Liquid just left it alone. Enough of an information for XROCK to make that execution, isolate the players in the bomb site, just like how 7-7 is holding it right now. He was a sitting duck about to get gunned down, and now moving into round number 14, perhaps or potentially being the very last round. What is Liquid's response? XROCK is questioning them. Do you have the caliber?
So far on this choice of TL of map, it has not looked that way. Caliber has not been there. Rizal, though, has pulled out the shotty once again on the stairs. Goken holding down the A site once again. He has not really moved from this spot.
XROCK is spending the sweet time. Almost at the level of diabetes, and no, why he's gonna swing first, get the first kill. Goken at the hold, good for one, ringing true. Pistols out, Doze there to clean him out. Last one, standing in a 1v2. If he clutches this, he becomes the hero for the team. 7-7 on the other angle, waiting with a pistol of his own. The USP is great. And finally, they are gonna call the timeout.
Yeah, 5 rounds go to TL, and XROCK decide, okay, well, Coach was trying to let them figure it out by themselves, but it was not meant to be.
I mean, Liquid has it locked in when it comes to default plays, but whenever XROCK throws the curveball, their bats are always coming out, no matter what. And that's becoming a strike. Almost strike 3 now that they have a single round behind to get knocked out from this tournament.
I think, you know, it's 9-5, but feels a bit closer than the scoreline would lead people to believe. From the GR side, the defaults have been good, as you mentioned, but TL have kind of come into their own. They look a lot more comfortable here. They've been able to hold off pretty much every single push that XROCK have thrown in, so gives you a lot of confidence. And if you could just ignore the score and just try to play round by round, there is a world in which TL come back. They get the, you know, the 8-1 on their side of GR as well, and we go extra rounds again.
Here's my take at this, right? After the pause, Liquid just doesn't have to get played by their own minds, thinking in their own head. If they're able to win this round right after the pause, I think there is going to be overtime. 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, if they get 1 or 2 rounds, like, they might be the favorites to take the whole map. Which is funny to say from this position, down 5-9 on death's door, essentially, for this tournament.
Liquid going in the front porch of XROCK, sending 2 players deep down waters. This might just pay off dividends in the future. This is a great investment.
Yeah, it's very cheeky. It looks like XROCK have backed off way towards their spawn, almost expecting a little bit of cheekiness here from Team Liquid, but they're hiding behind the door. So let's see what this looks like. We haven't seen Waters tested very much by XROCK, outside of course, going down here and opening the door and going in towards B. So will they run straight into the arms of Danimal? Or are we going to see the push? Danimal pushing in himself. He's got it, but he doesn't get the shot down. And that was his position to take them down. Did a ton of damage to Doe, but now he's out of the game.
That single play may cost Liquid the whole tournament. And it's just heartbreaking to see it. Although, he was able to dish out plenty of damage to Doe for his teammates to wrap it up. And for the rest of the team here, for Team Liquid, the heavy lifting has to be done. There's no spotters for you. You have to lift it to survive.
This is a great read here from XROCK. They know that after the death of Danimal, there's probably only one guy on B, and it's wide open. It's 7-7 with a sniper. I mean, this is not going to be an easy hold for him, especially if they have utility over the top, which they do. He's got to look the other way. Nade in his face. 7-7 has to hold it down for the team. He gets the kill. He's holding on, but AD and Chow get 2 apiece, and AD gets another Gouken. The last survivor here for TL.
1v3 and a dream. He has C4, but Chow and Sunny wraps the deal up. It's going to be XROCK to close out the series after the bloodbath 13-12. And now coming to New Mexico, they are going to take the win 10-5 and win the series 2-0.
And here it is, New Mexico, the victory here for XROCK. The map choice of Team Liquid, but the beginning of this map was way too one-sided. XROCK, the better team here tonight, win all the way to the golden round, and, you know, one round goes over to TL. We're going into a map 3, but it's not meant to be. It's 10-5, the scoreline. Doe showing up alongside of Sunny, and they're able to put 2 and 2 together and take out Team Liquid. Nice showing from them, Team Liquid that is, but at the end of the day, you know, it's rough in these group stages against so many strong teams, especially the second seed from China. They put up a good show, but XROCK was just the better team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liquid's run ends here, but it's not the end of the world. We still have more tournaments to come next year as well. So props to them. They made one hell of a run, but it is just marked here. For XROCK 2, they are going to proceed into the playoffs, but unfortunately for them, their opponents have been watching the game, and now the issue is that the vulnerabilities are exposed and could possibly be exploited.
Yeah, absolutely. Curious about XROCK going forward in this one. You mentioned that they have to go up against AG in the first round of the playoffs.
And historically speaking, it's an uphill battle.
Nobody is the favorite against AG. They are the #1 team of this tournament. So
I would even put BaiSha to be somewhat on par with AG, but then again, AG is still on top.
Yeah. Nobody really...
BaiSha got knocked out by Stallions.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe you put Stallions close to AG if you want to go that far. But we'll have to wait and see if that matchup does actually happen. I think AG is far and beyond the best team at this tournament. Personally, this is the way I feel. But it'll be interesting to see if XROCK can
absolutely
turn something around. And we are going to have that China versus China matchup very early on here in Chengdu. Not sure exactly when that'll happen. Maybe in a couple of days from now. Probably going to get the head-to-head. They're not going to play tomorrow, of course, because that's just not the way that's going to go. Although Stallions does, which is interesting. But they should be pretty favored up against Twisted Minds. But I like the way this tournament is turning out. You know, we had some interesting teams making it through. I think EVOS.ARC was kind of the big surprising one.
Yes.
Besides that, you know, Stallions making it through, EP making it through, and of course here XROCK making it through. Not a big surprise.
I mean, for this one, for Group B, it's not surprising, but EVOS.ARC and Stallions both making it to the playoffs is going to be the uncommon factor, so to speak. And to me, it's going to be a very plentiful of a playoff to be watched. And the results aren't as easy to guess as opposed to the past couple of grand finals. It's just going to be out there for us to see.
Yeah, I don't really know what to expect outside of, you know, I have a clear favorite in mind for the tournament. The majority of us did go ahead and vote for AG as the champion at the very start of this one. But besides that, you know, we've done that champion prediction many times in CFS. Year after year, we're like, oh, of course, this team is going to win, and then they don't. Happens a lot, more often than you would expect. So
absolutely
excited to see which team is going to be the one that actually challenges AG, or you know, maybe it's Stallions' turn. You know, that would be an awesome story if, you know, after their amazing success this year, maybe they come in and...
Oh, Sneaky's going to pass out, don't worry. If that happens.
Yeah.
If them or EVOS makes it happen, then...
If EVOS makes it happen, I don't know what to expect.
And exactly, I know exactly what's going to happen. Sneaky's going to pass out. Anyways, last year you were invited as a caster, and this time you are a desk host, but now you get to cast the game with me. Potentially tomorrow too, if possible. But how did you like it so far?
Oh, it's great. It's great to be casting again.
Got your throat wet and soaked up and all good to go?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, being a desk host has its fun moments, but
there's ups and downs for all
sometimes
positions.
Sitting in the back waiting for the desk part to start is a little bit boring. So I was happy to come back out here and get my casting chops back in there. And you can see right behind me, we got some people walking out on stage. Excited to get into that interview with Bella. And probably Sunny would be my guess. I didn't quite see who it was.
Not too sure. We will find out in just a couple of seconds, it seems.
Well, I guess you don't want to spoil it, but we both know who it is now.
I'm specifically positioning myself to hide. Block. There we go. Okay.
But yeah, you guys can see that the interview is almost underway here, so excited to see what he does have to say there on the stage for XROCK moving forward. Would love to hear, personally, I would love to hear the question about moving into playoffs, first opponents, how that's going to go. So Sunny, spoilers are out. Sunny with the 2.5 KD is going to pick up the match MVP, and he will be the guy who we interview here on stage.
He's got that kill per round at 1-2, so he has basically found the kill every single round. And he's got plentiful of food in his mouth.
Hey, he's eating good tonight. You could say that. And let's take a look at the MVP highlights and see just how good he was here tonight, as he really did some crazy stuff. I really want to see the collat from earlier on, as let's hop into that right now.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini. So in this last BO3 match, congratulations on XROCK securing the victory. And Sunny is the MVP of this match. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Sunny from XROCK. First of all, congratulations on making it to the top 8. I want to ask you, after 2 years, you came back to the CFS Grand Finals. What kind of resolution do you bring to this stage? In 2023 Grand Finals, we lost, but today I didn't want to lose so fast. Yes, you wanted to make breakthroughs, so seeing today's match, you made great performance. Did you do any targeted preparation against Team Liquid before the match? We watched their match videos and made some preparations. On sub base, as Global Risk, you started 3-0, but then you lost 3 rounds in a row. What was the reason? The reason was that we rushed a little bit in clutch and we didn't make good preparation. And in the first round, you got multiple crucial first kills and finished clutches. How did you manage to do that? It was basically luck. I just met you and I told you you played very well in both maps. You said it's only because of luck, but it's only because you practice a lot, right? Yes, it's because of my personal experience. I played very well in these 2 maps. In the first map, not only the first one or the second one. Can you tell us what was the reason behind your hesitation? It was because the 2 points in the clutch we were against more numbers, so it was pressure. And then in extra round, Team Liquid reached the match point first, and then finally AD clutched 1 versus 2 to win the round. What kind of information did your teammates give to him? I and Chao tried to control A, and AD managed to finish them. In the golden round, what was your status? Yeah, finally it was just our personal experience and managed to take it. And on the last map of New Mexico, we practiced a lot, right? Yeah, it is a new map, and we didn't really play very well in other maps, so we played a lot on the new map. What's your advantage in this map? And we really paid a lot of attention to it. So now you made to the top 8, and in BO5 match, we'll be playing against your brother AG. What do you want to say? Not really anything. We just want to play our matches. Yes, one step at a time. We expect you to bring out your best in the following match. Thank you for your time, and congratulations again on securing the match. Now let's come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Nini and Sunny, for that awesome interview, and of course for the translation. Thank you very much. As, getting ready for AG. Not going to be an easy task, but somebody's got to do it, and it will be going to XROCK again. They just seem to run into each other all the time.
There's a good saying, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do and, you know, suck it up and carry the weight. And sure, all gamers, your historical statistics against them, not the best. 0-3, 0-3, and 1. But maybe now's the time that they can actually overthrow the crown and take the win against all gamers. Because if they don't, they're out. I'm technically not out. Double elimination.
Lower bracket.
Lower brackets. But if XROCK climbs back again, then they're going to meet all gamers in the finals, unless something tragic happens to all gamers.
That would be the craziest storyline. If XROCK play all gamers first, they get 3-0'd. And then they go all the way through the lower bracket. They get to the grand finals and they get 3-0'd again. And it's like the head-to-head is like 14-0 or something ridiculous.
I'm just looking for the shooting star right now at this point. Nonetheless,
it could happen. I wouldn't even be that surprised.
I mean, nonetheless, there's still more teams to talk about. I mean, there are Group A more playoffs tomorrow happening. It's going to be Twisted Minds and Alcazia playing. So have to see the results of those games to really see if all gamers are able to push themselves into the winners brackets or fall to the losers brackets. Only observation can tell until it happens. no results are definitive, I feel like.
Yeah, you know, I kind of like this format for the kind of stepping stone feeling where it's like, okay, you've made it past the first step, but now you got to face like the real boss, right? The first seeds from each region, theoretically, should be the strongest teams in the tournament. Now, we'll have to wait and see what that looks like when we get the head-to-heads, and how many people are going to predict Stallions over Twisted Minds. I would imagine a lot, just based on the performance and the fact that they took down BaiSha. But I feel like it's a cool vibe where it's like, okay, now you get to meet the real strong teams here at CFS Grand Finals.
The real deal, so to speak, right?
Now it's time to head into the real battle, you could say. That's one of those old-time CFS mottos from 2021.
Gosh. Yep.
Back in the day joints. So yeah, it's been a fun group stage so far. I feel like maybe I'm biased because I casted it, but the most memorable moment to me was the AD Collat 1v2
into golden round.
I feel like that to me sticks out the most.
I think I have to agree with you. That was the top moments, at least for the past couple series, or just the entirety of the group stage. I think that was peak CrossFire for you.
I just couldn't believe that actually happened. Like,
I mean, we weren't on camera because we were casting, but I actually rubbed the hell out of my eyes. I was like, what the heck was that?
I almost fell out of my chair. I was like,
yeah, you threw a tantrum.
Yeah, basically.
So, yeah, it was that's going on his clips that he plays at his funeral in the future.
Yeah,
in maybe 100 years.
You
know, us gamers, we play our clips at our
absolutely
funerals, and I got some too, but that's top.
That's peak.
Absolutely.
So yeah, you know, it's been a fun time. We're just probably preparing a graphic for the playoffs, so you guys have a visual representation of what is going to be coming at you for the following days. We do move into playoffs round 1, which is essentially
Twisted Minds versus Stallions, I believe, if I am not wrong.
That's the first matchup, and then you got Alcancia versus Evolution Power Gaming. And
Yes.
it's going to be a great first day, but that's not the end of round 1 either. We do have, I think it's 2 or 3 days where we have like round 1 of the playoffs, and then from there we go on to round 2, and then eventually we go to the stadium later on.
Yes,
I mean, be a lot of fun.
We have 2 best of 5s to be delivered to you guys. It's going to be top-notch CrossFire. Can't get it anywhere else but on our streams, which should be displayed after our stream. So just please tune in. It's a great show to watch for.
It's a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to cast with you here tonight. I hope Sneaky's feeling
We're
okay.
the best duo out there, aren't we?
But, you know, it's nice to get the band back together and have our little duo moments. Who knows if we'll get another shot. This might be the beginning and the end of our...
Big 2 on your beginning. But for
There's
Sneaky,
always 2026.
But for Sneaky Frog, he will be back tomorrow, so don't worry about him.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, giving chances to a poor West Coast, I guess.
He's just that generous, honestly. He's just
Absolutely.
that kind of guy.
He's rich-hearted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one way to describe him.
I think we're about to wrap up. Any last words you want to say as a caster before you wrap up as West Coast? Want to say your goodbyes
you know,
as a caster?
my last cast here.
At least for tonight.
You know, people make those tweets like, "Oh, this was my last cast at the tournament." I'm just glad I got an opportunity, and of course, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for the West Coast for the entire tournament. But,
Well, you'll be here in the next 5 minutes too. So
yeah. So here's Group A.
There you have it.
Stallions making it through, taking down BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha's out. If you're a BaiSha fan, it's got to feel pretty rough. I mean, going 1-1 in groups, it's pretty good, but like it's not good enough. Not in this format. And in Group B, same thing for Team Liquid. XROCK going to defeat them and move on to the playoffs.
Might be a little too late to go back to the drawing board at this point, but Liquid has put up one hell of a fight. They fought really well, only to fall from a 10-story building on New Mexico. But that performance, 13-10, was, I think that was peak CrossFire for me. I think that is something to look forward to.
Yeah, and this is the most surprising part, I would say, of the group stage, EVOS ARC making it through. But, you know, this might just be the beginning of the Filipino domination. You know, the fact that their second seed is able to get through
2
ROCK
Filipino
Esports.
teams makes through playoffs.
Yeah.
That's That's very scary.
They're good.
They are good.
They're just really good at CrossFire. I don't care where you're from. If you can play like that, I will cheer for you. Evolution Power Gaming, 2-0 in their group, and so they do make it on. As here's a larger group stage result graphic. Just all of the groups at the same time.
Team Stallions for Group A, XROCK for Group B, EVOS-ARC. Surprisingly, making our Group C, and Evolution Power Gaming. Navi has made the run, Liquid has made the run, BaiSha just fell a bit short, and there is the Giga Bracket. But yeah, as you can see, it's going to be Twisted Minds versus Team Stallions for the quarterfinals, followed by Alcadzia versus Evolution Power Gaming. Gaming Gladiators, who was the #1 seed, will be playing against EVOS-ARC. And last but not least, it will be all gamers in XROCK. And even if you do lose on the quarterfinals, you are pushed down to the lower bracket, so you still get one more chance, one more shot to shine.
Yeah, going down to lower bracket, you know, it's going to be fun to see more teams on the door of being knocked out. Quarterfinals match #1 will be tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. in Chengdu. So a little bit later than what we've been doing here. We've been starting at around 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's going to be Twisted Minds versus Team Stallions, casted by Neokai and Elfish Guy. Quarterfinals match 2, of course, will be Alcadzia versus Evolution Power Gaming, which is going to be cast by me and Sneaky Frog, and potentially Valdez if he wants to steal the mic again. Yeah. I mean, of course, I want to lift that up. We got 3 mics on the table, so not necessarily stealing, but we can all, you know, just enjoy the ride, having fun with the boys.
You know, if there's an extra mic, I wouldn't mind coming down. And
yeah, it's all fun times. You know? Gotta do what you gotta do.
Hanging out with the boys. You know, it's best of 5s now from here on out.
I'm not driving, by the way, so.
Yeah, probably better that way.
That's a road trip. It's one hell of a road trip.
Well, we've had a lot of fun here for the group stage. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.